With just a simple quick draw slash, Bai Yi completely shocks the school dean because this is definitely not the level of a rookie warrior. The dean notices that right before swinging his blade, Bai Yi actually used a high-level skill called Flash. Even crazier, in the split second of contact before the teleport, he pinpointed the school bully's weakest spot, struck it hard, and completely shattered his defense. The whole sequence took less than 0.25 seconds, something even the dean, a battle-hardened veteran of 15 years, couldn't pull off. He just can't believe someone who literally just awakened with zero combat experience could master warrior techniques to this level. Bai Yi is the leader of a proficient Awaken team called the Divine Core. Because magic exists in this world, demons and their caves appeared, which in turn caused those with special powers like Bai Yi to awaken. His team is the strongest in their organization, and they are on a mission to exterminate the Demon King, Belphegor. Belphegor is a triple S-class demon with 5 elements, making him a tough opponent. Bai Yi and the other warriors received their instructions from the gods. As they enter the cave, Bai Yi shouts to inform his squad that the mission has begun. This is the 100th high-level demonic cave the proficient team has challenged. His team includes Ling Yue, Han Xiaoling, and Lucian. Due to its predicted difficulty, the mission was designated an L-class purge operation, the highest rank. However, the team is excited for the mission, as they have been promised a vacation once they defeat Belphegor. In perfect sync, the team unleashes their powers on the attacking demons. Bai Yi leads the attack as they easily cut through the demons with swift and precise attacks. This is possible because all members of the Divine Core are L-rank warriors. Within a few minutes of coordination, the team clears the cave and kills the Demon King Belphegor. The team members excitedly talk about how easy it was. However, Lucian is skeptical about the operation. He feels it was too easy for an L-rank mission, and Bai Yi agrees. The intel he received stated the Demon King had 5 elements and a hidden skill. While he is analyzing what might be wrong, Ling Yue hugs him from behind, asking if he will treat them to a feast. Tired of her, he pushes her away while telling the team they are going to have dinner at their usual spot. Han cannot believe their captain is throwing away a chance with Ling. Just then, they notice the last member of their team is missing. He hadn't helped during the fight and was nowhere to be seen. The team isn't concerned since they have cleared the mission. Suddenly, he appears behind them, raises his hand, and declares the start of the purge operation. Han is immediately hit in the head with a projectile, killing him instantly. Shock runs through the team as they see Han on the ground, half his head gone and blood spilling onto the floor. While the team is still in shock, the traitor reveals that he was assigned the purge mission by God himself. Bai Yi notices he can't move his body, and the traitor reveals that they have been eating breakfasts laced with paralytic powder for the past month. The traitor then restrains the rest of the team with his divine skill, Forbidden Vines, restricting their movement. He explains that he was assigned the mission to wipe out the team and needed to prepare. While he is arrogantly explaining, Bai Yi and the others ask why he betrayed them. The traitor replies that it is God's decree to wipe out the L-class warriors. He tightens the grip on Bai Yi and the others, forcing them to scream in pain. They slowly lose consciousness as they cough up blood, still asking why their teammate betrayed them. Bai Yi reminds the man that the Divine Core never crossed any lines that deserved death. Since they followed all the rules, Bai Yi wants to know why they had to die. The traitor arrogantly tells them that God doesn't need a reason to kill them. He walks close to Bai Yi, and after choking him with his vines, he punches through his chest. Bai Yi cannot get over the betrayal, as he considered the traitor part of his family. The team had been together for 10 years and was practically inseparable. The traitor laughs at Bai Yi for being naive. He tells him he was never family. From the first day he joined the Divine Core, he has been on a mission for the gods. Essentially, Bai Yi and his team were just pawns. The traitor joined the team to study them and played his part well. Bai Yi and the team finally lose whatever life force they have left and collapse. The traitor stands over them and finishes Bai Yi off with a shot to the head. On that day, May 22nd, 2125, Bai Yi and his team of L-class warriors were killed. Their bodies lie on the ground as the traitor walks off to prepare for his vacation. As Bai Yi's consciousness fades, he suddenly hears a voice demanding they make a deal. He is shocked to find himself in chains in an unfamiliar environment. Standing before him is a creepy man in a suit with a dark aura. Bai Yi looks closer and realizes it's Belphegor, the Demon King. He wonders how the Demon King is alive. Belphegor teases Bai Yi, saying a high-ranking Demon King would not die that easily. They are in his soul domain, where the entire kingdom is his life force. Tired of the Demon King's chatter, Bai Yi suggests they get to business. Seeing Bai Yi's anger, the Demon King proposes a deal. Belphegor reveals that his hidden skill is life regression. He tells Bai Yi he can send him to the past, giving him a chance to change the outcome. After being reminded of how his team died, Bai Yi doesn't hesitate to agree to the Demon King's proposition. He is burning with rage and swears to kill the traitor and the gods who gave the orders. The Demon King is pleased and, in addition to helping him, grants Bai Yi another gift: Belphegor's heart. Bai Yi asks the Demon King why he is making a deal with him, but he is sent off before getting an answer. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a classroom with his teacher, Huang, yelling at him. Bai Yi has gone back 20 years to the year 2105. This was when Bai Yi was in the middle school division of the nation's Awakened Academy before his awakening. Bai Yi is surprised that he truly came back to the past. The teacher scolds him for sleeping in class, especially a class right before his awakening ceremony. As punishment, the teacher orders him to stand in the back of the classroom. Still in shock, he slowly walks to the back, staring at classmates he hasn't seen in nearly 20 years. The teacher continues the lesson, explaining the 5 elemental powers: lightning, flower, cloud, nuclear, and stellar. A person can only have one element. The teacher uses herself as an example, stating she possesses the rare cloud element. She then adds that elements are divided into 3 categories based on how they bond with the body: combat, support, and special. She explains that each team comprises the 5 elements with different roles. The school's guild team is an example, consisting of a stellar mage, a cloud warrior, a nuclear bard, and a lightning assassin. The teacher commends the students for being rare and tells them that Awakening Day is the most important day of their lives. There are nearly 100 known awakened professions, ranked from dust, lowest, to celestial, highest, with ember and abyss ranks in between. The students have just one chance at awakening, and she lets them know the status they awaken with will determine their future. After class, the students prepare for the awakening. Bai Yi runs into a classmate he calls Four Eyes because of his glasses. Four Eyes is being bullied by an annoying student, Hong Xiang Sheng, an E-rank stellar assassin, which makes him popular among his peers. Bai Yi is not surprised, as Hong was always bullying people. Before Hong can bother Four Eyes any longer, the teacher appears. She tells Hong that school is not a place to bully and rob people. Hong arrogantly tries to change the story, telling the teacher that Four Eyes bumped into him and he was only taking money as compensation. He boldly tells Huang he would have gotten her fired if not for the fact that she is attractive. After he's done, he and his friends prepare to leave. Seeing Bai Yi in his way, he shoves him aside. Bai Yi doesn't react, but instead watches the teacher check on Four Eyes. Huang is a good teacher who cares for her students despite her tough exterior. Bai Yi remembers Huang helping him in his past life after he awakened. Just then, Huang is informed it is her class's turn for the awakening chamber. Like a mother, she tells her students to stay calm to avoid injuries. In this world, there are 2 awakening methods. There is a natural awakening, like the one Hong had, which is why he is so arrogant. Natural awakening usually happens to people with strong physical constitutions and talent, activating during extreme emotional moments. The other is the artificial method, where those with potential enter the awakening chamber. The chamber is a product of knowledgeable scientists. Inside, emotions and adrenaline are intensely stimulated. This forces the dormant awakening within potential candidates to activate. Because it only happens once, it is considered the only way for someone to turn their life around. Some of Bai's classmates entered the awakening chamber before him and received nice professions. One awakened with the blue tier profession, which is the amber class. Finally, it's Bai Yi's turn, and the teacher tells him to focus while inside. Bai Yi acknowledges her instruction and proceeds into the chamber. In his past life, Bai Yi awakened as an E-rank nuclear warrior, which is a dust tier class and considered the trashiest profession. His awakening back then led to constant bullying, and it wasn't until he reached S rank that he awakened the rarest type. Upon entering the chamber, Bai Yi expects to get a trash profession as usual. However, he is shocked when the system displays an error message. The chamber activates and detects 5 elements instead of the usual one. Bai Yi feels his insides burning as the system displays the infinite awakening message. The system informs him that he can choose any class from any of the 5 elemental types as his initial class. Bai Yi learns he can upgrade the other classes once his initial class reaches its maximum potential. He is shocked when he realizes he has been granted elemental accumulation. Apparently, he can choose new classes in the future, from dust rank up to the celestial rank, while maintaining their qualities. Bai Yi also has the chance to unlock the hidden rank above celestial. It dawns on him that he can do all this because of the Demon King's gift. He was given the ability of infinite awakenings, which is unheard of. The system then says all other elemental bars will be cleared once he selects his initial class. After taking his time, Bai Yi picks his class. He steps outside to the teacher, who is excited to hear what he awakened with. Bai Yi tells Huang the disappointing news that he awakened as a nuclear warrior, the worst quality in the green class. Huang is taken aback, but being a good teacher, she still encourages him, saying great men have also emerged from the green class. She urges Bai Yi not to give up, but he humbly tells her there's no need for comfort. Huang overhears the conversation and, as expected, pokes his nose into it. He trashes Bai Yi, saying the teacher is only giving him false hope and that reality is different. Hong reminds Bai Yi that the dust class means he is at the bottom of the food chain. Hong continues his arrogant behavior, telling Bai Yi that the gods choose the strong, while the weak are to be trampled. The mention of the gods immediately triggers Bai Yi, but he remains calm as Hong continues his nonsense. He reminds Bai Yi that he will have to sit in the back row in classes because that is how society works. Apparently, celestial ranks sit at the front, followed by the abyss, ember, and finally, the dust rank. Dust rank warriors are considered trash and can only do business with other low-tier ranks. Hong adds that there is no way for Bai Yi to change his fate through hard work, calling it a waste of time. Hong moves closer to Huang to talk trash to her, but Bai Yi has had enough. He grabs the coffee cup Hong is holding and spills it on his face. Hong is shocked, not believing what just happened. He angrily asks Bai Yi what he thinks he is doing, and Bai Yi replies that his voice is like noise to him. Bai Yi's actions and words are enough to get on Hong's nerves, and he decides Bai Yi needs to be taught a lesson. He aims a punch at Bai Yi, and Huang tries to stop him, but it's too late. Unknown to him, Bai Yi is already prepared. Before the attack hits, he conjures a light sword and blocks Hong's attack. He then parries it, throwing Hong into the distance to everyone's shock. Hong crashes to the ground while Bai Yi's pose shows he used minimal effort. Hong coughs up blood as he tries to grasp what happened. The other students watching cannot believe what they just saw. Apparently, Bai Yi intentionally chose the nuclear warrior class because he is already used to it. This was his class in his past life, and he knows everything about it. Hong manages to get back on his feet and arrogantly tells Bai Yi he just got lucky. He mentions that he is an abyss rank and is completely different from trash like Bai Yi. Huang, with her keen eye, figures out that Bai Yi didn't get lucky. She realizes Bai Yi used a top-tier movement skill exclusive to the warrior class. Huang knows the parry skill allows the wielder to nullify an attack while reflecting its full force back to the opponent. She is shocked to see Bai Yi pull it off so easily as it's a skill her master couldn't manage after 10 years of hard practice. Huang is more puzzled that Bai Yi, having just awakened, already has such high combat experience. While Huang is lost in thought, Hong unleashes a short sword, ready to take Bai Yi down. Hong is now really mad and assures Bai Yi he is going to embarrass him in front of everyone. Bai Yi just stands there coolly, revealing that he intentionally picked the dust class. He knows that in the near future, all his critics will see the great side of the dust class, but by then, it will be too late. The students are hyped as the two stand in a fighting pose. However, fighting with powers is forbidden in the school. Hong's father is an important official, and his uncle is the school's dean. Bai Yi, on the other hand, has no reputable family, meaning he has everything to lose. Four Eyes fears he will be expelled if he fights Hong and asks the teacher what to do. The teacher quickly takes the initiative. She steps in, telling them to stop, but Hong is already pissed. He wants to get back at Bai Yi for humiliating him. Hong threatens to beat Bai Yi up, even if he gets on his knees and begs. He sees himself as highly talented, while Bai Yi is just a loser. The teacher also knows Hong is right since the difference in their attributes is great. Hong is an Abyss rank warrior, giving him a 200% boost in all attributes. Abyss ranks are far superior because their attributes are double that of a dust rank upon awakening, and they can grow while the dust rank remains stagnant. No one watching, including Four Eyes, believes Bai Yi has a chance. They assume he's going to be crushed. Four Eyes agrees Hong is a disgusting person, but has been surviving by playing the fool to avoid problems. He believes avoiding Hong is the only way to survive since a head-on clash will only lead to an unpleasant end. Once he's done weighing up his opponent, Hong runs toward him. The teacher is worried and screams at Bai Yi to watch out. She assumes Bai Yi plans to parry Hong's attack again, but knows this might not work since the skill consumes a lot of stamina. The speed at which Hong is coming will make the parry useless. Even Hong is confident he has the advantage. Bai Yi, however, just smiles. He has no interest in dodging since he has another card up his sleeve. Just as Hong reaches him, he activates the Flash Blink skill. This is an instantaneous flash effect that lets the user pass through obstacles. It's over in the blink of an eye, and before Hong knows it, Bai Yi has hit him in a vital part of his body. He coughs up blood while trying to figure out when Bai Yi got behind him. He slams the ground in frustration and humiliation while the students are left in total disbelief. None of the onlookers caught a glimpse of what Bai Yi did. The only thing they saw was Hong crashing to the ground. Even the teacher had no idea what happened. However, the class president, Qi Yin, actually saw what Bai Yi did. Qi Yin realizes that Bai Yi has mastered the highest level usage of a warrior's basic skill and applied it during the fight. Meanwhile, the students are all questioning what's wrong with Hong. On the status screen, Bai Yi notices one of his attributes increased because he defeated an opponent. However, he is not impressed with the points, considering them too few. He knows that defeating demons is the only way to get higher points and plans to do so as soon as he can. Still struggling on the floor, Hong is not ready to give up. He tells Bai Yi not to leave as he is not done with him. He grabs his knife and tries to attack Bai Yi from behind, but before he can, they hear a voice telling them to stop. It's the school dean, Hong Lin, who is Hong's uncle. Lin mocks Hong, telling him he has already made a fool of himself, and tells the students to head home. At the mention of home, it registers in Bai Yi's head that he has a home. He had forgotten because he was just reborn, and his parents had already died in his past life. He remembers that something tragic happened on this very day, and before the dean can address him, he frantically dashes off. Even Hong is shocked as Bai Yi runs from the scene. The dean is short of words but turns to Huang, telling her to get her student under control. He promises to overlook what happened, and Huang thanks him. Later, Hong follows his uncle to his office to justify what happened. He claims Bai Yi only got lucky, but his uncle screams at him, saying Bai Yi utterly humiliated him. Leon stood in the distance and witnessed Bai Yi use the flash blink. He explains to Hong that in that split second, Bai Yi found his weakest point and struck it, leaving him defenseless. The dean is pissed because even with his experience, he cannot execute the flash skill with such proficiency. The dean compares Hong's battle with Bai Yi to that of a pro gamer toying with a noob, letting his nephew know that Bai Yi is no ordinary kid. Meanwhile, Bai Yi is rushing, thinking about how important it is for him to get home. He reaches the apartment building quickly, remembering how things went down in his past life. He is ready to stop it from happening again, even if he dies trying. Bai Yi enters the house while his father watches TV and his mother does the dishes. He looks angry as he enters, and his father is surprised he came home early. Bai Yi ignores his father and focuses on his mother. With tears in his eyes, he expresses his gladness that his mother is fine. His mother is mute and communicates with Bai Yi using sign language. She tells him she made his favorite hot and sour noodles, but Bai Yi immediately says he isn't interested in noodles today. He tells her that he wants to eat pickled fish. Bai Yi's mother tries to argue, but finally gives in to her son's stubbornness. She agrees to get the pickled fish, and Bai Yi offers to follow her, but his father stops him, saying his mother can go by herself. He wonders why Bai Yi came back and didn't greet him. He stands up, gets his alcohol, and asks Bai Yi how his awakening went, eager to hear what his son awakened with. It turns out Bai Yi's father, Bai Lingshang, is a class electric warrior and is fairly strong, which makes him dangerous. Bai Yi tells his father he didn't awaken that day because things took too long. His father demands to know why he came home early if he hadn't awakened. He mentions being disappointed with his friend's son's awakening class and expects his own son to awaken with the Abyss rank. Lingsheng claims he awakened with the Abyss rank and has poured his sweat and blood into raising his son. Pissed and with a scary aura, he demands to know what Bai Yi awakened with. Engulfed in the aura, Bai Yi lies again that he hasn't awakened. This only makes his father angrier, and he smashes a drink bottle on Bai Yi's head. When he learns Bai Yi awakened with the dust rank, he grows more furious and yells at him. Lingsheng is a violent man who can't control his emotions. In Bai Yi's past life, his father's fury and embarrassment over the dust rank turned to violence. He hit Bai Yi, but his mother stepped in as she always did. As a weak boy, Bai Yi could only watch as his father beat his mother for an hour. The beating was so severe that a blow to the head left her mentally unstable. He could only cry as he watched his mother get battered in his previous life. Now reborn, he aims to change things. He still doesn't have what it takes to challenge his father, a C-rank Abyss class warrior, and will need time to level up. The tactics he used against Hong won't work here. His father is on another level, with real combat experience. Bai Yi sadly realizes he can't touch his father yet. His father grabs him by the hair, ranting that he regrets Bai Yi was ever born. Bai Yi knows he is in a deep mess. His father came home early to wait for him and won't let him go until he's satisfied. Knowing his father's violence, he wanted his mother away from the house. Bai Yi is glad he got her out, But as he celebrates this internally, a blow lands on his head. Things worsen when someone enters the house. It is his mother, the very person he tried to keep from witnessing the violence. His mother is horrified to see Ling Sheng pounding on their son's head as he lies on the ground. She had rushed back as fast as she could to feed her hungry son, which explains her quick return. Bai Yi is terrified to see his mother, wondering if history is about to repeat itself. As expected, Ling Sheng turns his attention to the poor woman. In a flashback, Bai Yi sits in a prison cell. In his past life, he became the first person to advance from a green to a platinum tier. Because of this feat, his cellmate wonders why he was arrested and brought to a prison for those sentenced to die. Bai Yi's only statement was that he deserved to die because he beat his mother to death. He was sentenced to death for killing his father in revenge for what happened to his mother. Now, in the present, history is about to repeat itself. As Ling Sheng continues his madness, Bai Yi's mother runs to check on her son. Bai Yi knows he is stronger than an ordinary person who wouldn't have survived his father's punch. His mother tries to help him up, shielding him from his angry father. Ling Sheng continues his rant, telling his wife he was happy when she was pregnant. Since his siblings couldn't produce a son, he believed he was destined to restore the family's glory. However, he is disgusted by what followed. His son, his great hope, awakened with the worst class, dust rank. Ling Sheng screams at his wife, reminding her Bai Yi can't advance because it is a trash class. He blames his wife's genes for the result. Ling Sheng loses control and raises his hand to hit her, but Bai Yi won't allow it. He uses Flash Blink to get past his mother and block his father's attack. Ling Sheng is thrown backward and smiles heroically. His mother is worried, knowing what is coming next. Ling Sheng gets to his feet and arrogantly walks toward his son, intending to beat him to a pulp. Bai Yi plans to use the parry attack, but before he can activate the skill, his father's punch breaks through his sword and hits his face. Bai Yi spills blood, bitterly realizing the huge power gap between them. Before he can breathe, another punch comes. He blocks it with his hands, but the shock still injures his ribs. Ling Sheng prepares another powerful strike to put his son in his place, mad that he has the guts to defy him. Bai Yi sees the punch coming, but can't dodge or block it. He only covers his head with his hands as the blow lands. Ling Sheng tells Bai Yi he deserves to die for awakening with a useless class. Yet, Bai Yi remains standing, unwilling to let history repeat itself. Seeing Bai Yi still up makes Ling Sheng angrier. He mocks him, asking if he thinks he's the real deal just because he awakened. Ling Sheng grabs a chair, ready to smash his son. Bai Yi's mother holds him as they brace for the hit. Just then, a commanding voice outside demands they open the door. Ling Sheng is disappointed by the interruption. Bai Yi's mother holds her son, relieved by the break. However, the knock is no surprise to Bai Yi, as he arranged it. Ling Sheng acts tough as he opens the door, but his attitude changes when he sees who is there. Two tough-looking men stand at the door and ask Ling Sheng what took him so long. The two men are inspectorate investigators, Liang and Chen Jin-woo. Liang is the red A-rank deputy captain, while Chen Jin-woo is a blue C-rank. Ling Sheng is shocked to see them, and, while trembling, asks what they are doing at his house. Liang shows him a picture of a wanted criminal named Snow, asking Ling Sheng if he has seen him. Apparently, the office received a call that Snow was seen in the building, so the police are conducting a house-to-house search. Ling Sheng is relieved to hear that he is not the reason for their visit. He smiles, telling them he has not seen Snow. Since Snow is popular and always on TV, he assures them he would report it if he ever ran into him. Just then, Liang notices Bai Yi is in bad shape and asks Ling Sheng what happened. Ling Sheng lies that his son was careless and fell while buying groceries. He taps Liang on the shoulder, telling him not to worry about such trivial matters. Before he can finish, Bai Yi cuts in, telling the officers his father is lying. Bai Yi boldly states that his father hit him, which is why he is all bloodied. 18 minutes earlier, Bai Yi had used the apartment's phone booth to call the police, saying he saw Snow in the building. He knew they would not joke with any news concerning Snow, but he didn't expect them to arrive so fast. He is glad they came, as it bought him enough time. Ling Sheng tries to dismiss his son's words, lying that he doesn't have what it takes to beat his own son. However, Bai Yi counters with the truth. He tells the officers his father hit him in the head with a wine bottle and on the arm with a stool. Bai Yi continues pointing out where his father hit him, telling the officers they can evaluate his body for injuries. He takes it further by quoting their rule of law, stating that awakeners who cannot control their violent behavior and harm others are to be detained in the awakener prison for 15 days. The cops are shocked and impressed by how knowledgeable Bai Yi is. Ling Sheng turns to look at his son with contempt. With everything Bai Yi has said, Liang has no choice but to arrest Ling Sheng. The cops immediately grab him, and when he tries to reach for his son, they tell him to calm down, or they will use force. Ling Xing is grabbed out of the house, but he threatens to wipe his son out once he is back. Bai Yi ignores him and closes the door as he is dragged away. Once they are safe, Bai Yi's mother runs over to hug him. Bai Yi is relieved that he was able to save his mother. However, he has 15 days to get stronger and promises his mother that Ling Xing will never touch her again. Before his father was taken, Bai Yi managed to grab the key to his safe. He knows his father has something important inside, as this is how he climbed from E rank to C rank. Later, Bai Yi heads to the safe and unlocks it. The contents were a secret Bai Yi learned after his father died in his past life. He opens the safe and brings out a scary blade. Bai Yi plans to take on the demon caves using the blade. Since demon caves are the only way to upgrade his class, he knows he has no choice but to enter the labyrinth. However, there is a problem. The demon caves are under the jurisdiction of the gods, and only guild members can enter. The ones Bai Yi can currently enter are managed by the school. He can also access a hidden demon cave that he knew about from his past life. Soon, Bai Yi makes his way to the hidden demon cave, determined to surpass everyone as fast as he can. Meanwhile, in the inspectorate's detention room, officers talk about the snow sighting being a false alarm. They aren't mad, as they are always ready to check out anything related to snow. While they discuss, Ling Sheng tries to bribe them for his release. Liang is disgusted by Ling Sheng's behavior, especially since he was a guild member. The officers tell him things will get worse if bribery is added to his charges. They urge him to stay put for the night before being sent to the Awakener prison the next morning. Ling Sheng's rage is directed entirely at his son. Since Bai Yi knows his father will be out in 15 days, he is preparing to take on the demon caves to level up. Demon caves are another space parallel to their world, accessed by a door that appears out of thin air. Once discovered, they are mostly taken over by guilds because they house demonic beasts and ores, making them the best place for awakeners to improve. However, a team is usually required to enter since the caves are dangerous. The one Bai Yi is about to take on was only discovered 5 years later in his past. An F-rank cave requires 3 E-rank warriors, while an E-rank cave needs a 5-person team of 3 E-rank and 2 D-rank warriors. Bai Yi is confident the cave he is about to challenge is an F-rank. The demon caves are known to be dangerous, but since Bai Yi has no other choice, he must take on the cave by himself. He knows why he needs to get stronger as soon as possible. Armed with the weapon from his father's safe, he proceeds into the demon cave. The area is filled with ice and snow, and Bai Yi figures he is in the domain of a cloud-type magic beast. As he strolls through the domain, he soon runs into a sleeping ice bear. In front of it are human skeletons, showing that others might have entered before. While he is looking around, a bloodthirsty forest wolf appears and almost gets him. The E-rank wolf is still stronger than Bai Yi. Bai Yi leaps backward to avoid the wolf, but it comes at him again. He is able to block the wolf's teeth with the blade. Bai Yi then goes on the attack, taking down the wolf with a single slash. This is possible thanks to the A-rank weapon he is wielding. It is a weapon not available on the market, which is why his father kept it hidden. With this weapon, Bai Yi can close the skill gap between him and the beasts. The weapon is known as the Hunwu blade, made from Hunwu stone. It is so powerful it cuts through iron like butter. However, even with the weapon, Bai Yi knows he needs at least 4 strikes to take down beasts because of their defense. He casually teases about how he misses being an L-rank awakener. He learns he needs to defeat 20 wolves to upgrade a level on his skill set. Since he is fighting in an ice area, his cloud element will receive the upgrades. It will take him 10 upgraded levels to move from E rank to D rank. Soon, Bai Yi is surrounded by a pack of wolves attracted by the smell of blood. This is a perfect, yet dangerous opportunity to level up. The wolves gang up on him, but he relies on 2 skills, dodge and counterattack. He maneuvers his way around without taking damage while dealing damage to the beasts. He takes down the first pack, with each kill giving him 52 experience points. He also acquired Wolf's Fangs. After taking out the pack, he has the Wolf King to deal with. Using his agility, he delivers several cuts to the wolf's body, giving it no chance to heal. The Wolf King dies, and Bai Yi earns 56 points for the kill. Because he defeated the Wolf King, he also earned a Snow Wolf Diamond. After clearing out the first pack, Bai Yi has enough experience to upgrade to D rank. He also earned 12 attribute points and allocates them as he sees fit. He notices he is already tired after taking out just 20 wolves and is not impressed with how weak E-rank bodies are. He also knows he needs a dimensional backpack to store his loot. Bai Yi admits that taking on a demonic cave solo is difficult. The Snow Wolf diamond he earned is a durable jewel used to craft special weapons and is expensive on the market. He knows the only way to access a high-tier demonic cave is to join the Divine Core. Since awakening schools are under the guilds, they often send representatives to scout prospective warriors. It is every student's dream to graduate and join a guild. But if a student is kicked off their team, their career is likely over, which is what happened to Bai Yi's father and why he is stuck at C rank. Looking at his current situation, Bai Yi realizes he will burn even more stamina taking on the beasts alone. He is already exhausted. Before he knows it, another pack of wolves appears. He decides to use a trick he has up his sleeve. He runs, and the wolves follow. He leads them into a forest where he cuts down trees to give himself space. This disturbance attracts the forest's other beast, the cloud python. Now Bai Yi has wolves and pythons to deal with. To get out of the situation, Bai Yi kicks his plan into motion. He lets off a loud explosion, hoping it wakes one particular beast. His plan works as the sleeping frost bear angrily emerges from its den. The enraged bear attacks whatever it sees. The wolves and pythons are not safe from the bear's rage as they all get smashed. While the bear is rampaging, Bai Yi cleans up from behind, earning a bunch of experience points. He continues with these tactics, earning points and obtaining python fangs and wolf fangs. Bai Yi uses the beast's weakness against them. They are aggressive but lack brains. By using the bear against the others, he conserves stamina. However, he still needs to finish them off to gain experience. After fighting for some minutes, Bai Yi is exhausted. He decides to move to the next phase of his plan. Once the beasts are lined up, he hits the ice floor and breaks it to kill them. He has been analyzing the terrain and noticed they are on an ice bridge suspended between two cliffs. This brilliant plan takes out almost all the beasts in one go. Bai Yi is exhausted but still needs to handle the frost bear and the remaining wolves. The system unlocks a new title for him, 1 against 100. With this title, his stats increase by 10% when fighting multiple enemies. However, Bai Yi is not worried about the frost bear yet. He knows every cave has a final boss and expects it to show up. He has caused enough chaos and wonders why the boss hasn't appeared. Suddenly, an ice spell hits the area. Before he can react, he and the beasts in front of him are hit. Bai Yi realizes his assumption was wrong. The final boss had already awoken and was waiting for the perfect moment when everyone was exhausted. Bai Yi and the beasts are gathered in one spot, making it hard to escape. The spell hits him, and his legs are already frozen. He realizes the ice bridge was part of the boss's trap. The boss put everything in place to show up and reap all the rewards. It dawns on Bai Yi that the cave's final boss is intelligent. The final boss is the Kalen demon monkey, which also has other apes as guards. Almost all of Bai Yi's body is covered in ice, preventing movement while the demon monkey wears an evil smirk. Apparently, the cave is a high-risk one that requires a group of E-rank warriors. With his body completely frozen, Bai Yi fears he might go into hypothermia, which would be his end. The monkey boss raises his hand, points at Bai Yi, and orders his monkeys to attack. Realizing he is trapped, Bai Yi resorts to using the parry skill. Since the parry skill requires precise timing, Bai Yi waits until the hit is about to land. He activates the parry and shatter skills, breaking the ice and blocking the incoming attack. Though temporarily free, Bai Yi knows he is in trouble because he has drained a big chunk of his stamina. The shatter skill lets an awakened use all their energy to break free from control effects, but it consumes a large amount of stamina. Bai Yi figures the demon monkey will need time before using an ultimate skill again, and he must kill it before then. The demon monkey then orders the ice bears and wolves to attack Bai Yi. Since the nucleo element has issues against the cloud element, Bai Yi knows his chances of winning are low. He is low on stamina and getting exhausted. The demon monkey sits like a proper villain while ordering his minions around. Bai Yi knows he will die if more beasts show up. While trying to think of a way out, he is attacked by one of the monkey beasts, which tries to smash him with a club. Bai Yi only manages to block the attack but is pushed back, his knee scraping the ice floor as he tries to maintain balance. The sudden attack causes Bai Yi to lose all his strength, putting him at a serious disadvantage. The ice bear's constant screaming weakens him further. One bear throws an ice boulder at Bai Yi, but he manages to cut it down. However, the cold doesn't help as his stamina has almost hit 0. Once the demon monkey notices Bai Yi is nearly drained, he uses another ultimate skill, the Ice Storm. Bai Yi is shocked, not expecting the monkey's ultimate to have such a fast cooldown. His eyes light up in horror as he stares at the incoming attack. This reminds him that in his past life, he faced life-or-death situations and developed a sense for recognizing opportunities. Bai Yi figures that in his current state, he has 2 options. He can stay and fight, but since his stamina is at its limit and he continues to take damage, he will not survive. The second option is simple: run away. Bai Yi wastes no time picking option 2 and leaps off the cliff. However, the demon monkey hits him with an ice spell that catches his feet, causing him to lose balance and fall instead. With ice formed around him, Bai Yi crashes into the river below. While he is fighting for his life, his mother enters his room back home. She thinks Bai Yi is still sleeping but is shocked to find the room empty. Bai Yi had left home the day before, a Friday, and now it is Saturday. His mom finds a note from her son saying he went to a friend's house. Bai Yi urges her not to worry, but the note only makes her more anxious since she knows he would have told her in person instead of leaving a note. She wonders what is going on with him since he has been acting differently since the day before. The woman is uneasy with several things running through her head. Back in the dungeon, Bai Yi survived the fall. Jumping off the cliff was also part of his plan. He remembers that nearly 100 beasts fell into the river when he broke the ice bridge earlier. However, he only got rewards for 40, which means the others survived. Bai Yi coughs in pain as he drags himself out of the cold river. Though he survived, he is running on very low stamina. He is suffering from blood loss, low temperature, and is in a completely weakened state. His body is also severely damaged from falling from a high place. Without a doubt, Bai Yi knows he is at his limit. As he lies there, he wonders if this is truly the end. Before he knows it, he is surrounded by beasts like the ice bears, ready to finish him off. As they get closer, Bai Yi reminisces. He remembers his time with the Divine Core, the good moments with his teammates, and his mother's care. He also remembers his father's wickedness and the pain of the traitor's betrayal. A voice in his head tells him this is the end. This is enough for Bai Yi to clench his fists and decide it is not over. He manages to stand up. Just as an ice bear is about to finish him, he raises his hand and stops its giant teeth from closing in. Bai Yi is determined that the bad things from his past life will not be repeated. He has already died once, losing everything. This time, he plans to turn it all around. With newfound determination, Bai Yi smashes the ice bear and throws it into the distance. He lets out a cold breath and grabs his short sword again. His desperate attempt triggers something that can push for a class advancement. Bai Yi stands with a yellow aura swirling around his body, surrounded by monsters. His decision to solo a dungeon and face dangerous beasts was to make himself feel the desperation from his past. This feeling triggers an adrenaline rush, which he hoped would cause a class advancement. Though he almost died, he didn't meet the conditions. However, instead of a class advancement, he learns a new ultimate skill: Nucleo Holy Swordsman. It is well ahead of its time and level. While he didn't advance his class, the skill will be very handy. With this skill and adrenaline, Bai Yi is brimming with energy. He points his sword at the beasts, telling them it is time to be wiped out. One beast moves, and the others follow. Bai Yi remains unfazed and prepares his short sword. As they get closer, he unleashes a swirling, dangerous speed attack called Sanctuary that cuts through all the surrounding beasts in one slash. He cuts them down as notifications pop up, telling him he has defeated ice bears and forest wolves and showing the experience points acquired. After taking out the monsters, he acquires items like Icefield Beasthide, Proud Barebone, and Bloodtooth. The Sanctuary skill clears his fatigue and restores his lost stamina. In addition, Bai Yi gets an upgrade and obtains the Icefield Wanderer title. This provides resistance to cloud element creatures plus a 100 damage reduction, which is exactly what he needs. Bai Yi stares at the top of the cliff, promising to wipe out the rest of the beasts, including their boss. With the flood of experience points, he upgrades to level 9 of the E-class. Bai Yi immediately activates the Icefield Wanderer effect to resist the cold. The Sanctuary skill also allows him to store damage from attacks and then release it on a group of enemies at once. However, he can only use this after taking a lot of damage. He is thankful that the skill restored his stamina. Bai Yi then remembers he needs to finish quickly and return home before his mother worries. He climbs the cliff and makes his way to the demon monkey boss's palace. The demon monkey is protected by ice beasts, but Bai Yi doesn't care and bursts into the palace. After taking out more beasts, he is now at the last level of the E-class, level 10. Meanwhile, it is now 11:00 p.m., and Bai Yi's mother is seriously worried. She has prepared food, but she is left to wonder where her son is. She prays that he is fine. Now, in the boss's palace, Bai Yi takes out the ice bears guarding it and is left to fight the boss's personal guards, the scary monkeys. The monkey boss looks unafraid and orders his guards to take Bai Yi out. One monkey jumps at Bai Yi, but he simply blocks and then easily slices it in half. The monkey boss sees this and realizes things might be dire. He angrily unleashes his ultimate, the Ice Storm Assault, but it has no effect on Bai Yi, who is now immune. Bai Yi dashes toward the monkey boss. In desperation, the boss raises his staff, activating a spell that causes the jewel on it to glow. This puts the other monkeys in a hyper mode, but Bai Yi doesn't see them as a threat. He only sees them as beasts he needs to kill to reach D-class. Bai Yi cuts through the beasts like they are nothing before relieving the monkey boss of one of its arms. The boss screams in pain as blood spills from the severed limb. Before it can do anything else, it finds Bai Yi looking at it with a death stare. Bai Yi unleashes a series of cuts on the boss's body, defeating it. A notification pops up, telling Bai Yi he has successfully defeated the D-class Cloud Element user, the King of the Azure Forest, and gained 1,000 experience points. He also advances to the D-class Nucleo Warrior. After this, he sees items to pick up. Because of the experience he gathered fighting a Cloud Element enemy, the system tells him a new profession is about to awaken. Bai Yi is shocked, having forgotten about this. A red and blue aura emanates from his body. He awakens the Cloud Element Mage profession and can now switch professions at any time. Bai Yi is excited to have awakened a red profession, even at E-class. Unlike the Nucleo class with its 100% bonus, the red class comes with 200%. The red class's strength is already on the same level as his current class. Bai Yi then picks up the mage weapon, the Stone of Magic, and finds a magic pouch that can hold 20 items. While he loots, the remaining beasts can only watch. After he is done, Bai Yi looks up and realizes some beasts survived. Since he just awakened a new profession, he decides to try it on them. He switches to mage mode, a red aura coming from his eyes as he prepares to annihilate them. It is now 5 a.m. the next morning, a Sunday. Bai Yi's mother hasn't slept and is sitting in the living room hoping for her son's return. Just then, Bai Yi opens the door, and she immediately stands up. Bai Yi enters, smiling, apologizing for making her worry. His mother runs over and hugs him tightly while crying. Bai Yi is shocked to see she has been waiting for him and hasn't eaten. He then tells her he has good news. While leaving the dungeon, Bai Yi gathered valuable items thanks to the magic pouch he found. After leaving, he meets an ore broker. The broker offers to buy the ore for 800, but Bai Yi counters with 8,000. This shocks the broker. Bai Yi doesn't argue and just takes the ore back. The broker is forced to increase his bid to 2,000, but Bai Yi counters again, demanding 5,000. The broker proposes 3,000 as his final offer. As he says this, Bai Yi starts increasing the price, and it quickly appreciates to 7,000. The broker is still arguing, but when he realizes Bai Yi won't stop, he quickly agrees to take the ore for 7,000. Since Bai Yi is experienced with brokers from his past life, he knows how to deal with them. From the money he got selling the ore, he rents an apartment for his mother. In his past life, his mother fell from one problem to another, but now, Bai Yi just wants to take care of her and make sure she enjoys herself. He concludes the apartment deal in front of his mother, shocking her with the high price. By 8 p.m. that Sunday, they settled into the new apartment. Bai Yi is happy to see his mother smiling, as it has been a long time since he saw her with such an expression. Even with a new apartment and moving up from E to D class, he knows he can't let his guard down because of his father. Bai Yi wants to settle the issue with his father before going after his main target. He then wears a magic stone on his right arm that increases an area of effect magic by 50%. At the same time, Hong is training hard to surpass his limit, jumping from one labyrinth to another without rest. Even when his sister tries to convince him to rest, he slaps her hand away. Hong is prepared to do anything to stay on top. Elsewhere, an unknown person checks the list of newly awakened students, disappointed by the lack of exceptional talent. The next morning at 7:30 a.m., Bai Yi's mother had prepared food for him. Bai Yi is shocked to realize he is running late. He asks why she didn't wake him, and she replies that he was resting so well she couldn't bear to disrupt him. She pats him on the head, urging him to eat slowly. With his mother's comfort, Bai Yi calms down, realizing it has been a long time since he slept peacefully or had an unhurried breakfast. Just then, his mother asks if there is anything he wants, like a toy or a book. Bai Yi is surprised by the sudden offer of gifts. His mother reminds him that his birthday is next Friday, June 5th. It dawns on Bai Yi that she is right, but he totally forgot, as it's been too long since he last celebrated. After his mother died in his past life, no one celebrated his birthday again, and he gradually forgot about it. As he eats, Bai Yi racks his brain to think of anything he wants, but is left confused since he already has what he truly desires. His next and most important goal is to kill the traitor who caused his and his team's death. When Bai Yi gets to school, he learns they are preparing for the combat simulation. The teacher stands before the newly awakened, telling them about it. He explains that the academy is supervised by the Divine Guild, who will be watching their every move. The combat simulation is the best way to impress them. He tells them it will serve as the school graduation assessment and will be broadcast live. The best performer will get to participate in a training camp with the high school division. The camp happens only once a year and is the best opportunity to connect with the Divine Guild. The school usually organizes the best students from middle and high schools to travel together to the Shanghai Nation, where the Divine Guild headquarters is. Bai Yi remembers the Shanghai Nation as where he met his master and where the traitor was born. However, the traitor never met his master since he joined the Divine Corps after him. Bai Yi knows he must get high scores in the assessment to get into the training camp, giving him more chances to find the traitor. The simulation battle is this Friday, 4 days away. While some are excited, people like Four Eyes are worried because it takes place inside a real labyrinth. The teacher then points to the training room for their first session, physical conditioning in the gravity room, where everyone must start with 10 sets of shuttle runs. Surprisingly, Bai Yi walks up to his teacher, saying he doesn't want to use the recommended training room. This shocks the teacher and the other students. The teacher tells Bai Yi not to get ahead of himself just because he defeated Hong, believing he is trying to skip training. But Bai Yi clarifies that he wants more specialized training. The teacher is confused and asks if Bai Yi is insinuating there is a problem with his methods. Bai Yi reveals that physical conditioning is necessary for most awakeners, so the gravity room isn't a bad option. However, he believes the shuttle run is only best for classes like assassins and warriors, which require speed and coordination, and not everyone needs this. He tells the teacher that classes like mages and chanters are better suited to train in the element room. He adds that everyone should be allowed to train differently since their classes are used differently. The teacher hears this and points out that Bai Yi is basically teaching him his job. Qian overhears and is shocked. She realizes Bai Yi's proposed training method is the same one a Divine Corps training officer, Mr. Dong Yang, mentioned. However, it's a new method, and she would only know about it because her father brought home the videotape. Qian is surprised that Bai Yi came up with the same idea. Specs tells Bai Yi to avoid being blunt with the teacher, who is the school's most authoritative trainer. Instead of getting angry, the teacher pats Bai Yi on the shoulder, smiles, and says the training method he mentioned is interesting. The teacher then explains that with so many students, it would be difficult to cater to everyone's specific needs in the short term. He points out that the combat simulation assesses student performance, and if done wrong, it could derail a student's entire life. Bai Yi remembers that though he had a bad family, his teachers supported him in his past life, helping him grow into a responsible person. He turns to the teacher, assuring him he won't let him down. The teacher then asks Bai Yi how he intends to train as a nuclear warrior. Bai Yi suggests turning on the elemental suppression in the element room to its maximum setting. This shocks the teacher and even Specs. Bai Yi lies, saying that even though he is a warrior, he wants to balance his abilities to challenge his weaknesses, hiding the fact that he wants to train his mage profession. Just then, Qi Yin raises her hand, saying she is also interested in practicing elemental control. The teacher gives in and tells the two to do as they please, but urges them to do their best during the final assessment. Qi Yin walks up to Bai Yi, suggesting they practice together, but he quickly tells her he is entering a private room, rejecting her. Qi Yin claims the rejection has fired her up to do her best. While training in the elemental room, Bai Yi has some difficulty, as he is still new to the mage profession, but plans to master it in the short time he has. He also plans to hide his ability to switch professions since the school is under the god's supervision, and every student's move is watched. He wants to avoid becoming an early target for the gods. Meanwhile, Qi Yi trains with only 1% elemental suppression, thinking she can rival Bai Yi's strength. Bai Yi is also not ready to interact with his classmates, wanting to protect them. After school, Specs and his friend catch up to Bai Yi, telling him to slow down. The two were Bai Yi's best friends in middle school in his past life. Because they were all weak, they shared the same fate of being bullied. Having his weak friends around was the only happy moment he had in middle school. Now aiming for revenge, Bai Yi doesn't think he needs social interactions. To get away, he gets on his bicycle and rides off, leaving them behind. They can't believe he ran off again, as they were supposed to be an unbreakable trio. Specs points out that Bai Yi has totally changed since the awakening, now seeming like a confident person. Moments later, they catch up to Bai Yi, who is waiting for them. He tells Specs to get his lungs checked when he is free. The two are happy he finally stopped, but Bai Yi shatters their hopes again, telling them they are too slow to keep up with him. He gets on his bike and rides off, leaving the two in shock. In his past life, Specs was suddenly diagnosed with a lung disease and passed away shortly after. Bai Yi wants Specs to stay alive and healthy, even if they don't become friends. On the other hand, Specs believes that Bai Yi is still the same person, even though he now appears cold. At the recruit training ground in the Shanghai Nation, two men talk about a new recruit who has been performing well. The recruit has the same hair as the traitor who betrayed Bai Yi and his team. That evening, when Bai Yi returned home, he told his mother to avoid going out alone. He assures her that he will always return home early with groceries. Bai Yi is worried because he knows the environment is not entirely safe for his mother and he needs to provide a better place for her. At the Awakeners prison, Ling Sheng is already making a deal with one of the chefs. The next day, Tuesday, Bai Yi has managed to familiarize himself with how mages operate, realizing the key is casting time and calculating the required elemental power. While he is pushing the training room to its limits, his friends are struggling with shuttle runs. The training continues the next day, and afterward, Specs and his friend ask Bai Yi to join them for dinner. As expected, he bluntly refuses, saying he needs to return home early. However, he leaves his friends with some advice, telling them a secret technique for archers. The friend, who is an archer, rejoices after hearing the advice. By Thursday, Specs visits the clinic, where the doctor tells him he is very lucky to have come in. The doctor informs him that a fast-growing parasitic tumor is in his lungs. The doctor tells Specs to schedule surgery at a major hospital soon to have it removed. Specs thanks the doctor and assures him he will make an appointment. As he leaves, he remembers that Bai Yi was the one who warned him about his lungs. He wonders how Bai Yi knew there was a problem, which adds to the mystery surrounding him. Just then, he hears some guys talking about Hong. Hong has reached E-Class Level 4, and they believe he will be the best performer in the assessment. It turns out his family has a private labyrinth, which Hong has been using to level up as part of their private army. This is when the trio mentions something that catches Specs' attention. Hong is planning to teach Bai Yi a lesson after school for what happened last weekend. The trio talks about how pissed Hong is, and that he is even planning to kill Bai Yi. Hong has armed himself with a weapon to be more dangerous. Specs hears this and realizes his friend is in grave danger. Worried, Specs swings into action, deciding that helping Bai Yi is the best thing he can do. He dashes through the school hallway, thinking about the useless tricks Hong might try. Specs worries that Hong might have gathered his goons to help beat up Bai Yi. He suddenly stops, thinking of how useless he will be even if he tries to help. He wants to back down, but then he remembers that Bai Yi helped him. He considers Bai Yi his brother and is prepared to sacrifice himself to save him. Specs makes his way to the school armory and breaks the lock to get in. He is conflicted about breaking the rules but can't get the idea that Bai Yi saved him out of his head. He pushes open the door, prepared to die to save his friend. He checks out the weapons on the rack and picks a giant axe. Suddenly, he hears Chi Yin's voice behind him asking why he is breaking into the armory. Specs wants to stay quiet, but Chi Yin presses him, asking what is wrong since he looks like he's in a hurry. Specs then screams at Chi Yin that he needs to go save Bai Yi's life. Meanwhile, Bai Yi has noticed he is being followed, but he reaches an alley before telling whoever it is to step out. Hong steps out, looking menacing with a sword in his hand. He tells Bai Yi that he is there to settle their score. Bai Yi turns with a pitiful face, asking Hong if he thinks he has what it takes to defeat him. Hong replies that he is positive he can take Bai Yi down. He says this while dashing toward Bai Yi with his skill called Accelerate. Hong claims he has been training non-stop since the incident. In addition to accelerating, Hong activates another skill to appear behind Bai Yi. Just before he can land a hit, Bai Yi moves very fast out of the way. Once there is an opening, he grabs Hong and smashes him to the ground. Hong gasps in pain, realizing Bai Yi's attack power is far higher than his own. He cannot believe this is possible, and Bai Yi tells him he is not the only one who has been training. Bai Yi whips out his dagger and smashes it into the ground beside Hong's head. Hong finally realizes that Bai Yi is well ahead of him in power and strength. They may be the same age, but Hong figures out the menacing figure in front of him is someone he can never surpass. Hong is shocked that Bai Yi leveled up too and screams at him, asking what his level is. He refuses to believe it, asking how he did it. Hong reveals he engaged in extra training just to get to level 4, which took a lot of hard work. He can't believe Bai Yi is still faster. Bai Yi smiles when Hong mentions how hard he has been training. Bai Yi simply asks him if he has died before. With a knife to his throat, Hong tells Bai Yi to just kill or torture him. Hong believes Bai Yi has been looking down on him, and Bai Yi admits this. However, he assures Hong that he doesn't actually hate him that much. Bai Yi is impressed that Hong followed him and didn't ambush him or call his friends to gang up on him. Bai Yi understands that Hong was just trying to test his own strength. Hong screams at Bai Yi to kill him now or risk dying at his hands later. He doesn't want Bai Yi to pretend he can see through him. Bai Yi thinks again and tells Hong he is taking back what he said about not hating him too much. Meanwhile, Specs and Chi Yin have arrived but are hiding and watching. They are surprised to see Bai Yi has handled the situation without their help. They see Bai Yi sitting on Hong like he is a nobody, and Hong isn't even moving. Bai Yi then tells Hong that he has a deal for him. He lets Hong know there is a way for him to get stronger, but in return, he has to do something for him. The next day, Friday, is the assessment day. The teacher tells the gathered students that it is time for the combat simulation. He explains that even though it is a simulation, they will enter a real labyrinth. Although most of the labyrinth's power has been sealed, there are still dangers. The teacher urges them to act according to their capabilities since there are many dangerous monsters inside. To ensure the students are safe, high school students have been assigned to guide them. The seniors will not fight, but are expected to intervene in the face of danger. A team of 4 to 5 people will be formed with a senior student leading them. They can choose between E-class and F-class dungeons. However, the E-class dungeons are much more difficult, and the teacher urges them not to try one if they don't have the strength. He adds that failing the challenge will result in the loss of academic credits, showing how important it is. After giving the instructions, the teacher tells them to start choosing their dungeon level. He asks the students to raise their hands if they want to challenge the E-class dungeon. A total of 8 students, including Chi Yin and Hong, raise their hands for the E-class dungeons. Specs is surprised that some students are crazy enough to take on the dangerous dungeons. Out of 180 students, the teacher announces that 8 have volunteered. He lets them know the rest will be randomly distributed to the F-class dungeons. However, Chi Yin notices that Bai Yi didn't raise his hand. Just then, Bai Yi walks up to the teacher, saying he would like to challenge the school's D-class Spirit Jade dungeon. Everyone is stunned when Bai Yi makes this declaration. When Bai Yi declared he would challenge the school's D-class Spirit Jade dungeon, a shocked silence filled the room. His teacher stared, speechless at the absurd request. Among the stunned students, Hong Qiansheng and the class president, Chi Yin, looked on in disbelief. The teacher quickly recovered and told Bai Yi he must be joking, stating that no one challenges a D-class dungeon right away and refused his request. However, Bai Yi's intense gaze showed he was completely serious. Just then, the dean of the junior high division, Hong Liang, stepped forward. He explained that D-class dungeons are very dangerous and normally for high school students who have reached D-class or higher. Unfazed, Bai Yi countered that the combat simulation rules allow students to choose their own level. He continued, saying the school's purpose is to find exceptional talent for the Divine Guild, and the criteria for such talent include bravery and strength. Bai Yi then asked if the dean really intended to deny him the chance to demonstrate those qualities. Cornered by Bai Yi's logic, Dean Hong Liang gave in slightly, but presented a new problem. All dungeons must be entered as a team. Bai Yi immediately replied that he could do it alone. This angered the dean, who declared that solo entry is forbidden by school rules to ensure student safety. Just as the situation hit a stalemate, Chi Yin raised her hand and confidently announced she would also choose the D-class dungeon, her face looking determined. Dean Hongliang, clearly agitated, questioned Chi Yin's decision, asking if she had lost her mind and worrying how he would face her father if she got into trouble. Chi Yin stood her ground, explaining that she also wanted the highest possible score and was eager to test her abilities. With a confident wink, she turned to Bai Yi and offered to team up. To her complete shock, Bai Yi bluntly refused, saying he planned to clear the dungeon by himself. Before Chi Yin could react to being rejected again, the teacher stepped in, placing a hand on both of their heads. He stated that Bai Yi's refusal was invalid, forcing them to form a team. The dean, sighing in frustration, reluctantly agreed, muttering about how arrogant the new students had become. The teacher then pointed out a new problem. Since their team only had 2 people attempting a dangerous dungeon, it was unlikely any senior students would volunteer to supervise them. Just as it seemed their challenge was impossible, a hand shot up from the group of seniors. A charismatic young man stepped forward with a charming smile, declaring that the flowers of the motherland always need someone to protect them. The teacher's expression turned to relief, and he told the volunteer that with him there, he could finally rest easy. Chi Yin, now next to Bai Yi, recognized the senior who had volunteered. She told Bai Yi his name was Zeeling and mentioned he had almost joined the prestigious Ultimate School team. As Zeeling approached them with a smirk, Bai Yi wondered who this person was and what that team even was. When Zeeling was in front of him, Bai Yi simply stated that he had never heard of him. This comment amused Zeeling, who thought to himself that Bai Yi was just an ignorant peacock, eager to show off without understanding his limits. With the final team ready, the teacher addressed all the students. He announced the teams were assigned and the combat simulation was officially beginning, creating a large glowing red portal. He explained their progress in the dungeons would be live-streamed by professional drones, monitoring their every move. With a final word of encouragement, he urged them to do their best and see who would get the highest score. As the students prepared to enter, Bai Yi stared forward with intense determination. The Awakened Academy was established on the site of a massive, conquered demon cave. Over time, this major cave created many smaller, lower-level portals within the school grounds, used by both junior high and high school divisions. These new dungeons, with power levels mostly between F and D class, served as perfect training grounds for the students. As students like Specs and his friend entered their portals, the combat simulation began. Inside their portal, Bai Yi, Qi Yin, and their senior supervisor Zeeling were followed by a drone. Bai Yi was aware the simulation was being broadcast and that his every action was recorded. He knew he had to control himself and not reveal all his trump cards, especially when facing unknown threats, thinking of the gods who were watching. His reason for choosing this challenge was clear. The Spirit Jade dungeon held something he desperately needed. The team arrived in a dark forest, standing on a cliff's edge. At their feet were the remains of a thorny vine, glowing with faint green energy, evidence of their first victory. Zeeling confidently stepped between Bai Yi and Qi Yin. He told them not to worry, as he would protect them, boasting he had experience clearing even unsealed D-class dungeons with other powerful Awakened. As they went deeper into the forest, Qi Yin asked Zeeling how strong the monsters in a D-class dungeon were. He explained their levels range from E5 to D5. However, since the school's dungeons have their strongest beasts sealed, it was unlikely they'd face a true D-class monster, and there wouldn't be a boss. He added with a grin that they shouldn't underestimate high-level E-class monsters, as their attack power and speed can be strong. He reminded them that as new students, they were still just small fries, and Qi Yin nodded in understanding. Zeeling then turned to Qi Yin, promising to find low-level monsters for them to farm points and assuring her he wouldn't let her get hurt. As he was speaking, he noticed Bai Yi had walked far ahead, a strange green aura glowing around him. Zeeling paused, puzzled by Bai Yi's action. He called out, warning Bai Yi not to run so far ahead in case he angered a monster. Bai Yi stopped and turned back, bluntly telling Zeeling he was being too noisy, which left the senior speechless. With a confident smirk and glowing eyes, Bai Yi told Zeeling to just stay back, as his help wouldn't be needed. Zeeling and Qi Yin could only stare as Bai Yi continued ahead, taking the lead. The view shifted to the livestream camera, showing the trio as the official broadcast for this year's combat simulation began. Back at the academy, large screens were set up for students and staff to watch the combat simulation live streams, showing the progress of the teams in the dungeons. The scene then shifts to a private room with a plaque that reads, "Ultimate School Team." Inside, a young man with green hair, the team's vice captain, was on a call. He urged the person he called captain to watch the broadcast, mentioning it was interesting this year. With a smirk, he pointed out that a junior student had chosen to challenge a D-class dungeon. A woman's voice responded, her face hidden in shadow, asking what profession the student had awakened as. The vice captain explained that this was the most fascinating part. The student was a nuclear warrior, one of the worst professions available. Intrigued by this reckless confidence, the mysterious captain stated that she wanted to watch and see what gave this student such audacity. The story shifts to show the other student teams in their own challenges. In a sealed F-class dungeon, Specs was panicking, screaming for the monsters to stay away while waving a tambourine. His team was battling F-class flame bats and fierce bats, with his teammates in close combat while he provided support from the back. A senior student supervising his team told him not to be so tense, reminding him his role was to provide buffs from a safe distance. Specs, however, was still terrified, exclaiming how frightening even the lowest-level F-class monsters were. Meanwhile, in a sealed E-class dungeon, the threat was greater. Teams were facing packs of fierce fangs, wolf-like beasts crackling with elemental energy. Hong Qinsheng's team was struggling, with several members wounded on the ground. A healer tended to one of the injured, asking if he was all right. Seeing his team in trouble, a determined Hong declared that if they couldn't handle it, he would take on the beasts himself. Fueled by his rivalry, he charged at a fierce fang, shouting that he would absolutely surpass Bai Yi. A red status window appeared as he struck, showing a skill that boosted his strength, critical hit rate, and lifesteal, pushing him to his limit. The scene cuts back to the sealed D-class dungeon where Bai Yi had just unleashed a powerful attack, a green slash of energy cutting through the air. He stood calmly, surrounded by the bloody corpses of several fierce beasts. System notifications confirmed his kills, with each E-class monster granting him 30 experience points. His teammates, Ziling and Qi Yin, watched from a distance in disbelief, their supervisor stammering as he asked how Bai Yi had possibly done it. Before he could answer, a new threat appeared. Two massive, multi-eyed spider monsters crawling toward them. Unfazed, Bai Yi simply explained to Qi Yin that the monsters here were sealed and had only half of their power, which was why they weren't too difficult to handle. Qi Yin, still in awe while watching him wield the large blade from his father's safe, argued that even at half strength, he had fought many opponents at once. She admitted that she was still a long way from reaching his level. As he turned to face the next challenge, Bai Yi told her it was pointless to compare herself to others. With a calm and focused expression, he advised her to concentrate on improving herself. Amused by Bai Yi's blunt words, Qi Yin smiled brightly, clutching her spellbook as she declared that she would do her best. Ziling, however, watched from the side with a scowl, fuming that this arrogant junior was stealing the spotlight. He stepped forward, trying to reassert his authority by reminding Bai Yi that this was a D-class dungeon and he shouldn't get overconfident. Patting Bai Yi's hair condescendingly, Ziling acknowledged his performance was good for a first-timer, but warned him that this dungeon had 3 caverns and wouldn't be so easy. He began to give tactical advice, ordering Qi Yin to deal with monsters from the right. Without pause, Bai Yi interrupted, stating that he would take the left side, leaving Ziling flustered and ignored. The team now stood in a large cavern with the bodies of defeated beasts. Before them, the path split into 2 tunnels, and at the far end of the cavern, a massive, glowing red magical seal pulsed. As Bai Yi ignored him and spoke directly to Qi Yin, Ziling's frustration grew. Bai Yi asked Qi Yin if she could handle the lower-level monsters on the right path by herself. Sidelined, Ziling could only watch, thinking how disrespectful this junior was. Bai Yi explained to Qi Yin that the purpose of the simulation was to test their individual abilities, and she needed to prove her own strength. He then asked her a simple question. Didn't she want to get a good score? That was all the motivation Qi Yin needed. Her expression became firm as she declared that she understood and could do it. With the plan set, Bai Yi walked down the left path alone, while Qi Yin and Ziling took the right. Watching Bai Yi's back as he left, Ziling's face twisted with rage. Muttering a curse, he decided that if Bai Yi wouldn't learn the easy way, he would have to be taught a lesson the hard way. In a flash of golden light, he summoned a glowing bow, his intentions clearly turning malicious. Back in the viewing room, the teachers and students were watching Bai Yi's live feed in amazement. Screenshots from the drone footage showed him single-handedly taking down hordes of E-class monsters. One viewer exclaimed that it was incredible how many beasts Bai Yi had already defeated. A teacher asked what his current level was, and another replied that his official report still listed him as E1, though his real level was unclear. The group guessed he must be at least E3, or maybe even E4 by now. Meanwhile, Bai Yi was facing the giant spider monsters on his path. The teacher who had supervised the awakening ceremony explained to his colleagues that Bai Yi's decision to send Qi Yin to the right wasn't random. He had smartly observed the elemental matchups, sending the flower element user, Qi Yin, to face the stellar element monsters, giving her a natural advantage. The teacher praised Bai Yi's smart decisions and impressive tactical awareness, even during a high-pressure test. Recalling Bai Yi's promise not to disappoint him, the teacher smiled with pride, realizing the boy wasn't just bragging. He looked at the screen with interest, wondering what else his student would do. The scene then confirmed the teacher's analysis from Bai Yi's point of view. He had indeed noticed earlier that the stellar-type beasts were mostly coming from the right-hand cave. Knowing they were also a lower level, it was the perfect challenge for Qi Yin, who had the elemental advantage. Following her path, Qi Yin found herself facing a massive, beetle-like monster with glowing purple markings. The creature charged at her fiercely. Reacting quickly, she slammed her hand to the ground and cast a spell, shouting, "Vine Wall!" Thick, thorny vines shot up from the earth, wrapping around the monster and holding it. Despite the successful spell, Qi Yin's face showed great effort and determination as she prepared her next attack, screaming for another wave. With another fierce cry, Qi Yin commanded the thorny vines to tighten. They squeezed the massive beetle monster, crushing its shell, drawing blood, and inflicting a deadly poison effect. The creature fell, defeated. A system notification confirmed her successful kill of the E-Class Starbug and awarded her 30 experience points. Qi Yin clenched her fist in triumph. Her face lit up with pride as she exclaimed that she had done it again. From the entrance of his own path, Bai Yi had been watching her progress. He noted that mages, even at the E-Class level, already have their basic class skills. In Qi Yin's case, it was the ability to create a poisonous wall using plants, a skill known as Vine Wall. Bai Yi was genuinely impressed. For her first time in a dungeon, she was very calm while facing monsters stronger than herself. She also had the tactical sense to use her wall skill not just for defense, but to trap the monster and create a smaller kill zone. He concluded that she definitely had a natural talent for combat. Having confirmed she could handle her side, Bai Yi turned his full attention to the massive, glowing red seal at the end of his cavern. Flames of 5 different elements flickered around it, and he figured the dungeon's sealed D-class monsters must be behind it. With Qi Yin handling the beasts on her path, he was free to focus on his own, more dangerous goal. As he approached the seal, Bai Yi considered his strategy. He was confident he could get a high score while hiding his true strength, even with the drones broadcasting his every move. However, he needed to carefully plan his next step, especially with such a powerful seal in front of him. Meanwhile, watching from the entrance to Qi Yin's path, Zealing was furious. He couldn't believe the nerve of these juniors, who were completely ignoring his authority. Deciding that if they were so confident, he would show them a real challenge, his eyes fell on the magical seal in the main cavern. In an instant, he appeared behind Qi Yin. Drawing his golden bow, he aimed not at a monster, but at the ground in front of her. With a malicious grin, he declared that they should try this, and unleashed a bright arrow of light. The arrow struck the earth with explosive force, narrowly missing Qi Yin but blasting a deep, dark hole in the ground. Qi Yin spun around, confused by the sudden attack. Xiling, pretending to be innocent, casually asked why she had dodged, claiming he was just trying to help her by adding a buff. But from the new pit, a menacing growl echoed, and the glowing shape of a massive creature emerged. Before Qi Yin could react, a ferocious, two-headed lion leaped from the chasm, charging at her with terrifying speed. A system window identified the beast as a level 11, D-class twin-headed violent lion. The sudden appearance of such a powerful, unsealed monster left Qi Yin frozen in terror. Sensing the sudden surge of powerful demonic energy, Bai Yi immediately spun around, his attention drawn to the noise on Qi Yin's path. The twin-headed lion, now fully emerged, roared as its body burst into flames. Reacting on instinct, Qi Yin threw her hands forward, desperately trying to hold the beast with her thorny vines. However, the lion's intense fire was too powerful, easily burning through and snapping the vines. With its path cleared, the beast lunged, its massive jaws wide open and ready to devour her. Frozen in terror, Qi Yin could only think it was over. From a safe distance, Zealing watched with a cruel grin, drawing his bow once more as if to add to the chaos. But just as the lion was about to strike, Bai Yi activated his Accelerate skill, a notification confirming a temporary 50% increase in his speed. He shot forward in a blur, intercepting the fiery beast mid-lunge. The sudden move caught Xiling completely by surprise. In a split second, Bai Yi shoved Qi Yin out of the way. Pushing his speed to its limit, he triggered the flash blink effect, allowing him to phase through the lion's attack and land a devastating blow on its head. The powerful strike sent the massive creature reeling backward as Bai Yi landed gracefully, placing himself between the monster and a stunned Qi Yin. Now standing defensively with his large blade, Bai Yi was surprised by the D-class monster's incredible speed, realizing this would be a difficult fight. Xiling watched the chaos with a twisted grin, thinking he knew this dungeon inside and out. He was aware that while most D-class monsters were sealed, there was always one leaked twin-headed lion that would spawn. He gloated to himself, convinced that no matter how arrogant these rookies were, they stood no chance against a true D-class monster. His sinister plan was revealed as he thought about the final detail. The lion had been enhanced by his own skills. A glowing red status window appeared over the enraged beast, confirming Xiling's trick. The lion was in a light arrow state, its gravity reduced, and its damage and speed massively increased. Xiling mentally called it the fastest twin-headed lion. Another status window showed the lion was also berserk, granting it another 10% attack and 50% speed boost. Facing this impossibly strong foe, Bai Yi's expression turned grim. Clutching the dagger from his father's safe, he wondered if he would be forced to reveal his full strength to survive. Turning to Qi Yin, he told her to retreat to a safe distance, saying this was a monster she could not handle. Qi Yin looked on with frustration and anger at herself, cursing her hesitation from moments before. The massive, flame-covered twin-headed lion leaped into the air, hurtling directly towards Bai Yi and Qi Yin. Just as Bai Yi prepared to face it alone, Qi Yin, her face full of fierce determination, thrust her hand forward and shouted her spell, "Vine Wall!" In an instant, thick, thorny vines shot up from the ground, catching the lion midair and wrapping tightly around its body. Not letting up, Qi Yin poured more power into her spell, screaming for another layer. With a final roar, she unleashed a triple-layered vine wall, completely trapping the fiery beast and temporarily stopping its attack. Bai Yi looked on, surprised by her sudden display of power. Turning to him, Qi Yin asked if she could join him in the fight, promising not to hold him back. She declared that even though it was a D-class monster, she wanted to face it with him. From the sidelines, Xiling watched in disbelief, wondering if the girl had lost her mind since she had almost been eaten just moments ago. A small smile touched Bai Yi's lips as he commented on how quickly she had adjusted, admitting he thought she would have been paralyzed with fear. Qi Yin responded with new confidence, stating that she had worked too hard to be defeated here. Now standing side by side, they prepared to face the restrained D-class monster together, ready for the real battle to begin. Looking at Bai Yi with a confident smile, Qi Yin said she trusted him completely, stating that with him by her side, she knew she wouldn't die. Bai Yi, always practical, immediately cautioned her, reminding her she had used a lot of power on the triple-layered skill and that her energy was limited. Qi Yin simply replied that she knew. This exchange made Bai Yi remember Qi Yin from his previous life. Even back then, she had been a star in their middle school. A flashback showed a younger Qi Yin confidently introducing herself to the class, declaring her dream was to join the Divine Guild and become a divine priest. Bai Yi remembered her as a confident, optimistic, and kind girl. Despite coming from a powerful family, she was always friendly and served responsibly as their class president. He had lost track of her later in his past life and assumed she lived an ordinary life, but in this timeline, he knew one thing for sure: she was someone he could trust. With this reliable ally by his side, Bai Yi felt confident he could pass the assessment while still hiding the true extent of his powers. However, Xiling, watching from the sidelines, scoffed at their new teamwork. He sneered, thinking they were fools to believe they could handle the beast, pointing out that the vine wall wouldn't hold it for more than a few seconds. Real combat wasn't won on confidence alone, he thought angrily, convinced that with their little strength, they had no chance against the enhanced D-class monster he had unleashed. With a cruel smirk, Xiling decided to wait. He would let them struggle and fail, and only when they were desperate enough to beg for his help would he step in. At that moment, he would teach them a harsh lesson about respecting their elders. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the twin-headed lion let out a final, earth-shaking roar and, with a massive surge of power, completely shattered the vines that were holding it. With the enraged beast now free, Bai Yi quickly made a plan. He told Qi Yin he would lure the lion, identifying it as a nuclear type, and told her to watch for the perfect moment to strike. Qi Yin immediately understood. With a shout, they split apart, baiting the fiery lion into a reckless charge. Bai Yi knew that since he had been the one to injure it, the beast's anger would be focused entirely on him. He deliberately led the enraged creature toward a large body of water at the edge of the cavern. Without hesitation, he dove in, and the lion, blinded by its fury, plunged in right after him. Underwater, Bai Yi used his incredible speed to move around the now clumsy, waterlogged beast. Finding the perfect opening as the lion struggled in the unfamiliar environment, he shouted to Qi Yin that now was the time. Responding instantly to his signal, Qi Yin cast her Vine Wall spell. Just as the lion emerged from the water, the soaking wet beast, its fiery aura gone, was completely trapped by the thorny vines. It roared in frustration, but its power was clearly reduced. With a fierce look of concentration, Qi Yin commanded the vines to constrict. The plan worked perfectly. The water had neutralized the lion's fiery abilities and disrupted its nuclear core. System notifications confirmed that its berserk and nuclear states had failed, leaving it poisoned and unable to struggle free. As Bai Yi emerged from the water and landed on the shore beside her, he confidently held his large blade ready. He declared that the beast could no longer escape, and it was time for them to end the test and claim the highest score. From his hiding spot, Xiling watched the scene, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't understand how a single layer of vines had trapped the powerful lion, especially since he would have struggled against the beast himself, and he had even enhanced its power. He could only stare and curse in frustration. Meanwhile, back in the viewing room, the teachers and staff were analyzing the brilliant strategy. One instructor explained the simple logic. Luring the nuclear-type lion into the water nullified its core skills, while strengthening Qi Yin's flower-type abilities. Bai Yi's teacher praised him for his excellent reactions and leadership, noting how he used basic elemental counters and teamwork to defeat a much stronger monster. The staff concluded that the top spot was now decided. Only the final blow remained. They excitedly discussed that once the footage was submitted to the guild, Bai Yi had a real chance of getting the highest score in the Academy's history. But just as they awaited the final strike, the live feed suddenly went black. The viewers were left confused, wondering why the broadcast would stop at such a crucial moment. Back in the dungeon, the reason was clear. The recording drone lay shattered and smoking on the ground. Xiling stood nearby, a cruel smirk on his face and a glowing energy bow in his hand. He thought that without video evidence, Bai Yi could forget about getting the highest score. With the threat eliminated, a system notification confirmed their victory over the level 11 D-class beast, awarding them 100 experience points. Bai Yi complimented Qi Yin, telling her it was thanks to her abilities. She modestly replied she only succeeded because she followed his instructions. However, Bai Yi corrected her, explaining it was her own dedicated training that had built up enough elemental resistance, which let her use a single skill so powerfully. Qi Yin looked at him, puzzled, repeating elemental resistance, as if hearing it for the first time. Just then, a disgruntled Xiling emerged from hiding. He condescendingly told them that now that the boss was defeated, they could save their chatting for outside. Bai Yi and Qi Yin simply turned to face him with cold, unimpressed stares. Xiling told them that he had enough of their supervisor's games. Bai Yi coldly confronted Xiling, asking if he knew the grave danger he put them in by setting an enhanced D-class monster on new students. Xiling, turning away, tried to deflect blame, claiming he intended to buff Qi Yin, but she had dodged. Bai Yi immediately cut him off, stating his skills must be pathetic if he couldn't even aim properly. With a piercing glare, Bai Yi questioned how he could call himself an archer with such poor aim. Qi Yin, now equally angry, joined in, remarking it was no wonder he couldn't get into the ultimate school team. Furious at their insults, Xiling spun around, his energy bow flaring as he asked what they had just said. Without flinching, Bai Yi stepped in front of Qi Yin, ready to block any attack. Overwhelmed by their defiance, Xiling's anger seemed to deflate into resentment. He slowly lowered his hand, muttering that the road ahead was long. Turning his back, he gave a final threat, telling them to just wait before storming off towards the dungeon's exit. After he was gone, Bai Yi and Qi Yin walked over to the wrecked drone Xiling had destroyed. Qi Yin, fuming, commented on their senior's terrible personality. She then noticed Bai Yi examining the broken machine and asked what he was doing. Bai Yi explained their supervisor had destroyed the camera to stop them from getting a high score. Since no one could see them, Xiling would have to leave and get a new drone. Bai Yi then pointed out that everyone else was far away in their own dungeons, which gave them plenty of time. With a small, calculating smile, Bai Yi remarked that Xiling had actually done them a favor. He now had the perfect chance to do the rest of the things he had planned. Qi Yin could only stare at him with wide-eyed confusion, asking what he meant and what he was planning to do. Bai Yi led Qi Yin back to the central cavern, stopping in front of the massive, pulsing red seal that held the dungeon's strongest monsters. Turning to her, he asked if she could promise to keep what was about to happen a secret, adding with a smile that no one would believe her anyway. Qi Yin, confused and alarmed, stammered as she asked what he was planning. The scene then flashed back to the alleyway confrontation between Bai Yi and Hong Qiansheng. Bai Yi's deal was revealed. In exchange for helping him get stronger, Hong had to give him the unsealing demon stone that his uncle, the dean, had. Back in the present, Bai Yi held that very stone, a shimmering crystal with glowing runes. He then revealed his true, audacious goal. He was going to use the stone to completely unseal the Spirit Jade dungeon. He placed the crystal on the central altar, and a powerful, dark red energy immediately began to swirl around him. Qi Yin panicked, screaming that he couldn't do that. She reminded him it was a D-class dungeon, and if he broke the seal, all the high-level monsters would be released at once. As the dark energy intensified, threatening to shatter the seal, Bai Yi calmly told her not to worry, explaining the monster's power would still be partly suppressed by the seal's remaining energy. Qi Yin was not convinced, arguing that even so, there was no way the two of them could handle that many D-class monsters. "It won't take two people," Bai Yi stated calmly. As he spoke, a red string bracelet on his wrist began to glow, and a powerful fiery aura erupted around him. Qi Yin could only stare, stammering in utter shock as she witnessed the impossible. Bai Yi stood before her, no longer a warrior, but a mage, holding a glowing staff and surrounded by magical energy. Qi Yin's eyes went wide as she screamed, asking how he could possibly be a mage. As a powerful red aura surrounds him, Bai Yi tells a surprised Qi Yin to stay near the exit for safety. Instantly, the magical chains holding the beasts shatter with a loud crash, and three ferocious, flame-covered lions break free and charge toward them. Terrified, Qi Yin yells for Bai Yi to be careful, reaching out a hand as if to protect him. However, Bai Yi remains calm and faces the approaching beasts. Holding his staff, he summons cloud elemental power as the lions roar. A system notification confirms he has switched to his E-class Cloud Element Mage profession. With a determined look, he unleashes his spell, and a powerful wave of icy energy swirls around the charging beasts. Qi Yin watches in disbelief, realizing Bai Yi has a red profession, a very high rank. She thinks to herself how hard it was for her to control just one lion, and yet Bai Yi controlled all three at once, completely freezing them in a massive block of ice. As they both look at the trapped beasts, Bai Yi explains that after being sealed for so long, it was expected they would all come out at once. With an intense gaze, he adds that he will need a bigger area for what he plans to do next. Understanding her role, Qi Yin clenches her fists and agrees to Bai Yi's plan, quickly retreating to a safe distance. From the broken seal, a new wave of fiery, panther-like beasts emerges, their paws thundering across the ground as they charge forward with glowing red eyes. A much larger and more intimidating monster, a D-class fierce flame leopard, appears and towers over Bai Yi. Bai Yi confronts the beast head-on. He assesses the situation, noting that while the monsters are D-class, their strength has been cut in half from being sealed for so long. As a mage, he uses his ice-forming skill, a technique that turns moisture in the air into solid ice to control enemies. He thinks to himself that his first step is to restrain all of them. As the giant shadow of a beast looms over him, Bai Yi decides it's time to change tactics. A system notification appears, and he switches his profession back to nuclear warrior, preparing for a direct assault. Now in his nuclear warrior form, Bai Yi dodges a powerful lunge from a D-class fire sword beast, a green aura flaring around him as he narrowly avoids its attack. With a confident smirk, he internally mocks the beast for trying a sneak attack on him. As another fiery beast charges, Bai Yi activates a skill, disappearing in a flash of green energy, just as the monster strikes where he once stood. In a brilliant display of power, he instantly reappears, having switched back to his Cloud Element Mage profession, staff in hand and ready to cast another spell. A close-up reveals one of the beasts completely encased in jagged, cracked ice. Watching from a safe distance, Qi Yin is stunned, wondering how he can switch between professions so freely. It is in this moment that she has a profound realization. Seeing him fight now, she finally understands why he insisted on training in the element room. He was practicing his elemental resistance. She reflects on her own magic, realizing she used to believe strength came from raw power and casting spells often. However, after watching Bai Yi's masterful display, she understands that true strength lies in controlling one's power. Qi Yin thinks about how elemental power comes from nature and is wild and difficult to tame. She now sees that only by gaining complete control over one's elemental power can a person unlock more versatile and powerful techniques. She watches in awe as Bai Yi manipulates the ice he created, turning a basic skill into a weapon and launching shards at the trapped beasts. A spark of understanding and determination glows in Qi Yin's eye. Bai Yi stands calmly. Before him, the entire horde of monsters is trapped, wounded, and defeated within his ice constructs, a testament to his incredible skill. Qi Yin can only look on, amazed that he has already mastered his abilities so completely. Watching Bai Yi's absolute mastery, Qi Yin lowers her head and clenches her fist, a shadow falling over her face. She thinks to herself that he has already left all of them far behind. However, as she reflects on his power, her look of despair softens into a gentle, blushing smile. She admits to herself that he is incredibly cool. Just then, the ground begins to tremble from a massive, thundering footstep. From the depths of the cave emerges the dungeon's true final boss, the Spirit Jade Demon Cave Lord, a colossal D-class fierce mammoth with glowing red eyes and a dark, menacing aura. A status window confirms its level and notes its attributes are halved because it is still in a sealed state. While any other student would be terrified, Bai Yi looks on with intense, glowing eyes, completely unfazed. He thinks to himself that the beast has finally appeared, revealing he had been expecting it. The mammoth lets out a roar and charges forward, leaping over the ice constructs that held the other defeated monsters. In response, Bai Yi is surrounded by a swirl of green energy as he switches back to his nuclear warrior class. He declares internally that the very thing he needs is on this beast. He stands his ground, ready for a final confrontation as the massive creature barrels toward him. In a stunning display of speed and power, Bai Yi leaps into the air and delivers a precise, powerful strike to a vital point on the mammoth's forehead, landing a critical hit that draws blood. Bai Yi drives his glowing green dagger deep into the mammoth's tough hide, drawing blood with his powerful strike. He lands gracefully as the colossal beast recoils, now bleeding from several wounds. With a grim expression and blood on his face, Bai Yi internally notes that this sealed level 15 mammoth is weaker than the level 10 monkey boss he fought before. Roaring in pain, the wounded mammoth thrashes its massive head and charges at Bai Yi in a blind fury, its powerful stomp cracking the ground beneath it. Undeterred, Bai Yi moves with incredible speed, unleashing a relentless series of attacks and landing multiple critical hits on the beast's vital points. Overwhelmed by the assault, the mammoth finally stumbles, its massive body beginning to fall. Sensing victory, a new power awakens within Bai Yi. His eye begins to glow with a brilliant golden light, and he is suddenly surrounded by a powerful, fiery aura. Holding his dagger ready, he prepares to unleash a devastating final attack. Activating his title, 1 against 100, Bai Yi unleashes his ultimate skill, Sanctuary. A massive, horizontal wave of golden energy erupts from him, sweeping through the cavern and engulfing the mammoth and every other monster in its path. The colossal mammoth can only roar in terror as the overwhelming power washes over it. The attack is so powerful that it not only hits the final boss, but also destroys the other beasts still trapped in Bai Yi's ice constructs, instantly killing them. A flood of system notifications appears, confirming the defeat of multiple D-class monsters, twin-headed lions, fierce flame leopards, and fire sword beasts, awarding him hundreds of experience points for each kill. The final notifications confirm the defeat of the level 15 D-class fierce mammoth, which grants him a massive 1,000 experience points. He also loots valuable materials, including fiery beast bones and a high-grade material called the Jade Tooth, used for forging E-class nuclear weapons. Standing in the now-cleared dungeon, Bai Yi holds a crescent of pure golden energy in his hand. His personal status screen is displayed, showing a significant increase in experience across his flower, cloud, nuclear, and stellar elemental bars. With his objective seemingly complete, he casually dismisses the golden energy with a flick of his wrist and turns to leave. As he walks away, he looks down and sees a peculiar item left behind where the mammoth's body vanished, a pink, yin-yang shaped stone. A system notification identifies the item as the responsive jade stone, a pair of jade stones with a special function. Staring at the precious object, Bai Yi thinks to himself that he has finally obtained it, revealing this was his true goal for unsealing the dungeon all along. After his victory, Bai Yi is showered with rewards. System notifications confirm his massive power increase. His nuclear warrior class is now D-class level 13, and his cloud element mage class has reached D-class level 11. While reviewing his new stats and holding the responsive jade stone, he notes with satisfaction that even his mage profession has advanced. His 1 against 100 title has also upgraded to One-Man Army, which now grants a 20% boost to all attributes and a 10% lifesteal effect when fighting alone. Meanwhile, Qi Yin walks silently through the cavern filled with the bodies of defeated monsters, still processing the incredible power she just witnessed. Bai Yi approaches her and calls her name. With a serious expression, he reminds her of her promise to keep what she saw a secret. Surprised, Qi Yin can only say, "Huh?" as a notification appears, showing she has also leveled up, reaching E-Class level 7 in her Flower Element Mage profession. Back at the academy, the massive energy surge from the broken seal has sent the staff into a panic. The teachers, including Bai Yi's homeroom teacher, are seen running frantically down the halls. The teacher exclaims they've never detected an energy surge this large before. As they rush towards the dungeon entrance, they run into Xiling, who is strolling calmly. The teacher confronts him, demanding to know why he isn't inside protecting the junior students. Before Xiling can answer, the teacher shouts that the seal has been broken and they don't have time to talk. He and the other staff members push past a shocked Xiling, hurrying to deal with the crisis. Left alone in the hallway, Xiling's feigned shock melts into a twisted, malicious grin. He begins to laugh, thinking to himself that payback has come much faster than he expected. The teachers burst into the dungeon cavern, frantically shouting Bai Yi's and Qi Yin's names. They stop dead when they find the two students standing perfectly safe and unharmed. The lead teacher can only stammer in confusion. Bai Yi calmly greets him, asking why they have come. The bewildered teacher looks past them to the main seal at the back of the cavern, which is completely intact. He wonders aloud if the monitoring equipment reported an error, relieved that the students are safe. The scene then shifts to Friday, May 29th, right before the end of the school day. Xiling is meeting with the green-haired vice captain of the ultimate school team. With a smug grin, Xiling asks if the materials he has submitted are finally enough to secure the last open spot on the team. The vice captain, however, smiles slyly and apologizes, informing Xiling that their captain has already chosen someone else. Xiling is stunned and enraged, demanding to know who was picked over him. He grabs the vice captain, yelling that the spot was supposed to go to the most valuable person, and questioning if his own strength and background were not enough. Just then, a woman's voice from the doorway states that they have already found the most valuable person. A confident woman with brown hair, the captain of the team, enters the room with a smirk. A status window identifies her as Ling Yue, a golden lightning assassin of an unknown level. She comments that the student named Bai Yi is very interesting, revealing that he is the one who has captured her attention and earned the spot. The story shifts to Friday evening, May 29th, at an outdoor noodle stand. Inspector Chen Jinwu is sitting with Bai Yi's father, Bai Lingsheng. Chen Jinwu, smoking, warns Lingsheng not to cause any more trouble, reminding him he went to great lengths to get him released from prison early. While eating his noodles, Lingsheng casually confirms he understands, though his expression quickly darkens into a resentful glare when the inspector isn't looking. Chen Jinwu leans in, informing Lingsheng that he has heard Dean Hongliang will be arriving next Friday, and asks if he understands what that means. Lingsheng simply tells him to relax. Just then, Chen Jinwu's phone rings with a call from his superior. Annoyed, Chen Jinwu gets up to leave, telling Lingsheng he is heading back to the team and that Lingsheng should also go home soon. Watching the inspector walk away, Bai Lingsheng agrees that he will, of course, be going home soon. As he continues to eat, his face twists into a mask of pure rage, his eyes glowing red with menace as he thinks about returning home. A final message appears, foreshadowing that a fateful encounter is about to happen much sooner than expected. An informational panel then explains the legend of the responsive Jade Stone. It tells the story of the master of the fierce mammoth, who fell in love with a girl and created the magical teleporting Jade Stone as a gift for her. However, he soon fell for another girl and cruelly discarded both the original girl and the Jade Stone, leaving it behind in the dungeon. Upon returning to his old apartment, he finds it empty and grows even more furious, shouting and wondering where his wife and son have gone. In a violent outburst, he kicks a stool to the floor, screaming curses and enraged that they dared to hide from him. His fury intensifies as he vows that if he finds them, he will kill them both, punctuating his threat by shattering a mirror with his fist. Meanwhile, in the safety of their new apartment, Bai Yi gives his mother the responsive Jade Stone he got from the dungeon. He gives her one of the stones, set in a necklace, telling her she should always wear it. With a reassuring smile, he shows her that he has the other, identical stone. Bai Yi explains the stone's power. If she is ever in danger, she just needs to crush the stone, and he will sense it, allowing him to instantly come to her side. Taking her hands, he confesses he couldn't feel at ease leaving her alone without this safety measure. As his mother holds the necklace, Bai Yi reflects sadly on how she has never received jewelry or the simple joys a woman should have. His mother, concerned for him, gently suggests that he shouldn't spend his weekend just looking after her. She encourages him to go out and have fun with friends his age. Bai Yi smiles and tells her not to worry, saying he has no need for that. His answer doesn't reassure her. Instead, she looks worried and insists that everyone needs friends and important people in their life. Her words make him pause and fall silent. He turns away, pondering her question about important people. His thoughts drift to his past life, and a vision of his old Divine Core teammates, Ling Yue, Han Xiaoling, and Lucian, appears in his mind. A wave of sadness washes over him as he wonders if he will ever have the chance to meet them again in this new timeline. Late that night, at 11:58 p.m., Bai Yi stands before a wild D-class demon cave. He reflects that with the responsive jade stone now protecting his mother, he no longer has to be distracted by worry. This is another hidden demon cave he knows about from his past life, one that only opens for 1 hour each night between midnight and 1 a.m., giving him very little time. With his mother safe, he can now focus entirely on improving himself. With his dagger drawn, he resolutely steps into the demonic portal. As he enters, his mind flashes back to his previous life. He remembers that even after becoming a top-tier warrior, strong enough to face the D-class bloodflowers in this cave, he was still helpless to save his team. The painful memory of watching his comrades die resurfaces. His mother's words about needing friends echo in his thoughts, but the memory of betrayal makes him bitterly question the idea. Channeling his pain into determination, he leaps into action, striking down one of the monstrous plant-like creatures. With a swift series of slices, he defeats the bloodflower. A system notification confirms the kill, awarding him 260 experience points and 3 bloodflower petals. As he collects his loot, he defiantly dismisses the need for friends, thinking they only brought him pain in the end. Bai Yi thinks about how useless his past efforts were. He realizes that no matter how strong he became, if the gods simply wished it, he and his team were doomed. He channels this frustration into his fight, dodging a powerful attack from one of the massive creatures with a burst of speed that shatters the ground. He remembers how, despite all their power, they were left with nothing, not even a proper burial. This anger fuels a swift, critical strike against the monster. As he lands, a notification confirms his kill and the experience gained, reinforcing his conviction. He must become stronger. He pushes himself to move faster, weaving through a horde of demonic tendrils. He grits his teeth, determined to become stronger than everyone else, even as he is swarmed and bitten by multiple creatures. Despite the pain, his gaze remains sharp and fiercely determined. He unleashes a furious counterattack, a whirlwind of slashes that cuts down the surrounding monsters, with notifications of his kills and experience flashing rapidly. Bloodied and battered, with a monster's tentacle between his teeth, he resolves that he must fight with his life on the line, looting corpse toxin from his kills. His thoughts turn to his current weakness. He realizes that right now he is far too weak, not even strong enough to defeat his own father, Bai Lingsheng. He then thinks of the greater threats ahead, like the talented traitor from his past life. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he comes to a solemn realization. He understands there are no shortcuts or easy paths for him. He must stand his ground and face every single enemy without avoidance. With this renewed resolve, he stands firm before a seemingly endless horde of monsters, ready to fight his way through them all. Standing before the overwhelming horde of demonic monsters, Bai Yi prepares to unleash his full power. He activates his ultimate skill, Sanctuary, swinging his dagger with incredible force. A devastating wave of golden energy erupts from his blade, engulfing the creatures as they roar in pain. The powerful attack instantly destroys the swarm, and a flood of notifications confirms his kills, awarding him hundreds of experience points for each defeated bloodflower and corpse orchid. After the immense attack, Bai Yi lands, his body still covered in golden flames as he pants from the effort. Bloodied but determined, he glances at the time and realizes the demon cave entrance will close in just 20 minutes. Looking across the cleared area, his eyes lock onto the dungeon's leader. He knows he must hurry and defeat the boss before his time runs out. On Saturday, May 30th, at 12:39 a.m., Bai Yi stands before the final boss of the dungeon, a massive, wood-like creature. Surrounded by a powerful green aura, he holds his weapon ready and declares that it is the monster's turn to face him. To his surprise, the boss doesn't react as expected. Instead, it leaps away with incredible speed, disappearing in a blur of green light. The creature, a level 20 D-class lord named Ye Warren, reappears and launches a fierce attack, forcing a surprised Bai Yi to dodge. Recovering quickly, Bai Yi swings his own weapon in a powerful counterattack, cleanly slicing off one of the monster's arms. However, his victory is brief. The boss remains calm and gathers green energy in its remaining hand. It activates a self-healing skill, and Bai Yi watches in shock as the severed arm completely regenerates in seconds. He can't believe its incredible regenerative ability. Before he can process this, Ye Warren slams its fist into the ground, causing many sharp, vine-like tendrils to erupt from the earth. Despite the boss's regeneration and the erupting tendrils, Bai Yi turns to face the creature with a calm expression. However, his confidence is shattered when the blood-flower monsters he had defeated begin to rise from the ground, roaring back to life. He watches in disbelief as the resurrected beasts charge toward him, wondering how they could be standing again. He knows a D-class lord shouldn't be able to resurrect its minions, and this strange development puts him on edge. While his attention is focused on the charging horde, a shadowy whip-like attack lashes out from his blind spot. His eyes widen in shock as the attack hits him, piercing clean through his side in a spray of blood. The force of the blow sends him stumbling backward, impaled by the dark tendril. As he struggles, he realizes the horrifying truth. A second, almost identical lord has appeared. A system notification identifies this new monster as Chi Warren, the twin brother of Ye Warren, another level 20 D-class lord. Bai Yi grits his teeth in pain, realizing he's facing two bosses at once. The two twin lords now stand together: Ye Warren, the green one, fully recovered, and Chi Warren, the purple one, who just ambushed him. Faced with this impossible situation, bloodied and cornered, Bai Yi's expression hardens, his eyes glowing with fierce, unyielding determination. Trapped inside the hidden dungeon, Bai Yi's time runs out. At 12:59 a.m. on Saturday, the demonic portal begins to destabilize. A moment later, at 1 a.m., the entrance to the demon cave slams shut, leaving him trapped inside with no way out. Later that day, Saturday, May 30th, at 6 p.m., a heavy rainstorm rages outside. Inside the new apartment, Bai Yi's mother paces anxiously, staring out the window. She worries that she hasn't seen her son all day and that he hasn't responded to her messages or calls. Fearing he has gone to a dangerous place again, she decides she must go find him. She leaves the apartment and heads out into the stormy night. A menacing figure has been waiting. A voice sneers, commenting on how well she and her son have been doing. The source is revealed to be Bai Ling Sheng, who drops empty liquor bottles on the wet pavement. He stands soaked in the rain, consumed by fury, muttering about how they dared to rent a new apartment behind his back. As lightning flashes, he stares up at the building with contempt, remarking that they found a nice place. His face is a mask of pure, unhinged rage, his eyes glowing with malice. Meanwhile, Bai Yi's mother passes through the building's security gate and steps outside. She suddenly freezes, a sense of dread washing over her as she clutches the responsive jade stone around her neck. Her eyes widen in terror as she realizes she is in grave danger. Back in the sealed demon cave, Bai Yi is exhausted but still fighting. He pants, gripping his large blade, thinking that this is the fifth wave of monsters. No matter how many times he cuts them down, they just keep getting back up. As another resurrected bloodflower attacks, he slashes through it, but the system notifications now show he is only gaining a single experience point per kill. He quickly realizes that repeatedly killing these monsters is pointless, as it yields no experience or items. With this understanding, he concludes he must find and destroy the source of their endless regeneration. His eyes turn to the two glowing D-class lords, Ye Warren and Chi Warren, identifying them as the source. The regenerative power is flowing from the bosses themselves. With a new strategy, Bai Yi ignores the resurrected horde. He becomes a blur of motion, speeding past the lesser monsters and charging directly at one of the twin lords, Chi Warren, to end the battle. With intense focus, Bai Yi zeroes in on his target. He lunges and drives his blade deep into Chi Warren's body, landing several powerful stabs that cause the monster to crack and shatter. However, his attack is useless. He watches as the Lord's wounds seal up and its body regenerates completely in a flash of green light. He realizes the problem. The other twin lord, Ye Warren, is channeling a healing ability, constantly restoring its brother. Bai Yi recalls that the other twin also healed instantly, even after he cut off its head. He notes how overpowered this ability is, beyond what even an S-class healer could achieve. This makes him wonder what the source of their power is, questioning if they are drawing healing power from a hidden source. Before he can think further, one of the lords vanishes and reappears beside him to strike. Using his combat experience, Bai Yi perfectly blocks the punch with the parry skill, nullifying the damage. He immediately follows with a powerful counterattack, slashing upwards. As he lands the counter, Bai Yi notices something strange. The boss has begun to learn and copy his own combat moves. After his counterattack, Bai Yi faces one of the twin lords, Ye Warren. To his surprise, the monster speaks, saying that Bai Yi is very strong. The other twin appears, and both bosses ready themselves for the next phase. However, Bai Yi's expression changes. He has noticed something crucial, his gaze fixed beyond the bosses, and thinks to himself that he has finally found it. A confident smirk spreads across his face as his weapon glows. He realizes that in a flower-type demon cave like this, the massive trees are the energy center. Ignoring the boss, he rushes towards one of the large, glowing trees in the background. As he passes the surprised boss, he swiftly slices off its arm. He now understands the boss's incredible healing is only possible because of the power from these trees. The boss looks in shock at its severed limb, which for the first time is not regenerating, and cries out in disbelief. Bai Yi's new strategy is clear. He must cut the boss's connection to their power source by cutting down the enchanted trees. He unleashes a powerful slash that cuts through a massive trunk. Bai Yi knows that once their power source is gone, he will finally be able to kill them. With his new strategy clear, Bai Yi rushes past the twin lords, Ye Warren and Qi Warren, heading for the enchanted trees that are their power source. Before they can intercept him, a notification announces that Bai Yi has switched to his Cloud Element Mage profession. Raising his staff, he summons a powerful ice spell, unleashing a massive wave of cold energy that instantly freezes both D-class lords solid. With the bosses neutralized, Bai Yi lands and immediately switches back to his nuclear warrior class. He confirms his guess was correct. With the bosses and their power source taken down, their minions would lose their ability to heal and resurrect. As predicted, the resurrected bloodflowers and corpse orchids begin to fall apart and die permanently. Now that the twin lords are powerless, Bai Yi drives his blade through the ice, shattering the frozen body of Ye Warren. A system notification confirms he has successfully killed the level 20 D-class lord, earning 2,500 experience points and a high-grade item called White Spirit Grass, which can instantly restore half his stamina and heal most physical wounds. With one twin lord defeated, the other, Qi Warren, shatters the ice that was holding it. Bai Yi, despite his wounds, stands firm with a green aura swirling around him. He points his dagger at the final boss, declaring that only it remains. The massive creature looks down with a surprisingly sad expression. Surrounded by flames, Qi Warren makes an unexpected request, pleading for Bai Yi to kill it. Bai Yi is surprised, thinking he has never met a lord like this before. He realizes that with its brother gone, the creature no longer wants to live alone. Respecting its final wish, Bai Yi decides to grant the request. He leaps forward with incredible speed and, with a single powerful strike, slices the D-class lord clean in half. As the monster dies, a notification confirms he has successfully killed the level 20 lord, C. Warren, and gained another 2,500 experience points. He also obtains a high-grade material called a poison thorn, which is needed for forging a powerful S-class flower-type weapon. Holding the purple item, Bai Yi lets out a breath of relief. His efforts are rewarded as a final notification announces that his nuclear warrior class has advanced to D-class, level 15. After defeating the twin bosses, a notification confirms that Bai Yi's Cloud Element Mage class has also advanced to D-class, level 13. With the final boss dead, the red entrance to the demon cave reopens, allowing him to leave. However, before he can exit, a new status screen appears, showing his flower element bar is now completely full. This triggers another awakening. Bai Yi looks surprised, realizing his flower element is maxed out. Surrounded by a swirl of glowing green energy and colorful petals, he wonders what kind of profession he will awaken this time. He recalls his last awakening granted him a powerful red profession and smiles, anticipating what's next. A new notification appears, revealing his new class, a level 1, E-Class Flower Element Summoner. His excitement immediately turns to shock and disappointment as he realizes it's only a blue profession, a much lower tier than he hoped for. After a moment, he composes himself, thinking that the Summoner class doesn't have high stat requirements and wondering what its main skills are. A skill description window appears, detailing his new abilities. His active skill is Flower Spirit Contract, which lets him form a contract with the soul of a defeated flower-type demon, forcing it to serve him. The passive skill, Flower Field, lets him see the souls of recently deceased flower-type demons. Bai Yi's interest grows as he reads the description, particularly the part about making a contract with a demon's soul. Realizing the potential of his new skill, Bai Yi wonders if he can form a contract with the two powerful bosses he just defeated. With his Flower Field passive skill now active, he turns and sees the glowing blue souls of the twin lords, Ye Wuren and Qi Wuren, hovering over their remains. With a determined expression, Bai Yi decides to seize the opportunity. A notification appears, confirming he is activating the Flower Spirit Contract skill. He reaches his hand out towards the two souls and, with a confident smirk, commands them to come to him. In a swirl of brilliant blue energy, the souls of the twin lords are pulled towards him and reform into their powerful physical forms, now bound to serve him as his new summons. The scene shifts to a stormy Saturday night at 6 p.m. Bai Lingsheng, soaked by the rain and armed with a knife, stalks outside the apartment building, his eyes filled with rage. Just as he prepares to act, his phone rings, interrupting his murderous plans. Annoyed, he answers the call and is surprised to hear Inspector Chen Jinwu on the other end. The inspector offers him an incredible opportunity, an invitation to a dinner hosted by Dean Hong Liang, which could be his ticket back into the guild. Elated, Lingsheng promises Chen that he will seize this chance and not waste it. After hanging up with a wicked, triumphant grin, he declares that it's a good day after all. With his plans for revenge postponed, he decides to go catch up with his wife, his menacing intent still clear as he walks away. Meanwhile, having left the apartment to search for her son, Bai Yi's mother stands outside in the pouring rain. She clutches the responsive jade stone around her neck as a sense of dread washes over her. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her. She turns to see Bai Yi holding an umbrella and groceries, asking why she came downstairs in the rain. Startled at first, she is visibly relieved to see him safe. He smiles gently and tells her that they should go home. Later, inside their new home, Bai Yi's mother looks at a beautiful new bracelet he has given her. She thinks about how her foolish child told her he went out late to get her a gift. A sad, knowing look crosses her face as she thinks that just because she cannot speak, it doesn't mean she is unaware of the dangers he is facing for her. Back in his room, Bai Yi lies on his bed, thinking about his current situation. He reflects on the three professions he now has: a green-tier nuclear warrior, a blue-tier flower element summoner, and a powerful red-tier cloud element mage. A detailed status screen appears, showing that his two main combat classes, the mage and the warrior, have both reached D class, while his new summoner class is still E class. Despite this progress, he knows it is still not enough. His thoughts turn to his father, Bai Lingsheng. He calculates that it has been 10 days since his father was imprisoned, meaning only 5 days are left of his sentence. However, knowing his father's violent nature, Bai Yi suspects he might be released early, a possibility he must prepare for. The next day, on Sunday morning, Bai Yi's resolve hardens. Surrounded by a swirling red aura, he decides that hiding is not a solution. He must face the problem with his father head-on and resolve it completely before he can continue his own journey to grow stronger. Driven by this urgency, Bai Yi spends the entire day pushing his limits. A series of notifications confirms he has conquered 4 hidden demon caves, 3 E-class and 1 D-class, in rapid succession. By Sunday afternoon, he stands before another, more dangerous D-class hidden demon cave with an unknown threat level. Knowing he cannot afford to rest and must reach C-class as fast as possible, he enters without hesitation. By Sunday night, he emerges victorious, a red aura still radiating from him as a notification confirms the D-class cave has been cleared. He has leveled up again and thinks that the next time he meets his father, he will be the stronger one. As he stands, he senses something new and looks around, puzzled. A new notification appears, announcing he has earned the title Lone Brave for clearing 10 demon caves of a level equal to or greater than his own. This title grants him the Mark of the Brave and hints at unlocking a Tower of the Brave in the future. Bai Yi can only stare at the message, wondering what this new development means. On Monday morning, June 1st, at the Awakened Academy, Teacher Huang stood before her class with an exciting announcement. She informed her students that the final results of the combat simulation were in. She proudly announced that two of their own, Bai Yi and Qi Yin, had earned the first and second highest scores in the entire school. She added that after a thorough analysis of his performance, Bai Yi was awarded the highest score in the academy's history. The news left Qi Yin blushing with joy, while Bai Yi remained serious and composed. Because of their outstanding performance, Teacher Huang continued, both had qualified for the prestigious training camp. She then revealed an even greater reward. Thanks to Bai Yi's record-breaking score, they would also be granted a rare audience with the gods. While Bai Yi remained silent, the rest of the class erupted in shock. One student shouted in disbelief, pointing out that meeting the gods was an incredible honor that even high-ranking priests might never receive. Bai Yi, however, saw this as an unexpected opportunity. To him, this was a bonus, a chance to meet that group of gods who had betrayed him much sooner than he expected. His middle school friend, overcome with emotion, grabbed his arm and cried dramatically, begging Bai Yi not to forget his old friends once he became famous. In contrast, Specs looked at him with a proud, genuine smile, telling Bai Yi that he had always known he was destined to shine. In the dean's office, Hong Liang was speaking with his nephew, Hong Qiansheng. The dean asked Hong Qiansheng why he was refusing to go to the training camp, pointing out it was a rare chance to go with his father. Hong Qiansheng clenched his fist, showing his internal struggle. He firmly refused, stating that since he only placed third, he didn't feel he had earned the right to go. He added that he was tired of people thinking he relied on his father for everything and wanted to prove his own worth. Dean Hong Liang seemed impressed by his nephew's new pride, commenting that he had a lot of backbone and hoped Hong's father would see his growth. Seizing the moment, Hong Qiansheng then made a bold request. He asked his uncle for permission to access the sealed D-class demon cave in the school's back mountains. The dean frowned, surprised by the dangerous request. With fierce determination, Hong Qiansheng declared that he wanted to become stronger on his own. The scene shifts to the principal's office, where Ziling is desperately pleading with his uncle, the school's principal. He insisted he must go on the training trip, claiming it was his duty as the family's sole heir. The principal, a stern man named Kui Yun-king, calmly scolded Ziling for acting so impulsively when he knew the weight of his family's legacy. The principal's expression darkened as he confronted Ziling, asking why he empowered a monster to attack his own juniors during the combat simulation. Caught in his lie, Ziling stammered, unable to form an excuse. The principal slammed his hand on the desk in anger, shouting that the higher-ups weren't fools and could easily see through his clumsy scheme. He revealed that he was the only reason Ziling wasn't expelled, his intimidating presence making Ziling tremble in fear. Overwhelmed, Ziling collapsed to his knees, tearfully apologizing and admitting he was wrong. With his eyes glowing menacingly, the principal ordered the terrified Ziling to stand up. As Ziling struggled to his feet, the principal walked around his desk and delivered a final piece of information. He told Ziling his reckless actions had an unintended consequence. They brought a special individual named Bai Yi to the attention of the higher-ups. The principal revealed that those in power now find Bai Yi suspicious. Kui Yun-king continues to explain the situation to his nephew, Ziling. He says Bai Yi's growth has been too fast, which has made the higher-ups suspicious. Because of this, he reveals the gods themselves have requested to meet Bai Yi in person. After explaining the stakes, the principal grants his nephew's request. He tells his nephew he can go on the training trip, but he must fix his bad attitude and be more discreet. The principal sternly warns Ziling that if he causes more trouble, he won't be able to protect him. Ziling is overjoyed by the news, his face lighting up with a grin as he eagerly agrees to his uncle's terms. However, as he leaves the office, his expression turns malicious. He clenches his fist, thinking to himself that Bai Yi should just wait, as he will get his revenge during the trip. His thoughts then turn to Ling Yue, and with a sinister look, he vows that he will make her his sooner or later. Later that Monday afternoon, just before school ends, the classroom is buzzing with excitement. Bai Yi's friend holds a golden envelope, exclaiming in disbelief that it's an invitation from the ultimate school team. The letter formally invites Bai Yi to join them, an honor that sends a shockwave through the class. The students explain this is the most powerful team in the academy, and that joining it is a direct path into the Divine Guild. Another student adds it was founded by the only golden assassin the school has produced in years. The students are amazed, noting people usually have to fight desperately for a chance to join, yet Bai Yi was directly invited, and it's unheard of for the high school team to recruit a middle schooler. Overwhelmed by his friend's incredible success, Bai Yi's friend bursts into tears again, wailing about how outstanding Bai Yi is. Amid the chaos, Bai Yi calmly walked over and took the golden invitation from his emotional friend. To the absolute shock of everyone in the room, he then walked to a nearby trash can and casually dropped the invitation inside. His friend and the other students shouted in disbelief, asking if he was a fool for rejecting such a prestigious invitation. Unfazed by their outrage, Bai Yi simply said he was leaving and walked out of the classroom, leaving his classmates, including Specs, completely stunned and silent. Later, his friend crouched by the trash can, staring at the discarded letter and regretting the great opportunity that was wasted. However, Specs approached him with a knowing expression, asking if he really didn't understand Bai Yi by now. With quiet confidence, Specs explained that the Bai Yi of today doesn't join others. He is someone who will only ever be a leader. After leaving the classroom, Bai Yi makes his way to the secluded back mountain of the school. He thinks that now that he has permission to access the D-Class Demon Cave, the area will be deserted at night, providing the perfect private training ground. It is then revealed that Hong Qianxing is already there waiting for him, surrounded by a determined red aura. Bai Yi simply tells him it's time to go in. As Bai Yi begins to warn Hong that a D-Class dungeon might be too difficult, Hong angrily cuts him off, shouting to stop with the nonsense and insisting he will not be a burden. Bai Yi internally recalls their deal. He had promised to teach Hong combat skills and a way to get stronger quickly, and in return, Hong had to get him access to the school's demon caves. He is surprised that Hong managed to get permission for all of the D-Class dungeons. Inside the cave, the difference in their abilities is immediately clear. Bai Yi is effortlessly slicing through a massive, dragon-like beast, while Hong is quickly knocked to the ground by a monster's attack, cursing in frustration. Standing over another defeated creature with a green aura, Bai Yi casually asks the struggling Hong if he needs any help. Full of pride, Hong furiously shouts back at him to get lost, insisting he can handle it himself. The intensive training in the school's D-Class Demon Cave continues. Hong Qiansheng, fueled by determination, leaps in to battle against the monstrous creatures. Meanwhile, Bai Yi reflects on his progress. He thinks about the Lone Brave title he acquired and the mysterious Tower of the Brave it promises to unlock. He knows he can't access it until he reaches C-Class. With a determined look, Bai Yi acknowledges he has cleared most of the hidden, wild demon caves he knew of from his past life. This makes the school's dungeons his only remaining way to level up quickly. The days pass in a blur of constant battle. On Tuesday, the discarded invitations to the Ultimate School team are still in the classroom trash, showing Bai Yi's focus on his own path. Leveling up at D-Class is much slower, requiring a massive amount of experience. By Wednesday after school, the grind continues. Hong faces another roaring beast, but as it lunges, Bai Yi is forced to intervene, saving him with a powerful kick that sends the monster back. Furious, Hong yells at Bai Yi, reminding him he said not to help. Bai Yi calmly replies that Hong would have been killed if he hadn't. Despite the friction, Bai Yi is satisfied, noting the experience they have gathered should be enough for his plans. By Thursday after school, the relentless training pays off. Hong Qiansheng emerges from the demon cave, cheering. He exclaims that he has finally reached D-Class on his own, declaring it's far more thrilling than being escorted by his family's bodyguards. Moments later, Bai Yi exits as well, looking calm. A system notification announces his achievement. His nuclear warrior class has successfully advanced to C-Class. With a determined look, Bai Yi knows he is ready for his next challenge. A menacing image of his father, Bai Lingsheng, appears behind him as he thinks his current power is now enough to deal with him. A status window displays his new C-Class stats and confirms he has also acquired a new skill. Later that evening, Bai Yi is back at home when his mother teasingly asks if he has been coming home late because of dates with a cute girl. Bai Yi is flustered, denying it, and insisting he's just a middle schooler. With a warm smile, she continues, suggesting it's normal to have a girl he likes at his age. She advises him to be brave and pursue the people he cares about, warning him not to wait until the opportunity is lost, and he is filled with regret. Her words strike a chord with Bai Yi. His eye widens as her advice sinks in, and he falls silent, his thoughts turning to a specific girl he cares about. As Bai Yi thinks about his mother's advice, his thoughts drift to his past life and the girl he cared about most. A memory of his teammate, Ling Yue, flashes in his mind. He recalls her playfully asking him for a hug, calling him captain. In his memory, he bluntly pushes her away, much to her annoyance. The memory shifts to the aftermath of a fierce battle, the ground covered with defeated monsters. A tired but triumphant Ling Yue lay on the ground, happily exclaiming they had won again. The pre-regression Bai Yi, also battle-worn, simply told her it was time to go. Still exhausted, Ling Yue playfully asked if he could carry her. A flustered Bai Yi flatly refused, telling her to get help from another teammate, leaving her to pout about how mean he was. However, the happy memory is shattered by the traumatic event of their team's betrayal. The scene turns dark and bloody as he remembers Ling Yue's final moments, her body covered in wounds as she died. The image of his own face, twisted in pure rage at his powerlessness, burns in his mind. Pulled back to the present, Bai Yi reflects on this painful past. He recalls that he only met Ling Yue in his previous life, after his master had rescued him from death row. They met in a capital city. He has no idea where she might be in this new timeline, and sadly concludes it will be very difficult for them to meet again. He resigns himself to the reality that in this second life, he only has his memories. Even if they met, he knows their relationship could never be the same. Meanwhile, the vice captain of the ultimate school team reports to his captain that Bai Yi still hasn't responded to their invitation, concluding he must not be interested. The scene reveals the captain in her bedroom, holding the golden invitation Bai Yi had discarded. She finds his lack of interest amusing, thinking he is becoming more interesting. With a confident smirk, a status window identifies her as Ling Yue, a golden lightning assassin and the captain of the ultimate school team. She decides she will meet him herself the next day and will personally deliver the invitation. On Friday, his birthday, Bai Yi sits at the table in his home with a gift box in front of him. His mother, sitting across from him, tells him with a warm smile that it's his birthday present. Slightly surprised, Bai Yi looks at the gift before opening it. Inside, he finds a scarf and is puzzled. He wonders why she would give him a scarf when summer is starting. Alongside the scarf is a note with a heartfelt message, wishing her dear son eternal happiness and to bravely live the life he chooses. Suddenly, his eyes widen with realization. He asks his mother if she knew that he would be going to the Shanghai Nation soon. She smiles gently and confirms she knows. She explains that the temperature difference between day and night is significant there, and he needs to take care of himself. She also assures him she will take care of herself too. Bai Yi is deeply moved, realizing his mother has known what he's been doing all along and has been silently supporting him. Then, his mother hands him some money with a bright smile, suggesting that since it's his birthday, he should treat his best friends to a meal. Bai Yi sighs with a faint smile and gently reminds her, as if he said it before, that he doesn't have any friends. Later that day at school, Bai Yi is approached by his two middle school friends. The first enthusiastically gives him a flashy figurine of a blue-haired water mage, proudly saying it's his favorite model and asking if Bai Yi thinks it's cool. Looking unimpressed, Bai Yi offers a flat and simple thank you. Seeing this, Specs steps forward, telling the other friend he's pathetic and to look at his gift instead. He places a plainly wrapped rectangular object on Bai Yi's desk, remarking that it wasn't easy to get. As Bai Yi unwraps it, his eyes widen in shock. The gift is the original soundtrack for his favorite old movie, Fatal Magic. The gift triggers a powerful memory. In his past life, he and Specs would secretly watch banned, prehistoric movies in Ashed, and this was one they shared. Specs leans in conspiratorially, whispering to Bai Yi to hide it well so the teacher doesn't find it. Bai Yi carefully slides the precious gift under his desk. He turns back to Specs with a genuine, warm smile and sincerely thanks him. Specs smiles back, sharing the moment of their renewed bond. With the moment of friendship concluded, Qi Yin approaches Bai Yi at his desk, calling out his name. With a bright, cheerful expression, she wishes him a happy birthday and offers him a gift box. His two friends watch from the background, their jaws dropping in shock as they realize what the gift is. Inside the box, on a soft cloth, is a massive, sparkling gemstone, identified by a system window as a rare, unappraised, A-class mage weapon. Bai Yi himself looks taken aback by the extravagant gift. He pushes the box back towards her, telling her he cannot accept it because it is far too valuable. Qi Yin insists, smiling as she explains she wouldn't have been able to join the training trip if it weren't for him. She casually adds that it isn't a particularly precious item for her family, as they have many, and she knows it will be a great help to him. Bai Yi hesitates for a moment, his hand hovering over the box. After considering her words, his expression hardens with resolve. He concludes she is right. He needs to improve and has no reason to refuse the help. He realizes she must have seen him using a low-level weapon when he switched to his mage profession during the simulation, and this gift was her thoughtful response. He reflects that she is a very considerate girl. Sitting alone at his desk with the three gifts, Bai Yi is deeply touched. He thinks about how he never expected them to remember his birthday, let alone prepare such thoughtful presents. He begins to question his original plan to leave this place without forming any attachments. In the background, his two friends whisper, wondering when Bai Yi and Qi Yin became so close. One of them even speculates that maybe Bai Yi isn't interested in girls. Their gossip is cut short when Qi Yin approaches, asking what they are talking about, causing them both to jump in fright. While they are distracted, Bai Yi's internal thoughts reveal his initial plan to not get entangled with any of them. However, moved by their kindness, he changes his mind. He turns to face the three of them, Qi Yin, Specs, and his other friend, and asks them to have dinner with him that night. With a warm and genuine smile, he tells them it's his treat and asks if they are free. His friends erupt in cheers, enthusiastically accepting his invitation. Qi Yin clasps her hands in excitement, while his two middle school friends throw their arms up in celebration, with one playfully asking if he can choose the place. Suddenly, their celebration is cut short when one of them notices a group of people from the high school division. Bai Yi's expression immediately turns serious as he wonders why they have come. Another student points out that the group is heading directly for their classroom, and Bai Yi watches them approach with a guarded look. The classroom starts buzzing with whispers. A student peeking out the door tells the others that the captain of the ultimate school team has arrived. The others are shocked to hear the rumor that the captain has come to personally invite Bai Yi to join her team. One of them mentions he's heard the captain is a great beauty, though he has never seen her himself. Hearing this, Bai Yi decides it would be better to refuse her offer face to face. He stands up from his desk and walks out of the classroom, leaving his friends behind. They watch him go, thinking that this is going to be an interesting spectacle. News of the confrontation spreads quickly, and students from all over the building gather on the balconies to watch. Among the onlookers is Zilling, standing with a group of his friends. He watches with a face twisted in rage, gritting his teeth as he mutters in disgust, wondering why that stinking brat Bai Yi is worth so much trouble. He continues to watch from the balcony, resentful and scowling. Unfazed by the growing crowd, Bai Yi walks confidently down the school hallway to meet the captain. Suddenly, a blinding flash of golden, electric energy erupts in the hallway. The powerful surge knocks several onlookers off their feet, who cry out in confusion, wondering what just happened. However, Bai Yi is not knocked back. He stands frozen, his eyes wide with utter shock. Golden sparks of lightning crackle around his face as he stares at the source of the energy, a look of disbelief and recognition on his face. The hallway erupts in a chaotic surge of golden lightning, with Bai Yi standing as the calm center of the storm. A brilliant beam of electrical energy shoots directly towards him, but he remains poised, his face shadowed and unreadable, even as the sheer force of the energy blast sends other students reeling. With his vast experience, Bai Yi instantly recognizes the direct assault as a feint, a distraction from the real attack. Reacting in a split second, he summons his own glowing green blade, ready to counter the unseen threat. Just as he prepares his defense, his senses scream a warning. The true danger is approaching from behind. With incredible focus, he pinpoints the attack coming from his left rear. He spins around just in time, blocking the lightning-fast strike with his own blade in a brilliant clash of energy. The onlookers who are still standing are blown away by the speed of the exchange, crying out in confusion and amazement. The source of the attack is revealed to be a young woman, her entire form radiating a powerful golden aura, her face obscured by the light but smiling. As the light fades, Bai Yi peeks from behind a corner, and his composure completely shatters. His eyes are wide with disbelief. The attacker steps back, retracting her energy. It is Ling Yue, captain of the ultimate school team, holding a blade still crackling with lightning. She smirks at him, impressed, and compliments his quick reflexes, stating that she knew she hadn't chosen the wrong person. Bai Yi can only stare back, completely stunned and speechless. The person from his past life, the one he thought he might never meet again, is standing right in front of him. Staring at Ling Yue, Bai Yi remembers his past life with her. He recalls her cheerful, playful nature, always asking for hugs with a bright smile, or teasingly asking him to carry her after a tough battle. He also painfully remembers how he, emotionally closed off, would always push her away, leaving her to pout about how mean he was. Back in the present, Ling Yue, still crackling with lightning, explains that since he didn't respond to her team's invitations, she decided to visit him in person. The other students, including Bai Yi's friends, watch in stunned silence. Specs and his friend whisper nervously, thinking how awkward it will be when Bai Yi rejects the famous captain to her face. Composing herself, Ling Yue extends a hand for a formal introduction, starting to say her name. However, Bai Yi walks right past her outstretched hand. In one fluid motion, he pulls her into a firm, warm hug. The crowd is stunned into silence. From the doorway, Chi Yin stares in disbelief, while on the balcony, Xiling's face twists with rage. Held in Bai Yi's embrace, Ling Yue looks up at him, her confidence replaced by surprise and a hint of a blush. Bai Yi looks down at her with a soft, sincere expression. He speaks a familiar name from their past and says softly that it has been a long time. As Bai Yi holds Ling Yue, his two middle school friends are freaking out, shouting in disbelief that he would hug her in public and wondering if it's a romance that crosses social classes. Specs corrects his friend, explaining Ling Yue isn't older. She was in their grade but skipped ahead to high school after awakening early. In the background, Chi Yin stares, looking completely dazed. Regaining her composure, Ling Yue breaks from the hug. She disappears in a flash of lightning and reappears beside Bai Yi, tapping his shoulder with a finger still crackling with energy. With a confident smirk, she asks if his surprising hug meant he accepted her invitation to the team. She continues her pitch, explaining the ultimate school team is fully funded with the best resources. She adds they know faster ways to grow stronger than just clearing school dungeons and suggests they could fight side by side. Bai Yi listens to her offer in silence. Then, looking at her directly, he gives his firm answer. He tells her he won't be joining the ultimate school team. He adds that since he doesn't plan on staying at the school long, joining a club would be meaningless. After firmly rejecting her offer, Bai Yi extends his hand. He confidently tells Ling Yue that while he won't join her team, he plans to establish his own guild soon. He takes her hand in a firm shake, assuring her with a determined smile that when that day comes, they will get the chance to fight side by side. Their moment is interrupted by the vice captain, who runs up asking why Ling Yue is there. He explains someone named Hong Chu has returned, and the principal has ordered their team to greet them. As she turns to leave, Ling Yue tells Bai Yi they will see each other again on the training trip. She gives him a final glance over her shoulder, promising a proper chat then. Before walking away, she pauses and asks why he said, "It's been a long time," when they had never met. Bai Yi offers no answer, standing silently with an unreadable expression as she goes. From a distance, Xiling watches the entire exchange, his face contorted in silent fury. As Ling Yue walks away, the students erupt in shocked whispers. They can't believe Bai Yi rejected a personal invitation from the captain and dared to invite her to his own future guild. They question how it's possible, since he isn't an adult, and establishing a guild requires immense money. While some dismiss it as a boast, others recall the rumor he achieved the academy's highest score. One student keenly observes that Ling Yue never actually refused his bold counteroffer. Watching her leave, Bai Yi reflects on the turn of events. He admits he never imagined his reunion with Ling Yue would happen like this. He remembers the Divine Core's strict rules. Members' personal information was confidential, and they never pried into each other's pasts. Because of this, he never knew Ling Yue had attended the same middle school. He realizes he almost missed the chance to meet her again in this timeline. A small, genuine smile spreads across his face. He concludes this unexpected and wonderful reunion is a very pleasant birthday surprise. Later that evening, Bai Yi keeps his promise and treats his friends, Chi Yin, Specs, and his other middle school friend, to dinner at a barbecue restaurant. As they eat, Specs teases the other friend for picking the place, who defends himself by saying Bai Yi wanted barbecue and he just recommended the restaurant. The conversation soon turns serious. While grilling meat, Specs asks Bai Yi if he was being genuine about his plan to establish his own guild. Chi Yin follows up, concerned, asking about his statement that he wouldn't be at the school for long and questioning his plans for high school. Taking a calm sip of his drink, Bai Yi confirms their suspicions. He tells them that after the training trip, he plans to stay in the Shanghai Nation. His friends are shocked by this news. They shout in disbelief, asking if he plans to drop out of high school to start his guild. Bai Yi clarifies he isn't dropping out. He just wants to continue his studies there. They realize what he truly means. He plans to apply to the prestigious Divine Guild Academy in the Shanghai Nation. Meanwhile, at the luxurious Kaiban Hotel, a white sports car pulls up to the entrance where men in dark suits are waiting. Inspector Li Ang is among them, and he bows respectfully as he opens the car door. An imposing man with blonde hair, a scar over his eye, and a cigar steps out of the car. He is identified as Hong Bing, the guild master of the Divine Guild. With a simple command to move, he strides confidently into the hotel, followed by his group. Inside the hotel's luxurious ballroom, guests go quiet as Guildmaster Hong Bing enters with his subordinates. Inspector Li Ang looks on with a tense and worried expression. His gaze is fixed on a surprising sight. Bai Ling Sheng, Bai Yi's father, standing smugly with his arms crossed, accompanied by Inspector Chen Jinwu. Li Yang is completely baffled, wondering what is happening. He questions how Bai Lingsheng could be out of prison already, since he was supposed to serve a 15-day sentence for his violent behavior. Chen Jinwu approaches Liang with a sly grin. He explains that Bai Lingsheng paid double the bail and that their captain approved it, suggesting Liang should just ignore the situation. Furious at this obvious disregard for the rules, Liang clenches his teeth in anger. He angrily confronts Chen Jinwu, demanding to know why, even if he was released, he was brought to an important dinner with Guildmaster Hong Bing. Leaning in closely, Chen Jinwu reminds Liang that Bai Lingsheng was kicked out of the guild for a minor incident in the past. He explains that Lingsheng sees this rare opportunity as his chance to get back into the guild's good graces. With a smug expression, Bai Lingsheng presents a bag filled with valuable magic crystals, which are valuable ores from a demon cave. Chen Jinwu finishes his explanation, stating that since Lingsheng brought all of his family's assets to get back in, it was no big deal to do him this favor. However, the plan immediately fails. Before Lingsheng can speak, Guildmaster Hong Bing smacks the bag from his hands, sending the crystals shattering across the floor. He furiously demands to know who let Lingsheng in. The terrified Lingsheng can only stammer as the imposing Guildmaster stands over him. His face twisted in rage, Hong Bing yells that the Divine Guild booked the entire venue and angrily questions the security risk of an outside dog leaking their secrets. The intensity of his anger leaves both Chen Jinwu and Liang pale with shock. Completely humiliated, Bai Lingsheng drops to his knees, frantically trying to gather the broken crystals while stammering an apology. But his pleas are cut short as Hong Bing lunges forward and violently grabs him by the collar. With menacing glowing eyes, the guildmaster gets in Lingsheng's face, asking with disgust what ability or status gives him the nerve to try and bribe him. With a final, crushing insult, he shoves Lingsheng away, telling him to take his useless, broken things and get lost. Guildmaster Hong Bing gives a final, crushing order. From now on, that dog is never to be allowed in the guild. Sprawled on the ground among the shattered remains of his precious crystals, Lingsheng's face twists with pure rage. Blood drips from his clenched fist as he mutters a curse. In a violent burst of fury, he smashes his bloody fist into the ground, crushing the last of the crystals as his eyes glow with a menacing red light. Consumed by his humiliation, he screams that he will kill them all for daring to look down on him. Shrouded in a dark, murderous aura, Lingsheng stalks away from the hotel, his mind full of rage. He is furious at the humiliation, cursing that not a single thing in his life is going right. His rage, having no other outlet, finds a new and vulnerable target. As an image of his wife returning home with groceries flashes through his mind, his murderous thoughts solidify. He stands before their new apartment building, his body glowing with a violent red energy as he vows to kill them all. The mother's eyes snap wide open in alarm. She has sensed the imminent danger. Outside the apartment building, Bai Lingsheng's eyes glow with menace as he sees his wife stepping out. She drops her groceries in terror as he looms over her, his body covered in a terrifying red aura. With a cruel, chilling tone, he comments on her good luck. Back at the barbecue restaurant, the happy atmosphere of Bai Yi's birthday dinner is interrupted by the arrival of a group of men in dark, official-looking uniforms. A close-up of a golden pin on their cloaks reveals the Divine Guild insignia. Bai Yi calmly sips his drink, pointing out to his friends that the newcomers are a squad from the Divine Guild. Qi Yin gets excited, telling Bai Yi that if he gets into the Divine Guild Academy, these people will be his colleagues. She then quickly corrects herself, adding with a smile that he might even end up as their superior. Hearing this, Bai Yi's friend grows sad, saying he never imagined this dinner would be a farewell meal. Qi Yin retorts, asking who said it was a farewell, and declares with determination that she will also work hard to get into the academy so she can join him. As Bai Yi watches the guild members pass by, a strange feeling of unease settles over him. He reflects that the day, with all its happy surprises, has been going too smoothly. Specs, sensing the shift in mood, quickly brings the focus back to the celebration, reminding everyone that today is Bai Yi's birthday and they should worry about other things later. His friend agrees, adding that a birthday is meant to be enjoyed. Despite their cheerful words, Bai Yi can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. His friends, however, are ready to celebrate. One of them raises his glass for a toast to Bai Yi, and the four of them clink their cups together in a joyous cheer, wishing him a happy birthday. Just as the friends raise their glasses, the scene cuts to a close-up of the responsive jade stone Bai Yi is wearing. At the same time, his mother, trembling in terror, clutches her matching necklace. She looks up in horror as her husband, Bai Lingsheng, looms over her, his body radiating a menacing red aura. She collapses to the ground, and he taunts her, asking if she has been living so comfortably behind his back that she has forgotten where her home is. As she desperately tries to shuffle away from him, he continues his verbal attack, venomously questioning which man she has been relying on for her new life. His eyes glow with pure, unhinged rage. With a twisted, sadistic grin, he cracks his knuckles and finishes his threat, telling her that today, he is going to make her remember her place. With wild fury, Bai Lingxing prepares to strike his terrified wife. However, his attention is drawn to an object on her wrist, and he wonders where she got it. It is a costly-looking bracelet that glows with a faint green light. As his wife looks on in terror, he comes to a twisted conclusion. Laughing manically, he deduces she must have gotten it from another man, which would explain how they could afford such a nice apartment. In a burst of violence, Lingsheng throws a punch towards his helpless wife, who is cowering on the ground. Just as the blow is about to land, her bracelet erupts with brilliant green energy, forming a protective barrier. From this light, two enormous, monstrous figures emerge. To Lingsheng's astonishment, a large, armored hand catches his fist in midair, stopping his attack completely. He stares, confused and unable to understand what just happened. Standing before Bai Yi's mother are now two imposing summoned beasts, Ye Warren and Qi Warren, who stand between her and her husband. The protectors address Bai Yi's mother, telling her not to worry about Bai Yi, as they will protect her to the death. At that moment, Bai Yi's mother has a flashback. She remembers Bai Yi giving her the bracelet, explaining it was a Mother's Day gift. He had insisted that she wear it at all times when he was not around. Without hesitation, one of the summoned beasts, Qi Warren, lunges forward, its eyes glowing as it charges at Bai Lingsheng. Lingsheng scrambles to evade the powerful purple energy-infused strike. He quickly finds himself on the defensive, forced to fight both Qi Warren and the other summoned beast, Ye Warren, at the same time. Despite his own combat experience, he is outmatched. A powerful blow from Qi Warren lands squarely, striking him with immense force. The impact sends him sliding backward, blood spilling from a wound on his side. However, instead of showing pain or fear, a twisted, bloody smile spreads across Lingsheng's face. Surrounded by a crackling aura of red lightning, he declares that this fight is the perfect way for him to finally vent his rage. His eyes glow with a menacing light as he readies his own power, a crazed grin revealing his excitement for the battle to begin. While Bai Yi is enjoying a celebratory birthday dinner with his friends, the happy atmosphere is suddenly broken. He looks down at the responsive jade stone he is wearing, his expression turning serious as he realizes it has activated, signaling his mother is in danger. Without a word, he abruptly stands up, telling his confused friends he has something to take care of. He rushes out of the restaurant, promising he will be back soon and leaving his friends shocked by his sudden departure. Once outside, Bai Yi immediately calls Hong Qiansheng, asking for an update on the information he had requested. On the other end, Hong confirms Bai Yi's worst fears. His father, Bai Lingsheng, was released from prison early. Hong adds that his father then went to a reception hosted by Hong's father but was humiliated and kicked out. Hong finishes by saying that after leaving the hotel, Lingsheng's location is unknown. As this information sinks in, his call to his mother's phone goes unanswered, confirming she is not safe. Bai Yi stands in the alley, piecing everything together. He realizes with horror that the hotel his enraged father was kicked out of is very close to the new apartment he rented for his mother. He understands that if his father ran into his mother in his current violent state, she would be in grave danger. Fueled by urgency, he grips the handlebars of his bicycle with immense force. Leaping onto his bike, he speeds off into the night, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he races to get home and save her. As Bai Yi races home, he is worried. He reminds himself that he left his summoned beasts, his nameless brothers, to protect his mother. However, the scene at the apartment is grim. Bai Lingsheng, crackling with a powerful red aura, stands over the defeated body of one of the summons, Qi Warren, scoffing at how weak it was. Bai Yi's fears are confirmed. He knows his low-level summons won't be able to hold out against his father for long. The remaining summon, Ye Warren, stands as a final defense, shielding Bai Yi's mother and urging her to stay behind him as the menacing Lingsheng approaches. Lingsheng smirks, his malicious eyes glowing as he easily deflects the protector's attacks. In a last, desperate act, the badly wounded Qi Warren grabs Lingsheng's leg, trying to stop him. Annoyed by the interruption, Lingsheng looks down at the creature, calling it a nuisance. With a swift, brutal motion, he grabs the summon and snaps its neck, finishing it off. In a murderous frenzy, he repeatedly mutilates the creature's body, his rage echoing with silent screams to kill. Bai Yi's mother can only watch in horror, her face splattered with blood as she witnesses the gruesome scene. With one protector destroyed, Ling Sheng turns his cold, murderous gaze to his wife. Holding his bloodied knife, he declares that it is now her turn. He begins to walk slowly towards her, his path blocked only by the last summon standing guard. The last remaining summon, Ye Warren, looks on with a determined expression. In a final act of loyalty, it turns to Bai Yi's mother and desperately urges her to run. Without a second thought, the beast launches itself at Bai Lingsheng, enveloping him in green, vine-like tendrils, screaming at its master not to look back as it sacrifices itself to buy her time. Horrified, Bai Yi's mother turns and flees for her life. The summon's desperate hold is useless. Ling Sheng, crackling with red lightning, easily breaks free from the vines. He grabs the creature with one powerful hand and, with brutal force, tears it apart, ending its life. As Bai Yi's mother runs, she sees her husband standing over the destroyed remains of her last protector. He mockingly asks if she really thinks she can run away. In a flash of red energy, he appears directly in her path, blocking her escape. Cornered and trembling, she looks up at him as he looms over her, his eyes glowing with sadistic pleasure. He taunts her, asking where she could possibly go now. Trapped and defenseless, she can only stare in terror. Enraged, Bai Lingsheng lunges forward and violently rips the responsive jade stone from his wife's neck. Holding the precious item, he sneers, his eyes glowing with malice as he venomously asks if that other man also gave this to her. Without waiting for an answer, he crushes the stone in his hand, shattering his wife's last hope. His face twisted with rage, he raises his knife, ready to deliver the fatal blow. In that terrifying moment, as he brings the weapon down, his wife is frozen in fear, a pink aura around her as she remembers her son's promise. She recalls his words, instructing her to crush the stone if she was ever in danger. His voice echoes in her memory, promising that the instant the stone broke, he would appear by her side. Just as the blade is about to strike, a hand shoots out, grabbing the sharp edge with a bare grip and stopping the attack inches from her. Bai Yi has arrived, teleporting in a flash of light to stand between his mother and his father. His mother stares, her eyes wide with terror and disbelief at her son's impossible appearance. Bai Lingsheng is equally stunned, his face contorting in shock and fury at the sudden interference. With a fierce, unwavering gaze, Bai Yi tightens his grip on the blade, a powerful aura beginning to glow around him. He looks his father dead in the eye and declares with finality that this ends now. The intense confrontation brings back traumatic memories from Bai Yi's past life. He remembers being a young, helpless boy, with tears streaming down his face as he screamed and begged for the fighting to stop. The scene flashes back to a horrific day. His father, Bai Lingsheng, in a fit of rage, was viciously beating his mother with a wooden plank while the young Bai Yi was tied up and forced to watch. His father raged, screaming about how hard he worked while they enjoyed themselves, his mind twisted by resentment. The young Bai Yi could only watch the brutal assault. A reflection of his mother's suffering burned into his eye as he helplessly screamed for his father to stop. He begged and pleaded, but his father's fury was absolute. Overwhelmed by pain and helplessness, Bai Yi could only cry as his mother was beaten unconscious. He recalls the events that led to the tragedy. It was the first weekend of his first year of high school. His mother had taken him to an amusement park, but they forgot to tell his father they would be home late. That same day, his father had failed to find a job and, when he returned home, unleashed all of his frustration and rage on them. In that moment, the demon that had always lurked inside his father was set free. As his mother tried to protect him one last time, his father delivered the final fatal blows, beating her to death right in front of him. Witnessing this unimaginable horror, the young Bai Yi gritted his teeth as the immense shock and grief triggered a massive surge of power within him. This traumatic event caused a secondary advancement, transforming his low-rank, green-tier nuclear warrior profession into the legendary, platinum-tier nuclear holy swordsman. The memory of his past life reaches its devastating climax. Consumed by grief and a terrifying new power, the young Bai Yi had charged at his father. In a fit of rage, he broke free from his restraints, grabbing the chain that bound him and wrapping it around his father's neck. He had lost all control and strangled his father to death. However, this act of vengeance brought no comfort. Even with his father dead, his mother was gone forever. The memory ends with the tragic image of the young, crying boy holding his father's lifeless body next to the body of his murdered mother. Pulled back to the present, Bai Yi's resolve is absolute. Gripping the blade that was meant to kill his mother, he declares that in this life he will not be too late ever again. With a surge of power, he shatters his father's knife with his bare hand. With the weapon destroyed, Bai Yi throws the shattered blade aside, standing protectively in front of his mother as he faces his now disarmed and stunned father. Recognizing his son, Bai Lingsheng sneers, wondering who the fool was, only to find it was Bai Yi. Enraged, he charges forward, screaming that this is perfect, as he can now take care of both mother and son at once. In response, Bai Yi calmly summons the Hunwu blade, which materializes in his hand with a powerful green aura. As his father swings wildly, Bai Yi effortlessly blocks the attack with a parry, reflecting the full force back. The power of the counterattack sends Lingsheng flying backward, crashing hard onto the pavement. Stunned, Lingsheng coughs up blood. Shocked by his son's incredible strength, his shock turns to rage as he recognizes the weapon, screaming that it's his Hunwu blade. He realizes his son has been using his hidden, powerful weapon all along. While the confrontation unfolds, Bai Yi's mother watches in worried silence as the two summoned beasts, Yawuren and Chi-Wuren, begin to regenerate behind her. Bai Yi's priority is his mother's safety. He turns to his summons, whom he calls his nameless brothers, and tells them to take her to a safe place. Watching this, Lingsheng's expression shifts from rage to a twisted, intrigued smile. He realizes with interest that the two powerful beasts are his son's summons. He points at Bai Yi, putting the pieces together. He deduces his son is a rare dual-element user, a nuclear warrior, and a flower-element summoner. This discovery sends him into a fit of manic laughter. He exclaims with twisted pride that his son has awakened two professions at such a young age, shouting that Bai Yi is truly worthy of being his son. Bai Yi, however, remains stoic, unimpressed by the praise. Lingsheng's pride quickly turns back to menace. He tells Bai Yi that inheriting his talent isn't enough and takes a threatening step forward, his tone turning cold as he criticizes his son for moving out without a word. Bai Lingsheng's rage intensifies as he lists his son's unforgivable sins, going through his safe and sending his own father to prison. He screams that Bai Yi must think he's all grown up with two professions, arrogant enough to disobey him. With a final roar, he disappears in a flash of red lightning, moving with incredible speed to launch a surprise attack. Watching from a safe distance, Bai Yi's mother screams a warning for him to be careful. However, Bai Yi is prepared. A brilliant blue energy crackles around his hand as a system notification confirms he is switching his profession to Cloud Element Mage. His eyes focus, instantly pinpointing his father's location as he reappears to strike. With a single, powerful command, Bai Yi unleashes a massive wave of ice, trapping his father in a frozen prison mid-attack. Lingsheng is completely encased in ice, his face a mask of shock and confusion. He struggles, wondering what this power is and why he is frozen. He mutters in disbelief, questioning if his son really has dual professions. Standing calmly before him, Bai Yi coldly corrects him, stating that he is wrong. The two now stand face to face, the power dynamic completely reversed, with Lingsheng trapped and helpless. Bai Yi continues, his voice without emotion, telling his father that the number of professions he can awaken has nothing to do with him. He finishes with a final devastating statement. In his eyes, his father is now completely worthless. Lingsheng's eyes widen in pure fury at the insult, and he struggles violently against the ice, screaming in rage at what his son just said. Furious with his son's defiance, Bai Lingsheng unleashes a surge of red lightning, scoffing at Bai Yi's arrogance. He reminds his son that while Bai Yi may have just awakened, he is a battle-hardened C-class warrior. With a roar about who is the real boss of the family, he shatters the ice prison in an explosion of energy. However, Bai Yi is completely unfazed. Now in his nuclear warrior profession, he readies the Hunwu blade and easily blocks his father's furious punch with a powerful swing of his own. Without giving his father a moment to recover, Bai Yi charges energy into the blade and lunges forward, delivering a devastating stab that completely bypasses his father's defenses. Lingsheng stares down at the blade in his chest, his face a mask of pure disbelief. He can't understand how his son's attack broke through his defenses, muttering that it should be impossible. Wincing in pain, he pulls the blade from his body and collapses to his knees, clutching the wound. He questions how Bai Yi could have such incredible attack power, insisting a newly awakened E-class warrior should be nowhere near this strong. Bai Yi stands over his defeated father, a menacing red aura swirling around him. He states that from this day forward, they are no longer father and son. He continues, declaring that his mother will also have no more connection to him. With a cold, unwavering gaze, Bai Yi tells Bai Lingsheng that in his eyes, he is now nothing. Crushed by the physical and emotional blow, Lingsheng trembles in defeat. Then, a low chuckle escapes his lips, slowly building into a maniacal laugh as he kneels before the son who completely overpowered him. Refusing to accept his defeat, Bai Lingsheng screams at his son, questioning if he knows who worked tirelessly to earn money and support the family. He insists that Bai Yi will always be his son and nothing can change that fact. Calling his son an ungrateful brat, Lingsheng lunges forward in a last, desperate attack. However, Bai Yi effortlessly dodges and counters with a powerful kick to his father's face. The force of the blow sends Lingsheng tumbling across the pavement. As his father struggles to get up, Bai Yi closes in. Lingsheng throws another wild punch, but his son easily evades it. Completely frustrated, Lingsheng screams, wondering why he can't land a single hit. Seizing the opening, Bai Yi unleashes a rapid flurry of punches, overwhelming his father completely. Beaten and broken, Lingsheng stumbles backward, spitting up blood. He mutters in disbelief that he is a C-class red-tier warrior, unable to understand his total defeat. Bai Yi strides forward and grabs his father by the hair, coldly asking if he didn't hear his words from before. With his face twisted in rage, he tells his father that he is no match for him at all. Bai Yi's mind floods with painful memories of the years of abuse, where his father beat his mother while a young, helpless Bai Yi was tied up and forced to watch in horror. Bai Yi remembers his father used violence at home because he was too cowardly to face those stronger than him outside. He sees his father as nothing but weak, useless trash, reliving the moment his father smashed his head into the ground. Returning to the present, Bai Yi grabs the badly beaten Bai Lingsheng by his hair, screaming that he doesn't deserve to be called a man. With unrestrained rage, he smashes his father's head onto the pavement. Hidden behind her summoned protectors, Bai Yi's mother watches the scene in terror, weakly calling her son's name. Defeated on the ground, Bai Lingsheng begs his son to stop, reminding him that he is the father who raised him and pleading with him to consider their family bond. The mention of a family bond only enrages Bai Yi further. His eyes fill with a cold fury. He grabs his father by the collar and yells, asking if he ever thought about their family bond when he was beating them. Bai Yi is haunted by vivid memories of his father's cruelty. He recalls a time when he was just 7, his father grabbing him by the ear while he cried in pain and then repeatedly smashing his head against a wall. He remembers pleading that he was wrong while his terrified mother begged her husband to stop. But his pleas were useless. His father only pulled harder, ripping off a piece of his ear and causing him to scream in agony. Bai Yi's anger intensifies as he recounts how the violence never stopped, even after his ear was torn, and thinks of the countless times his mother was beaten. He recalls that since his birth, she had to go to the hospital almost every month because his father would hit her for any reason, whether the food wasn't right or simply because he was unhappy. Bai Yi accuses his father of taking out all his frustrations on them. He yells that because of his father, they never had a single normal day. With a final surge of rage, he smashes his father's head onto the ground once more. Standing over his broken father, Bai Yi scoffs at the idea that his father would dare speak of family ties now, asking him if he even deserves to have a family. Bai Lingsheng lies motionless on the cracked pavement, completely defeated. He struggles to push himself up, weakly apologizing and admitting he was wrong. He continues to beg, promising he will never be like that again. Finally, Bai Lingsheng gets on his knees and bows his head to the ground, crying out that he is truly sorry while Bai Yi looks down on him with cold, glowing eyes. Unaffected by his father's pleas, Bai Yi looks down at him, his own eyes glowing with a golden light. He tells his father this is just like last time. Once his father realized he was no match, he started to cry and beg for forgiveness. A memory from Bai Yi's past life flashes through his mind, showing his father kneeling before him next to a broken chain. He remembers thinking that his father had genuinely changed at that moment. However, the memory turns dark as he recalls the malice hidden behind the apology, his father's eyes glowing with red-hot rage. Bai Yi remembers how, in that moment of weakness, his father grabbed a blade and charged at him with the intent to kill. Bai Yi explains that a person who has picked up a butcher's knife will never put it down of their own will. As this grim realization solidifies his resolve, system notifications begin to appear, showing his adrenaline is rising. Bai Lingsheng looks up from the ground, his face bloodied and his expression hardening with defiance. More notifications flash as his adrenaline surges and his ultimate skill, Sanctuary, begins to evolve. Surrounded by a powerful golden aura, Bai Yi raises his Hunwu blade, ready to deliver a final, decisive attack. Another notification appears, announcing that he has unlocked a new skill, Binary Judgment. As Bai Yi prepares to strike, his mother cries out his name in desperation, reaching out as if to stop him. Bai Yi scoffs to himself at the idea of a criminal truly repenting. He decides it's better to ensure his father can never commit another crime. He unleashes powerful, golden energy slashes from his blade, severing his father's tendons. Bai Lingsheng screams in agony from the attack. Lying in a pool of his own blood, Bai Lingsheng cries out in pain over his ruined tendons. Terrified and broken, Bai Lingsheng begs for his life, desperately reminding Bai Yi that they are father and son. His pleas are ignored, as Bai Yi's expression remains cold and resolute. Switching to his Cloud Mage profession, Bai Yi summons a shard of ice and freezes his father's mouth shut, silencing him completely. With a grim look, Bai Yi raises his weapon for the final blow. He recalls that his father already died at his hands in his past life, so he sees no reason not to do it again. Just as he is about to strike, a voice suddenly calls out, telling him that's enough and startling him. He wonders aloud whose voice it is, recognizing it's a woman's voice. The voice comes from one of his summons, Ye Warren, which stands protectively behind his mother. As a flower element summon, it is transmitting his mother's voice directly to him. Through the summon, his mother pleads with him, urging him not to become a monster like his father. She tells him that his father has already lost everything he was ever proud of. Her words seem to reach him as he pauses and looks back, his expression softened by her plea. Through her summon, Bai Yi's mother explains that his father will now live every day in regret and resentment, and this is the greatest punishment for him. Bai Yi looks conflicted, but she continues, pleading that she doesn't want to see him become the next monster in their family. Even more, she doesn't want to see his future self living in darkness. This triggers a painful memory from Bai Yi's past life, where he was imprisoned for killing his father and sentenced to live his days behind bars. The weight of his mother's words and this memory is heavy on him. With new resolve, he looks up and tells his mother that he understands. He turns to face his father, who is frozen with ice, and declares that while he will not kill him, he will never allow him to get close to them again. Bai Yi grips his glowing blade, revealing the skill he is about to use is one he also had in his previous life. He unleashes his Binary Judgment skill, a devastating cross-shaped slash of golden energy designed to destroy the awakened power of an enemy of the same or lower rank. The attack strikes Bai Lingsheng, and a notification confirms his awakened power has been lost. Bai Yi stands over his now powerless father. He sheathes his weapon and gives his final command. His father is to leave the city by the next day and stay away from his mother forever. He walks toward his mother, who is protected by her summons, and gives a final, chilling warning. He tells his father that his summon, Ye Warren, will remember his scent. If he ever comes within 3 kilometers of his mother again, even if it means spending his life in an awakened prison, Bai Yi will hunt him down and kill him without mercy. Lying on the ground, completely broken and powerless, Bai Lingsheng can only look up at the sky with tears in his eyes as the ice on his face melts away. He whispers that he understands, accepting his utter defeat. The night is quiet over the city after the violent confrontation. Back inside their apartment, Bai Yi stands before his mother, who sits on the couch with his 2 loyal summons, Ye Warren and Chi Warren. He instructs them to take good care of his mother and heal her. One summon, Chi Warren, reassures Bai Yi, telling him not to worry because his father didn't manage to harm his mother. Kneeling beside his mother, Bai Yi expresses his relief that he arrived in time, but she gently comforts him, reminding him she was fine. With a warm smile, she assures him that she is okay. As she pats his head, Bai Yi says that's not enough and mentions he will have to find another magic jade stone for her protection. Suddenly, both of them freeze in shock. They stare at each other in disbelief. Bai Yi asks if she just spoke, and she repeats the question back, equally stunned, asking if she just spoke. Bai Yi's shock quickly turns into a wide, joyous smile. He confirms it wasn't the summon's telepathy, it was her own voice. His mother brings a hand to her mouth, stunned, wondering how it's possible she can speak again. Ye Warren explains that his mother's inability to speak was from minor nerve damage, which it was able to heal. Several days pass. Bai Yi sits on a large tree branch overlooking the city as one of his summons, Ye Warren, asks if he truly cannot stay. The summon points out that his mother and friends are here and suggests he could let go of his quest for revenge and live a peaceful life. Bai Yi, however, explains his mind is made up and he has already made preparations. He tells them he has paid the rent for the apartment and will buy it when he has enough money. He adds that he has also prepared a new magic jade stone for his mother, so if she is ever in danger again, he can rush to her side. For all other times, he is entrusting her safety to them. The two massive summons look on with tears in their eyes as they accept their master's request. Later, Bai Yi watches from the dining table as his mother happily cooks in the kitchen, with his two summons, now wearing aprons, helping her prepare food. He thinks to himself that while his mother knows he is leaving for a training journey, she doesn't know he is no longer the simple son she remembers. His thoughts turn to the bloody memories of his past life and the burden of hatred he must confront. He looks at the invitation letter on the table, knowing it is his ticket to the divine nation. The traitor is there, and this is his best chance for revenge. An image of the traitor, with his skull mask and white dreadlocks, flashes in his mind. Bai Yi knows that with this invitation, he can reach the divine nation much earlier than in his previous life. That night, as he stands in a crowd with his mother, he looks out at the city and thinks about the journey ahead. He admits to himself he doesn't know if he will succeed or even return alive. This might be a one-way ticket, but it's a journey he must take. Suddenly, his mother gasps, saying she almost forgot the time. A confused Bai Yi asks her what she means. She smiles and explains that it is June 25th, the time for the annual prayer. She reminds him that on the first full moon of the summer solstice, the great mage of the flower god temple always returns to their county. Bai Yi realizes he had forgotten that his mother is a follower of the flower god sect. He reflects that she never asked when he was leaving, and he never told her that he departs the very next day. He decides this is for the best and he will leave quietly. As he watches his mother pray, he admits to himself that he has never been good at saying goodbye face to face. The scene shifts to a hospital room where Specs is recovering in bed after surgery. A doctor is speaking with his parents, assuring them that the operation went smoothly. He explains it was a minor procedure, but Specs will need a few days of rest, adding they were fortunate their son noticed the problem in time. Overwhelmed with relief, Specs' parents thank the doctor for saving their son's life, and his mother anxiously tells Specs to lie still. In bed, Specs tries to calm his parents, pointing out that the doctor himself said it was just a small surgery. His mother, however, emotionally insists there is no such thing as a small surgery and firmly tells him not to move. Specs looks away sadly, thinking about the bad timing of his operation. He is disappointed he won't be able to see Bai Yi off on his trip to the Divine Nation tomorrow and wonders if he will ever see his friend again. The next day, June 26th, the students gather at the train station for their trip to the Divine Nation. On the platform, a woman tearfully says goodbye to her daughter, Chi Yin. She reminds her to take care of herself, call home often, and not to stay up late working. She then gives a blushing Chi Yin an affectionate kiss on the cheek. Her father urges his emotional wife to head home, reminding her the trip is only for half a month and there is no need for such a dramatic farewell. As the train prepares to leave, the students stand on the platform, waving goodbye to their families. At the bustling train station, students gather on the platform, surrounded by their families who came to see them off. In stark contrast, Bai Yi stands alone at the far end of the platform, a solitary figure in the crowd. Teacher Huang approaches him, asking with a smile why he came by himself and if his parents didn't come. Bai Yi avoids the question, looking away and simply stating that the train will be arriving soon. Teacher Huang and Chi Yin, standing nearby, are surprised by his response, with the teacher asking if he has always been so independent. Bai Yi's expression turns grim as he thinks to himself, confirming that yes, he is independent. As the bullet train speeds into the station, he stands with his back to the platform, thinking that he has long been used to being alone. His mind is flooded with painful memories from his past life, the reasons he is so solitary. He remembers losing his family, a vision of his younger self, covered in blood, desperately trying to wake his murdered mother while his father's lifeless body lies nearby. He recalls losing his friends, remembering the shock of hearing a friend had died of lung cancer before even having surgery and being told another friend was gone and would never return. He relives losing his master and teammates, screaming their names as they were killed in battle. A memory of his pre-regression self appears, his face hardened. He thinks to himself that he has grown accustomed to people leaving him, one after another, and that his entire life has been a series of painful farewells. He sees himself as a small, lonely figure, haunted by a vortex of his tragic past, the loss of his parents, friends, and comrades. He concludes that he has long learned to calmly accept losing everything. At the busy train station, Teacher Huang announces that the train has arrived and tells the students to get ready to board. Unlike the others, Bai Yi stands alone with a sad expression, lost in painful memories of being alone. As he is about to board the train, he hears someone call his name. Completely shocked, he turns around to an unexpected sight. His mother has come to see him off, accompanied by his two middle school friends, Specs, who is recovering in a wheelchair, and his other friend. Bai Yi's friend explains to teacher Huang that Specs' parents were watching him closely after his surgery, and if Specs hadn't insisted on saying goodbye, he wouldn't have been able to sneak him out of the hospital. Worried, Bai Yi tells Specs he should be resting, but Specs smiles cheerfully and assures him that he feels fine. With a sincere look, he asks Bai Yi to take good care of himself during his trip. The other friend also hands Bai Yi a bag with clothes and snacks as a farewell gift. Bai Yi tries to refuse, saying they had already given him birthday presents, but Chi Yin smiles and tells him not to be silly and to just accept it. Next, Bai Yi's mother offers her own gift. She tells him it is a prayer bracelet from the Flower God Temple, explaining that they are very powerful. She carefully places the green beaded bracelet in her son's hand, saying she also wants him to have something for protection. Bai Yi is deeply moved, realizing his mother went to the temple to pray for his safety. He wonders if she senses that his journey will be long and dangerous. Teacher Huang waves, urging the students to hurry as the train is about to depart, announcing that their training journey is officially beginning. Bai Yi boards the train, taking one last look at his mother and friends on the platform. As he settles into his seat with a peaceful smile, he reflects on how much he and the people around him have changed in the past month. Outside, his mother, Specs, and his friend wave their goodbyes, shouting well wishes. Bai Yi waves back gently, thinking that people are now waiting for him back home. He clenches his fist around the prayer bracelet his mother gave him, vowing to resolve everything and return as soon as he can. Elsewhere, high on a rooftop overlooking the station, the vice captain watches the train speed away. He confirms to himself that Bai Yi is safely on board and will soon reach the Holy Nation, where certain items will be delivered to him. He is Liu Zhongzhang, the S-rank sect master of the Flower God sect. He asks if there are any further instructions, then concludes that from now on, everything depends on Bai Yi. His words seem to hang in the air as Bai Yi sits thoughtfully on the train. Beside him, Chi Yin explains that the ultimate school team left on an earlier train to handle their sea crossing procedures. She excitedly points out that they will soon reach the border of the Jiang Nation, with the Holy Nation just across from it. Teacher Huang walks down the aisle, officially starting the trip. She outlines their plan. It takes a full day to enter the Holy Nation, so they will stay at the border overnight and have a field training exercise first. As Chi Yin looks at Bai Yi with concern, Xiling sits a few seats behind them with a malicious grin. He thinks to himself that a big show is waiting for Bai Yi at the border training. As the high-speed train nears its destination, the students are told they are about to arrive at the Holy Nation. Teacher Huang briefs the students, reminding them that the gods created their world and continue to protect them. She explains that the families of the gods hold supreme power and that the Holy Nation is home to two gods and their families. She sternly warns the students that they must strictly follow the laws of the gods to avoid trouble. Bai Yi listens to this with intense anger, the mention of the gods clearly angering him. Teacher Huang then outlines the entry process, explaining the 3 checkpoints to get from the Jiang Nation to the Holy Nation. She clarifies that they have already passed the first checkpoint, which was the requirement to board the train with a special invitation pass from the Divine Guild. The second checkpoint, she continues, is the border station they are now arriving at. Here, everyone must register their information and undergo a full security check. These checks are thorough and take a full day, meaning they will only officially enter the Holy Nation the next day. This waiting period is the first stop on their training trip. The group is then taken to their training location, a wilderness area along the Jiang Nation's border. On the morning of June 27, 2105, their combat training officially begins. Now wearing the new clothes his friend gave him, Bai Yi stands with the group. Chi Yin approaches him with a smile, telling him the new outfit makes him look more mature. His presence is noticed by other students. 2 older girls from the high school division spot him, one pointing him out as the boy who rejected the ultimate school team, and the other commenting on how handsome he is. They walk up to him, and one of the girls confirms his name, mentioning she heard he got the highest score in the academy's history. The girls flirtatiously ask if he will take them along during the training. Unimpressed by the 2 older girls' advances, Bai Yi silently holds up a hand, refusing their offer. The girls are not offended, instead they giggle, thinking that his cold rejection is quite cute. As Bai Yi walks away, he thinks about his goals. He knows the monsters in this wilderness area are too low level to be useful to him now. He reflects that after reaching C class, leveling up becomes much more difficult unless he finds a different way. Just then, a confident young man in a suit approaches the two girls, boasting that he was also #1 in his year. He dismisses the school's tests against sealed monsters as nothing special, claiming that real-world beasts are completely different. Putting his arm around one girl, he winks and says, "This kind of real combat is where true skills are revealed." He is identified as Jung Jun, a high school C-class stellar warrior. Immediately charmed, the girls ask him to take them along during the training. Jung Jun laughs and agrees, while Bai Yi walks past the group without a second glance, indifferent to their drama. Later, Teacher Huang gathers all the students for a final briefing. She reminds them that everyone on the trip is one of the school's elite students. With a smile, she repeats the rules one more time. She lists the safety rules: train only within the designated area, avoid acting alone, know your limits with monsters, and return to the campsite by 8 p.m. Before she can continue, the impatient students shout that they already know the rules. Led by Jung Jun, a group of students eagerly rushes into the forest, excited to start hunting. Standing apart from the main group, Zeeling watches them go. A sinister smirk plays on his lips, hinting that his plans are already in motion. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Holy Nation, Guildmaster Hong Bing is greeted by his subordinates upon his return. He is informed that the hunting competition is about to begin, and that the captain of the Shen'an team has been waiting for him. Vice Captain Liu Zhongjang remarks on the privilege of the ultimate school team, noting they were able to follow the Guildmaster's train and bypass the security checkpoints. With a cigar in his mouth, Hong Bing turns to the young man beside him and instructs him to go wait with the team. The young man is revealed to be his son, Hong Qiansheng, who looks nervous but agrees. Back in the wilderness, the training is underway. Zhang Jun easily defeats a lizard-like monster with a powerful, glowing punch. He stands triumphantly over the E-class beast as a red aura surges around him. The two senior girls cheer him on, exclaiming how cool a red-tier C-class professional is. Zhang Jun casually brushes off their praise. In the foreground, Bai Yi ignores them, instead studying his own status on a holographic interface. He reviews his progress, noting that all three of his professions, Cloud Element Mage, Nuclear Warrior, and Flower Element Summoner, have now reached C-class. However, he has been stuck at this level for over 10 days. Bai Yi understands that to gain any real experience, he must defeat monsters that are a higher level than him. Unfortunately, the monsters in this area are scattered and low level, barely worth any experience points. Killing beasts weaker than himself gives almost no reward, making it a slow way to get stronger. Suddenly, the situation changes. The confident Zhang Jun is sent flying by a massive purple spider-like monster, identified as a D-class flower warrior. He and the two girls are terrified, realizing the creature is far too powerful for them. Wounded and panicked, Zhang Jun sits on the ground and yells for someone to help him with the poison, screaming that this is a full-power, unsealed D-class monster from the wild. Having easily dealt with the others, the enormous spider monster turns and charges directly at Bai Yi. As the students scream a warning, Bai Yi stands his ground, calmly summoning his glowing green blade, ready to face the beast. With one swing of his blade, Bai Yi easily defeats the giant D-class spider monster that had terrified the other students. Notifications confirm the kill, giving him experience and a poisonous spider leg as loot. Zhang Jun and the two senior girls stare in disbelief at his power. Bai Yi, however, is unimpressed. He notes that loot from low-level monsters is useless and takes up space. He thinks about how the Divine Guild controls all high-level monster zones, which is why the power gap between C-class and B-class is so big. With a dismissive gesture, he tosses the D-class item away. The silver-haired girl is shocked that he would throw away a D-class item, but Bai Yi waves her off. He remembers from his past life that there were high-grade magic crystals near the Holy Nation's border, so he decides to search deeper in the forest for better materials. Later that evening, before 8 p.m., Bai Yi is deep in the dark forest. He has found several magic crystals but senses something is wrong. He knows these crystals are born from concentrated energy, usually found in demon caves or areas with many monsters. As he examines one, he realizes its power has been drained, as if absorbed by something. A notification identifies it as a withered magic crystal. Looking around, he notices the surrounding trees are also lifeless, as if their nutrients were sucked out. He wonders what kind of demon could absorb energy so quickly, and questions if a D-class monster could have such an ability. His search leads him to a dead end at a tall cliff with a waterfall. At the base of the waterfall, something on the ground catches his eye. He sees a broken container leaking a strange green fluid. He crouches to get a closer look, wondering what it is. Meanwhile, Back at the campsite, it is 8 p.m. Teacher Huang is by a large bonfire, roasting giant monster legs for the hungry students. The students are amazed, saying their teacher hunted so many D-class monsters by herself. Teacher Huang explains with a smile that this is also a wilderness survival simulation, and finding food is important. She points out most of them fought all day and didn't think about finding a meal. Two exhausted students complain that the trip didn't provide food, staring suspiciously at a roasted tentacle and wondering if it's safe to eat. Teacher Huang and Qi Yin are sitting quietly by the fire with roasted monster meat. Teacher Huang notes that Bai Yi and Ziling haven't returned from the forest yet and tells the group to save some food for them. Qi Yin compliments her teacher, saying she thought Teacher Huang was only a theory teacher, but is surprised by her combat skills. Teacher Huang replies that before teaching, her dream was to join the Divine Guild, or become a priest. She sighs, admitting she was never strong enough to even try for it. She then confides in Qi Yin that this is her first time visiting the Holy Nation. She thanks Qi Yin and the other students, explaining it is because of their and Bai Yi's excellent performance that she finally has the chance to see the Holy Land she has always dreamed of. As Qi Yin starts to respond, two red eyes suddenly glow in the darkness behind her. Teacher Huang's face contorts in shock. Without hesitating, she shoves Qi Yin out of the way. A massive, sharp green leg bursts from the shadows, impaling Teacher Huang through the chest. Splattered with her teacher's blood, a horrified Qi Yin screams her name. The other students scream in terror, wondering what the creature is. At the same time, Bai Yi is racing through the dark forest. He knows he must hurry and warn everyone to evacuate. He realizes the danger is connected to the broken Zifeng industrial container he found. Back at the camp, the mortally wounded Teacher Huang clutches the appendage in her body. With her last strength, she tells the students to run and find the nearest guild for help. She then pulls the leg from her chest, revealing their attacker. A colossal, terrifying insect-like monster with glowing red eyes looms over the campsite, declaring its nutrients are its own. The students realize with horror they are facing a B-class demon. A system notification identifies the creature as a B-class flower warrior, called the corpse spider. It is intelligent, classified as extremely high risk, and came from the Zifeng Industrial Laboratory. The warning states that anyone who sees this monster should flee immediately and contact the Divine Guild. The story flashes back to earlier that morning in the wilderness, showing Xiling's point of view. Filled with resentment, he thinks about how Bai Yi has stolen all the attention since his arrival. With a furious expression, he complains about Bai Yi's arrogant attitude. He holds a container from Zifeng Industrial with a label identifying its contents as an extremely dangerous B-class corpse spider. He then breaks the container, releasing the small, insect-like creature and telling it to absorb nutrients from the area. With a malicious smirk, Xiling reveals his sinister plan. He will wait until the monster has beaten everyone, then step in to save the day, showing everyone who the true savior is. The scene shifts back to the present at the campsite, where Xiling's plan has gone horribly wrong. He stares in desperation, wondering how things could have gotten so bad so quickly. Drawing his energy bow, he realizes with horror that the creature has grown far too fast. The now huge corpse spider glares down at the terrified students, letting out a menacing roar. The students are wounded and terrified, with the badly injured teacher Huang standing protectively in front of them. As this unfolds, Bai Yi is racing towards the chaos. He remembers fighting an S-class version of this same monster in his past life, and knows that even with his advanced skills back then, it was a very difficult fight. He analyzes the creature, noting its strengths in both offense and defense. He knows that the students and teacher, with their highest rank being C-class, stand no chance against a B-class monster. He comes to a grim conclusion. Even he cannot defeat it without using his full power. However, he hesitates. If he uses all of his abilities, he would reveal that he has more than one profession. He fears that doing so would attract more unwanted attention from the gods. The huge corpse spider looms over the students, who lie defeated and scattered on the ground, having been taken down in an instant. The badly wounded teacher Huang struggles, realizing that the monster's attacks have a paralyzing effect. Despite the pain, she clenches her fist, determined to protect her students. She looks up at the monster, wondering what she can do as it glares down at her. The monster mutters about delicious nutrients as a long, grotesque tongue emerges from its mouth. Its attention then falls on Qi Yin, who is also paralyzed and unable to move. Just as the monster is about to strike Qi Yin, a sharp piece of ice suddenly flies through the air and hits it directly in the head. The attack came from teacher Huang, who, despite her own paralysis and injuries, screams at the monster, telling it not to touch her children. Annoyed by her resistance, the monster turns its focus back to the teacher, deciding to start with her instead. Its long tongue unfurls into a horrific, tooth-lined mouth, ready to devour her. But just as the monster lunges, a flash of green light slices through the air, severing the creature's menacing tongue. Bai Yi appears, standing protectively between the monster and the shocked teacher Huang, having arrived just in time. Bai Yi stands protectively before the injured and shocked teacher Huang, his expression calm and focused. As the corpse spider attacks again, he meets it head-on, slashing repeatedly with his blade and cutting the monster's ugly tongue to pieces. Surprised by the fierce counterattack, the monster hesitates for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi moves with incredible speed, grabbing teacher Huang and carrying her to safety behind him as a powerful green aura surges around him. The enraged corpse spider lunges at him, but Bai Yi, now surrounded by a red aura, moves to intercept it. He quickly realizes that the attack power of his C-class warrior profession isn't enough to harm the B-class beast. Knowing he needs a different strategy, he decides to control the monster first. A system notification confirms he has switched to his Cloud Element Mage profession. Leaping into the air, Bai Yi summons his powerful mage staff and unleashes a C-class control skill. A massive wave of jagged ice erupts, surging towards the corpse spider and instantly freezing it solid in a thick prison of ice. Bai Yi stands before the frozen B-class monster, a red aura still radiating from him as the other students look on in stunned silence. Zhang Jun and the two senior girls are in complete disbelief. Zhang Jun stammers that the little handsome boy managed to freeze a B-class monster, while the silver-haired girl exclaims that he isn't a nuclear warrior. Pointing a trembling finger at Bai Yi, Zhang Jun asks the question on everyone's mind, if he is a dual-class professional. Bai Yi looks back at them, his expression firm. He thinks to himself that even if it means exposing his secret, he cannot just stand by and watch his classmates get killed. Teacher Huang, still bleeding, but now able to stand, weakly asks Bai Yi if he is all right. Before he can answer, the massive ice prison holding the corpse spider begins to crack. The monster inside threatens that this isn't over as the ice continues to break apart. Suddenly, the entire ice structure shatters into pieces, but the monster is nowhere to be seen. The other students are confused and panicked, asking if it disappeared or if it's dead. Bai Yi stands calmly amidst the ice shards, stating that it's not over yet. He explains that he only managed to injure it, and it will likely reappear soon. With a grim and furious expression, he admits his current strength is not enough to kill the beast, and urges everyone to evacuate immediately. As the students help the injured teacher Huang, she refuses to leave, telling them to go on without her. Bai Yi turns and asks her why she would stay. She explains that Ziling has not yet returned, and Bai Yi remains silent. With fierce determination, teacher Huang declares that as a teacher, she has a duty to bring back every student she brought out. She adds that they were all supposed to gather at the campsite at 8 p.m., and she worries about what would happen if Ziling returned to find everyone gone. Hearing this, Bai Yi calmly reveals the shocking truth. Holding up the broken container he found in the forest, he tells his teacher that Ziling was the one who released the monster in the first place. A painful memory flashes through Bai Yi's mind, back to a happier time in his past life with his team, the Divine Core. He remembers them eating together, with Han Xiaoling happily exclaiming about the food and Ling Yue playfully teasing him for eating so fast. This warm scene is interrupted by the memory of the traitor, who jokingly warned Bai Yi to control his eating habits, a seemingly normal interaction between teammates. The memory shifts to the horrifying moment of betrayal. Bai Yi remembers his body suddenly becoming paralyzed and unable to move. The traitor calmly explained that for the past month, he had mixed a paralytic powder into their breakfast noodles, revealing he had made thorough preparations to wipe out the strongest team. Back in the present, standing amidst the chaos at the campsite, Bai Yi reveals the shocking truth to teacher Huang and the other students. He holds up the broken container he found in the forest and firmly states that Ziling released the monster. He explains the container is from Zifeng Industrial, a company owned by the principal's family and managed by Ziling's father. Hearing this, Qi Yin looks shocked as she understands. Bai Yi continues, saying the company's labs use special bottles to store miniaturized demon beasts, and he found the broken pieces of this bottle in the woods. He concludes that only someone from the Zifeng Industrial family could have had access to it. Meanwhile, Ziling is seen walking through the forest, looking back towards the campsite. Overcome with anger and panic that his plan failed, he furiously punches a tree. He rants to himself, regretting he didn't get rid of the evidence and questioning why Bai Yi had to interfere and ruin everything. His frustration turns to a deep hatred for Bai Yi, whom he blames for all his problems. With a face twisted in rage, he screams that it is always Bai Yi's fault. The students are shocked and angry after Bai Yi's accusation. One of them furiously questions why Zeeling would do such a thing, asking if he meant to kill everyone. Another student agrees, yelling that Zeeling should be thrown in jail. From his hiding place, Zeeling's eye is shown, bloodshot with rage. One student tries to voice some doubt, but another argues back, asking why Zeeling hasn't shown himself if he is innocent. Zeeling's fury intensifies at their words. Despite her severe injuries, Teacher Huang urges her students to hurry and evacuate. She hands a radio to Qi Yin, telling her to take it to a place with a signal and call for help. Qi Yin takes the device, looking worriedly at her teacher. Suddenly, an arrow flies out of the darkness and strikes the radio in Qi Yin's hand with explosive force, shattering it. Bai Yi's eyes widen in shock and anger at the sudden attack. The other students gather around a trembling Qi Yin, asking if she is all right and wondering who shot at them. On the ground lie the smoking, destroyed remains of the radio. Qi Yin stares at her hand, which is now covered in blood. Seeing this, Bai Yi's expression hardens with rage. Before they can react further, a canister is thrown into their midst, landing on the ground and releasing a thick green gas that quickly envelops them. The students are confused by the strange gas, and they begin to cough as they cover their mouths. One of them realizes with alarm that the gas smells of paralytic powder. As the disoriented students wonder who is attacking them, the silhouette of Zeeling appears, walking calmly through the green mist. In the swirling green gas, Bai Yi stands silently, his face hidden in shadow as the students around him cough and choke. Zeeling, wearing a gas mask and goggles, begins to rant madly, blaming Bai Yi for everything. Tearing off his goggles to reveal his furious, bloodshot eyes, Zeeling screams that because of Bai Yi, everyone knows what he did, and now none of them can leave. In response to Zeeling's accusations, a powerful golden aura surges around Bai Yi, causing the nearby students to stare in shock. Engulfed in a fiery energy, Bai Yi begins to walk towards Zeeling. With his own eyes now glowing gold with fury, Bai Yi asks Zeeling if he is prepared to let everyone die. Meanwhile, the other students are succumbing to the paralytic gas. One student trembles and falls to his knees, complaining that his body feels incredibly tired. As he collapses, he sees a green canister, realizing with horror that it's a B-class item with paralytic powder, a tool meant for powerful demon beasts. Zeeling picks up the canister, and they wonder why he used it on his own classmates. He confirms it was meant for the monster. He screams that all his tools were for the corpse spider, and he was supposed to be the one to emerge as the hero and save them all. Staring at Bai Yi with pure hatred, Zeeling blames him for ruining his plans. He summons his glowing energy bow, preparing to attack the one he holds responsible. Zeeling takes aim at Bai Yi, ready to fire. However, the badly wounded teacher Huang steps between them. She pleads with Zeeling, telling him it's not too late to stop and that he shouldn't make another mistake. Zeeling glares at her furiously, ignoring her words. Still trying to give him a way out, Teacher Huang continues to plead, suggesting he released the monster by accident and never meant to put everyone in danger. Zeeling rejects Teacher Huang's pleas, declaring that it is too late and nothing can be undone. He accuses her of trying to deceive him and aims his energy bow at her. Teacher Huang, suffering from her wound and the gas, realizes she is completely immobilized. Behind her, Bai Yi understands he too is about to pass out from the potent B-class powder. Refusing to be taken down, Bai Yi makes a drastic decision and stabs his own leg with his blade, using the pain to fight off the paralysis. Teacher Huang is terrified by his self-inflicted wound, but Bai Yi calmly tells her that Zeeling's actions are now irreversible. She can only stare at him, speechless. A surge of adrenaline courses through Bai Yi, and he shouts at Zeeling that no matter his personal grievances or twisted excuses, his actions are unforgivable. In response, Zeeling fires his energy arrow. The sight of a teammate attacking another triggers a traumatic memory for Bai Yi, reminding him of the traitor from his past life who betrayed the divine core. Filled with righteous fury, Bai Yi screams at Zeeling, questioning how he could dare point his weapon at his own people. With astonishing speed, Bai Yi deflects the arrow and instantly closes the distance between them, leaving Zeeling confused by his speed. Before Zeeling can react, Bai Yi unleashes a furious slash with his blade, severing Zeeling's arm at the shoulder. Zeeling screams in agony, his face splattered with his own blood. Bai Yi looks down at him with cold, unwavering eyes, his face spattered with Zeeling's blood, and declares that betrayal is unforgivable. Without giving him a moment to recover, Bai Yi delivers another swift attack, slicing Zeeling across the chest. Zeeling collapses, screaming in pain and calling Bai Yi a lunatic as he tries to stop the bleeding from his wounds. With tears of pain and rage, he continues to scream that this is all Bai Yi's fault. As Zeeling's blood drips from his glowing blade, Bai Yi glares down at him with cold contempt. He asks Zeeling if he was hiding nearby the whole time, watching the disaster unfold. Zeeling looks up in pure shock, realizing his cowardice has been exposed. Bai Yi continues his accusation, stating that Xiling simply watched as the disaster he created spun out of control. A flashback confirms Bai Yi's words, showing a terrified Xiling hiding behind a tree, watching in horror as the corpse spider attacked his classmates and nearly devoured Teacher Huang. Back in the present, Xiling breaks down into pathetic sobs. He confesses that he was afraid, admitting he knew he couldn't defeat the monster he had unleashed. He then begs Bai Yi to listen to his explanation. Unmoved by his pleas, Bai Yi has heard enough. He swings his blade, slicing Xiling across the mouth to silence him. Standing over the broken and bleeding Xiling, Bai Yi points his blade at him, his body glowing with a powerful golden aura. He coldly tells Xiling that once a decision is made, one must be prepared to face the consequences. Terrified, Xiling can only think that Bai Yi is a complete lunatic. As he stares at Bai Yi's cold, merciless eyes, his thoughts twist in fear, realizing that he is the one who has acted like a madman. The horrifying realization dawns on him that Bai Yi is genuinely planning to kill him. With a determined expression, Bai Yi raises his glowing blade, preparing to deliver the final blow. He unleashes his ultimate skill, Binary Judgment, a powerful ability designed to completely destroy the awakened power of an enemy. A furious whirlwind of golden energy erupts from his blade, engulfing the screaming Xiling in a storm of attacks. After the devastating assault, Bai Yi stands amidst the crackling golden energy, staring down at his defeated opponent. On the ground lies Xiling, utterly broken and powerless. A notification above him indicates that his awakened abilities have been destroyed. He can only lie there, his face a mask of blood and tears, weakly pleading for help. Just as Bai Yi is about to deliver the final blow to Xiling, he is startled by Teacher Huang's desperate cry. Confused, he pauses, recognizing his teacher's voice. His attention is drawn back to the greater threat as the massive B-class corpse spider reappears, having recovered from its injuries. The creature has already captured several helpless students in its shadowy grasp. Bai Yi realizes with alarm that the monster is attacking again. The effects of the paralytic powder are weighing heavily on him, greatly reducing his mobility. He knows that even with his full power, he might not be able to defeat the beast. However, with a surge of determination, he accepts there is no other choice, realizing he is the only one left with a chance to save them. Suddenly, brilliant streams of golden lightning appear, forming into a massive bolt that strikes down from above. Bai Yi is completely shocked by this unexpected event. The powerful lightning strikes the ground around him, freeing the students from the monster's control. Qi Yin is released from the creature's grasp, and another powerful bolt slices through the corpse spider's body, severely injuring it. Teacher Huang, now cradling the unconscious Qi Yin, looks up with relief and says that Ling Yue has arrived just in time. Standing protectively before the wounded students is Ling Yue, the Golden Lightning Assassin. She holds her own weapons, ready for battle, and tells the monster that it is not good to face someone alone. Having saved the students, Ling Yue turns to Bai Yi with a confident smile and asks if he is still able to fight. Bai Yi is visibly surprised by her sudden appearance and direct question. The two now stand together, ready to face the massive, wounded corpse spider while the other students lie unconscious around them. The monster glares at them for a moment, then its body shimmers and it vanishes completely. Ling Yue is confused, wondering if it disappeared, but Bai Yi quickly explains that the creature has a camouflage ability. He tells her that after he injured it earlier, it must have hidden itself to recover. Bai Yi's face is grim as he breathes heavily, the pain from the deep self-inflicted wound on his leg becoming clear. Ling Yue notices his struggle. He tells her that the effects of the paralytic powder are now fully setting in and that the other students will likely be unconscious for a while. Impressed that he was able to resist the B-class paralysis for so long, Ling Yue throws a bottle to him. She explains that she only brought one recovery potion with her and insists he should use it. Bai Yi catches the potion, a system notification identifying it as a water of purification. As Bai Yi drinks the recovery potion, Ling Yue comments that the guild's response will be too slow and they don't know when reinforcements might arrive. The potion's effect is immediate, and Bai Yi, now refreshed, senses the monster's presence. He warns Ling Yue that the creature is still nearby, hiding and absorbing nutrients from its surroundings to recover. Just as he finishes speaking, the camouflaged corpse spider lunges from its hiding place, attacking with its massive, sharp leg. Reacting with incredible speed, Bai Yi meets the attack head-on, activating his parry skill to block and deflect the powerful blow. Using the opening Bai Yi created, Ling Wei instantly appears behind the now visible monster, her own blade crackling with golden lightning. She delivers a powerful strike that clashes with the monster's defenses. Caught between the two attacks, the corpse spider lets out an enraged roar as the force of the combined assault sends it crashing violently into the ground. Standing side by side, Ling Yue remarks on how quickly the monster recovered and then repeats her question, asking Bai Yi if he is still able to fight. With a determined smirk and a green aura now surrounding him, Bai Yi confirms that he can and suggests that it is time for them to team up. Bai Yi and Ling Yu stand ready, facing the massive B-class corpse spider. Bai Yi has a green aura, while Ling Yue radiates a powerful golden energy. Bai Yi compliments Ling Yue, noting her attack and reaction times are excellent, but reminds her with a smile to prioritize her safety since they are still students. Ling Yue smirks back, teasing that he says that as if he isn't a student too. Their brief exchange is cut short as the enraged corpse spider gets back to its feet. It glares at them with glowing red eyes, clearly furious about their attack. Seeing the monster ready to fight again, Bai Yi shouts for them to attack together, and the two warriors leap towards the beast at the same time, striking the monster from both sides. During the attack, Bai Yi notices something is wrong. The monster retaliates with a powerful swing of its sharp leg, and though Bai Yi blocks it, the force sends him sliding backward. Seizing the opening, Ling Yue declares she will handle it and leaps over Bai Yi to strike the monster from above. She unleashes a flurry of slashes, her body crackling with golden lightning. To her shock, her powerful attacks are useless against the monster's tough hide. The corpse spider easily blocks her blades and counters with a swift strike of its own sharp leg. Bai Yi cries out Ling Yue's name in alarm as he watches the monster land another brutal blow. The attack sends Ling Yue flying backward, wounded and bleeding from her chest. As she clutches her wound, she realizes with horror that the monster's attacks are poisonous, a fact confirmed by a status notification. As the corpse spider continues its assault, Bai Yi moves to protect the injured Ling Yue, using his parry skill to block the monster's attack. He realizes the monster's defenses are like a top-tier B-class warrior, which is why Ling Yue's powerful attacks couldn't damage it. The monster glares at them, threatening that they will all die. However, Bai Yi realizes a greater danger. The creature has been constantly absorbing nutrients from its surroundings. He understands that it is continuously growing stronger, both physically and intellectually. Bai Yi knows that if they don't defeat it soon, they won't survive long enough for the Divine Guild to arrive, especially with the other students unconscious. He assesses their dire situation, noting both he and Ling Yue are only C-class, and Ling Yue is already wounded. Despite her injuries, Ling Yue struggles to her feet, declaring with determination they must find a way to break the monster's defenses quickly. Bai Yi stands firm, a plan beginning to form in his mind. His mind flashes back to a tactical meeting with his old team, the Divine Corps. He remembers asking them what to do when facing an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. Han Xiaoling had suggested retreating, but Ling Yue had firmly reminded them that for the elite Divine Corps, retreat was not an option. Bai Yi then recalls the specific strategy he was about to teach them that day, the lure the rat plan. He explained the first step was for him to attack the enemy with his full power, drawing all of their attention and aggression to himself. As he puts this plan into action in the present, he remembers the next part of the strategy. Once the enemy's attention is completely fixed on the first attacker, they will be vulnerable. With a look of fierce determination, he knows the next step is to wait for the perfect moment to strike. Ling Yue watches, ready to attack, as Bai Yi draws the corpse spider's attention. He shouts at her, ordering her not to attack, but to stay back and gather her strength. Shocked, Ling Yue questions if he plans to face the monster alone. Watching from a distance, she agrees it's too risky, noting that while Bai Yi is talented, he is still just a C-class student. She then looks down in shame, thinking that she is supposed to have the powerful, golden profession, yet Bai Yi is acting like the true leader. Bai Yi approaches the monster, dodging its attacks and countering with a powerful swing of his blade. He then makes a risky move, throwing his weapon into the air and leaving himself open. The monster takes the bait and attacks, to Ling Yue's horror. The corpse spider lunges forward and impales Bai Yi through the shoulder with one of its sharp appendages. He coughs up blood from the wound, but even as he is attacked, he gestures with his hand for Ling Yue to stay back. Confused by his actions, Lingyue wonders what he is planning. The massive corpse spider looms over the impaled Bai Yi, gloating over its victory. It scoffs at the weakness of humans, declaring they are nothing more than nutrients for it to eat. As it prepares to devour him, its grotesque tooth-lined mouth opens wide above his head. However, Bai Yi, though badly wounded, has been waiting for this exact moment. He thinks to himself that the time is right. He takes a deep breath and screams Lingyue's name, shouting that now is the time to attack. Responding instantly, Lingyue is engulfed in a powerful golden aura as she activates a skill called Flash God, which greatly increases her movement speed. Bai Yi's risky plan is revealed. He had noticed the monster was only vulnerable when it was about to eat its prey. He correctly guessed that the moment it opens its mouth, its tough defenses are temporarily lowered. He knows this is the most critical step of the lure the rat plan. Once the enemy is lured in and reveals a weakness, it is time for the rat catcher to strike. Moving with blinding speed, Lingyue appears in a flash of golden lightning and stabs the corpse spider directly through the back. She looks on with fierce determination, aiming to defeat the monster in a single decisive blow. The monster is completely shocked by the sudden powerful attack. A notification confirms its heart has been paralyzed and its defenses are now broken. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi frees himself from the monster's now limp appendage and lands safely on the ground, stating that it is time for the final step. The massive corpse spider is paralyzed from Lingyue's lightning attack. Lingyue, still wounded, explains her control skill will only last for a few seconds and worries what will happen if the monster attacks again. Bai Yi struggles to his feet, telling a surprised Lingyue that a few seconds is more than enough. He declares with firm resolve that he will not let the monster escape this time. A vibrant blue aura surrounds Bai Yi as a notification confirms he has switched to his cloud element mage profession. He unleashes a powerful ice spell, completely trapping the paralyzed corpse spider in a massive block of jagged ice. Lingyue is shocked by this, exclaiming in disbelief that he actually has two different professions. With a confident smirk, Bai Yi switches back to his nuclear warrior profession, his aura now glowing green. He states that the power he has built up from his injuries and fatigue is now enough for his plan. He and Lingyue unleash their ultimate attacks at the same time, a massive wave of golden and green energy that completely destroys the frozen monster. A series of system notifications appear, confirming the successful defeat of the corpse spider. The rewards are huge, over 10,000 experience points, 300 flower element points, a level up for his cloud element mage class, and a B-class armor material called Spider's Carapace. As his wounds and fatigue heal, Bai Yi notes to himself that he needs to defeat high-level monsters to gain good experience. Lingyue stares at him, completely amazed. She explains that while some rare geniuses in the world have dual elements, she has never heard of someone awakening two different professions at such a young age. Before she can react, a blue aura swirls around Bai Yi's hand as he switches to yet another profession, Flower Element Summoner. He thinks to himself that since his summoner class is now C-class, he can form contracts with up to 6 demons, and he currently has 4 empty slots. Using his Flower Spirit contract skill, Bai Yi reaches out to the defeated monster's spirit, commanding it to come to him. A system notification confirms the contract is successful, and he has a new E-class Flower Warrior summon. Finding the name Corpse Spider hard to remember, Bai Yi decides to rename his new summon Qiangzi. The new summon seems happy with its new name. With its new master chosen, Qiangzi fades away into spirit form. Lingyue, still processing everything, asks Bai Yi in disbelief if he just switched to a third profession. She remarks that he is truly full of surprises. Bai Yi then asks her if she can keep everything she saw today a secret. With a knowing smile, Lingyue notes he has all these abilities, but didn't reveal them during the official assessment. Guessing he wants to keep his true power hidden, she confidently reassures him that she can be trusted with a secret. Just as their conversation ends, a group of men in dark uniforms appear on the scene, announcing that Squad 26 has arrived. The leader of the squad, a man with blue hair, asks if they are all right, relieved that they finally made it in time. They are the Holy Nation Divine Guild's Eastern Border 26th Squad. The leader of the newly arrived Divine Guild squad is shocked to find the dead B-class corpse spider, wondering how the monster was already defeated. He tells his team to give medicine to the unconscious students and do a head count, and he is relieved to see everyone waking up. Nearby, Teacher Huang comforts the still shaken Qi Yin, reassuring her that the danger has passed. The squad leader looks at the monster's remains, noting that a C-class team would have struggled against it. He is impressed that 2 students were able to defeat it, calling them true geniuses from the Jiang Nation. Bai Yi and Ling Yue stand together, both still covered in blood from the fight. Zhang Jun, now humbled, approaches Bai Yi with the two senior girls. He tells Bai Yi that they are only alive thanks to him, and one of the girls adds that if it weren't for his heroic actions, they would all be dead. With a sincere expression, Zhang Jun extends his hand, thanking Bai Yi for saving everyone. At the same time, Ling Yue's team members rush to her side. The vice captain and a pink-haired girl in her team begin to heal her wound, asking if she is all right and scolding her for running back alone. The girl asks Ling Yue how dangerous it was, but Ling Yue calmly reassures them that everything has been resolved. The vice captain boasts that people shouldn't underestimate their captain, reminding them that as a golden profession user, a genius who appears only once every few years, there is nothing she can't handle. However, Ling Yue turns away thoughtfully, stating that today she met a true genius. She looks over at Bai Yi as he accepts Zhang Jun's handshake, thinking to herself that he is a person full of mysteries. After the situation is under control, a Divine Guild squad member announces that the headcount is complete, but one student is still missing. He tells the rest of the students to board the special train, stating that the guild will handle the search for the missing person. Meanwhile, back in the dark wilderness, the missing student, Zeeling, is running for his life. He screams in terror, begging a mysterious creature to stay away from him. He frantically yells that he released the monster, but not for it to come after him. As a massive, shadowy beast with glowing green eyes crawls toward him, Zeeling screams that it was supposed to go and devour the other students. The scene then shifts to the Divine Guild's special train, where the students are traveling. Bai Yi sits and reviews his status on a holographic interface, thinking about the new summon he acquired. He notes that the corpse spider, Changzi, has strong growth potential and could become a powerful asset if he trains it well. A system screen confirms that he now has 3 out of a possible 6 contracts filled. He reflects that while defeating the B-class monster did level up his mage profession, he is still a long way from reaching the next major rank. A status screen shows his current power. His Cloud Element Mage and Nuclear Warrior professions are both C-Class, level 22, while his Flower Element Summoner is C-Class, level 21. As a member of the Divine Guild squad reports that they have successfully regrouped with the students, Bai Yi thinks about the challenges ahead. He knows that most monsters, C-Class and above, are controlled by the Divine Guild and the families of the gods, which makes it hard for him to find high-level opponents to fight. With a look of determination, he concludes that he must find more opportunities to level up. As the train speeds along a coastal track and enters a tunnel, a member of the Divine Guild squad announces that they will soon arrive at their destination, the Holy Nation. With a look of intense determination, Bai Yi internally announces his return, his mind set on his singular goal. His thoughts are filled with the image of the man who betrayed him and his team, the traitor. The scene shifts to the eastern border of the Holy Nation on the morning of June 28th. The train with Bai Yi and the other students arrives at the Divine Arms Academy station. The students are amazed by the massive station, commenting that it's many times larger than what they are used to. As Bai Yi walks through the crowd, he hears his classmates talking about how this must be the richest country in the world. A well-dressed man greets the students and introduces himself as the director of the Divine Arms Academy's Eastern Campus. He warmly welcomes them and says he will now lead them on a tour of the highest institution for awakened beings, the Divine Arms Academy. Bai Yi's expression turns serious when he recognizes the name of the school. He knows this is where the traitor graduated from. Based on his memories, he calculates that the traitor, Chris, should be studying at the academy right now. Bai Yi's gaze hardens as he thinks that it's finally time for them to meet. The director leads the students to a large, impressive statue of a knightly figure with a sword and shield. He explains that this is a monument to one of the 5 great creator gods, Cadmus Davis. The students look up in awe, with some remarking that the Davis family is the most powerful family today and that they are seeing their idol. The students start excitedly talking among themselves about the rumor that they might get to meet the God Clan during their trip. The director of the Divine Arms Academy continues his speech, explaining their world's history to the students. He says that when a demon dragon appeared and devastated the land, it was the great Cadmus Davis who stood up, killed the beast, and helped humanity survive. Afterwards, to unite the strongest humans, he founded both the Divine Guild and the Divine Arms Academy. He explains that the Academy is the most elite institution for the awakened in the world, the undisputed number 1. Each year, it only accepts 100 students from around the globe, all between the ages of 12 and 18. Furthermore, all applicants must have reached at least B rank and must also pass an extremely tough entrance examination to be considered. The students are stunned by these demanding requirements. One of them murmurs that he struggled with all his might just to get past D rank and barely reach C rank. Another student agrees, noting how rare it is for anyone in a country to reach B rank, let alone before age 18. Standing nearby with the vice captain, Ling Yue smiles and remarks to herself how difficult it is to get into the Divine Arms Academy. While the others are overwhelmed by the difficulty, Bai Yi's thoughts are focused. He recalls that despite these impossibly high standards, the traitor was a graduate of this very academy. A memory from his past life flashes in his mind, a man introducing the skull-masked Chris as their new teammate. He then remembers that same man whispering to him, explaining that while they couldn't look into each other's pasts, he should know that Chris was the most outstanding graduate of the Divine Arms Academy and was incredibly strong. Coming back to the present, Bai Yi's expression is one of pure determination as he confirms to himself that, according to the timeline, the traitor should be at the academy right now. He clenches his fist tightly, filled with resolve. He knows he must reach B rank as fast as possible. He has to become stronger than the traitor, and he absolutely must get into the Divine Arms Academy. As the students think about the high standards of the Divine Arms Academy, Qi Yin stands behind Bai Yi, thinking. She believes that if Bai Yi said he wants to stay at this school, he must have a way to do it. Suddenly, a well-dressed older man startles Qi Yin by calling her Little Princess. He asks why she came to the Holy Nation without visiting her father first. A flustered Qi Yin turns to face the man, while the other students look on in confusion. The academy director sees the man, bows respectfully, and greets him as Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen tells a surprised Qi Yin that her father is ill from overwork, but had told him not to tell her. Upon hearing the news, Qi Yin immediately rushes off with Secretary Chen toward a waiting car. The other students watch this, with one wondering about Qi Yin's identity, noting that the academy director was so respectful to her family's secretary. Before they can think about it further, a luxurious black limousine pulls up, leaving the students shocked at how fancy the cars are in the Holy Nation. A chauffeur opens the door, and a group of stylishly dressed young people get out. The academy director approaches them and says they are late. A tall, red-haired young man from the group smirks, explaining that students from their private academy have to train in demon lairs every night. The red-haired young man from the private academy explains to the director that they were late because they had a big battle the day before and were tired, asking for some understanding. The director then introduces the two groups. He explains that students from two schools are on this trip and introduces the newcomers as local students from the Eastern Border Supreme Private Academy. The students from Bai Yi's school are impressed, commenting on how stylish the local students look. When the director turns to introduce Bai Yi's group, the red-haired leader arrogantly cuts him off, saying there's no need for an introduction. With a smirk, he assumes they are from an affiliated country and are therefore all just commoners. This rude remark leaves Bai Yi and his classmates confused. Teacher Huang approaches the private school students, looking concerned, and asks if only 5 of them came. The question is met with laughter and mockery from the group. The red-haired leader points at Bai Yi's group and calls them country folk, saying it's normal for them not to have heard of a private academy. He proudly declares that they are from the noble families of the Holy Nation, and because of their status, the educational resources they receive are on a completely different level. He then clarifies Teacher Huang's question with arrogance, explaining that their entire school is only those 5 students, and all of the school's resources are dedicated just to them. One of his female companions adds that, of course, the country folk from a public school wouldn't be able to understand such a thing. These constant insults finally make Jiang Jun furious. He steps forward and angrily asks why they are being called country folk. The red-haired leader gets right in his face, asking if Jiang Jun thinks he's looking down on him. He boasts that they are all future students of the prestigious Divine Arms Academy. He reveals that even though he's only a second year in high school, he is already a level 30 C-class warrior, just 1 level away from reaching B rank. With a menacing smile, he pokes Jiang Jun's tie and condescendingly asks what his level is, adding that they are only here to get familiar with the school early. Left speechless by the red-haired student's taunts, Jiang Jun is overcome with fury. He finally regains his composure and extends a hand, declaring that his own ultimate school team, which includes Ling Yue and the vice captain, will surely be able to compete with them. The private school students are unimpressed. The red-haired leader scoffs, telling them they think too highly of themselves. He points to his own team and boasts that the 5 of them already have perfect synergy and just yesterday cleared a D-class dungeon, breaking the middle school record. The girl with the beret smiles condescendingly, questioning the point of telling them this, since they have probably never even seen a D-class demon lair. She adds that ordinary people from commoner districts could never understand the refined lives of the nobility. These insults leave Jung Jun and the other students from his school shaking with rage. The red-haired leader continues his arrogant speech, declaring that their goal is to become God's blessed, while the visitors will spend their entire lives in the countryside. The term God's blessed triggers a deep reaction in Bai Yi. He thinks to himself that this title is the highest social status an ordinary person without divine blood can achieve. It's the goal everyone pursues and the very position he reached in his previous life. However, his memory turns bitter as he recalls that in the end, achieving that status meant he was nothing more than a dog for the gods. An image of his past self in chains flashes through his mind, and he silently vows that he will never live that kind of life again. Suddenly, the loud whirring of a turbine fills the air, causing all the students to look up in shock, wondering what the sound is. A futuristic flying vehicle soars over their heads. One student recognizes it with alarm as an exclusive mount belonging to the God tribe and questions why it would appear here. The futuristic flying vehicle descends, landing with a gust of wind. A man emerges from the smoke, noting that all the students seem to be gathered there. The private school students turn around in surprise as the man approaches. They recognize him with a shout, identifying him as Lin Feng, a God's blessed from the powerful Dibi's family. Lin Feng looks over the crowd and states that if the students are here, then Bai Yi must be among them. This declaration confuses the arrogant private school students, who are shocked and wonder who Bai Yi is and why someone as important as Lin Feng would be looking for him. In response, Bai Yi turns and walks toward Lin Feng with an intense glare. Lin Feng addresses Bai Yi, adjusting his glasses and confirming he is the one who single-handedly and perfectly cleared the D-class demon lair during the simulation. He explains that the God tribe, specifically the Debus family, is very interested in his performance. Because the family is hosting a hunting competition, they have extended a special invitation for Bai Yi to come and observe. Bai Yi remains completely silent, his face unreadable. This news, however, leaves the private school students dumbfounded. They are shocked to hear Bai Yi cleared a D-class dungeon by himself, and even more so that he received a direct invitation from the God tribe. With a polite smile, Lin Feng gestures toward his vehicle and asks Bai Yi to please come with him. Bai Yi recalls the origins of their world's current order. 100 years ago, the world fell into chaos when powerful monsters attacked humanity who were too weak to fight back. In this desperate time, 5 powerful gods appeared. They acted as humanity's guardians, killing the great monsters and protecting the people. With their help, the human world was saved. From that day on, humans deeply respected the gods and worshipped them. To continue their protection, the gods remained in the mortal world. They gave humanity great knowledge and power, helped them build strong armies, and created new laws to govern them. They even joined with humans and had children, creating a new lineage. The direct descendants of these unions became known as the God tribe. Bai Yi's expression is cold and intense. He knows this is the history they are taught, but the reality is that everyone in this world lives under the absolute rule of the gods. Back in the present, the red-haired student from the private school eagerly asks Lin Feng if they can all go to the hunting competition. He excitedly points out that the competition is held in the God tribe's territory, a place he claims commoners could never hope to visit in their lifetime, let alone see the event in person. Lin Feng smiles politely and explains that since the entire cultivation trip was organized by the Debi's family, it was always the plan to invite all the students. He informs them that there is still time before their tour of the Divine Guild, so any interested student is welcome to come along to the competition. The students from Bai Yi's school, including a shocked teacher Huang and Zhang Jun, are in disbelief. They cannot believe they are actually getting a chance to set foot in the God tribe's territory. Standing apart from the crowd, Ling Yue and the vice captain watch. Ling Yue remarks that it's a place only nobles are supposed to go, and the vice captain adds that the other students are very lucky. With a final, welcoming smile, Lin Feng formally invites everyone to join him. The students are transported to the Debi's family's territory, a breathtaking floating city known as Sky City, hovering high above the ground. As they travel, it is explained that the 5 families of the gods are spread across the world, with the holy nation being the main home of the Debus family. They are the direct descendants of the great god Cadmus Debis and have immense power, leading the world's strongest army, the Divine Guild. Their influence is absolute, as they also manage the Divine Arms Academy, control the army's selection, and even oversee the awakened academies in other nations. Bai Yi understands that the Debus family's interest in him comes from his exceptional performance during the graduation exam. However, he remains wary, questioning why they would choose to meet him at their hunting competition. Upon their arrival, the students are led into a very rich hall, decorated with priceless art, including the Mona Lisa, and so large it made them feel small. They look around in awe, realizing this is truly the home of the god tribe. The hall is patrolled by the family's elite security, the priest's security team. As he takes it all in, Bai Yi's face is grimly determined. He realizes that after all this time, he has finally come face to face with the god tribe again. Inside the grand hall, guarded by the Debbie's family's security, a man stands with his back to the group, looking at the Mona Lisa. He announces that the guests have arrived. He recalls that his grandfather believed art was the only proof of humanity's existence, while his father believed it was ruins. He introduces himself as Shin Davis, the heir to the Davis family, and reveals his own twisted view, that creating ruins is a form of art itself. The visiting students are left confused and unsettled by his strange words. In contrast, the red-haired student from the private academy quickly shoves his female classmate's head down, scolding her for not showing respect. He tells her to lower her head, saying they can't be like the ignorant country folk who dare to look a member of the god tribe directly in the eyes. Bai Yi watches this, identifying Shin Davis as the eldest son of the god who rules the holy nation, the peak of power in their world. Shin Davis walks past the students without another word. Lin Feng then gestures for everyone to follow. They are led to a massive outdoor arena called the Hunting Grounds, a large forest contained within a high-tech, hexagonal energy barrier. The students look on in awe at the sheer scale of the arena. Their wonder turns to a mix of fear and excitement when they spot the gigantic monsters moving inside. High above the arena, members of the noble families ascend in floating chairs to a private viewing area. Two identical young men, Az and Ali Aude, sit in armchairs, wondering how many participants there will be this year. Nearby, another young noble, Rak Jin, casually orders a servant to bring him an iced coffee, while his sister, Alice Jin, politely declines a drink. From his position with the other students, Bai Yi observes the arrival of these powerful figures. He recognizes the grandsons of the Aude family, as well as the grandson and granddaughter of the Jin family. He finds it significant that members of three different god families, Debis Aude and Jin, are all present at the same event. Shin Debis stands before the massive energy barrier, looking out at the hunting grounds. Lin Feng steps forward to address the crowd, announcing that the hunting competition is about to begin and he will explain the rules. He explains that the competition takes place entirely within the arena, a battle between awakened individuals and the monsters inside. The monsters, he clarifies, are all C-class beasts captured from around the world by the Divine Guild. To increase the challenge, the volunteer participants must not have reached B rank. The competition is point-based, with each kill of a C-class monster earning 10 points, and the final rankings are determined by the total score. The students from Bai Yi's school are shocked by these rules. One of them points out that if the participants are below B rank, their strength is not much different from their own. Another student whispers nervously that it usually takes an entire team to defeat a single monster of the same rank, concluding that the volunteers must be very brave to face them alone. Nearby, Ling Yue stands with her arms crossed, observing silently, while the pink-haired girl on her team looks on with fear and the vice-captain watches the proceedings. Lin Feng continues his introduction, explaining this year's hunting competition is also a special celebration day. As he speaks, a pedestal rises from the ground. He reveals that for this special occasion, the Debbie's family has prepared a generous reward for the winner, showing a shining, high-tech chest. With a grand gesture, Lin Feng announces it's time for this year's participants to enter. A large section of the arena wall opens, allowing the competitors to walk onto the hunting grounds. Lin Feng announces there are 12 participants this year, naming Louis from the Sacred Code Nation and Lin Qing from the Ye country as examples, while the crowd watches on massive holographic screens. The students from Bai Yi's school watch with a mix of awe and concern. They guess the participants must be very experienced, with one student noting that killing a single monster of the same rank alone is an incredible feat. Yet there are hundreds of beasts in the arena, and only 12 competitors. He concludes the event is very dangerous. Another student points out the huge rewards, mentioning a rumor of S-class equipment for the winner and a personal reward from the God Tribe for an outstanding performance. This isn't enough for a timid student, who mutters he would rather prioritize his life. Another agrees, saying he'd be scared to death if such a monster stood before him. Throughout their talk, Bai Yi remains silent and detached. Suddenly, Shin Debis calls out to Bai Yi from across the crowd. He walks towards Bai Yi, confirming his identity. Shin mentions Bai Yi clearing a D-class demon lair by himself in middle school and suggests he has not yet reached his limits. Bai Yi stares back at him, his expression intense and unyielding. Shin's face hardens as he gives a direct command. With a snarling beast visible on the screen behind him, he tells Bai Yi to kill a C-class monster for him, right now. Shin Debus's demand shocks the crowd. The students from the private academy are aghast, with the blonde-haired girl questioning how a student could be expected to fight a C-class monster alone. The red-haired boy reminds her it is a direct request from the God Tribe, implying it can't be refused. Ling Yue, watching from a distance, thinks this must be why Bai Yi was specially invited. Confident in his abilities, she believes that since he helped her defeat a B-class monster, killing a C-class beast should not be hard for him. However, Bai Yi interrupts her thoughts with one unexpected word: no. This declaration leaves Ling Yue completely shocked. Bai Yi then steps forward and asks how a single monster could possibly be enough. With a confident smile, he announces that since he is already there, he should be allowed to participate in the entire hunting competition. This bold proposal leaves even Sindebis silent and intrigued. The private school students are once again left stunned, exclaiming in disbelief at Bai Yi's audacity. High in the viewing area, the nobles react with scorn. One of the Audi twins scoffs at the idea of Bai Yi competing, calling it a joke, while Rak Jin looks on with bored contempt. Bai Yi's decision is part of a calculated plan. He knows that wild C-class monsters are almost impossible to find in the world. This competition is his only and fastest chance to gain the experience he needs to level up to B rank. He also realizes the importance of the moment, with members of 3 powerful god families present to witness his display. With his eyes glowing with power and a blue aura swirling around him, he decides he will give them all the most exciting performance of their lives. Just as Bai Yi makes his bold declaration, a hand is raised in the crowd, asking everyone to wait. With a confident smile, Ling Yue steps forward, announcing she would also like to sign up and participate. Immediately after, the vice captain chimes in with a cheerful smile, raising his hand as well and adding himself to the list. This sudden turn leaves the arrogant private school students completely shocked and speechless. Even Shin Daebis looks on, surprised by what is happening. An assistant shows Shin a datapad, and he notes that since the new volunteers are all C rank, they meet the entry requirements. Finding the situation amusing, Shin comments that this is the first time students have wanted to participate in the hunting competition. With a slight smile, he agrees to their request. The students from the private academy watch with disdain. The one in the pink suit mutters that the country bumpkins are just trying to show off. He recalls that in rare cases, someone with an outstanding performance was chosen to become one of the gods blessed, but he believes these students are being too hasty and arrogant. Not wanting to look cowardly, the red-haired student nervously declares that he will participate as well. Lin Feng warns him and the others to think their decision through carefully, reminding them the hunting competition has no safety teleportation devices. If they encounter real danger, no one can save them. The red-haired student stammers but confirms he understands. Trying to look brave, he turns to his fellow private school students, asking what the big deal is since they are only C-class monsters. He then stands next to Bai Yi, sneering at him and questioning if they can be seen as inferior to people from a vassal state. Bai Yi remains completely silent. An announcer notes that the number of participants has suddenly increased by 8 people. The 8 new contenders, 5 from the Holy Nation's private academy and 3 from the Jiang Nation, Bai Yi, Ling Wei, and the vice captain are gathered together. High in the nobles' viewing area, Ali Aude, one of the twins, leans back with a smirk, observing the new arrivals and remarking that things have just gotten interesting. Rak Jin asks the Aude twins who they are planning to bet on. The twins, Az and Ali Aude, confidently declare they are each betting 1 million on the students from the Holy Nation's private academy. They boast that these students have been raised with an elite education far superior to the insects from some unknown backwater country. Just then, Shin Debis approaches, remarking that the situation is interesting. He calmly announces he will be placing his bet on Bai Yi. The Aude twins are stunned. Ali Aude bursts into laughter, asking if Shin is referring to the white-haired country bumpkin. With a condescending smile, Ali Aude tells Shin he should prepare to lose his money. Rak Jin, who had been dismissive before, now stares silently, looking conflicted. After a sigh, he wonders aloud who he should bet on now. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stands alone, a sudden look of concern on his face. He realizes he forgot to warn the participants about a crucial danger. They must not go near the dark forest in the center of the arena. He mutters to himself, hoping they will not be foolish enough to venture into that area. Down below, the competition begins as participants enter the dark forest of the hunting grounds. The group from the Jiang Nation, consisting of Bai Yi, Ling Yue, and the vice captain, walks together. The other competitors, including the 5 students from the private academy, move through the woods, followed by a swarm of hovering camera drones. The blonde-haired girl from the private school team clutches her staff, her face pale with fear. She nervously admits she has never fought a C-class monster before. Their red-haired leader turns to her, annoyed, and asks what she is so afraid of. He reminds her that they have fought D-class bosses in real combat before. He tries to reassure his team, explaining a C-class monster is only about as strong as a D-class boss, and they will be fine if they just fight as a team like they always do. With a look of fierce, arrogant determination, he declares they will show the country bumpkins what a true elite team looks like. As the Jiang Nation team walks through the hunting grounds, Bai Yi is suddenly overcome by a strange sensation. His heart begins to pound violently, causing him to clutch his chest in alarm. He wonders what is happening and why his heart is beating so fast. Ling Yu notices his distress and asks him what the matter is. Quickly regaining his composure, Bai Yi dismisses her concern with a smile, assuring her it's nothing. The vice captain takes this opportunity to approach them, suggesting that since the three of them entered the competition together, they should operate as a team. He then cheekily adds that ever since Bai Yi rejected the ultimate school team's invitation, their captain Ling Yue has been restless and eager to cooperate with him. The vice captain's teasing remark causes Ling Yue to blush furiously as she demands what he is talking about, while Bai Yi simply looks on in confusion. The vice captain laughs off her reaction and asks Bai Yi to consider his proposal. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, the private school team is in a fierce battle against a massive, monstrous creature with glowing eyes looming over them from the shadows. As the beast strikes with a powerful claw, a student summons a glowing green shield just in time to block the attack. However, the force of the blow is immense, sending the student flying backward as another teammate curses in frustration. Their red-haired leader, Calvin, a level 30 C-rank nuclear mage, screams at his struggling teammates, demanding if they can keep up with his movements. The private school team's bravado is immediately tested as the monster leaps into their path. They find themselves facing a massive, blue, dragon-like creature, identified as a level 25 C-class ice storm dragon. The beast swings its powerful body, launching a devastating attack. The student in the pink suit screams in terror, overwhelmed by the creature's presence. Despite the fear, the team fights back. The student who previously summoned a shield does so again, desperately trying to block the monster's claw, shouting that he will fight it to the end. Seizing an opening, a student in a black turtleneck leaps forward, his eyes glowing. He unleashes a poisonous thorn slash, a flower warrior skill that slices through the dragon's arm and inflicts a powerful poison. The massive beast roars in agony, clutching the bloody stump where its limb used to be. Before the creature can recover, the blonde-haired girl of the team summons her power, creating magical snowflakes that swirl around her. She unleashes a C-class cloud element skill called Frost Skill Realm. A barrage of sharp ice projectiles shoots forward, striking the dragon from all sides and locking it in a frozen state. The beast is completely encased in a prison of ice as the girl triumphantly declares she has it under control. For the moment, the powerful monster is successfully neutralized. With the ice storm dragon frozen, the private school team launches a coordinated assault. The woman with the bow praises her teammates' work as she and a student with a glowing sword prepare to strike. She unleashes a strong poison arrow, a skill that imbues her shot with venom, while her companion attacks with his chi sword blade, a cloud warrior ability that enhances his weapon. They strike the immobilized beast in a combined flurry of attacks. As their attacks land, their leader, Calvin, leaps high into the air, declaring he will deliver the final blow. With a furious roar, he screams for the monster to die as he summons and hurls a massive fireball downward. The dragon's frozen face shows a moment of shock just before the powerful spell connects. The attack, a nuclear mage skill called a Scorching Flame Bomb, erupts in a massive explosion that completely shatters the frozen monster. Calvin lands, looking triumphant as he confirms their success. System notifications appear, confirming he has obtained valuable items like ice dragon skeletons and a cold dragon tail. A scoreboard update also shows Calvin has earned 10 points. He proudly turns to his teammates, reminding them he told them they could do it and boasting that they are the elite of the elite. His teammates are ecstatic, cheering and celebrating their victory, amazed they managed to defeat a wild C-class monster on their own. Feeling confident, Calvin tells his team to help him take out the next monsters, promising to leave the final kills for them so they can share the points. However, their celebration is cut short when two teammates notice the large, holographic scoreboard in the distance and point it out to the others. Their triumphant mood evaporates as they see the rankings. In first place is Ling Yue with 150 points, followed by the vice captain with 130, and Bai Yi in third with 120 points. They are in disbelief that the top three have already killed more than 10 monsters each. dwarfing their single victory. From afar, Lin Feng watches the competition uneasily. He suddenly recalls that he forgot to warn the students about a dangerous area, the central dark forest. He tries to reassure himself, thinking surely none of them would be foolish enough to enter such a perilous place. Meanwhile, Kalivan and his team of private school students are shocked when they see the holographic scoreboard. They are stunned to find that Ling Yue is in first place with 150 points, the vice captain is second with 130, and Bai Yi is in third with 120 points, meaning the three of them have each defeated more than 10 monsters. The students from the private academy can't believe what they are seeing, baffled by how it's possible. In the exclusive viewing area for the nobles, the mood is tense. A vine glass is smashed in frustration. Audijin is furious at the poor performance of the students he bet on, yelling about their elite education and calling them trash. The odd twins, Az and Ali, are upset, complaining they are about to lose the 1 million they bet on Calivan's team. Ali Aud sulks, remarking on how lucky Shindebis' choice was. He turns to Shindebis, mockingly noting that the insect he randomly chose to bet on has somehow climbed to third place. Unfazed, Shindebis simply replies that one should never underestimate an insect, adding it was a lesson his father taught him. In the noble's viewing area, Rockjin smirks, having decided on a plan. He sighs, complaining that the hunt is far too simple and boring to even place a bet. Sensing his intentions, Shindebis asks him what mischievous idea he has come up with. In response, Rockjin stands up dramatically and declares with a wide grin that he will participate in the competition himself and bet on his own victory. However, he quickly changes his mind, grabbing a young man with a collar by the ear and announcing that his dog will go in his place instead. Ali Aude immediately protests, pointing out that the servant is a God's blessed and the rules state only C-class awakeners can participate. Rockjin smiles condescendingly, stating that the God tribe itself is the rule. Grabbing the young man by the hair, Rockjin ups the ante, ordering that the high-level monsters also be released. He then issues a chilling ultimatum. If his servant fails to secure first place, he should just be left to die. The chaos in the hunting arena escalates as a massive, level 29 C-class stellar colossus raises its foot to crush a fallen participant. The monster stomps down, instantly killing the participant as his teammates watch helplessly. The remaining competitors are terrified, wondering why so many powerful high-level monsters have suddenly appeared. Another participant, a man with white hair named Louis, is caught under the monster's foot, begging for his life. Consumed by fear, he screams that he quits the competition and pleads to be let out, just before an official notification on the scoreboard shows he has been eliminated. The spectators in the stands are horrified by the brutal turn of events. One student points out that another awakener has been eliminated, while his friend remarks on the cruelty of it, since the participant was killed even after forfeiting. Among them, teacher Huang watches with a deeply worried expression, looking up at the scoreboard with concern for her students. In stark contrast, back in the nobles' viewing area, Rockjin and the Aude twins clap and laugh, greatly entertained by the carnage unfolding below. The Audi twins laugh wildly, declaring that the back and forth makes the competition fun. Ali Aud urges Shindebis to release any other hidden monsters to make the show more exciting. Shindebis remains silent, just watching the events on the monitors. Down in the arena, Ling Yue faces a massive C-class stellar colossus made of rock. As the creature launches itself forward, Ling Yue is shocked by its speed and prepares for the charge. Just as it is about to strike, she senses a presence. Suddenly, Bai Yi appears and kicks the creature's head, sending the colossal beast flying backward. The Zhang Nation trio, Bai Yi, Ling Yue, and the vice captain, now stand together, their auras flaring as they face the recovering monster. The enraged stellar colossus glares at them, steam puffing from its nostrils. Before it can attack, a mysterious purple energy slams down on it, crushing it to the ground and slowing it. The vice captain stands with his hand outstretched, smiling confidently. As a C-class stellar mage, he uses his yin pressure skill to lock down the monster. Seizing the opening created by the vice captain, Bai Yi pushes off the ground with incredible force. With his blade swirling with a powerful yellow aura, he closes the distance to the immobilized monster in an instant. He unleashes a single, devastating slash that cuts the C-class stellar colossus clean in half. As Bai Yi lands gracefully among the crumbling remains, a system notification confirms he has killed the level 28 monster and obtained 4 meteorites as loot. Another notification shows he earns 10 more points. Ling Yue and the vice captain watch him, and Ling Yue thoughtfully calls out his name. She realizes this is the 3rd time he has helped her. Although they are a team, Bai Yi has been leading the entire time, and amazingly, he has done it all using only his warrior profession without revealing his other abilities. Bai Yi stands silently, looking at his hand. As Bai Yi reflects on his victory, a notification confirms he has gained 1,700 experience points. He looks at his status screen, noting that coming to the competition was the right choice, as his nuclear warrior profession has already leveled up twice to level 24. He thinks about his unique ability to gain experience for any profession he uses in battle. However, when he spots one of the many camera drones monitoring the competition, he understands his predicament. He can't risk revealing his other professions and exposing his secrets. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he considers the limitations of being constantly watched. Staring into the dark forest, Bai Yi concludes he must find a private space, away from the prying eyes of the drones. His gaze lands on a particularly dark and foggy area in the distance, and he decides to head towards the central dark forest to investigate, hoping to find the solitude he needs to use his full power. As the Zhang Nation trio walks through the forest, the vice captain sighs with satisfaction. He comments on their team's good cooperation and, looking at the scoreboard, notes that the winner will likely come from their group. He adds with a smile that the fourth-place contestant's score is far behind theirs, but Ling Yue remains silent and unimpressed. Suddenly, Ling Yue's stoic expression breaks into one of shock. She has noticed a sudden change on the scoreboard. A new participant's rank is rapidly rising, catching the attention of other spectators who shout for everyone to look. Bai Yi is also surprised by this, recognizing the name Ganix on the board. His expression turns serious as he wonders why this person has entered the competition. Elsewhere in the arena, the reason for the change in rankings becomes clear. Ganix effortlessly slices a massive level 29 stellar colossus to pieces. A notification confirms he has earned 10 points. Clad in formidable ice-like armor, he is revealed to be Ganix, a powerful B-class cloud warrior and one of the gods blessed. He stands silently, a powerful aura surging around him. Having dealt with the beast, he turns his back on its frozen corpse and walks away. The competition intensifies as the scoreboard flashes an update. Ganix's score has skyrocketed to 240, pushing him into third place and knocking Bai Yi down to fourth. In the nobles' viewing area, Rock Jin laughs triumphantly. He gloats loudly, announcing that his participant's ranking has now surpassed the one chosen by Shin Dabies. With a smug grin, Rock Jin continues his taunts, declaring that Shin Dabies' choice is nothing special and that he will claim first place this time. Watching this, as Odd nervously scoffs, muttering that having a powerful god's blessed compete as a substitute is shameless cheating. His twin brother, Ali Aud, turns to Shin Dabies with a sly smile, reminding him of his legendary reputation for never having lost a bet. Ali then laughs, eagerly anticipating that they will finally see Shin Dabies lose for the first time. Throughout all the taunting, Shin Dabies remains silent, staring ahead with an unreadable expression. Finally, a faint smile touches his lips as he begins to speak. He calmly asks the other nobles if they would like to raise the stakes, informing them they are free to change their bets and back a different participant. Then, with unwavering confidence, he makes a stunning declaration. He will be betting 100 million on Bai Yi. Shin Dabies confidently repeats his massive bet, declaring he is putting 100 million on Bai Yi and asking the other nobles if they dare to follow. The Aude twins are shocked by the huge sum, whispering about whether Shin Dabies has gone mad and noting that 100 million is an entire week's worth of their pocket money. Rock Jin, however, grins condescendingly. He boasts that Ganix is his most loyal dog and eagerly accepts the bet, telling Shin Dabies that if he's so determined to throw away his money, he should go right ahead. Seeing the bets are on, Shin Dabies decides to raise the stakes of the competition itself. He explains that to give the participants more motivation to fight for first place, they should add more excitement to the game. Lin Feng, standing beside him, nods in understanding. Down in the arena, Lin Feng's voice suddenly booms out, addressing all competitors. He makes an official announcement. The final phase of the hunting competition is about to begin. He declares that more powerful monsters will be released into the arena, causing the contestants on the ground to look up in shock. They are then given a choice. They can either continue to stay and participate or leave the field. Faced with more powerful monsters, the blonde-haired girl from the private school team declares in terror that she wants to quit. However, the announcer's voice continues, revealing that the Dabies family has added a special new prize. The first-place winner will receive a unique item, a beautiful golden ring with a large purple gemstone, known as the Sacred Edict. The sight of the ring makes Bai Yi's expression turn deadly serious. He knows exactly what this item is. The Sacred Edict is a ring that a member of the God tribe can only give once in their entire lifetime. For an ordinary person, receiving this ring is like being granted a get out of jail free card, a pardon so powerful it can even absolve them of a crime punishable by death. This triggers a powerful memory from Bai Yi's past life. He remembers being a young man in an awakened prison, sitting across from a blindfolded figure who offered him a similar ring. His thoughts confirm the memory's importance. In his previous life, his master used a sacred edict to rescue him from that very prison. Back in the present, Bai Yi is stunned, wondering why the Debbie's family would offer such an incredibly valuable prize. He realizes this new reward will make the competition even more intense, leaving him little time to level up. He turns to his teammates just as the vice captain makes a proposal. He explains that while their teamwork has been good and their scores are rising, the number of monsters on the outskirts of the arena is decreasing. He suggests that from now on, they should split up and fight individually to cover more ground. The vice captain smiles, pointing out that the newcomer, Ganix, has already created a large gap between them on the scoreboard. An updated view of the rankings confirms this, showing Ganix in first place with 350 points, while Ling Wei, the vice captain, and Bai Yi have fallen to second, third, and fourth place. Before agreeing, Bai Yi looks at his teammates with concern, asking if they are sure they can protect themselves on their own. Ling Yu smiles, realizing that Bai Yi had only agreed to team up because he was worried about their safety. Filled with a new sense of friendly rivalry, she confidently tells him not to underestimate the ultimate school team and challenges him to a race to see which of them can claim the #1 spot. Elsewhere in the arena, the other participants are also fighting desperately. Under a chilling command from his master, Rak Jin, Ganix fights with ferocious intensity. Rak Jin's voice echoes in his mind, threatening him with death if he fails to maintain his first-place position. Fueled by this, Ganix unleashes a devastating attack, slicing through monsters with brutal efficiency. Back in the noble's viewing area, Rakjin laughs maniacally as he watches his servants rampage on the monitors, proudly boasting that the hunting dog he raised is performing perfectly. Rakjin points triumphantly at Shin Debi's, taunting that he is sure to lose the bet. He laughs, mocking Shin's choice by pointing out that Bai Yi is a loser who has even been abandoned by his own teammates. As he speaks, the image of Bai Yi on the monitor begins to flicker and distort with static. The other nobles in the room are confused by this sudden technical issue. They gather around the large screens, wondering aloud why Bai Yi's live feed has been cut off and what could be happening. Shindebi's, however, seems to understand exactly what this means. With a look of quiet anticipation, he stares at the blank screen and thinks to himself that Bai Yi is finally about to reveal his true strength. Bai Yi intentionally travels to the central area of the hunting grounds, a dangerous zone few dare to enter. To ensure he isn't watched, he uses his ice magic to freeze and destroy the live stream drone, cutting the video feed. Now unobserved, Bai Yi activates his Cloud Element Mage mode. He recalls his master's teachings on where monsters prefer to hide in the jungle. He quickly finds a level 29 C-class Thunderbird, but to him, these creatures are just experience packs. With an intense gaze, Bai Yi prepares for battle, determined to level up all of his professions while no one is watching. Meanwhile, outside the arena, spectators watching the holographic screens see Bai Yi's feed suddenly cut to static and go blank. The sudden blackout causes panic. The two senior girls from the high school worry that the little handsome boy is in terrible danger. Teacher Huang clutches her chest, filled with anxiety about what happened to Bai Yi. Suddenly, Zhang Jun points at the scoreboard, shouting for everyone to look. On the board, Bai Yi's avatar is surrounded by upward arrows. The crowd sees he has instantly gained 30 points, shooting past Ling Yue and Yin Jixing to take second place with 290 points. They are baffled at how he gained so many points so quickly. Moments later, Bai Yi adds another 20 points, bringing his total to 310 and rapidly closing in on the first-place participant, Ganix. High above in the nobles' viewing platform, the atmosphere is tense. The nobles wonder if the system is malfunctioning, while a shocked Rak Jin cannot comprehend how the brat's score is shooting up right after the broadcast was cut. Lin Feng calmly explains to the agitated Rak Jin that the scoring system cannot make mistakes. He clarifies that chips are implanted in every monster, so the score is recorded the moment a monster is killed, regardless of the video feed. Rak Jin, feeling humiliated by a mere servant, reacts violently, throwing his hot coffee in Lin Feng's face. Furious, Rak Jin screams at Lin Feng, asking if he thinks he needs a servant to explain things to him. He then yells at Shin Debi's, demanding to know when it became a servant's turn to interrupt nobles. Shin Debi steps in with a mocking expression, calmly asking if Rak Jin is acting this way because he is terrified of losing the bet. Rockjin is left speechless and fuming. Shindebis turns his attention back to the screen, where the leaderboard shows Bai Yi has taken first place with 460 points. Shindebis thinks to himself that Bai Yi is even more interesting than he first thought. Down in the hunting grounds, Ling Yue has just defeated a monster when she checks the scoreboard and is surprised to see Bai Yi at the top. She expected him to catch up, but not this quickly. As she watches, Bai Yi's score jumps even higher to 620 points. Ling Yue smiles confidently, thinking he will easily secure first place. Elsewhere, the vice captain, Yin Jixing, stares at his screen in shock. He wonders how it's possible for a human to gain points at such a terrifying speed. He watches as the gap widens, with Bai Yi reaching 750 points while he is in fourth place. Yin Jixing realizes with a sinking feeling that Bai Yi was hiding his true strength when they were a team. His shock turns into determination. Deciding this is a rare chance to display his strength, he reasons that, although the central area of the map is dangerous, it has more monsters to hunt. With a resolved glance, Yin Jixing decides to head into the central zone as well, telling himself he must go there to avoid being left too far behind. Vice Captain Yin Jixing walks into the woods, thinking that as long as he avoids the dangerous Black Mist Forest, he should be safe. However, the scene shifts to that exact location. Deep in the dark Black Mist Forest, Bai Yi stands in a clearing, having entered the zone everyone else avoids. Bai Yi stands between two large, aura-clad monsters, noting he has reached the heart of the mist. Behind him are the massive spirits of the monsters he conquered, having already killed most of them in the forest's inner circle. System screens show his progress. His Cloud Element Mage class is at level 25, his Nuclear Warrior is at level 27, and his new Flower Element Summoner class is at level 24. Bai Yi reviews the data with satisfaction, seeing his professions have leveled up significantly. He calculates that with a bit more effort, he might push his warrior class to B rank today. He then checks his Flower Spirit contract skill, which shows he has 5 out of 6 contracts filled. He reviews his new summons: a bird-like creature named Shaolin, used for scouting, and a large armored ape named Kong Kong that fights on the front lines. Ready to continue, Bai Yi commands Shaolin to fly up and check the surroundings for any remaining monsters. But just as he gives the command, a violent sensation strikes him. The world distorts and a loud thump echoes as his heart lurches. The pain is overwhelming, and Bai Yi collapses to his knees, clutching his chest. Sweat pours down his face as he realizes this is the same strange pounding sensation he felt earlier with Ling Yue. As the pounding in his chest gets worse, Bai Yi clutches his heart, realizing the strange sensation is coming from deep inside him. Collapsed on the forest floor, he hears a voice in his mind. The voice, Belphagor, says Bai Yi is calling out to him. The image of the triple S-class Demon King appears in Bai Yi's thoughts with a sinister grin, offering to help him again. This triggers a flashback to his regression. He remembers Belphagor tearing out his own glowing heart and offering it as a meeting gift. In the memory, a wary Bai Yi asked the Demon King why he wanted a deal and what the price would be. Belphagor only responded with a mysterious, chilling smirk. The Demon King then said the price would be collected only after Bai Yi returned to the past. Bai Yi listened intently as Belphagor whispered the final, secret condition. As the memory ends, Bai Yi's eyes widen in shock as he fully remembers the terms of their deal. Back in the present, Bai Yi stands up, his face shadowed, and remarks that the time has finally come. With intense resolve and glowing eyes, he declares that it is now time to fulfill his promise to the Demon King. In the spectator area, students are amazed by the updated leaderboard. Bai Yi is in first place with 750 points, far ahead of the others. Teacher Huang is overjoyed, exclaiming with pride that 3 of the top 4 competitors are from their school. Zhangjun admits Bai Yi is incredible, but is confused about his score since his live feed is cut. The pink-haired member of the ultimate school team overhears and explains that Bai Yi must have gone to the central area of the hunting grounds, revealing her team received special lessons about the layout. She explains that the hunting grounds are too vast to be seen at once, which is why professional drones are necessary. A map appears, showing 3 zones: the outer basic hunting area, Zone A, the middle high difficulty hunting area, Zone B, and the forbidden Black Mist Forest at the center. The girl clarifies their current location is in Zone A, where monsters are lower level and fewer. She continues, explaining that as participants go deeper, the monsters become higher level and more numerous. She concludes the only way Bai Yi could gain points so rapidly is by moving into the dangerous inner zones. Zhang Jun finally understands. However, the girl adds a stern warning. The central Black Mist Forest is absolutely forbidden. Legend says the forest is cursed, and anyone who enters will never be seen again. She looks at the screen with concern, wondering why her vice captain, Yin Jixing, would go to such a dangerous place. The scene shifts to Yin Jixing walking through the dark woods. He thinks his only goal was to hunt more monsters in the inner circle, but he accidentally wandered into the black mist forest. He stops and looks around, then suddenly notices a figure ahead. He is shocked to see Bai Yi walking calmly even deeper into the forbidden forest. Yin Jixing watches in disbelief, wondering why Bai Yi is here and if he intends to enter the cursed woods, seemingly unaware of the danger. Watching Bai Yi head into the cursed forest, Yin Jixing instinctively reaches out to warn him, but then stops himself. He thinks that letting Bai Yi go is actually a good thing for him. He looks down in frustration at the scoreboard, where Bai Yi's score of 750 overshadows his own. His expression twists into a sinister grin as he realizes the opportunity. He thinks that if Bai Yi were to disappear, the attention of the gods would more easily fall upon him instead. Having made his decision, Yin Jixing stands back and watches Bai Yi disappear into the darkness, making no move to help. Inside the black mist forest, Bai Yi walks along a dark and eerie path. After walking for some time, he stops and examines a mark he carved into a tree. He realizes with confusion that he has returned to his starting point, even though he is sure he walked in a straight line. He touches the mark, confirming that despite not turning, he has somehow ended up back where he began. Surrounded by glowing piles of bones, Bai Yi identifies the powerful illusion. He realizes he has been trapped inside a ghost wall, a magical maze meant to confuse intruders. Looking around, he sees the entire area is a valley littered with the skeletons of those who came before him and died here. He wonders what kind of powerful spell was cast on this place. He questions the purpose of such powerful magic and wonders what dark secret the Black Mist Forest is hiding. Outside the forest, spectators watch the scoreboard in confusion. Ganix has retaken first place with 830 points, while Bai Yi's score is stuck at 750, dropping him to second. The crowd wonders why he stopped earning points. Elsewhere, Yin Jixing finds his captain, Ling Yue, after she defeated a monster. Ling Yue immediately asks if he has seen Bai Yi, noting his score hasn't changed for a long time. Yin Jixing confirms he saw Bai Yi in the high difficulty area heading toward the central zone. The news shocks Ling Yue, who realizes Bai Yi might have entered the forbidden Black Mist Forest. Just then, his profile on the scoreboard flickers with static. The static intensifies until a red lost connection error appears. Bai Yi's name and score then vanish from the leaderboard. The spectators are shocked. Zhang Jun exclaims that Bai Yi's score has disappeared, fearing he's been eliminated, or worse. Teacher Huang watches, deeply worried, silently praying he is okay. Meanwhile, Bai Yi is trapped in the Black Mist Forest's Valley of Bones. Realizing a magical illusion is deceiving his senses, he closes his eyes, choosing not to trust what he sees or hears. A surge of purple energy surrounds him as he places a hand over his heart, trusting his intuition to guide him. Following his heartbeat, Bai Yi navigates the maze along a glowing path only he can see. With eyes closed, he feels himself getting closer to the source. He finally stops in a clearing of glowing bones, sensing he has arrived. Bai Yi opens his eyes. He stands at the edge of a massive, dark abyss in the center of the forest. He is shocked, realizing this giant chasm was never mentioned in the records from his past life. Looking down, he concludes the floating sky city must be hiding a secret. Deciding to investigate, he switches to his flower element summoner profession and summons his flying mount, Xiaolin. He leaps into the abyss, riding Xiaolin down into the darkness. They land safely at the bottom, and Bai Yi finds himself in a vast landscape of dark, jagged ruins, wondering what this hidden place is. Amidst the ruins, Bai Yi wonders if a great battle happened here, when a deep voice echoes from the shadows, asking who has come. A massive, spectral figure in dark purple flames emerges, startling him. He quickly realizes he is not facing a single entity, but an entire undead army. Before him stand towering, spectral knights in dark armor, glowing with purple energy. System notifications identify them as level 27 C-class undead warriors, with their leader floating above. The leader, a massive figure in ornate armor, is identified as a B-rank stellar warrior lord, a necro warrior. It accuses Bai Yi of trespassing on forbidden ground. From within its dark helmet, its glowing blue eyes glare down as it commands its army to kill. Another system notification provides more details, confirming it's an intelligent, lord-level monster with unknown origins and an extremely high danger level. Ling Yu examines a monster's corpse in the forest. She sees the traces of freezing magic and burn marks on the wound, which confirms to her that Bai Yi killed it. Yin Jiqing, standing behind her, says they've checked the area and Bai Yi's tracks lead down a single path. Yin Jiqing suggests that the monsters in their location are not strong enough to threaten Bai Yi, so he must have gone deeper into the forest. He urges Ling Yue to leave so they can hunt monsters elsewhere, but Ling Yue firmly refuses. To Yin Jixing's shock, Ling Yue declares that she is going inside to find Bai Yi. She walks toward the dangerous path, blaming herself for not reminding Bai Yi about the extreme dangers of the Black Mist Forest. Yin Jixing reaches out to stop her, shouting that she is walking right into the Black Mist Forest. However, as Ling Yue ignores him and walks away, Yin Jixing's concern turns into a sinister grin. He thinks to himself that if she enters the forbidden area, he will have one less competitor to worry about in the rankings. On the live broadcast feeds, Ling Yue's signal disappears into static as she enters the interference zone. In the viewing area, the noble Rak Jin points at the screen and laughs, mocking Ling Yue for being foolish enough to run into the Black Mist Forest alone. Rak Jin leans back smugly and sarcastically wonders what to do now that the competition is so boring. He turns to Shin Davis and arrogantly declares that with the competition gone, first place now belongs to his hunting dog, referring to his champion. High above, the Odd twins, Az and Ali, drink wine. They casually ask what's in the Black Mist Forest and why no one returns, but quickly decide they don't care since the finale is near. Shin Davis stands before the massive wall of screens, observing the chaotic feeds. The atmosphere is tense, with only a few minutes left until 12 o'clock. Meanwhile, Shin Debis remains silent and stoic as the clock ticks down. Down in the Sky City hunting grounds, at 11:58 a.m., the situation is grim for the private academy students. Kalivin's team is hiding in a dark, rocky crevice. A male student bandages a female teammate's leg as she cries in pain. He comforts her, saying the competition will be over at 12 o'clock. However, Calvin is furious, shouting that although they were told they could quit, there is no exit for them to leave. He tries to stay positive, noting they were lucky to find a hiding spot. But internally, Calvin admits the score no longer matters. He is terrified and just wants to survive. Calvin tries to rally his teammates, arrogantly declaring that their lives are valuable, unlike the cheap lives of the commoners, and they must get out alive. Suddenly, a notification chimes, announcing that the time is up and the normal phase of the competition has ended. Calvin and his male teammate look completely shocked. The other students are relieved. One private school student smiles, shouting with joy that it is finally over. However, their celebration is cut short as a new announcement declares the start of the final Easter egg phase. The students freeze as the system reveals a boss battle. They look horrified, realizing the nightmare isn't over. The system announces that the final boss is about to land on the hunting grounds. Suddenly, the entire area begins to shake violently, with rocks falling around them. The system taunts the participants, stating this is their last chance to win. A student screams in panic, asking if it is an earthquake, while another cowers in fear. The injured girl with the bandaged leg breaks down in tears, asking in despair why the competition hasn't ended yet. The final announcement reveals the stakes. The person who defeats the boss will instantly receive 1,000 points, and the ultimate grand prize is waiting for the winner. Calvin furiously screams, demanding to know what kind of joke the boss battle is. He yells to be let out, saying he doesn't want the grand prize anymore, and that the competition was supposed to end at 12 o'clock. Desperately, he shouts that he is from a noble family. Suddenly, a sickening sound is heard, and Calvin freezes in shock. A massive, sharp limb stabs straight through his chest from behind. The weapon glows as it drains his vital energy, drying up his body in seconds. The creature retracts its limb, and Calvin's dried-up corpse falls to the ground. The student with earrings screams in terror that Calvin is dead, while the blonde girl covers her mouth in horror, crying and unable to understand what is happening. Looming over the terrified group is the final boss, a colossal, terrifying, level 36 B-class monster, the soul-reaping corpse. The student in the suit stares in despair, stammering that even if all the participants joined forces, it would be impossible to win. As the monster glares with glowing pink eyes, he grimly concludes that C-class Awakened have no chance against a B-class boss. Deep in the second layer, abyss of Sky City, Bai Yi stands alone before the menacing Necro-Warrior Lord, the area covered with the remains of the defeated undead army. Bai Yi looks exhausted as he acknowledges that only the leader is left. A green aura surges around him as he realizes the intense fighting has raised all his profession levels. He notes his two main combat professions are now nearing the peak of C-class. A status screen shows his impressive growth. His nuclear warrior is level 29, his cloud element mage is level 27, and his flower element summoner is level 26. He has also completed 5 out of 6 Flower Spirit contracts. However, Bai Yi knows that a single profession's power is not enough. He faces the level 36 B-class Necro Warrior Lord, who glares at him with glowing blue eyes and a terrifying purple aura. Bai Yi charges forward, thinking that his true advantage is having multiple professions. The Necro Warrior Lord leaps into the air, unleashing a massive scythe attack. Bai Yi dodges and instantly switches to his Cloud Element Mage profession. He casts a freezing spell, hitting the boss with bolts of ice and lightning. However, the system reveals the freezing attempt failed. The boss easily shatters the ice and swings its weapon, forcing Bai Yi to dodge again. Bai Yi lands gracefully, ready to continue. The Necro Warrior Lord swings its massive weapon down, aiming to crush him. Bai Yi quickly switches back to his Nuclear Warrior profession and meets the attack head-on. Using his parry skill, he blocks the giant scythe, creating a massive shockwave. As he struggles against the attack, Bai Yi realizes the key to victory is using all his assets. Suddenly, a sharp blade stabs through the Necro Warrior Lord's chest armor from behind, shocking the monster. It is revealed that Bai Yi's summon, the Thorn's ape named Kong Kong, delivered the sneak attack. Bai Yi notes that his powerful summons have also grown rapidly, and that Kong Kong's strength is now equal to a C-class Awakener. Seizing the moment while the boss is pinned, Bai Yi drives his own dagger into its head. As he applies force, he declares that his multiple professions and summons are enough to close the gap between him and the B-class enemy. Together, Bai Yi and Kong Kong pull their weapons out of the defeated boss, and it collapses. A system notification confirms the successful kill. Bai Yi lands safely as notifications confirm his massive growth. His Nuclear Warrior class has reached level 30, his Cloud Element Mage is level 28, and his Summoner class is level 27. He wipes the sweat from his face, admitting that defeating a higher-level monster was truly difficult. With the battle over, he walks towards a massive, chained gate ready to proceed. However, he is stopped by a strange noise. He looks up as the system interface in front of him begins to glitch. Suddenly, he is in a cosmic void filled with stars. A system notification declares that his accumulation of stellar elements is sufficient. Bai Yi looks at his hands, realizing his stellar energy is completely full. A glowing notification announces that a brand new profession is about to awaken. At the same time, the system displays data on a new threat. The Soul-Reaping Corpse, a B-class monster identified as extremely dangerous and highly intelligent. Below this warning, Bai Yi's current stats are displayed, showing his Nuclear Warrior at level 30, his Cloud Element Mage at level 28, and his Flower Element Summoner at level 27. High above in Sky City, at the base of the Divine Guild's 8th squad, 2 guards stand watch. One whispers a rumor about a secret space inside the tower where powerful monsters are imprisoned. The other guard laughs it off as an urban legend, reminding him that this is the God Tribe's territory. Their conversation is interrupted by their superior, the captain of the 8th squad, who furiously screams at them for chatting on duty. The 2 guards panic and salute, apologizing. The captain lectures them, reminding them of their duty to guard the sector and that no mistakes can be made during today's important hunting competition. The captain continues to scold them, saying that after 3 years, they are less sensible than a new recruit. He points to a figure standing nearby, telling them to learn from Chris. The recruit is revealed to be Chris, the traitor from Bai Yi's past. As he stares up at the spire, he internally confirms the rumors, thinking about the secret space hidden in Sky City. Meanwhile, back in the Abyss, Bai Yi's system interface glitches as a notification announces that a new profession is awakening. A red notification confirms he has acquired the Stellar Mage profession. The system designates him as a level 1, E-class Stellar Mage. As the energy settles, Bai Yi realizes this powerful red-tier profession is the same one used by Yin Jixing, the vice-captain of the Ultimate School Team. Bai Yi's eyes widen in shock. He is suddenly hit by a wave of intensity, causing him to clutch his chest as his heart pounds. Gritting his teeth, he feels the sensation becoming stronger. He looks up at a towering stone gate, sealed with massive chains, realizing the source of this resonance must be hidden right behind it. Determined to reach it, he prepares to switch his combat style. A notification confirms he has switched to his Nuclear Warrior profession. With a single, powerful swing, he slashes through the thick chains sealing the entrance. The heavy chains crash to the ground. Bai Yi places his hand on the massive stone surface and slowly pushes the colossal gates open, revealing the darkness inside as he stands ready. Inside the dark, secret space, Bai Yi finds a massive, tower-like prison structure filled with floating chains. He becomes alert, sensing a powerful presence nearby. He observes the restraints holding the prisoner, noting they are high-level purgatory chains and a star soul lock, indicating extreme security. Bai Yi stands at the base of the structure and looks up to see a man with long, pale hair suspended high above, chained tightly to a central pillar. The prisoner looks down with a cynical expression, his single visible eye glowing purple. He asks Bai Yi if he has been sent there just to humiliate him again. Ignoring the prisoner's hostility, Bai Yi looks up calmly and asks if his name is Samuel. The prisoner is visibly shaken by this, jerking against his chains in shock. He demands to know how Bai Yi knows that name. With a steady gaze, Bai Yi stands below the suspended figure and simply declares that he has come to rescue him. As Bai Yi faces the chained prisoner, Samuel remains cold and dismissive. Suddenly, the entire prison begins to rumble and shift. The massive stone gate closes, sealing the entrance and trapping them inside the secret space. Bai Yi readies his weapon as strange black energy swirls at his feet. Without warning, a powerful armored figure, a level 36 B-class Dead Soul warrior in purple flames, crashes down from above. Bai Yi is shocked, certain he just killed this exact monster outside. The situation quickly becomes more desperate. It's not just one enemy. Two more identical level 36 warriors appear, completely surrounding him. He stares in disbelief, wondering how so many high-level boss monsters could appear at once. Standing in the center of the trap, a massive dark blade suddenly crashes down, followed by a colossal figure glowing with a menacing red aura. It is a level 40 B-class Dead Soul general. The general points its massive sword at Bai Yi, grimly declaring that anyone who steps into this forbidden ground faces a dead end. Realizing the danger of the undead army, Bai Yi prepares for a difficult fight. As he gets ready, the chained prisoner, Samuel, bursts into manic laughter. He mocks Bai Yi, observing that he foolishly drew out all the guardians at once. Ignoring the mockery, Bai Yi demands that Samuel tell him how to release him from the chains. Samuel scoffs at Bai Yi's confidence, asking how he dares to save him when he can't even find the key to the locks. Hearing this, Bai Yi focuses on the word key and analyzes his surroundings. His gaze lands on the Dead Soul General's glowing sword, and he realizes the massive weapon itself is the key needed to open the chains. Seeing his reaction, Samuel smiles sinisterly, noting Bai Yi's quick thinking. However, he quickly returns to mockery, warning that with his current skills, he will merely become another dead soul under the monster's blade. Bai Yi remains focused, finally understanding the true nature of the event. He realizes the God Tribe restricts the hunting competition to C-class Awakeners to cover up this secret prison. The security is so strong that even a B-class Awakener who stumbled upon it would be killed without a trace. Samuel smirks, remarking that it seems Bai Yi has accepted his end, but Bai Yi's eyes narrow with determination. Instead of giving up, he grips his weapon as a system notification appears. He switches his class to Nuclear Warrior, declaring that he will not simply die obediently. He boldly challenges Samuel, asking if he dares to make a gamble on whether he can save him. As the swarm of Dead Soul warriors lunges at him, Bai Yi calmly dodges their strikes. In the heat of battle, he tells the prisoner that if he succeeds, he expects him to listen to his demands. Bai Yi then addresses him by his true title, the Demon King, Samuel. Suspended above, Samuel is genuinely surprised to see that Bai Yi shows absolutely no fear. Finding the situation entertaining, he smiles and tells Bai Yi to bring it on. With his eyes suddenly glowing orange, Samuel makes a solemn vow. If Bai Yi can truly release him, he, the Demon King, will agree to any condition Bai Yi asks for. Meanwhile, the system analyzes the massive enemy. It identifies the Dead Soul General as a B-class stellar warrior. The warning highlights that this monster possesses advanced wisdom and unknown abilities, classifying its danger level as unknowable. The battle starts as the level 40 Dead Soul General raises its massive weapon. The monster swings with incredible speed, and Bai Yi desperately dodges the purple energy blade. A massive column of energy crashes down where he just stood, and Bai Yi barely retreats in time. He raises his weapon to defend himself, grimacing at the creature's incredible strength. The general continues its relentless assault. Bai Yi instinctively tracks the next swing and blocks the massive glowing blade, the impact shaking him. While Bai Yi is occupied with the general, a level 36 Dead Soul warrior ambushes him from above. Bai Yi reacts just in time, swinging his weapon up to meet the falling enemy. Realizing he is overwhelmed, Bai Yi summons Kong Kong, who appears in a flash of blue energy to help block the attacks. Faced with the general's strength, both Bai Yi and Kong Kong are forced to leap away to dodge a devastating smash that cracks the floor. Watching from his chains, Samuel observes the fight. He is impressed to see that Bai Yi is a summoner and a warrior, a human with dual professions. However, Samuel remains serious as he looks at the army below. He notes that despite Bai Yi's talent, he is facing a level 40 general and a legion of level 36 warriors. On the ground, Bai Yi pauses to catch his breath, panting as he admits this situation is very hard to handle. The dead soul general glares at him, its eyes glowing with a pink light. The massive monster charges forward, and Bai Yi rushes to meet the attack head-on. Their weapons collide with a massive boom. Bai Yi tries to parry, holding his ground for a moment against the giant blade, but the general's power is overwhelming, smashing through his defense and sending him flying. Bai Yi lands hard, skidding across the stone floor. He looks up, blood trickling down his face, as the system confirms he is injured. He is shocked to realize this monster knows high-level martial arts. The enemy gives him no time to rest. A dead soul warrior attacks from above, while another warrior charges from the side. Bai Yi is forced to block again, gritting his teeth as he holds back the crushing weight. The physical toll is too much, and Bai Yi coughs up blood. His vision blurs as he thinks that even at the peak of C-class, it is not enough against such powerful enemies. Bai Yi continues to struggle, thinking that facing so many B-class monsters at once is barely manageable. He leaps away as a dead soul warrior swings its massive blade. Bai Yi spins in midair to evade the shockwave and lands on his feet. However, several warriors descend from the sky, launching a group attack. Bai Yi looks up in alarm. To protect his master, Kong Kong intercepts the attack, but a massive blade slashes deep into his arm. Horrified, Bai Yi screams his summon's name. Desperate to save Kong Kong, he reaches out his hand. As the warrior looms over them, Bai Yi activates his recall ability, and Kong Kong vanishes into green energy just before the fatal blow lands. Battered and bleeding, Bai Yi kneels, realizing every monster in the room is a higher level than him. He recalls that defeating just one dead soul warrior before took all his strength. Now, the situation is desperate, as he faces 10 of them plus their more powerful leader, the general. From his chains, Samuel looks down cynically, remarking that against such absolute power, the weak have no hope. Bai Yi refuses to accept this. Closing his eyes and denying Samuel's pessimism, he looks at the surrounding monsters and understands this isn't a battle of life and death where he must kill them all to win. With a burst of determination, Bai Yi shouts for his flying summon, Shaolin, to attack from behind. The creature appears, raining down energy projectiles. Surprised, the dead soul warriors look up, their attention drawn from Bai Yi as the projectiles clang against their armor, creating chaos. Seizing the brief distraction, Bai Yi's eyes glow as he makes his move. Using Flash, he teleports past the defenders and reappears directly in front of the massive dead soul general. A notification confirms he has switched to Cloud Element Mage, ready to strike the boss. Bai Yi casts a powerful freezing spell directly at the general, taking advantage of the opening. The general is forced to focus on shattering the ice, freezing its arm, leaving it vulnerable. Seizing this chance, Bai Yi charges with his glowing blade, declaring he will use his full strength. He delivers a precise strike to the general's wrist, causing the monster to lose its grip. The giant purple greatsword falls from its hand, and the general realizes Bai Yi's true target was the sword, the key. Bai Yi lands next to the fallen weapon. He kicks the sword into the air, knowing the goal was never to fight to the death, but to get the key. He summons his beast Kong Kong into the air above the pit. The massive ape descends, aiming for the falling purple sword. Kong Kong stretches out his arm, reaching for the weapon hovering near the chained Samuel. For a moment, it seems the plan will work as the ape prepares to grab it. However, the dead soul general reacts with terrifying speed. Its armored hand snaps out and grabs the huge sword handle first. A massive surge of dark energy erupts from the general as it reclaims its weapon. Bai Yi watches in shock and horror as his plan fails. With a brutal horizontal swing, the general's blade slices clean through Kong Kong's body, cutting the beast in half. The system confirms the summon has died. The remnants of the summon dissolve into particles and vanish, leaving the general standing victorious. Deep within the abyss, the dead soul general glares with glowing red eyes, bringing ultimate despair to the challenger. The dead soul general stands victorious as Bai Yi's powerful summon, Kong Kong, disappears into light. Exhausted, Bai Yi looks on in disbelief, realizing he seriously underestimated the strength of these B-class monsters. The dead soul general glares at him with its glowing pink eyes. Watching from his chains, the prisoner Samuel tells Bai Yi that these undead creatures are not like the simple monsters he has fought before. Bai Yi is alone in the center of the room, surrounded by an army of dead soul warriors. Samuel then reveals a shocking secret. These powerful warriors were once his own men. Despite the odds, Bai Yi's fighting spirit returns. A golden aura surrounds him as he grips his weapon with new determination. In response, the dead soul general charges forward with incredible speed. Bai Yi uses his flash ability to teleport, just avoiding a huge swing from the general's sword, but the attack doesn't stop. Another Dead Soul warrior comes down from above, trying to crush him with its own weapon. Showing amazing awareness, Bai Yi masterfully dodges another powerful swing. In a display of acrobatic skill, he lands perfectly on the flat side of the warrior's huge blade. Using the enemy's weapon as a launching pad, he starts a powerful counterattack against another warrior. The battle continues as two Dead Soul warriors charge at Bai Yi at the same time from different directions. Thinking quickly in the air, Bai Yi releases his weapon, flips it, and catches it again with a reversed grip, getting ready for a new defensive move. Just in time, he brings his weapon up to block a strike, the sound of steel on steel echoing in the room. Watching from above, Samuel is impressed by the young human's skill, saying his abilities are quite good. He watches as Bai Yi expertly blocks the attacks of two warriors at once, admitting that he has mastered his profession. However, Samuel's expression turns serious. He notes that while Bai Yi is a top fighter for a human, he is still just one person fighting alone. Meanwhile, Bai Yi is completely surrounded by the undead army. Samuel concludes that while Bai Yi is skilled, his enemies are a team. The non-stop attack continues, and Bai Yi is forced to block another powerful swing from a Dead Soul warrior. The force of the blow sends him sliding backward across the stone floor as Samuel notes that Bai Yi has no chance of winning. Panting heavily, tired, and sweating from the constant battle, Bai Yi struggles to breathe. His determined look hardens as he thinks about Samuel's words. He remembers that he too once had a team. Bai Yi's thoughts go back to his past life. He firmly tells someone he doesn't need a team. He is at the impressive headquarters of the Divine Guild, insisting he can handle things alone. Inside a lounge, the past version of Bai Yi sits stiffly on a couch, explaining to another person that he isn't used to fighting with others. The man who is smoking sarcastically asks if Bai Yi thinks he is the best, and that everyone else would just slow him down. A flustered Bai Yi quickly denies this, clarifying that he is just not good at getting along with people. The man scoffs at this, putting out his cigarette. With a teasing smile, he asks if he and Bai Yi don't get along well. Bai Yi explains that it's different because the man is his master. His master cuts him off, telling him to stop making excuses and try it. He tells Bai Yi that he has picked a team of powerful warriors and that it's time for him to make some friends. Bai Yi is annoyed as he is introduced to his new teammates, the cheerful Han Xiaoling, the mysterious Lucian, and Ling Yue. Bai Yi reflects on that time. He remembers thinking that because they all had such different personalities, it would be impossible for them to get along. But to his surprise, they stayed together for many years and became a real team. Back in the present, Bai Yi's expression changes. He looks up with fierce determination, declaring that he has never been fighting alone. He says he hasn't been alone since the day he returned to the past. His eyes burn with anger as he reveals he has always carried the hatred of his fallen friends with him. A powerful purple aura erupts around him as a system notice confirms he is switching to his newly awakened stellar mage profession. His eyes glowing a menacing pink, he unleashes a devastating new skill called Stellar Abyss. The spell is cast, and immense power tears the battlefield apart. The solid stone floor of the room shatters, and huge chunks of rock begin to float upwards, throwing the undead army into chaos. The system explains that this powerful stellar mage skill can completely change the surrounding area. One of the Dead Soul warriors struggles to keep its balance on a newly formed, sharp pillar of rock, completely surprised by the sudden change in the environment. Now in his stellar mage form, Bai Yi clenches his fist, channeling immense purple energy. Using his Stellar Abyss skill, he reshapes the battlefield, causing massive rock spires to erupt from the ground, forming a cage that traps the Dead Soul warriors. The result is a long, narrow canyon, creating a one-on-one duel between Bai Yi and the powerful Dead Soul general. Bai Yi notes that he is already familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of many professions. The Dead Soul general charges down the new chasm, its massive sword glowing with menacing pink energy. Unflinching, Bai Yi charges forward to meet the B-class monster. As they cross paths, the general unleashes a devastatingly fast attack, its sword swirling with dark power. Bai Yi is shocked by the strike's speed and precision. Blood splatters as the general's glowing blade pierces clean through Bai Yi's side. Grunting in pain, with blood staining his clothes, Bai Yi acknowledges how vicious the attack of a B-class lord truly is. However, instead of backing away, he uses the close distance to his advantage and grabs the general's arm with a firm grip. The massive monster is shocked by this move, unable to understand why its opponent would willingly take such a bad wound. With the general held in place, Bai Yi reveals his plan. He explains that the monster uses its weapon to shatter his freezing spells, but with its arm held, it can no longer do so. A notice confirms Bai Yi has switched to his cloud element mage profession, and a chilling aura forms around his hand as he declares that this time the general will not break free. Unleashing his full power, Bai Yi casts his ultimate freezing spell, Frost World, on the trapped general. The system explains this C-class skill uses all of the caster's power to greatly increase the chance of successfully freezing a target. Caught completely off guard, the Dead Soul General cries out in shock as its body is encased in thick, sharp ice crystals. Chained above, Samuel watches with a look of complete surprise. Impressed by Bai Yi's clever plan, he mentally recaps the strategy. First, Bai Yi used his stellar mage skills to separate the weaker warriors and create a duel. Then, he intentionally let himself get hit with a non-lethal blow to get close. Finally, the moment the general couldn't use its weapon, Bai Yi switched professions and froze his opponent solid. With the general completely frozen in ice, Bai Yi prepares to end the fight. A system notice confirms he has switched to his nuclear warrior profession. He raises his dagger to strike the frozen monster. Activating a powerful skill, he brings his weapon down in a devastating swing, severing the Dead Soul General's frozen arm at the elbow. Samuel continues his thoughts, observing that while Bai Yi is just one person, he fights with the skill and flexibility of an entire team. A system notice explains the skill Bai Yi just used, a nuclear warrior technique that unleashes all the user's power in one strike, ignoring all defenses, but leaving the user weakened for a time afterward. The frozen general roars in fury, but it is too late. With the immediate threat gone, Bai Yi grits his teeth and pulls the general's massive glowing sword from the wound in his side, blood splattering from the effort. Holding the huge weapon, he looks up at the prisoner, remarking that he has been waiting for this moment. With a determined roar, he declares that the key has arrived. Using all his remaining strength, Bai Yi throws the giant sword like a spear directly at the central lock holding Samuel's chains. The frozen general senses the danger and cries out, trying to stop him. It struggles, attempting to shatter the ice around its body, but its efforts are useless. The massive sword flies straight, embedding itself perfectly in the keyhole of the old lock. The sword turns, and a surge of dark, swirling energy erupts, shattering the chains that hold the prisoner. Now free, Samuel looks down, a faint, impressed smile on his face, as his eyes glow with purple power. He expresses his disbelief and admiration, acknowledging that Bai Yi actually succeeded in his impossible task. The Demon King has finally been released. Weakened and bleeding, Bai Yi struggles to stay on his knees. He reminds the newly freed Samuel of their deal, telling him he had promised to grant any condition. Suddenly, the injured Dead Soul General grabs Bai Yi by the throat and lifts him into the air. At the same time, the other Dead Soul warriors break free as their rock prisons crumble around them. Held by the neck, Bai Yi struggles to speak, demanding Samuel fulfill his promise and destroy the entire army. Floating above, Samuel calmly agrees, adding that he was going to do it anyway. His body transforms as dark tattoos cover his arm and a large horn grows from his head. Now radiating immense power and crackling with golden lightning, Samuel declares he won't forgive a single traitor. His overwhelming presence fills the chamber. With glowing eyes and a cold, murderous look, the Demon King Samuel glares down at the undead army. In a flash of golden lightning, Samuel vanishes. He reappears before a Dead Soul warrior and plunges his hand through its chest, destroying it instantly. Crackling lightning fills the chamber as he teleports between enemies, scorching the air. He then vanishes before the Dead Soul General still holding Bai Yi. Before the general can react, Samuel appears in front of it, his eyes glowing with rage. He grabs the general's remaining arm. In a brutal motion, Samuel kicks the monster's chest while ripping its arm clean off. The force sends the general flying, shattering the stone wall as it crashes. Freed, the injured Bai Yi lands safely nearby, clutching his chest. Samuel stands over the destruction, casually dropping the severed arm. The remaining Dead Soul warriors fly down, surrounding the Demon King. Unimpressed, Samuel remarks that they still haven't realized how serious their situation is. One warrior swings its huge weapon, but Samuel vanishes in a flash of lightning, easily dodging. Before it can react, he reappears and grabs its head. He blasts golden energy from his hand, instantly burning the warrior to ash. Only its scorched helmet remains in his hand, crackling with lightning. He crushes the helmet in his fist, declaring they will now realize how big their mistake was. Unbothered by his power, the last remaining Dead Soul warriors charge at him from all sides to continue their useless attack. With a look of pure contempt, Samuel calls his former followers traitors. He unleashes a massive storm of golden lightning, and the remaining Dead Soul warriors are obliterated, exploding in bursts of purple and gold energy. The slaughter is swift, with Samuel tearing through his enemies with his bare, blood-stained hands. As the room explodes around them, he angrily declares that this place was once their home. While the chaotic battle rages, Bai Yi's summon, Shaolin, appears and uses its healing ability, covering his severe chest wound in a calming green light. Samuel continues his furious attack, explaining that the self-proclaimed God tribe were the ones who invaded and took their land. He grabs one of the warriors and lifts it into the air, yelling that instead of fighting the invaders, they chose to betray him. He punctuates his words by smashing the warrior into the stone floor. Standing over the broken body of his former second-in-command, Samuel coldly asks if serving as the god's watchdog was a happier life than being one of his followers. The battered general looks up and weakly pleads its case, calling Samuel its lord and explaining its actions were for survival, as there was no other choice. Samuel's expression stays icy as he repeats the words, "for survival." He then unleashes a powerful slice of golden energy, snapping back that betraying him for survival is still betrayal. The attack strikes the general, leaving a huge smoking wound in its chest. Enraged and surrounded by golden lightning, Samuel looks down at his defeated follower and asks if someone who betrayed him deserves such an easy death. He raises his hand, unleashing a powerful stream of electricity that covers the helpless general, causing it to scream in pain. Samuel's eyes glow with cold fury as he makes a horrifying promise. He will slowly slice the general's body apart, piece by piece, until the last drop of its blood has been spilled. Battered and broken, the dead soul general can only beg for mercy, weakly pleading with its former master to end its suffering and just kill it. Suddenly, a bright flash of light cuts across the general's chest. It looks down in shock as Bai Yi, holding a glowing blade, slices clean through its body, ending its life in a single, merciful strike. A system notification confirms that Bai Yi has successfully killed the dead soul general and has been rewarded with 100,000 experience points. Another notification announces he has obtained a locked S-rank item called Messenger's Soul. Samuel is furious. He turns to Bai Yi, his tall form crackling with rage, and demands to know how he dared to interrupt his execution. With his eyes glowing, he roars at Bai Yi, asking who he thinks he is. Exhausted and bleeding, Bai Yi remains silent, his expression unreadable as he faces the angry Demon King. Bai Yi remembers the deal he made with the Demon King Belphegor before he was sent back in time. With a sinister smile, Belphegor explains the price. He tells Bai Yi that once he is in the past, he must find and release 6 other people. A confused Bai Yi asks what he means by 6 other guys. Belphegor confirms it. With a wicked grin, he explains as the shadowy shapes of 6 powerful, threatening figures appear behind him. He tells Bai Yi that he must find and release the other 6 great demon kings. Bai Yi is shocked into silence by this. Belphegor then explains how Bai Yi will find them, touching his chest and saying that the heart he was given will sense them when the time is right. Leaning in with a sly grin, Belphegor tells Bai Yi that the other demon kings hate the gods just as much as he does, meaning their goals are the same. He suggests that after freeing them, Bai Yi should make them his slaughtering gods to help him get his revenge. Belphegor laughs wildly at the exciting idea. A hero teaming up with demon kings. His face turns cold as he adjusts his tie, saying that the foolish and ugly gods brought this on themselves. He finishes by giving a final, chilling command. They will work together to overthrow the filthy world ruled by the gods. The memory fades. Back in the present, Bai Yi delivers the final blow to the dead soul general, slicing the monster in half. The system confirms the kill and gives him 100,000 experience points. After the fight, a rush of system messages confirms Bai Yi's growth. He has gotten the locked S-rank item Messenger's Soul, and his professions have been upgraded. His Nuclear Warrior and Cloud Element Mage are now B-class, and his new Stellar Mage is already C-class. Tired and breathing hard, Bai Yi looks at another message. It says the conditions to unlock the Messenger's Soul have been met, and the Hero's Tower is now open. His moment of rest is cut short by the huge, angry figure of Samuel, who is still crackling with golden lightning. The Demon King is furious that Bai Yi interrupted his punishment of the traitor general. With his eyes glowing, he roars at Bai Yi, demanding to know who he is to interfere. Bai Yi looks up, his expression thoughtful even under the great pressure. Samuel's powerful aura forces Bai Yi to his knees. However, his spirit is not broken. He looks up with a defiant look and says that the deal was for Samuel to destroy the army immediately. Since Samuel dragged out the fight for his own fun, Bai Yi had to step in and finish the job himself. Samuel is furious at Bai Yi's boldness, asking if he really thinks he can make deals just because he freed him. Ignoring his injuries, Bai Yi slowly forces himself back to his feet. He calmly reminds Samuel that he can't escape this place on his own. He explains that this tower was built to hold back the Demon King's power. Bai Yi then gives him a choice. Samuel can kill him now and be trapped here forever, or he can listen. Samuel goes quiet, his angry look changing to a very focused stare as he looks down at the human who dares to challenge him. Seeing he has the Demon King's attention, Bai Yi plays his last, most powerful card. He asks him a single important question. Do you remember Belphegor? Hearing Belphegor's name shocks Samuel, his anger forgotten as he stares at Bai Yi. Bai Yi explains that being here is no accident. Finding and freeing Samuel was a promise he made to Belphegor. Still floating in the air, Samuel asks how a normal human could possibly know the Demon King. In response, Bai Yi clutches the hoodie over his heart. He looks at Samuel and tells him the truth. His heart and his second chance at life were gifts from Belphegor. With a determined look, Bai Yi says he doesn't want to be in debt to the Demon King. He explains that freeing Samuel is just the first step in keeping his side of the deal. Samuel, now curious instead of angry, calmly asks what Bai Yi plans to do. Bai Yi looks forward and says his plan is to cause a huge disturbance right in their enemy's territory. After reaching an agreement, they leave the prison and walk out onto a cliff. From there, they overlook a vast, ruined city deep inside the abyss, a desolate place of shattered buildings and glowing blue crystals. Samuel sadly explains that this was once a city that belonged to his people. As he steps into the ruins, he begins to tell their tragic story. He explains that long ago, he led the demon tribe on a long journey. After much searching, they found this place, a perfect home full of magic crystals and power. But their peace didn't last. Soon after they settled, invaders who called themselves the God Tribe arrived with an army and claimed their land. Samuel's face darkens as he remembers the surprise attack. The God Tribe assaulted his people while they were building their new home. It was a complete disaster. Their land was stolen, and the Demon Tribe was defeated and forced into slavery. The invaders turned their home into the Sky City, which was split into two layers, a floating city above and the dark abyss below. He describes the huge difference between them. The upper layer was a paradise of luxury for the God Tribe. Meanwhile, the lower layer, the abyss, was turned into a massive prison for his people and any humans who dared to resist the gods. To keep them trapped forever, the God Tribe created a powerful, magical barrier. The enslaved people were forced into endless, hard labor. Some were chained to huge machines, their life force drained to be used as an energy source. Samuel reveals the cruel reason for all this pain. All the energy taken from the prisoners was used to keep the Sky City floating and power the fancy lifestyles of the gods above. He looks at the skeleton of a chained demon, saddened by the injustice. He explains that these people had done nothing wrong, yet they were humiliated for so long that many have even forgotten their own names. Finally, he explains what happened to him. The God Tribe couldn't beat him in a fight, so their only choice was to lock him away in the secret prison, where he stayed until Bai Yi came. Samuel's face twists with anger as he finishes his story, saying that if the God Tribe hadn't imprisoned him, he too might have ended up as one of the broken slaves. Bai Yi stands among the skeletons and observes that the so-called Sky City is a perfect and cruel example of how their world really works. He thinks about how unfair their reality is, where the powerful sit comfortably above, looking down on the suffering of the masses. He concludes that justice has never really existed in this world. The two of them stand before a huge industrial building, the source of Sky City's power. Bai Yi sees the building and says that since all the city's power comes from this one place, their path forward is much simpler. A confused Samuel looks at him, and Bai Yi explains his plan. He tells Samuel to stay in the abyss, to free all the enslaved people, and destroy the energy furnace. In the meantime, Bai Yi will go back to the upper layer to destroy the barrier that traps them. Samuel immediately says it's a bad idea, warning Bai Yi that he can't possibly destroy the barrier by himself. He insists the God Tribe would never have made a barrier that could be so easily broken from the inside. With a confident nod, Bai Yi reveals that he isn't alone, explaining he already made plans before coming here. His eyes burn with determination as he makes a serious promise, declaring that he will free every single prisoner from this hellish place. Looking up at the grand tower in the center of the floating city, Bai Yi announces his ultimate goal. He is going to tear down that Tower of God. In the forest, a system notification identifies the final boss as a level 36 B-class soul-reaping corpse. Kalivin's teammates stare in horror, and the student in the suit realizes that even if all the competitors joined forces, they couldn't possibly win. He trembles, knowing C-class Awakeners stand no chance against a B-class boss. On the ground, Kalivin's shriveled corpse is a grim reminder of its power. As panic spreads, another student in a hoodie tries to rally the others. He draws his spear and tells his teammates not to be afraid, saying that if they fight together, they might be able to win. The idea is met with fury. The student in the suit panics, screaming that he's a madman and that they aren't commoners with lives to throw away. Breaking down in tears, he cries that they are nobles from a private academy, and he never would have joined if he'd known how dangerous it was. As they argue, the soul-reaping corpse leans over Kalivin's body and absorbs his life force with a sickening slurp. The student in the suit looks on in terror, shouting at the others, asking if it looks like any normal monster they've seen. He turns and runs, yelling back that they aren't like the commoners who would risk their lives for a little prize money. The student with the spear is enraged, shouting back that this was never about money. He furiously tells the rich students to stop living in their fantasy world. He grips his spear tightly, revealing they were never willing participants. He remembers two shadowy, masked figures appearing at his door to congratulate his wife on being selected for the hunting competition. He recalls his panic as he pleaded with them, explaining she had just given birth and was still nursing their baby. Desperate, he had offered to take her place, but they responded with a chilling threat, asking if he meant to defy the god tribe. The memory fades as he looks at his terrified teammates huddled in a small gap in the rocks. He grits his teeth, realizing the hunting competition is just a slaughter for the gods' entertainment. He understands they are all nothing but the gods' playthings. High above in the spectator area, the nobles watch the carnage on massive screens. One man points and laughs at the terrified participants. The Aude twins, Az and Ali, are laughing hysterically, finding the whole thing hilarious. They urge the boss to get on with it, demanding to see the most exciting part of the hunting competition. Amidst the cruel laughter, Shin Debis stands apart, watching the screens in cold silence. Hiding in the crevice, the remaining students from the private academy are terrified. One of them stammers that the monster just devoured Kalivin. Their fear grows as the huge soul-reaping corpse finishes its meal and turns its head. The monster's interest is caught, and a horrifying toothy grin spreads across its face as it says that it can smell blood. Its gaze lands on the injured girl with the bandaged leg, who shrinks back in terror, realizing she is the source of the scent. With a deep roar, the monster lunges, its sharp limbs ready to strike her down. The student with the spear panics, screaming for his wife and reaching for her. Just as the monster's glowing limb is about to land the killing blow, the man throws himself in front of his wife. The sharp limb pierces his chest, and he grits his teeth in agony, having saved her from the attack. Behind him, his wife can only stare in shocked horror. The soul-reaping corpse shows no mercy, tossing the impaled man aside. He crashes hard against the ground as his wife screams his name. The injured woman sits on the ground, weeping in shock over her husband's sacrifice. Nearby, the student in the suit hides behind a rock, covering his mouth in terror as the monster looms over the helpless woman. From the ground, the dying husband weakly reaches out, trying to save his wife as the monster moves in. The creature opens its massive, tooth-filled mouth, ready to eat its next victim. Lying in his own blood, the husband can only whisper, "No," as he watches the terrible scene. Suddenly, just as the monster is about to strike, a huge piece of ice smashes into the side of its head, throwing it off balance. A figure in glowing blue ice armor leaps into the air using a powerful Cloud Warrior skill. From above, he launches a volley of huge, sharp ice spears down at the monster. The spears rain down, piercing straight through the soul-reaping corpse's body. The attacker lands gracefully, his face set with a grim look. A system message identifies him as Ganix, the god's blessed warrior from the Jin family. Peeking from behind a rock, the student in the suit recognizes the warrior, exclaiming that he's ranked #1 on the leaderboard. Relief washes over the other survivors as they come out of their hiding places, thinking they have finally been saved. However, Ganix stands silently before the pierced monster and shatters their hope. He tells them their fate was sealed the moment they entered this battlefield. Staring at the monster, he says that no one can escape this game of the gods. His words are cut off by an angry voice on a hidden earpiece, demanding to know why he came out so soon and spoiled the entertainment. The student in the suit looks at Ganix, confused by his dark words and asking what he means. Elsewhere, watching the scene unfold, Ali Aude complains that his family's warrior has ruined their fun, but Rak Jin leans forward with a wicked grin, telling him not to worry because he has another idea. With a look of cruel excitement, he says he wants to see something even more thrilling. Ganix remains silent as he receives his new orders. Rak Jin's voice commands him to ignore the monster, turn around, and kill the woman. The woman, whose husband just died for her, looks on in absolute panic, her new hope instantly turning to terror as she realizes she is the new target. Meanwhile, Bai Yi explains to Samuel that he will return to the upper layer and break the barrier that keeps them all trapped. Samuel immediately doubts him, warning that he can't possibly destroy the barrier by himself. He insists the god tribe would never have created a barrier that could be so easily broken from the inside. With a confident nod, Bai Yi reveals that he is not alone and that he already made preparations before coming. With fierce determination, he promises to free every single prisoner from this hellish place and return them to their world. Bai Yi then declares his ultimate goal. He is going to tear down the Tower of God. Samuel is surprised by the human's sheer boldness and ambition. A faint, impressed smile crosses his face as he remarks to himself that the person Belphegor chose is truly interesting. Bai Yi then turns to the Demon King, reminding him of his unfulfilled promise to grant one condition. Acknowledging the debt, Samuel's body erupts with a surge of immense golden lightning. He declares he will handle it himself and give Bai Yi a gift in advance as thanks. As golden energy crackles in his palm, he prepares to fulfill his promise. Samuel explains that the heart Belphegor gave Bai Yi can absorb all elemental power. He then announces he will pour all the elemental energy he has stored up over his long years in prison directly into Bai Yi. Golden lightning surrounds Bai Yi as he closes his eyes and accepts the immense transfer of energy from the Demon King. System notifications flash, confirming his elemental power is now completely full, and a massive surge of golden power erupts from his body. The system announces that he has successfully awakened a brand new profession, the Electric Element Mage. Surrounded by golden lightning, Bai Yi is stunned to see that the power instantly filled all of his electric element requirements. He looks on in amazement, realizing he has just obtained his first, very rare, gold-tier profession. But Samuel's gift isn't finished. He tells Bai Yi to take one more item, holding up a small, detailed ring that glows with a purple energy. He places his demon ring in Bai Yi's hand, explaining that it works as a limitless storage device. More importantly, it can also transmit Bai Yi's voice directly to him. He explains that if Bai Yi calls out to the ring, he will be able to sense his exact location. With that, the Demon King makes a serious vow. Placing a hand over his chest, he promises that no matter where Bai Yi is, the moment he hears his call for help, he will immediately rush to his side. A bit confused, Bai Yi asks why he called himself Liu Yun when he thought his name was Samuel. The Demon King explains that Samuel was his original name. With a sad, determined look, he clarifies that due to certain events, he changed his name to Liu Yun, a name that only a very select few trusted people are allowed to know. Bai Yi accepts this with a warm smile, calling him by his true name, Liu Yun. With their pact sealed, Bai Yi prepares to leave. The system confirms he has switched to his flower element summoner profession, and a blue aura swirls around his feet. He tells Liu Yun that time is running out and he must return to the upper level. He gives one final instruction. The moment the barrier is broken, Liu Yun is to lead everyone out of this place. Bai Yi then summons his flying mount, the majestic, glowing blue bird, Xiaolin. As Bai Yi leaps onto the creature's back, Liu Yun calls out, telling him that next time they meet, they should have a celebratory drink together. Soaring into the air, Bai Yi agrees enthusiastically, shouting back that it's a promise. Watching him go, a dark and determined smile spreads across Liu Yun's face as he suggests they should tear down this playground of the gods once and for all. High above, Bai Yi mirrors his expression with a look of pure, excited determination, ready to completely overthrow their enemy's world. In the rocky crevice, Ganek starts to walk away from the dead monster. However, the cruel voice in his earpiece orders him to turn around and face the crying woman. Rak-Jin demands that Ganex kill her in front of everyone. Lying in his own blood, her dying husband weakly reaches out, desperately asking what Ganex is going to do. Through the communication device, the other nobles laugh at the twisted command, telling Ganex to hurry up and kill the wife for their entertainment. Ganex stands silently for a moment, his eyes hidden in shadow, before reaching up to his ear. With a swift, powerful clench of his ice-armored hand, he shatters the earpiece, cutting off their voices. He then looks back at the terrified survivors with a stern expression and tells them to leave the area immediately, even if they have to crawl away to survive. From the spectator lounge, the nobles watch the live feed on the screens in stunned disbelief. Down in the hunting grounds, the injured woman stares at Ganex's back, confused by his sudden act of mercy and asking what he means. Rak-Jin's face twists with pure anger as he curses his champion for disobeying his orders. Next to him, the Audi twins, Az and Ali, are in shock, unable to understand how a lowly, gods blessed, would dare to rebel against them. Furious, Rak-Jin leaps from his chair, screaming that his hunting dog dared to destroy the earpiece. He vows to severely punish Ganix for this. Just as his anger peaks, one of the Audi twins interrupts him, pointing excitedly at the leaderboard. On the massive screen, Ganix is still in first place with 950 points, but the display suddenly flickers with static. A moment later, a new name appears, and the nobles stare in disbelief. Bai Yi's score of 750 has returned, placing him in second. The twins are shocked, questioning how he could possibly still be alive after going into the Black Mist Forest. Far below, Bai Yi walks alone through the dark, bone-filled paths of that same forbidden forest. He thinks to himself that this hunting competition was never fair. From the start, it has only been a twisted game run by the so-called gods. He thinks about all the pawns in their cruel game, the powerful monsters sent to cause chaos, and the desperate awakeners forced to fight for their lives. Golden lightning begins to spark around him as he concludes that everyone here is just a player in a game they never chose. However, Bai Yi's expression hardens with determination as he says that the game is still missing its most important players. With his eyes glowing with new power, he declares that it's finally time for the gods themselves to be dragged down from their thrones and forced to join the game they created. Walking through the Black Mist Forest, Bai Yi compares the world to the forest itself. He thinks once you're controlled by the gods, finding the right path again is impossible. With a grim expression, he remembers being deceived by their lies in his past life. Looking back now, he sees all the cracks in their story. Golden lightning sparks in his eyes as he declares the world is an illusion, just like the forest. His thoughts lead him to a huge, tree-like creature covered in tubes and machinery. The system identifies it as the Illusion Demon, a level 39, B-class flower element mage lord. Bai Yi sees machinery connected to the monster, giving it power. He approaches, thinking the creature must be the source of the mist, but seeing it trapped, his expression changes. He realizes it's not an enemy, but another pitiful victim, imprisoned and used by the god tribe. In a memory, a young man frantically tries to wake a girl in a richly decorated bedroom. A sleepy Ling Yue stirs, asking her brother what is wrong. Without explanation, he urgently pulls her out of bed, telling her to follow him. They hide in a dark, cramped space, where her brother is distressed and a frightened Ling Yue watches him. He suddenly covers her mouth, whispering for her not to make a sound. A menacing voice calls from outside, asking where they are and taunting that it will find them. Trembling, a terrified Ling Yue peeks through a crack. She sees a horrifying, shadowy monster with multiple glowing eyes, wondering where they have gone. The nightmare forces her to remember seeing her father's dead body, and then her mother's, also murdered. The memory climaxes as the monster's red eyes appear at the door, finding her brother. Her own desperate screams from the past echo in her mind, begging the monster to stop. Ling Yue suddenly wakes with a scream. She finds herself in the Black Mist Forest, held safely in Bai Yi's arms. He comforts her, saying she was trapped in an illusion, but is safe now. Still shaken, she says his name and looks around the misty, confusing forest. Bai Yi gives her a reassuring smile and tells her that it's over, adding that everything happening here is about to end. In the spectator area, the leaderboard updates. Ganix is still first, followed by Bai Yi and Yin Jixing. To the noble's surprise, Ling Yue's 250 points have reappeared, placing her fourth. One of the Audi twins points at the screen, laughing. The brothers find it hilarious, mocking Rak Jin that he might lose his bet now that his own gods blessed, Ganix, is disobeying him. Humiliated and silent, Rak Jin stands up, his face hidden in shadow. He clenches his fist and screams Shin Debus' name, furiously demanding the release of the demon enhancer. Shin Debus turns, questioning the order. He reveals the substance is extremely dangerous, and using it on a B-class lord would be catastrophic, but Rak Jin is beyond reason. His face is twisted in a furious snarl as he declares he doesn't care about winning or losing anymore. All he wants is for everyone in the hunting grounds to die. He calls for a vote, reminding everyone that 5 members of the god tribe are present to make the decision. Rak Jin rallies the other nobles, asking if they also want things to be more brutal. The Aud twins eagerly agree, wanting to see a good show. One mockingly asks Rak Jin if he feels no pity for his own god's blessed, Ganix. Rak Jin turns to his sister, Alice Jin, who reluctantly agrees. He then announces they have 3 votes, enough to pass the motion. His platform detaches and moves towards the screens overlooking the hunting grounds. He impatiently shouts for them to release the enhancer. With resignation, Shin Debus agrees. Standing at the platform's edge, Rak Jin complains the leaderboard is blocking his view and orders it turned off. He declares he wants to watch with his own eyes as all the participants die. Down in the hunting grounds, large pillars burst from the ground. They open, releasing a thick crimson mist that spreads quickly, blanketing the landscape in a red fog. Ganix, still protecting the other survivors, looks up in surprise, while the others wonder what the strange red substance is. The crimson mist swirls around the colossal soul-reaping corpse, which begins to absorb it. The monster wraps a tentacle around the blue ice encasing it before shattering the ice completely. A system notification confirms the level 36 B-class monster has entered a berserk state. Now transformed and more terrifying, it looms over the survivors. The creature leaps high, its lower body transforming into tentacles that allow it to fly. It lets out a powerful roar as a wave of green energy erupts from its body, and the system confirms its attack, physical strength, and elemental power have all been boosted. This energy spreads across the hunting grounds, absorbed from the forest, and causing the trees to wither instantly. The power-up also affects the other monsters, causing them to become more aggressive and swarm the skies. Watching the chaos, Ganix grimly observes that all the monsters have been strengthened. His expression becomes serious as he looks up at the flying boss monster, realizing it's preparing to wipe out everyone left inside the barrier. From his floating platform, a furious Rakjin gloats, screaming that this is the consequence for disobeying him and calling Ganix a damned lowlife. As he yells, the barrier begins to glitch. He continues his tirade, enraged that these ants dared to escape his control, calling them rats who belong in the gutter. His face contorts with rage as he declares they will never defy him, a member of the god tribe. Suddenly, alarms flash across the malfunctioning barrier, warning of a power system failure. More warnings announce the protective shield is about to fail. Rakjin looks around in confusion, demanding to know what's happening. The shield system fails, and the barrier separating the nobles from the hunting grounds vanishes, leaving them exposed to the swarming monsters. The Aude twins leap to their feet in terror, screaming that the barrier was supposed to protect them, and questioning how it could malfunction. Watching the chaos, Shin Debis realizes with a grim expression that this is no accident. Someone has deliberately sabotaged Sky City. Now unprotected, Rakjin stands frozen on his platform, directly in front of the massive, berserk, soul-reaping corpse. The terrifying monster slowly turns its head, fixing its gaze on the nobleman. Overcome with terror, Rakjin stammers, desperately calling out for Ganix to save him. A flashback reveals the design of Sky City's power source. An architect tells a God Tribe official he designed two separate energy systems to ensure the city would float forever. The primary system is an energy furnace in the abyss. It's powered by a huge magic crystal and requires constant labor from enslaved people to supply energy to the upper city. The second is an external backup system, storing enough energy to run Sky City for a month. The architect boasts that if the primary system fails, the backup would activate immediately, ensuring Sky City would never fall. He confidently states this dual system ensures the safety of everyone in the God Tribe's territory, even from intruders. The official scoffs at the idea, saying no one would dare invade them, confident that Sky City will forever stand above all others. Back in the present, a panicked Rakjin screams at Shin Debis about the failing protective barrier. With a grim expression, Shin Debis realizes the barrier's failure can only mean that someone has destroyed the energy furnace. Deep within the abyss, in the forsaken land full of broken chains, his deduction is proven correct. A massive surge of golden lightning erupts from the furnace building, signaling its destruction. Samuel, now known as Liu Yun, stands with his freed people and declares they have destroyed the energy furnace. Smiling confidently, he tells his followers that the next step is up to them. As the primary power fails, an automated command echoes through Sky City, announcing the switch to backup power. A massive generator powers on, and for a moment, disaster seems averted. The system confirms the backup is online, and the glitching static stabilizes as Rakjin panics. The Aude twins, Az and Ali, peek from behind their thrones. One exclaims in relief how scared he was, while the other remarks that he didn't expect a backup plan. Their relief is short-lived. New frantic alarms blare, announcing the backup power has also been destroyed and the barrier has failed. The propulsion for the nobles' floating platforms shuts down. Panic erupts as the platforms plummet from the sky. Below, students and spectators look up in horror as the massive structures fall toward them. The platforms crash violently to the ground, scattering the nobles. Enraged and terrified, Rakjin yells at Shin Debis, demanding what happened to the useless backup power. Stunned by the events, a grim realization dawns on Shin Debis. He understands this was no accident. Someone had deliberately destroyed Sky City's entire power infrastructure. At Sky City's backup energy center, the massive modern tower is now shrouded in smoke and chaos. Inside, the center's guards lie dead on the floor, revealing the source of the destruction. The culprit, Changzi, by Yi's summon, unleashes electrical attacks that tear the facility apart. Changzi telepathically reports to its master, proudly stating it has completed the mission. As a reward, a system notification announces Changzi has been upgraded to a powerful B-class creature. Elsewhere, Bai Yi and Ling Yue walk through the dark forest. Changzi playfully tells its master it expects a good reward for its efforts. Bai Yi sternly reminds it not to get carried away, as their most important task isn't finished yet. Qiangzi enthusiastically agrees, calling him boss. It continues to absorb raw power from the destroyed generators, reveling in the feast and exclaiming how delicious the energy is. In the forest, Lingyue looks up at the sky filled with swarms of enraged monsters. She wonders what is happening, realizing with fear that things have spun out of control as crazed creatures attack anything in sight. For other participants, the barrier's failure is a sign of hope. They see the shield dissolve and yell that they can finally escape. The woman helps her wounded husband, and they cry with relief, thankful they can finally make it home alive. Their hope is shattered as the massive berserk soul-reaping corpse descends, landing in the path of the fleeing nobles. A terrified Rockjin screams for Shindebis to notify the nearest God's Guild for help, but Shindebis coldly ignores his plea. The monster fixes its gaze on Rockjin, who panics and runs, screaming about why it's only targeting him. In a display of cowardice, he shoves his bodyguards forward, ordering them to die in his place and stop the monster. The Odd twins, Az and Ali, hide behind their thrones, ordering their guards to keep the monster away and threatening death if they fail. Obeying their masters, bodyguards from the Jin and Aude families leap forward, attacking the colossal soul-reaping corpse. Amid the chaos, Lin Feng steps protectively before Shindebis, warning him to be careful of the surrounding monsters. Seeing their defenses break down, Shindebis remarks to Lin Feng that there is only one possible explanation for the surrounding chaos. He grimly concludes that after a long peace, someone has finally dared to rebel against the God tribe. The noble's bodyguards subdue the soul-reaping corpse. The system confirms the B-class monster is bound and severely injured. His fear now vengeful fury, Rockjin storms toward the creature, screaming at his men not to kill it. He declares that since the beast nearly killed him, he will torture it to death, slicing it piece by piece. On his command, the guards electrocute the monster, causing it to writhe in agony. Bai Yi suddenly appears, a notification confirming he switched to his nuclear warrior class. With cold resolve, he remarks it's time to lose control. He reflects that whether a powerful monster or an arrogant human like Ganix, in Rockjin's hands, they become just an abused plaything. As a furious Rockjin screams for more torture, Bai Yi concludes the nobleman embodies the God tribe's foolishness and cruelty. Determined to end the spectacle, Bai Yi's eyes glow green as he prepares to strike. With a single fast swing, he unleashes a slash that cuts through the soul-reaping corpse and its chains. As the monster is sliced in half, Bai Yi declares it's time to stop the pointless cruelty. System notifications confirm Bai Yi defeated the boss, earning him 88,000 EXP, a flower bone item, and 1,000 points. Grinning confidently, Bai Yi announces it's time to decide the winner of the hunting game. Enraged that Bai Yi stole his vengeance, Rockjin storms up, demanding who gave him permission to interfere. Before Bai Yi can answer, a violent rumbling shakes Sky City. A massive earthquake throws everyone off balance. Hiding behind their thrones, the Aude twins cry out in confusion, wondering what is happening. Watching the chaos, Shindebis realizes this is no mere act of rebellion. His thoughts are confirmed by Bai Yi's summon, Qiangzi, standing in the ruins of a large internal structure. The creature telepathically reports that, as Bai Yi predicted, the central sky tower's structure was very fragile. Qiangzi boasts they never expected an attack on the main support pillar from within, and announces its mission is complete. After the report, the massive Tower of God in Sky City begins to groan and crack under its own weight. Panic erupts among the nobles and spectators, including a terrified teacher Huang and Zhang Jun, as they watch the symbol of the god's power crumble. Shindebis watches the destruction, processing the attack's true scale. He thinks these rebels are doing far more than just fighting back. From the abyss where the lower city once stood, a colossal, draconic form emerges from the dust and smoke. The system identifies the creature as the SSS-class Demon King, Liu Yun, in his dragon form. As Liu Yun's shadow looms over the city, Bai Yi stands before him, surrounded by lightning. Shindebis finally realizes this is a full-scale war against the absolute rule of the gods. The Great Sky Tower, the symbol of the god's power, cracks and shatters. On a nearby balcony, members of the Divine Guild watch in disbelief as the imposing structure collapses into dust, wondering if what they are seeing is real. In the chaos, the 8th Squad captain reacts quickly. Through his radio, he orders his squad to secure the backup power and investigate the cause of the collapse. He then rallies his men, telling them to prepare to move out with him. As he and 2 of his subordinates advance on a walkway, a gigantic shadow suddenly covers them. Looking up, they see the imposing figure of an enormous black dragon that descended upon them. The sudden appearance makes the men stagger back in surprise. The system identifies the creature as the SSS-class Demon King, Liu Yun, in his dragon form. Before they can process the dragon's appearance, the chaos escalates as golden lightning descends from the sky. Among the scattered nobles, a panicked Rockjin turns to Shindebis and yells furiously. He demands an explanation, reminding Debis that he had assured him the strongest monsters in the hunting area were B-class. As Shindebis remains silent, Rockjin screams again, asking where this giant dragon came from. Shindebis does not respond, but his expression turns grim as he recalls a story from his past. He thinks of how his grandfather once fought and failed to kill an immortal dragon, and now that same creature has appeared before him. Golden lightning crackles with immense power in the dark and stormy sky. A massive bolt strikes a colossal stone statue, shattering its upper body into a cascade of rubble. As the statue crumbles, people below scream and flee in terror from the falling debris. Two onlookers stare in absolute shock, one of them mentioning the statue of Lord Cadmus has just been destroyed by a single lightning strike from the dragon. Floating menacingly in the sky, the dragon Liu Yun snarls, his voice filled with ancient rage. He proclaims that after being suppressed underground for so many years, it is time for a reckoning. As he speaks, a massive explosion of golden energy erupts from his body, engulfing the city in destructive light and sending rubble flying everywhere. In the chaos, Lin Feng stands protectively in front of Shindebis, shielding him from the blast. Lin Feng, sweating under immense pressure, realizes the dragon's power is S-class or higher, and he resolves to protect Shindebis at all costs. Shindebis is shocked. He watches the Demon King prepare another attack, struggling to comprehend how the god tribe's sacred territory could suffer such a blow so quickly. The dragon gathers a blinding sphere of fire above its head, preparing a devastating strike. With a deafening roar, the dragon unleashes its chaotic power, violently shattering the ground and structures below. The overwhelming attack obliterates a massive black tower and the surrounding area, reducing everything to a huge cloud of falling debris and dust. Amidst the destruction, the Aude twins are panicked. Ali Aude cries out in sheer terror. His brother, Az Aud, cowers behind him, sobbing and begging for a place to hide. As Aud screams in despair, realizing no one can possibly kill the dragon and desperately offering a huge reward to anyone who can save them. Ali Aude stares in horror, concluding it's impossible to defeat the creature unless the god's army intervenes. High above, Liu Yun continues to dominate the dark sky, lightning flashing around his massive, shadowy form. The dragon glares down with a piercing, glowing red eye and unleashes a terrifying roar that echoes over the ruined city. On the ground, utter chaos ensues as monsters from the hunting grounds escape and rampage through the streets. A group of men battles the stampeding beasts, including a giant elephant-like monster, fighting to protect the god tribe. In the rubble, a man gripping a sword orders his squad to hold their defensive formation. Nearby, Teacher Huang bursts from a damaged doorway, coughing in the thick smoke and dust. Covered in small scratches, she looks around with deep concern, checking if everyone is okay and manages to avoid being crushed by collapsing buildings. Among the hunting competition survivors, the C-class Cloud Archer sighs and tells Teacher Huang not to worry, as they are all Awakeners and not so easily injured. However, the group is clearly traumatized by the ordeal. The C-class Electric Chanter huddles on the ground, sobbing that she wants to go home. Nearby, the husband comforts his injured wife, telling her they at least managed to escape the hunting grounds alive. The nobles, however, are panicked. Amidst the swirling debris, Rock-Jin screams at Shindebis, demanding he call the god's army for help. Hiding behind Ganax, Rock-Jin frantically asks when the army will arrive and why Debis is silent. Shindebis stands with his back to them, watching the destruction. He knows the ruin of the god's territory and the Demon King's release were not random acts. He realizes this was a long-planned, catastrophic attack on the entire god tribe, and he concludes the rebels must have infiltrated the competition. As he wonders who could be behind such a rebellion, Bai Yi calmly walks through the chaos. He looks up at the massive dragon, Liu Yun, and speaks to him through their connection. He tells the Demon King that he is still injured and advises him to take his companions and leave. Liu Yun asks if Bai Yi will come, warning the god tribe will not let this incident go unpunished, and Bai Yi will be discovered if he goes to the deep continents. Bai Yi tells Liu Yun not to worry, saying he has his own arrangements and was prepared for this outcome when he entered the hunting competition. He adds that their meeting was a coincidence. With determination, Bai Yi declares that this hunting game against the gods has just begun. He walks towards the nobles, thinking what comes next will be his revenge. Liu Yun remarks that Bai Yi is a truly interesting person, adding that he finally understands why the demon Belphegor chose him. Bai Yi smiles and calmly advises the dragon to stop wasting time, warning that the god's army will arrive soon if they don't leave. Unafraid, Liu Yun scoffs at the warning, confidently asking what the god's army could possibly do to him. With several freed demons on his back, Liu Yun's priorities shift. He explains that if he didn't have his people to protect, he would have destroyed Sky City. Looking at his rescued kin, he solemnly notes they have suffered far too much because of him. Realizing their safety comes first, the Demon King spreads his massive wings with the other dragons and agrees it is time for them to depart. As Liu Yun ascends, he gratefully tells Bai Yi he'll never forget the favor of letting his people see the sky again, promising to answer his call. Looking down at the young man in the ruins, the dragon declares that one day they will overthrow the rule of the gods together. Bai Yi watches his powerful new ally depart and bids him a final farewell. In the chaos, someone activates the Stellar Mage skill, Meteorite Pressure. A terrifying monster is crushed by an immense, invisible force, shrieking in agony. The person with this power is Yin Juxing, who uses gravity magic to crush the beast and extract its eye. He does this to protect the terrified Odd twins, Az and Ali, cowering behind their bodyguards. Maintaining his polite and collected demeanor, Yin Juxing places a hand on his chest and respectfully asks the two trembling nobles if they are all right. Az and Ali Aude stand in disbelief, questioning if the terrifying monster is truly dead. After kicking a bodyguard's leg, as Aude regains his arrogant composure and praises Yin Juxing, as Aude's relief sours into embarrassment as he realizes how pathetic he looked, complaining about the massive losses the god tribe suffered during the ruined competition. Staring at the devastated landscape, he wonders if Sky City can ever be rebuilt after such destruction. Nearby, Shindebis stands silently, hands behind his back, observing the ruins with Lin Feng, who is holding a radio. The communication device clicks and beeps with an incoming report. Lin Feng relays the updates to Shindebis. The monsters in the area are cleared, the giant dragon has left their borders, and the god's army has initiated its pursuit. Unfazed by the news, Shindebis immediately asks for an update on the city's power. Lin Feng checks the radio, getting a report from the 8th Squad. A fluorescent light hums to life as the radio confirms the 8th Squad has successfully repaired the backup power system. Lin Feng informs Shindebis that the backup power is on and the system is recovering. As the glowing blue protective barrier reactivates, restoring the god tribe's defenses, Bai Yi stands quietly among the survivors, observing. He looks on with a serious, focused expression, pondering the situation as the first stage of his revenge comes to an end. As the blue protective barrier reactivates, the husband and wife look up, expressing profound relief that their ordeal is over. Nearby, the blonde-haired girl is comforted by another student, who reassures her that the monsters have been cleared and the dragon fled. The blonde-haired girl sheds tears of relief, thankful that the terrifying hunting competition has ended. Suddenly, golden electricity begins to crackle in the air before the startled survivors. The energy expands into a massive holographic projection of the competition's final leaderboard. Bai Yi stands calmly in the ruins, looking at the giant screen as the crowd murmurs. Gazing at the board, Teacher Huang's eyes widen in shock as she realizes that Bai Yi has officially taken first place. Shindebis steps on the platform, which slowly floats into the air above the crowd. With his back to the audience, he hovers before the massive scoreboard, which displays Bai Yi at the top with 1750 points, followed by Ganix, Yin Jiqing, and Ling Yue. Shindebis announces to the survivors that despite interruptions, the competition has been completed. With a snap of his fingers, the nobleman declares that the god tribe's promises will not change regardless of the catastrophic events. At Shindebis' signal, Lin Feng steps forward, standing next to two ornate glowing golden boxes that hold the grand prize. The Aude twins, Az and Ali, look on with surprise and annoyance, questioning how Shindebis could still care about the results after such a disaster. Lin Feng stands behind the table with the golden boxes, gesturing toward them as he formally congratulates Bai Yi for securing first place. Bai Yi stares intently at his reward as the golden chest opens, radiating a brilliant light while Lin Feng presents the prize. Two magnificent glowing items float from the chest, a powerful S-level curved sword and the coveted S-level ring, the Sacred Edict. Bai Yi slips the glowing ring onto his hand, successfully equipping it. He then grasps the handle of his new sword, watching fiery golden energy swirl around its blade. He gives the weapon a swift test swing, feeling its balance and power. A look of shock crosses Bai Yi's face as he examines the blade more closely, realizing he recognizes this weapon. In the ruined facility, an announcement confirms the power system has been supplied with energy. With Sky City's operations restored, orders are given to search the area for any injured people. The captain of the 8th Squad oversees recovery efforts as a subordinate uses magic to repair the electrical equipment, while Lucian investigates the ground nearby. The captain touches his chin in thought. He notes signs of a monster attack, but questions why they would target the power grid, wondering if it was a normal invasion. Lucian reaches out with his gloved hand to examine a strange trace left on the debris. He corrects the captain's theory, explaining the marks were left by a summoned beast. He concludes the attack on the power system was not random, but a carefully planned scheme. As Lucian narrows his eyes in thought, he looks around the devastated facility and finds the situation very strange. With a serious expression, the traitor thinks of a secret. In his previous life, the Sky Tower never collapsed, revealing that he, like Bai Yi, also possesses memories of a past life. Nearby, the female member of the ultimate school team treats Ling Yue's injuries with green healing magic. As she treats her, the teammate looks at Bai Yi, noting in awe that an S-rank weapon is a national treasure. She admits she's never seen one and wonders if its full power is unlocked. Meanwhile, Yin Jixing watches Bai Yi with a resentful glare. Narrowing his glowing green eyes, Yin Jixing bitterly mutters Bai Yi's name. He furiously thinks about all those rewards were supposed to belong to him. He recalls during the boss fight when Rock Jin ordered his guards to electrocute the monster, revealing he had been secretly preparing to deal the final, glorious blow at that very moment. However, just as Yin Juxing was charging his magic for the perfect opportunity, Bai Yi rushed past him and stole the kill. In the shadows, a furious Yin Juxing stews in jealousy, concluding that Bai Yi stole his chance to impress the God tribe and win the S-rank weapon. Meanwhile, oblivious to the vice captain's jealousy, Bai Yi wields his new glowing sword, surprised as he realizes exactly which legendary weapon he obtained. The peaceful moment is suddenly broken by an act of violence as Rock Jin kicks Ganex. The enraged nobleman repeatedly stomps on his servant, cursing him as useless and wishing him dead. His face contorted with fury, Rock Jin screams at Ganex, humiliated that his elite gold B-class professional lost to a commoner from the countryside. He brutally kicks Ganex in the face, drawing blood and punishing him for failing to secure first place. Continuing his assault, Rock Jin stomps on Ganex, calling him worthless trash and wishing for his death. His face contorted with rage and covered in sweat, he screams about losing a massive fortune due to his champion's failure. The commotion is broken by the hum of an approaching platform. Shindebis rises above the crowd and calmly orders Rock Jin to stop. As 3 surviving students watch in shock, Shindebis advises Rock Jin to be more mindful of his actions with so many eyes on him. Rock Jin glances at Shindebis with an annoyed, defiant expression. Refusing to back down, he grabs the battered Ganex by the hair, declaring he is his property and he alone decides if his servant lives or dies. Rock Jin complains to Shindebis that the country bumpkin only won through tricks, angrily asking if Shindebis thinks he can just step on him. Hearing the insults, Bai Yi glances back over his shoulder. Rock Jin tightens his grip on Ganex's hair, claiming that in a fair fight, the newcomer could never match his champion. Bai Yi's eyes narrow as he listens to the nobleman's boasts, noting Ganex's name. Shindebis closes his eyes and considers the situation for a moment. Looking down from his platform, Shindebis announces a simple solution. The two should fight directly, which catches Rock Jin by surprise. With an authoritative tone, Shindebis issues a command in the name of the God tribe, declaring an additional event, an Awakener duel. Extending his arm over the ruined arena, he announces the combatants for this final duel will be Bai Yi and Ganex. With a calculating gaze, Shindebis raises the tension by mentioning the massive sum of 100 million on the line, emphasizing the high stakes of the sudden match. The announcement shocks the remaining spectators, who stare in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Zhang Jun and the female member of the Ultimate School team exchange an astonished look, unable to believe Bai Yi is about to fight Ganex one-on-one. From his elevated position, Shindebis focuses his attention entirely on Bai Yi. Amidst the smoke of the ruined battlefield, Shindebis wonders how much strength Bai Yi is hiding and if he is connected to the events that destroyed the city. With an intense stare, the nobleman challenges Bai Yi to prove his worth. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Bai Yi stands still, his expression calm and resolute. The ruins of the destroyed arena loom in the background, creating a grim stage for the upcoming fight. Rock Jin's demeanor shifts. A malicious smile appears as he realizes this duel is a chance to regain his lost pride. Standing over the battered Ganex, Rock Jin viciously kicks his servant again, commanding him to use this chance to win back their lost money. Leaning in close to the fighter, Rock Jin makes a personal threat, warning Ganex that if he loses, he will personally visit his hometown. Hearing this threat against his home, Ganex's eyes widen in shock. From his floating platform, Shindebis asks the combatants a direct question. He looks at Bai Yi and the battered Ganex, asking if either of them has any objections to the duel. Still kneeling on the ground, Ganex quietly answers that he has no objections. Bai Yi considers his options. He knows the order is from a God tribe member, so refusing means openly opposing the gods, and now is not the time for that. Looking up, Bai Yi confirms he has no objections. Pleased with their compliance, Shindebis says, "Very well." A platform rises from the ground. Shindebis gestures to the platform, declaring it their stage for the duel. He outlines the rules. A loss is by death, surrender, or falling off the stage, and the winner is decided in one match. An anticipating smile crosses Shindebis' face as he sets the stage. Bai Yi stands silently while the surviving students behind him murmur in disbelief, wondering if the fight will really happen in the ruins. From the crowd, Lingyue looks at Bai Yi with deep concern. Shindebis addresses Bai Yi, noting that many significant events occurred in Sky City today. With a calculating look, the nobleman reveals his suspicion that the mastermind is hiding among the participants. He adds that the culprit is concealing their true strength and planned this sabotage for a long time. Glancing at the young man, Shindebis suggests the culprit's participation was no coincidence, subtly probing Bai Yi for his thoughts. Bai Yi pauses and firmly denies any involvement, stating he knows nothing about the situation. Bai Yi calmly states his only motivation is to get stronger as quickly as possible. Shindebis simply grins and says he understands. The nobleman floats higher, wishing them good luck as the fighters step onto the stage. Bai Yi immediately realizes Shindebis strongly suspects him. He concludes that because of this, he can no longer afford to hold back his true strength in this fight. A strong wind sweeps across the ruined buildings. On the concrete stage, both fighters unleash their elemental powers. Fiery golden energy swirls around Bai Yi's arm, while blue ice magic forms around Ganex's hand. Ganex glares at his opponent with a deadly serious expression, ready to fight for his life. In contrast, Bai Yi remains calm. He thinks back to his previous life, reflecting that he never expected he and Ganex would be forced to face each other on the same stage again. Bai Yi recalls his past life, where an official in a suit and sunglasses holds a wanted poster of Ganex. The official announces the God's army is sent to capture him alive for hurting a God tribe member and fleeing to his hometown. In Manhua country, a coastal city in the mountains, the official's voice adds that the pursuers can use deadly force if the target fights back. Bai Yi stands before Ganex and tells the runaway that trying to escape is useless. He explains that all members of the God's Blessed have trackers in their hearts, so there is nowhere to hide. Sitting at a small table and drinking from a green bottle, an exhausted Ganex remarks that his pursuers tracked him down very quickly. Ganex stands up, slamming the bottle onto the table, and admits that no one can truly escape the grasp of the gods in this world. Accepting his fate, Ganex channels his power, causing fierce blue energy to crackle around his hand. He summons a massive, icy blue chained sword and declares that if he has to die, he would rather die right there in his hometown. In response, Bai Yi prepares for battle, summoning his dark sword wrapped in glowing golden energy. An older Rakjin and another rich man watch a brutal fight between two large green insect monsters. The men cheer for the bugs to fight to the death as the creatures bite each other. A servant approaches Rakjin, bowing to report that Bai Yi of the God's army has landed on the island. Rakjin casually accepts the news before getting a sudden idea. Holding a blade of grass with a cruel smile, Rakjin asks his companion if he wants to bet on who will die in the battle between Bai Yi and Ganex. Bai Yi and Ganex stand on a sandy battlefield ready to clash. Covered in golden energy, Bai Yi remembers that during their last fight, he fought as a holy warrior on the side of the gods. Opposing him, Ganex wielded his chained ice sword, fighting as a wanted fugitive who stood against the god tribe. Bai Yi reflects that back then, he was completely blind to the truth of their situation. He realizes that both he and Ganex were just bugs fighting for the gods' cruel entertainment. Ganex channels his frost magic. He summons his icy sword as thick ice armor forms across his body, preparing for the life or death duel. Standing opposite of him, Bai Yi draws his glowing golden dagger. He realizes they are once again forced to fight each other in an arena built by the god tribe. The Oda twins Az and Ali smile wickedly, finding the brutal show highly entertaining. Floating above, Sindebis observes the fighters in complete silence, his gaze sharp and smart. An enraged Rakjin shouts at Ganex, furiously ordering his servant to kill the country boy. With an evil grin, Rakjin tells Ganex to think about what will happen to his hometown if he loses. The fight immediately begins as Bai Yi pushes off the ground with a burst of fiery energy, gaining intense momentum. He launches a powerful high kick, but Ganex blocks the heavy strike using his thick ice armor. Reacting quickly, Ganex tightens his grip on his chained ice sword and unleashes a barrage of sharp ice projectiles at his opponent. Bai Yi leaps through the air, easily dodging the deadly ice spikes. Spinning gracefully, he deflects the remaining projectiles with his glowing blade and lands securely behind Ganex, thinking to himself that this level of resistance is simply not enough. With a sharp, focused stare, Bai Yi prepares his next move. He lunges forward with blinding speed, swinging his blazing golden sword and forcing Ganex to step back to defend himself. Visibly stressed, Ganex braces himself for the heavy impact. Bai Yi unleashes a powerful swing with his weapon, internally declaring that his true plan is to make the god tribe feel absolute fear. The powerful strike connects, triggering a massive fiery explosion that completely engulfs the battlefield. The immense shockwave from the explosion violently blows back the students, who shield themselves while amazed by the terrifying clash of ice and fire. Watching the powerful display from a distance, Teacher Huang breaks a sweat, realizing how incredibly strong both young men are. The battlefield is completely engulfed in thick smoke and dust, frustrating Rak Jin, who complains that the debris is blocking his view and he cannot see. Suddenly cutting through the dense smoke, Bai Yi lunges forward with his golden sword. With a precise and brutal strike, Bai Yi stabs his glowing weapon directly into Ganex's chest, leaving him shocked by the piercing blow. Locked in close quarters amidst the dust, Bai Yi holds his weapon deep against his opponent and calmly calls out Ganex's name. Staring intensely into Ganex's eyes, Bai Yi asks the wounded fighter a question about what he truly desires. Leaning in close so no one else can hear, Bai Yi softly whispers a secret message to him. Hearing the whispered words, Ganex's eyes widen in pure surprise, completely taken aback by whatever Bai Yi just revealed to him. A massive explosion erupts between them on the battlefield, breaking the quiet moment. The force of the blast throws both fighters backward, making them slide across the arena floor. Bai Yi recovers smoothly with his golden dagger ready, while Ganex stands clutching his bleeding chest. The God's Blessed looks confused, trying to understand why his opponent would say that to him. The nobles watch the fight from the platform. Ali Aude notes with amusement that the commoner actually managed to injure the god's blessed. Hearing this, Rakjin's face twists with rage. He screams at his servant, demanding he stop hesitating and attack immediately. Driven by his master's command, Ganax charges forward and violently swings his massive chained ice sword at Bai Yi. The two fighters exchange fast, heavy blows. Their weapons clash repeatedly as Rakjin cheers from the sidelines, demanding Ganax destroy his opponent. Bai Yi blocks a massive overhead swing from the ice sword. Ganax narrowly dodges a quick counterattack from Bai Yi's glowing blade, but pieces of his ice armor shatter. As the battle continues, an angry Rakjin yells from the edge of the stage, demanding to know why Ganax is struggling to defeat a simple country boy. The other students are amazed by Bai Yi's performance. One remarks that he has never seen Bai Yi fight so hard to match a god's blessed, assuming the massive prize money is his motivation. Bai Yi prepares another attack with his glowing sword raised, thinking that the reward money will be enough to last several lifetimes. With a powerful swing, Bai Yi lands a heavy blow that sends Ganax flying backward across the stage. Ganax drags his chained ice sword on the ground to stop, sliding dangerously close to the edge of the arena. Seeing this, the students yell that Bai Yi has the upper hand and has successfully cornered his opponent. Gathering his remaining strength, Bai Yi launches a fast final charge. He dashes past Ganax, piercing the stunned fighter's chest with his golden blade. Rakjin watches in shock, pale with anger as he realizes the duel is over and his champion is defeated. Bai Yi pauses, noticing the wounded Ganax trembling strangely. Observing from above, Shindebis narrows his eyes, sensing something is wrong. Bai Yi realizes his attack didn't hit real flesh. The figure shatters, revealed to be an ice decoy skill. Using the brief distraction, the real Ganax appears directly behind Bai Yi. With a swift motion, Ganax lands a powerful kick to Bai Yi's exposed chest. The impact launches Bai Yi completely off the stage. He crashes onto the ground outside the boundary lines, leaving Ganax standing alone in the arena. The students are stunned by the sudden reversal. One excitedly points out that Bai Yi is out of bounds, meaning Ganax won the match. They marvel at the advanced clone skill, noting it is their first time seeing a B-class gold profession in action. Zhang Jun smiles, commenting that Bai Yi still performed well to push a god's blessed so far. The girls agree with his assessment. Delighted by the outcome, Rakjin bursts into boastful laughter. He gloats to Shindebis that his champion's victory was never in doubt, to which the nobleman responds with a quiet nod. While Bai Yi kneels on the ground panting, Ganax stands tall before him, surrounded by a blue aura. Ganax realizes that while Bai Yi seemed to attack with full force, he was actually avoiding Ganax's vital spots and leaving himself open. Stunned, he stares at the young man, wondering why Bai Yi would intentionally throw the match. Bai Yi stands up and calmly gives up the duel. He publicly declares Ganax the superior fighter, admitting defeat to secure his victory. Bai Yi's thoughts drift to his past life, recalling the fierce battle against Ganax. Back then, Bai Yi fought with his golden sword against Ganax's ice magic. Bai Yi remembers his power level was much higher, yet Ganax fiercely defended himself using his ice puppet skills. Despite his superior strength, Bai Yi recalls his frustration at being unable to quickly break Ganax's icy defenses. Ganax stubbornly held his ground, refusing to retreat and dragging out the fight. The battle lasted until sunset, ending only when Ganax's strength gave out, leaving Bai Yi victorious. Bai Yi recalls the exact moment he finally found an opening to strike the exhausted Ganax. However, upon hearing a distant train whistle, Bai Yi realized the truth. Ganax never fought to win. He sacrificed himself to buy time for others to escape. Bai Yi deduced that Ganax's retreat to his coastal hometown wasn't cowardice. The train whistle revealed his true motive. Ganax returned solely to evacuate his family, ensuring they could flee safely before the God Tribe's extermination orders. The day-long battle was just a stalling tactic. Ganax sacrificed his body to buy time for his hometown to escape. Having fulfilled his duty, a bleeding Ganax lay helpless on the sand, accepting his fate and asking Bai Yi to end his life. Recognizing Ganax's deep love for his family, Bai Yi drove his golden sword into the defeated fighter's chest. Ganax peacefully closed his eyes, accepting the blow and acknowledging Bai Yi's victory. Leaving the body on the sand, Bai Yi reported to his superiors that Ganax had been dealt with. Shortly after, Ganax awoke in disbelief. Bai Yi's strike wasn't meant to kill him. It safely shattered his powers and destroyed the God Tribe's tracker in his heart. Free from the god's control, Ganax sat up. He watched Bai Yi disappear into the sunset, wondering why the loyal soldier faked his death to spare him. In his past life, Ganax was branded a wanted fugitive after accidentally injuring the noble Rakjin. This was made worse because he was the sole provider for his disabled mother and sister. Because Ganax resisted the God Tribe, Bai Yi, as their enforcer, had the authority to execute him on the spot. Glancing back at the man he secretly spared, the past Bai Yi felt deep respect, acknowledging that unlike himself, Ganax managed to protect his mother. Bai Yi silently urged Ganax to survive for his family, hoping he would escape far beyond the God Tribe's reach. Back on the ruined tournament stage, Bai Yi looks at the current Ganix. He repeats his wish for him to live, but with a new determination for this second chance. Smiling confidently, he vows that in this new timeline, instead of fleeing, they will overthrow their oppressors and create a world where they never have to run again. After the chaos, Lin Feng addresses the survivors gathered near the dead monster. He acknowledges the incidents during the hunt but reassures everyone that the god tribe still has everything under control. He points to a set of large doors, inviting them to enter the Debbie's family's cafeteria and enjoy a meal. Inside, a huge feast awaits with dishes like massive lobsters, roasted meat, and decorated cakes. The survivors spread out across a beautiful dining hall with a grand fountain in the center, contrasting sharply with the ruined city outside. Overjoyed by the food, Zhang Jun grabs a large crab. He drools, saying such food is usually only for top officials in his country, and excitedly declares he will eat dozens of them. Nearby, Teacher Huang notices the perfect condition of the dining hall. She thinks about how strong the god tribe's buildings must be to stay completely intact despite the destruction outside. The participants settle down to eat and recover. Even the nobles quietly enjoy their meals. At another table, Rak Jin dines with Alice Jin while Ganix stands silently behind him. Rak Jin holds out a slice of cake, offering it to his servant as a reward. Rak Jin smugly praises Ganix for winning the final duel and securing his massive bet. Ganix humbly accepts the cake, stating it was just his duty. Just as Ganix reaches for it, Rak Jin drops the cake onto the floor right in front of him. The noble coldly asks Ganix if he realizes his actual mistake. Suddenly, Rak Jin violently grabs Ganix by the hair. Furious, he yells at him for disobeying orders and destroying his earpiece during the hunt, questioning if Ganix thinks a god tribe member could ever be wrong. Without waiting for an answer, Rak Jin smashes Ganix's face into the floor, screaming that this is his final warning. Leaning in with an evil grin, Rak Jin reminds Ganix to think about his sister's safety. Pinned to the ground, Ganix's eyes widen in a mix of despair and quiet rage. From across the dining hall, Bai Yi silently watches the cruel scene. Yin Jixing approaches Bai Yi with 2 glasses of wine. Wearing a fake smile, he offers a glass and congratulates Bai Yi on his victory. Yin Jixing continues his act, claiming he is proud that Bai Yi won first place. Bai Yi just stares back with a cold gaze, seeing right through the vice-captain's lies. Bai Yi calmly says that Yin Jixing must not have known how dangerous the Black Mist Forest was, or else he would have warned him not to enter. This pointed accusation instantly breaks Yin Jixing's smile, leaving him shocked that Bai Yi figured out his trap. Swirling his wine, Bai Yi then casually dismisses the confrontation, vaguely reminding Yin Jixing of their shared history as classmates and comrades. Bai Yi then clinks his glass against Yin Jixing's, delivering a stern warning to ensure Ling Yue is never put in danger again. Maintaining his friendly facade, Yin Jixing smoothly agrees, stating that classmates should naturally look out for one another. Changing the subject, Yin Jixing looks around the hall, commenting on the impressive number of powerful participants who survived the day's chaos. Their conversation is interrupted by a loud, boastful laugh. The arrogant noble, Rak Jin, steps forward and announces his decision to choose a new God's Blessed, immediately capturing the attention of the entire opulent hall. The declaration sends a shock through the crowd. Yin Jixing looks alarmed, while Ling Yue and Teacher Huang stare in disbelief. Even the other nobles, like Az and Ali Aude, pause their meal to watch the spectacle unfold. Observing the situation, Bai Yi reflects on the rigid, oppressive hierarchy that dictates their world. He recalls the structure. At the absolute pinnacle of society sit the gods, holding unquestionable authority over all. The supreme tier is for the direct descendants of the god tribe, or first-class nobles, an exclusive group of about 100 worldwide, including Rak Jin, Shin Debis, Alice Jin, and the Audi twins. Beneath the god tribe are the gods blessed, classified as second-class nobles. For an ordinary human, this is the highest status they can ever hope to achieve. Because it is such an exclusive and powerful position, almost everyone in the world desperately covets the title. As Bai Yi knows from his past life, there are 2 ways to attain this rank. The first is to join the god's army and earn the title through massive contributions, just as he did before his regression. The second, easier method relies on the whim of a noble. A commoner favored by a god tribe member can simply be gifted a unique God's Blessed medal. By law, every god tribe member has the authority to select one Awakener to become their lifelong, fiercely loyal personal guard. Onlookers whisper, speculating that Rak Jin might select Bai Yi as his God's Blessed after his impressive victory in the tournament. Overhearing the gossip, Yin Jixing's expression twists with resentful jealousy. He fumes, wondering why Bai Yi should get this honor after monopolizing the competition's rewards. Bai Yi calmly faces the noble, reflecting that while others see this as the highest glory, the reality is far darker. Rock Jin's malicious smirk only confirms Bai Yi's thoughts on the true nature of the nobles. He knows the grim fate of those chosen by sadistic masters. For them, the title is a life sentence to a hell of abuse, exactly like the torment the bleeding Ganix endures. Suddenly, the Aude twins, Az and Ali, interrupt the spectacle. They mock Rock Jin, reminding him that a noble can only bestow the god's blessed title upon one person, a quota he's already filled. Enraged, Rock Jin screams back at the twins, calling them idiots. He gestures toward his sister, Alice Jin, and smugly declares that since she has not yet chosen a guard, he is making the selection on her behalf. Nearby, Shin Davis watches the exchange in silence as the battered Ganix kneels on the floor. Turning his attention to Bai Yi, Rock Jin scowls. He admits that he finds Bai Yi's defiant attitude and lack of respect irritating. Bai Yi doesn't back down, meeting the noble's gaze with a piercing, cold stare that shows no fear. Rock Jin grimaces, disturbed by the young man's intense, unyielding gaze. Deciding on a different punishment, Rock Jin raises his hand past Bai Yi, loudly announcing his true selection. To everyone's shock, his finger points directly at a stunned Ling Yue. Rock Jin loudly declares that he chooses Ling Yue as the new god's blessed. The shocking announcement leaves Ling Yue frozen in terror. Teacher Huang stares in disbelief, wondering why the noblemen bypassed the tournament's champion, Bai Yi, for Ling Yue. Nearby spectators piece it together, murmuring that it makes sense for Rock Jin to choose a female awakener since the guard is meant for his younger sister. Unable to watch, Alice Jin stands and calls out to her older brother, drawing the surprised attention of Rock Jin and the others. Trembling and near tears, Alice protests, telling her brother she doesn't want Ling Yue and insists she doesn't need a guard right now. Her defiance is met with brutal violence as Rock Jin slaps her across the face. The loud impact echoes through the hall, leaving the onlookers stunned. Shin Debis watches the abuse with a cold gaze. Looming over his cowering sister, Rock Jin's face darkens with rage as he dares her to repeat her refusal, asking again if she needs a guard. Holding her stinging cheek, a broken and crying Alice stammers out a forced agreement, whispering that she does need one. Satisfied with her submission, Rock Jin places a hand on her trembling head. His rage vanishes, replaced by a sickeningly sweet smile as he praises her for being a good girl, adding that a noble her age must have a guard. The Aude twins, Az and Ali, mock Rock Jin's transparent excuse, pointing out that he's not choosing a guard for his sister, but picking Ling Yue for his own late-night entertainment. With a sleazy smirk, one twin commends Rock Jin's taste, noting Ling Yue's beauty. He adds with mock disappointment that it's a shame they've already filled their quotas, or they would have taken her themselves. Unwilling to be a pawn, Ling Yue steps forward. She maintains her composure and respectfully declines Rock Jin's offer, formally thanking him. Her outright refusal catches the arrogant noble off guard. Bowing, Ling Yue explains she is still a student and wishes to finish her education. She adds her desire to enter the God's Guild on her own merit, not through a shortcut. As she speaks, Rock Jin's expression darkens furiously. Sensing the danger, Teacher Huang steps in to protect her student. She nervously tries to diffuse the tension, agreeing with Ling Yue and reminding the noblemen that the girl is still enrolled at their school. As Teacher Huang tries to reason with him, Rock Jin's face contorts with fury. He coldly interrupts, stating that commoners misunderstand the absolute laws of the God tribe and asks if they think he is trying to negotiate. His anger boiling over, Rock Jin screams that they are in God tribe territory and reminds them of his status. He furiously asks how they dare treat the command of a God tribe member like a suggestion. Responding to their master's rage, God tribe guards step forward, slamming the butts of their spears on the floor in a menacing display. The sound terrifies Teacher Huang, Ling Yue, and the other students. Stepping close to the cornered Ling Yue, Rock Jin reiterates his command. With a sinister grin, he tells her that since he has chosen her, her only response is to kneel and show her utmost gratitude. As Ling Yue nervously protests, Bai Yi stands silently behind the imposing nobleman, his face shadowed as he assesses the situation. Before Ling Yue can finish, Yin Jixing steps forward, pressuring his teammate. He coldly states that being chosen is an honor and accuses her of being ungrateful. The Odd twins watch in amusement, openly mocking the commoners for daring to argue with a noble's command. A traumatized Alice Jin trembles behind her brother, while Sindebis watches with cold indifference, sipping wine flanked by armed guards. The tension peaks as the God tribe's heavily armed guards step forward, surrounding Bai Yi, Ling Yue, and the other survivors. Trapped by the ring of spears, a terrified Teacher Huang stammers in despair as a chilling realization dawns on the students. Looking at the bleeding, defeated Ganix kneeling on the floor, they understand the brutal truth. Against the God tribe's absolute authority, their strength means nothing. With the crowd intimidated, Rock Jin turns his attention back to Ling Yue. He violently stabs a piece of fruit with a fork from a nearby table. Stepping uncomfortably close, Rock Jin holds the fork to the paralyzed girl's face. With a predatory smile, he tells her to be a good girl, promising he will love her dearly. Suddenly, a burst of green energy erupts. In a flash, Bai Yi appears beside the arrogant Rock Jin, catching the nobleman completely off guard. Before Rock Jin can react, Bai Yi draws back his fist, his eyes glowing with fierce determination. Cloaked in a green aura, he delivers a devastating punch to Rock Jin, declaring he will shatter their oppressive rules. The impact sends the nobleman flying. The hall falls into shocked silence as everyone stares in horror at the unthinkable sight, a commoner attacking a first-class noble. Wasting no time, Bai Yi dashes forward as Rock Jin crashes onto the floor, skidding helplessly across the grand dining hall. Bai Yi leaps onto the fallen noble, his eyes glowing as he ruthlessly punches Rock Jin's face. The panicked onlookers cry out, thinking he's gone mad. The commotion startles the battered Gannix. He weakly pushes himself up from the floor, staring at the unbelievable scene. A flashback reveals the secret conversation Bai Yi had with Gannix during their duel. Bai Yi had asked the enslaved fighter if he wanted to kill his cruel master, Rock Jin. Watching the beating, Gannix's eyes widen. He realizes Bai Yi wasn't joking and is actually following through with his deadly proposition. Bai Yi pulls back his glowing fist for another strike. The God Tribe guards rush to intervene as the stunned crowd realizes with dread that Bai Yi might actually kill the nobleman. Reduced to a bloody mess, a terrified Rock Jin screams for help. His cries are cut short as Bai Yi's fist smashes into his face again, knocking a tooth from his mouth. Continuing his relentless assault, Bai Yi lands another brutal punch, leaving Rock Jin battered and bleeding on the dining hall floor. Watching the violence, Lingyue stands frozen in absolute shock, unable to process Bai Yi's actions. The day, June 28, 2105, was meant to be the God Tribe's festival. Instead, it became a day of catastrophe, marked by the collapse of the floating sky city and the escape of demons from the abyss. To this list of disasters is now added a shocking incident, a commoner violently beating a member of the untouchable God Tribe. Before Bai Yi can land another blow, Yin Jixing intervenes, activating his powerful stellar mage skill. A thick, rock-like substance tightly wraps around Bai Yi's neck and arm, halting his attack and catching him by surprise. With Bai Yi restrained by the magic, the God Tribe guards quickly move in, surrounding him with their spears, while Rock Jin lies incapacitated. Despite being subdued, Bai Yi shows no fear. With his face shadowed, he internally declares that his vengeance against the gods has only just begun. The guards then secure Bai Yi, placing heavy handcuffs on his wrists. Observing the spectacle from a distance, Shindebis calmly sips his wine, finding Bai Yi's impulsive outburst highly suspicious and sensing a deeper motive. Holding the subdued Bai Yi at spear point, the guards turn to Shindebis and ask for his orders. Shindebis calmly orders them to take Bai Yi to the confinement room for now. The nobleman declares that any crime committed within God Tribe territory must be judged formally by the High Priest. Hearing this, Teacher Huang gasps in terror. She knows that while a trial usually means prison, assaulting a God Tribe member carries an undeniable death sentence. The Aude twins, Az and Ali, watch with cruel amusement. They mock the sight of a commoner striking a noble, agreeing that Bai Yi's life is over. With the chaos settled, Lin Feng steps forward to end the banquet, instructing all guests to return to their accommodations. As the guards march Bai Yi out of the hall, frantic calls ring out for a healer to attend to Rock Jin, who lies unconscious and bleeding heavily. Watching his rival being escorted away, Yin Jixing internally gloats that Bai Yi foolishly threw away every advantage he had. He coldly concludes that this single impulsive act has completely destroyed any future Bai Yi might have had. Meanwhile, a distressed Lingyue steps toward Bai Yi as he passes, silently agonizing over his grim fate. Catching her worried gaze, Bai Yi subtly moves his cuffed hands behind his back. Lingyue's eyes widen as she recognizes the hand signal. It's the same gesture he made right before his attack, a sign meant to reassure her. As the guards push him forward, Bai Yi wears a confident, hidden smile. Lingyue is left bewildered, wondering how he can be so calm. That evening, within the God Tribe's guest quarters, a harsh slap breaks the silence. Inside a room, a young nurse is struck violently across the face, sending her crashing to the floor. Rock Jin, his face battered and bandaged, stands furiously over the fallen nurse. With Gannix behind him, he curses her for treating his wounds too roughly. Humiliated by his public beating from a commoner, Rock Jin demands to know where his attacker is being held. His attacker, Bai Yi, sits calmly on the floor of the Awakener confinement room, locked behind heavy bars. Outside, two guards discuss Bai Yi's transfer to the high-security Sky Prison the next day. They note the cell's black magic crystal bars are immune even to S-class weapons, despite the facility being abandoned for years. Their conversation is cut short by heavy banging on the main doors, followed by an impatient voice demanding entry. On the security monitor, the guards see an enraged, bandaged Rock Jin with Gannix, ordering them to open the doors. Intimidated, the guards open the heavy doors. Rock Jin storms into the confinement area, declaring his intent to confront the man who humiliated him. Rock Jin furiously stomps to the cell, but Bai Yi remains unfazed, sitting quietly behind the bars. Gripping the bars, Rock Jin mocks Bai Yi, reminding him that as an untouchable noble, he is safe, while Bai Yi is doomed to be executed. With a sadistic grin, the noble vows not to let Bai Yi die quickly, promising to inflict immense psychological torture before his death. As Bai Yi slowly gets to his feet, Rock Jin reveals his twisted plan. Knowing Bai Yi cares for Ling Yue, he has ordered his subordinates to bring her to him. Rock Jin gloats that begging won't save him, promising to viciously destroy the person Bai Yi values most tonight. Screaming maniacally, Rock Jin yells that Bai Yi has no idea of the true consequences of offending a noble. Standing tall, Bai Yi calmly replies that he is fully aware. He calls Rock Jin trash, noting people like him only understand their sins the moment before they die. With a dark expression, Bai Yi declares that this is why he never intended to show any mercy. Putting the noble's threats to the test, Bai Yi firmly grips the supposedly unbreakable black magic crystal bars. Rock Jin freezes in disbelief. Emitting a blazing golden aura, Bai Yi stares down the trembling noble with glowing eyes, challenging to see which of them will beg for mercy first. At 9 p.m. in a Sky City hotel, Ling Yue examines an invitation to become Alice Jin's God's blessed personal guard, while 2 God Tribe bodyguards wait to escort her. A highly concerned teacher Huang questions the timing of the event, asking if the ceremony must take place tonight. She presses further, asking why it has to be held privately at the God Tribe's residence rather than as a public commendation. The bodyguards sternly remind her the God Tribe's commands are absolute and warn them not to make things difficult in Sky City. Resigned to the situation, Ling Yue agrees to go with them. As she stands, she tells a worried teacher Huang that trying to flee now would only result in a situation they couldn't control. Ling Yue reassures her teacher, promising she will find a way to explain her position clearly to Alice Jin when she arrives. Ling Yue is escorted to a luxurious guest house in the Debbie family's eastern courtyard and led to the entrance. The door slams shut behind her. Inside the room, she is shocked to find not Alice, but a battered and bandaged Rock Jin waiting for her with a glass of wine. Maintaining her composure, Ling Yue demands to know where Alice Jin is. Rock Jin gives a sinister bruised grin, claiming that as Alice's older brother, it's his duty to personally inspect her new guard to see if she's worthy. Tossing a small pink bikini onto the sofa, he notes this is a rare opportunity not offered to just anyone. Leering at Ling Yue, Rock Jin demands she serve the God Tribe well, promising that her entire family will be elevated to the top of society. Standing her ground, Ling Yue firmly states her reason for coming, to outright refuse the position of personal guard and make her rejection clear in person. Rock Jin looks down at her with arrogant disappointment, noting that he had assumed she was a smart person. Taking a slow sip of his red wine, he chillingly asks if she really intends to defy the gods. With a menacing glare, Rock Jin warns that anyone who dares to oppose the God Tribe inevitably meets a gruesome end. Ling Yue remains silent, breaking a nervous sweat but holding her ground. Refusing to be intimidated by his games, Ling Yue turns her back on the nobleman and announces her departure. Suddenly, Rock Jin violently smashes his wine glass against his forehead. Blood pours down his face as a wicked, calculated smile spreads across his lips. He points an accusing finger at Ling Yue, declaring she attempted to assassinate a God Tribe member and is now trying to flee. A shocked Ling Yue realizes she is being framed. Rock Jin orders his servant to capture her. Instantly, a shadowy, menacing figure with glowing eyes appears right behind Ling Yue. It is Ganix, ready to obey. Ganix lunges forward to grab her, but Ling Yue reacts quickly, managing to deflect and evade the sudden strike. Ling Yue attempts a swift counterattack, but Ganix effortlessly ducks under her blow, retaliating with a devastating strike that sends her flying across the room. Suddenly, a massive, jagged formation of blue ice erupts violently from the ground. Ling Yue is caught off guard, watching in shock as Ganix unleashes his powerful ice magic, freezing her lower body. Ling Yue grimaces, her injuries from the black mist forest still unhealed. Watching Ganix's freezing aura, she knows his power is far beyond hers, making victory impossible in her injured state. Rock Jin lays out her options. If she runs, his lie becomes truth. She'll be branded a traitorous assassin and hunted worldwide. Worse, her escape would implicate her teacher and fellow students. Trapped by the ice, Ling Yue argues that Rock Jin knows she's innocent. Rock Jin laughs maniacally, revealing he's already ordered everyone within a kilometer of the villa to leave. With a twisted smirk, he asks if she knows why his subordinates obeyed without question. He proudly declares that no one disobeys the God Tribe. Here, his word is law, and his version of events becomes the truth. Ling Yue realizes in horror that she's completely cornered. Pacing behind the ice, Rock Jin taunts that she should thank her friend Bai Yi for her current predicament. He reveals his motive. He's targeting Ling Yue because he saw how much she and Bai Yi care for each other. With a sadistic smile, Rock Jin says their bond is why he must possess her to get his revenge. His expression twists into pure rage as he declares he will destroy Bai Yi no matter the cost. Rak Jin's fury stems from his earlier humiliation. Ranting about country bumpkins, he thinks of Bai Yi, locked away in a high-security cell. Insulted that a lower-class ant dared to assault him, Rak Jin is determined to make Bai Yi suffer by ruining Ling Yue. Rak Jin gloats that Bai Yi is in an inescapable black magic crystal prison and will soon be transferred to the Sky Prison for torture and execution. Trapped by the ice, a terrified Ling Yue yells for Ganix to stay back as he advances on her. Desperate, Ling Yue summons a golden dagger, declaring she'd rather die than fall into Rak Jin's hands. She holds the glowing blade to her neck as Ganix clenches his fist and steps closer. Unfazed, Rak Jin leans in with a sadistic grin, promising to break her before forcing her to watch Bai Yi's execution. As he reaches for her, a massive blast of pink stellar mage energy erupts from the side, smashing a piece of the wall into his face. The impact sends Rak Jin flying across the room into the far wall. Ganix freezes, shocked by the sudden attack. Ling Yu stares in tearful disbelief. Her grip loosens and the golden dagger clatters onto the ice. From the dust and rubble, a figure emerges, wreathed in a fierce, pulsing pink aura. It is Bai Yi, having broken free and tracked them down. Bleeding and battered in the debris, Rak Jin stares in disbelief, stammering that the black magic crystal prison is indestructible. Paralyzed with fear, Rak Jin demands to know how Bai Yi escaped. With glowing eyes and an intimidating aura, Bai Yi coldly tells Rak Jin he will never live to find out. On the night of June 28, 2105, the heavily guarded Awakener confinement facility was on high alert. Security cameras and spotlights swept the quiet perimeter following the day's chaotic events. Inside his cell, Bai Yi sat calmly on a straw mat, quietly writing a letter. Outside his cell, 2 prison guards on watch discussed the situation. They hoped the enraged God Tribe noble wouldn't return, fearing another outburst might provoke the high-profile prisoner into attempting an escape. One guard reassured his partner, pointing out the cell's extreme security. The room was secured by 3 heavy doors forged from indestructible black magic crystal, and it was under constant supervision. Confident in these defenses, the guard concluded that it was absolutely impossible for anyone to escape. At his luxurious villa, a heavily bandaged Rak Jin put his plan into motion. He coldly ordered his subordinates to clear a 1-kilometer radius, ensuring no one could interfere. However, Rak Jin was unaware he was being watched. Hidden outside the villa, Bai Yi's massive insect summon, Changzi, telepathically informed its master that the guards had all been dismissed. In his cell, Bai Yi finished sealing his letter. Changzi asked via their link if it should crush the jade pendant to summon him immediately. Bai Yi instructed his summon to wait. He could not be absent from the prison for long, so he had to time his escape for the most critical moment to avoid detection. He reflected on a key mechanic of his world. High-tier items had a strict limit and could only be generated a maximum of 4 times. He recalled tirelessly clearing the Spirit Jade Demon Cave 20 times at the Academy just to acquire all 4 sets of these rare teleportation pendants. He had used the first pair to save his mother and had left the second with her for protection before his departure. With only 2 pairs remaining, Bai Yi clutched the red pendant. Acknowledging they had only one chance, he hardened his gaze with deadly resolve. Determined to end the threat, he violently crushed the pendant, vowing to assassinate Rak Jin as quickly as possible. In the present, Bai Yi appears in Rak Jin's villa. He shatters the ice-freezing Ling Yue's lower body and steps protectively in front of her, gently reassuring her that she is safe now. Ling Yu stares up at him in disbelief, struggling to process his impossible arrival. Standing amidst the ruined room, Bai Yi glares at his enemies. When Ling Yue asks why he is there, he coldly replies, "I've come to kill someone." Clutching his battered face, Rak Jin stammers in denial, frantically questioning how the prisoner has escaped the supposedly indestructible black crystal cell. Realizing the immediate danger, Rak Jin cowers behind his enslaved guard, Ganix. He furiously orders him to kill Bai Yi, threatening to massacre Ganix's family if he fails. Ganix unleashes his power, encasing his body in thick, glowing blue ice armor. Seeing this, a desperate Rak Jin cheers him on, arrogantly reminding him how easily he defeated Bai Yi in the tournament. In response, Bai Yi activates his own power, surrounding himself with a vibrant pink aura. Ganix quietly asks if Bai Yi intends to follow through on the promise he made during their duel, the secret offer to eliminate their cruel master. Bai Yi's serious, unwavering expression is all the confirmation Ganix needs of his deadly intent. The heavily armored Ganix then makes a quiet request, for Bai Yi to strike him with his full strength. This will allow him to lose the fight convincingly and protect his family from Rak Jin's wrath. Hearing the betrayal, Rak Jin screams in disbelief. He accuses his servant of losing his mind and demands to know what secret deal they made during the tournament. In response to Ganix's request, Bai Yi simply gives a calm smile. Granting the fighter's wish, Bai Yi channels his pink stellar mage energy. He summons a stone hand from the ground that slams into Ganix, launching him backward and taking him out of the fight. A terrified Rak Jin watches in shock as debris flies past. Now defenseless, the panicked nobleman turns to flee. He curses Ganax, threatening to slaughter the servant's entire village in revenge. Rak Jin's escape is abruptly cut short when massive dark stone pillars erupt from the ground. Bai Yi uses his Earth Surge prison skill, forming a tight cage around the noble and removing any chance of escape. Seeing another pillar trap him from behind, the panicked noble desperately screams for his guards to save him. As the terrified man yells for his security team, Bai Yi just smiles. Standing among the stone pillars, he reminds the trembling Rak Jin that no guards are coming. The nobleman himself had ordered everyone to leave the area earlier. He brings up Rak Jin's earlier arrogance, when he proudly boasted about clearing the villa. By claiming no one would disobey the god tribe, he accidentally created the perfect isolated spot for his own defeat. Horror washes over Rak Jin's face as he realizes his own orders have doomed him. Bai Yi then calls out to Ling Yue, who watches the terrifying scene in shock. He firmly tells Ling Yue that whatever happens next has nothing to do with her, instructing her to act like she knows nothing about tonight. Using his powers again, Bai Yi summons a huge black stone wall from the floor. This completely seals Ling Yue away, blocking her view so she sees none of the violence. Now trapped alone in the cage, a sweating Rak Jin begs Bai Yi to wait, stammering in fear as he asks what he plans to do. Staring down with cold eyes, Bai Yi tells the cowering noble he should already know. He declares that his judgment against the god tribe has officially begun. Panicked, Rak Jin begs for his life and warns that help is on the way. He uses Ling Yue's safety as a bargaining chip, desperately ordering Bai Yi to let him go. When threats fail, Rak Jin clings to the stone pillars and resorts to begging. He promises endless wealth and a safe escape if he is spared. In response, Bai Yi just glares back, glowing with a cold pink aura. Unmoved by the pathetic bargaining, Bai Yi raises his hand and channels his energy. He breaks off a jagged stone shard and shoots it at Rak Jin, cleanly severing the noble's arm in a massive spray of blood. The arrogant noble freezes in sheer disbelief, staring blankly at his bloody stump before the pain finally sets in. Bai Yi remembers how Rak Jin had bullied a terrified Ling Wei at the banquet. With cold determination, he views this brutal amputation as rightful payback for his teammate. As Rak Jin writhes on the floor, screaming and begging for mercy, Bai Yi unleashes another spell. A giant stone hand erupts from the ground and tightly grips the noble's leg. With a sickening crunch, the stone hand crushes Rak Jin's leg, tearing another shriek from his throat. Remembering how the noble had ruthlessly stomped on his defeated servant Ganax, Bai Yi dedicates this broken limb as payback for the enslaved fighter. Leaving a gruesome trail of blood, the mutilated Rak Jin drags his body across the floor. Sobbing in pain, he tries to crawl away and begs his tormentor to stay back. Ignoring the pathetic pleas, Bai Yi tightly clenches his fist. Rak Jin looks back in terror as another massive stone pillar slams into place right beside him. Cornered and paralyzed by fear, he shrieks for Bai Yi to keep his distance. Completely broken, the ruined man finally abandons his pride. He cries uncontrollably and confesses his guilt, desperately apologizing in a futile attempt to calm his executioner. His agonizing screams echo through the chamber as his mind and body completely shatter. Standing tall behind the stone pillars, Bai Yi looks down at his victim. Raising a glowing finger, he coldly announces one last piece of payback. He declares that this final punishment is for himself. Suddenly, a stone hand bursts from the ground and seizes the terrified noble. As the massive fingers crush him, Rak Jin curses Bai Yi as a madman, screaming a final warning that he will never escape the consequences. Covered in blood and facing certain death, Rak Jin laughs maniacally. He spits out a final threat, screaming that Bai Yi will be branded a traitor and his entire family will suffer the consequences. Unmoved, Bai Yi calmly ignores the warning. The massive stone hand holding Rak Jin suddenly squeezes tighter, making the nobleman scream in renewed agony as his body is crushed further. Clenching his fist, Bai Yi commands the stone structure to crush Rak Jin completely. The intense pressure shatters the man's ribs and spine, ending his life instantly in a brutal display of power. Blood sprays as Rak Jin's body is obliterated in the unforgiving grip. His grim judgment executed, Bai Yi stands quietly in the settling dust. A pink aura fades around him as he deactivates his magic. Behind him, the thick stone wall he built to shield Ling Yue from the gruesome sight begins to crumble. As the dust clears, she stares at her savior in absolute shock. Seeing the dark blood dripping from the jagged stone, Ling Yue realizes what just happened. Horrified, she asks Bai Yi if he really killed the nobleman. Bai Yi confirms it with a simple nod. Overwhelmed by the terrifying reality and the immense danger they are now in, Ling Yue lowers her head, tearfully blaming herself for the entire incident. Bai Yi immediately stops her apologies. His expression remains calm as he explains that he intended to kill Rak Jin from the start, assuring her she is not responsible for his death. Ling Yu's shock quickly turns into anger. Staring at the bloody debris, she agrees with Bai Yi's actions, declaring that Rak Jin completely deserved his fate and that dying 100 times wouldn't be enough punishment for him. Her brief vindication is soon replaced by worry for Bai Yi's safety. She asks what he plans to do now, pointing out that it is only a matter of time before the guards discover the gruesome scene inside the villa. Grabbing his arm, she urges him to flee immediately. She insists he needs to get as far away as possible and leave Sky City entirely before the authorities arrive. Ling Yue rushes toward the door but pauses with a determined look. Willing to sacrifice herself, she offers to act as a decoy to distract the guards and buy Bai Yi time to escape. She tries to convince him, noting that his incredible strength will easily help him survive if he slips away. Before she can run, Bai Yi stops her by firmly grabbing her shoulder. He calmly promises that they will both be completely fine. As the silhouette of a man approaches the villa from outside, Bai Yi reveals his real plan. Someone else is going to take the fall for tonight. Ling Yue's eyes widen in sheer disbelief at the revelation. Smirking slightly, Bai Yi simply states that his chosen scapegoat will be arriving at any moment. He tells Ling Yue that true teammates must protect each other, as they are the only ones to rely on in life-or-death situations. He highlights the strong bond needed between comrades fighting side by side. However, his expression darkens as he describes someone who did the exact opposite, a teammate who just watched his comrades fall into danger. Ling Yue listens in shock, picturing Yin Jixing's cruel taunts about the honor of becoming a god's blessed and how he kicked people when they were down. Remembering the banquet where he was taken away in chains, Bai Yi pictures Yin Jixing's evil grin. He declares his deep hate for traitors. Ling Yue gasps, realizing he means their vice-captain. Bai Yi then reveals his plan to frame Yin Jixing for Rock Jin's murder, explaining he sent the traitor a forged letter under the god tribe's name. Fake signed by Rock Jin, the letter offered Yin Jixing the god's blessed title if he came to the guest room at 9:20 p.m. to kill the current candidate and burn the evidence. Bai Yi notes that once the traitor arrives, he will easily take the fall for killing a noble. Ling Yu stares at Bai Yi in complete shock. She finally pieces everything together, realizing he planned this entire assassination and frame-up from the very start. Bai Yi smiles to confirm. Checking the time, he calmly says he must return to the confinement room before anyone notices he is gone. Glowing with a pink and purple magic aura, he comforts a worried Ling Yue. He tells her not to worry and to insist she remembers absolutely nothing about tonight. With a confident smile, Bai Yi promises they will see each other again soon. In a bright flash of light, he vanishes from the room, leaving Ling Yue safely behind. At exactly 9:20 p.m., purple magic swirls inside the heavily guarded Awakener confinement room. Bai Yi seamlessly teleports back into his cell, arriving just in time to secure his perfect alibi. His summoned bird beast, Xiaolin, waits with a broken red tracker in its beak. It confirms the guards remained completely oblivious to his secret departure. Settling into the shadows behind the bars, he pets Xiaolin and reflects on his successful scheme. By brutally beating the noble Rock Jin at the banquet earlier, he intentionally orchestrated his arrest to secure a flawless alibi for the night. He also ensured the horrific scene at the villa, the shattered walls and the blood-stained stone structure that killed the nobleman, pointed away from him. All the destructive abilities used were the signature skills of a stellar mage. The final piece of his plan involved a forged god tribe order. He recalls handing the letter, which promised the title of God's Blessed for a late-night assassination, to Chiang Zi. He instructed the beast to leave the bait exactly where Yin Zhiqing would find it. Knowing his former teammate's ambitious nature, Bai Yi is confident the trap will work. A traitor will inevitably choose betrayal, framing himself perfectly for the nobleman's murder. Right on cue, Yin Jixing arrives at the location expecting an easy path to power. His confidence vanishes when he sees a massive hole blown into the villa. Shocked, he cautiously steps through the rubble into the ruined interior. Inside, the situation is completely different from what the forged letter promised. He finds both Ganix and Ling Yue lying unconscious on the floor. Confused by the devastation, Yin Jixing looks around. His eyes land on a massive, jagged stone structure dripping with fresh blood, making him wonder what happened. Suddenly, a rushing sound startles him. He turns around just as a massive wall of fire erupts in the doorway, trapping him inside the crime scene. Outside, patrolling God Tribe guards spot the towering flames engulfing the villa. Realizing the danger, they immediately call for all available security to respond. A squad of guards quickly rushes toward the burning building to start a rescue operation. Hiding in the bushes nearby, Bai Yi's summoned mantis beast, Chiang Zi, holds a flaming torch. It set the fire to draw attention to the frame-up. Having successfully executed its master's plan, the mantis is the true MVP of the night, earning titles like Demolition Master and Arsonist, while the guards scramble. The guards kick down the burning doors and storm into the room, shouting for everyone to freeze. They quickly spot the blood-stained structure and realize the noble Rock Jin has been assassinated. The guards immediately point their spears at Yin Zhiqing, the only conscious person there. Caught red-handed in the flaming room with the murdered noble, a panicked Yin Zhiqing desperately tries to protest, but Bai Yi's trap has already sprung perfectly. The God Tribe guards examine the bloody, jagged stone structure that impaled Rak Jin. They recognize the ability to alter terrain as a signature skill of a stellar mage, concluding that the noble was assassinated by one. As the guards secure the scene, they drag away the panicked Yin Jixing, who desperately pleads his innocence and claims to know nothing about the murder. Back in his prison cell, Bai Yi reflects on the night's events. He considers this a satisfying part of his revenge, but knows that his plans have only just begun. Sometime later, the heavy doors to the confinement facility rumble open. A bald attendant in a suit respectfully guides a visitor inside, announcing his arrival. The visitor is Shin Dabis. He stops before Bai Yi's cell and calls out his name. Bai Yi, who was sitting on the floor, looks up to face him. Looking at Bai Yi through the bars, Shin Dabis proposes that they make a deal. On June 28, 2105, during the God Tribe celebration, two major events shock the world. The first is the sudden collapse of Sky City and the terrifying escape of the Abyssal Dragon. The second event is the brutal murder of a God Tribe member. At the bloody crime scene, an investigator orders the immediate arrest of the prime suspect, Yin Jixing. Also discovered at the scene are the victim's personal guard, Ganix and Ling Yue. When questioned by the authorities, both claim they are in deep shock and have no memory of what happened that night. Because he failed to protect his master, Ganix faces harsh punishment. He is sentenced to be stripped of his special title and convicted on the spot. Just as his fate seems sealed, Alice Jin unexpectedly steps in. She points right at Ganix and demands him as her new personal guard. Since another God Tribe member has claimed him, Ganix is officially cleared of all charges and escapes his punishment. Meanwhile, Bai Yi has to pay for what he did at the banquet. Covered in heavy chains, he is dragged off to the Sky Prison for publicly attacking a noble. 2 days later, on June 30th, Bai Yi is put on trial. He stands in a huge amphitheater right in front of a massive statue of the Scales of Justice. Up in the stands, a very worried Ling Yue keeps a close eye on the trial. An older judge reads the charges aloud. He states that Bai Yi attacked Rak Jin for no reason, leaving the noble badly injured and in a coma. The judge declares him guilty of assaulting a God Tribe member and misusing his powers. He hands down a strict 5-year prison sentence, then asks the prisoner if he has anything to say. Bai Yi just stands there in complete silence, his face showing no emotion at all. 2 nights before the trial, Shin Dabis pays a quiet visit to Bai Yi in his dark holding cell. He is there to offer the prisoner a secret deal, asking him to work for the powerful Dabis family. Shin Dabis promises Bai Yi that he will be freed immediately if he agrees. Still sitting calmly on the cold floor, Bai Yi politely thanks him for the kind offer. Pretending to be weak, Bai Yi claims he just is not strong enough to handle such a big job. Shin Dabis sees right through the lie, praising Bai Yi for secretly pulling off such a massive disaster right under the God Tribe's nose. Shin Dabis admits he is highly impressed that Bai Yi caused so much chaos and got away without leaving a single clue. Playing dumb, Bai Yi calmly replies that he has no idea what the noble is talking about. Grabbing the iron bars of the cell, Shin Dabis gives Bai Yi a harsh reality check. He reminds him that in their world, whatever the God Tribe says is, the truth becomes the absolute truth. He makes his final pitch, promising that if Bai Yi works for him, the Sky City investigation will never point his way. Stubborn as ever, Bai Yi simply repeats that he does not understand. Realizing that Bai Yi will not drop his innocent act or take the deal, Shin Dabis lets out a defeated sigh. Turning away from the dark cell, Shin Dabis mentions that it must not be the right time for them to work together just yet, and walks away. Now standing in the grand amphitheater, the judge's final question hangs heavily in the air. When asked if he has any complaints about his 5-year sentence, Bai Yi firmly answers that he accepts it. But before the judge can slam the gavel, Lin Feng suddenly jumps up from the crowd. He raises his hand high and loudly announces that the Dabis family objects to the ruling. The sudden interruption sends shocked murmurs through the crowd. Ling Yue watches in surprise as Lin Feng walks down the steps. He hands an envelope to a court official stating the Dabis family officially invited Bai Yi to Sky City. He points out that during the banquet, Rak Jin suddenly provoked and attacked Bai Yi right after he won first place in the tournament. Lin Feng reveals that Rak Jin ordered his new guard Ganix to attack Bai Yi. He argues Bai Yi acted purely in self-defense during a desperate moment, unintentionally putting Rak Jin into a coma. Wrapping up his defense, Lin Feng cites the Awakener management rules, stating Bai Yi's actions were perfectly legal self-defense. The official hands the envelope to the older judge, explaining it holds evidence from the Dabis family. The judge hesitates, noting this should have been submitted before the trial began. Lin Feng firmly interrupts, saying Lord Dabis submitted the evidence himself. He urges the judge to review it carefully before deciding, leaving Bai Yi to wait silently for the outcome. Far away in a bright space, Shin Dabis looks over the city's ruined remains. He reflects that in their world, the actual truth does not matter. Back in the courtroom, the judge rubs his forehead, stressed by the powerful Dabis family's pressure. At the same time, Shindebis thinks about how whatever the god tribe says becomes the truth, which is why their world was ruined long ago. Despite this harsh reality, Shindebis thinks of Bai Yi finding hope in the young man's defiance. Standing among massive broken stones, Shindebis thinks about destroying the broken system to start over. He believes that one day he and Bai Yi will work together to make this happen. The judge bangs his heavy gavel and announces the final ruling. Bai Yi is completely innocent and must be released immediately. The heavy chains binding Bai Yi shatter. The two god tribe guards tell him he is free to go, and Bai Yi calmly rubs his freed wrists. The giant doors of the grand courtroom rumble open, letting Bai Yi walk out. Zhang Jun and the surviving students cheer wildly. They are thrilled Bai Yi avoided prison and celebrate that they can finally return home together. Ling Yu smiles in the cheering crowd, deeply relieved that her teammate is safe. Watching his friends, Bai Yi thinks about the surprising outcome. He had planned to use his new S-level ring, the Sacred Edict, to clear his name, and is shocked by how easily things were solved without it. The peaceful moment breaks when the sound of slapping flip-flops approaches. A casually dressed man walks confidently toward them. A god tribe guard yells at him to stop, warning that he is trespassing on sacred grounds. The man ignores the warning and walks right past the confused guards. They helplessly admit that no one can actually stop him. The man calls out, asking if he is really Bai Yi. Startled by the sudden voice, Bai Yi turns around to look at him. Bai Yi's eyes widen in absolute shock. He cannot believe who is standing right in front of him. The man smiles broadly, showing a deep scar on his face. He eagerly asks Bai Yi if he is the guy who beat up a god tribe member. This loud man is Bai Yi's master from his past life. Bai Yi stares at him in shock, realizing that their very first meeting in this new timeline is happening right here outside the courthouse. He recalled his past life, a time when he was forcibly chained by his own father, Bai Lingsheng. When the young boy demanded to know where he was being taken, his father merely tightened the restraints, making Bai Yi scream in pain. As the cold metal cut into his arms and drew blood, his father menacingly asked if he had fun playing outside. Terrified, Bai Yi reflected that this cruelty remained his only childhood memory associated with adult men. Without warning, Bai Lingsheng furiously beat and kicked his chained, helpless son. The abuse soon culminated in ultimate tragedy. Bai Yi remembered the sight of his mother lying in a pool of blood, realizing in that moment that his father had extinguished his last ray of light. Driven into an absolute blinding rage, Bai Yi overpowered his father and strangled him to death using the very chains meant to bind him. Fully prepared to face the consequences and descend into hell alongside his father, a blood-soaked Bai Yi stood outside a police station to turn himself in. Due to the severe nature of his crime, he was heavily shackled and immediately transferred to the Holy Nation's Awakened Sky Prison. Inside his cell, Bai Yi met the man who was destined to become his master. The stranger struck up a conversation, mentioning rumors that Bai Yi was the first person ever to advance a green-tier profession. The man noted that professions typically needed to be at least blue-tier and A rank to advance, yet Bai Yi somehow leaped directly from green to the incredibly rare platinum tier. He asked the quiet boy how he managed such a feat so early. Intrigued by the silence, the man pressed further, asking what crime Bai Yi committed to land in a prison reserved exclusively for death row inmates. Clenching his shackled fists, Bai Yi firmly stated that the man he killed deserved his fate, questioning how a father could brutally beat his own wife to death. Exhaling a puff of smoke, his cellmate calmly asked if Bai Yi truly killed his own father solely to avenge his mother. Bai Yi glared at the man with immediate suspicion. He pointed out that he never mentioned the identity of his victim, demanding to know how the stranger knew that specific detail. The man burst into genuine laughter and apologized, casually confessing that he was not actually a criminal. Crushing his cigarette beneath his worn flip-flop, he explained that the warden simply made him wear prison garb so he could blend in with the inmates. Reaching out for a handshake, the stranger introduced himself as Dong Yang, chief of the Holy Nation Divine Guild's 6th Division. Pointing out that Bai Yi was already stuck on death row, he made an unexpected proposition. Dongyang invited Bai Yi to join his guild and work directly under him. Bai Yi reflected that in his past life, Dongyang ultimately broke him out of the prison without ever giving him a choice in the matter. Sometime later, Dongyang rested a hand on Bai Yi's shoulder, excitedly introducing the boy to his team and ordering them to take good care of him. Bai Yi recalled that this was exactly how he officially joined the 6th Division and began following the eccentric man. A red-haired man named Qi Shan, captain of the first squad, approached with a welcoming smile. Audibly relieved that his master was taking disciples again, he warmly greeted Bai Yi as his new junior brother. Unamused by the assumption, Bai Yi flatly corrected Qi Shan, firmly stating that he was not Dongyang's disciple. Ignoring the boy's protest entirely, Dongyang cheerfully slapped Bai Yi on the back and ordered Qi Shan to show his new junior brother around the guild. Qishan playfully pushed a disgruntled Bai Yi forward, cheerfully calling him his junior brother, while Bai Yi grumbled in protest. Dongyang watched them quietly as they settled into the massive, bustling training arena of the 6th Division. He Hu, captain of the 8th Squad, approached Dongyang to share his concerns. He stated bluntly that the boy was completely unsuited for their division. He pointed out that Bai Yi hadn't spoken a single word to anyone in over 2 months. He Hu added that the boy's actual combat skills fell far short of a platinum rank holy warrior. He noted that many failed to adapt to the military environment, warning that Bai Yi's criminal record was already causing a lot of resentment and complaints among the troops. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Dongyang calmly asked He Hu if he knew that, in his entire life, he had only ever met 3 people who naturally skipped a rank to advance. He solemnly added that all of those rare prodigies had endured incredibly tragic childhoods. He explained that the boy's silence wasn't arrogance. He simply couldn't bring himself to trust anyone. Dongyang revealed that Bai Yi's struggle to defeat his opponents came from the fact that he currently didn't know what he was fighting for. He pointed out that people who had suffered such deep trauma simply didn't know how to get back on their feet alone. However, Dongyang confidently predicted that if Bai Yi ever found a new goal, he would definitely carve out an amazing life for himself. This quiet, struggle-filled period became Bai Yi's normal life in Dongyang's guild. During a break, Dongyang cheerfully offered Bai Yi an extra sandwich, telling the growing boy he needed it to build his strength. Bai Yi quietly ate his meal in front of a defeated monster. Despite his master's care, he still couldn't find a real purpose or reason to live. Nearby, other guild members complained to each other, questioning why their division chief valued Bai Yi so highly. One guy grumbled that Bai Yi only focused on killing enemies by himself and totally ignored teamwork. His friend agreed, arguing that Bai Yi's individual strength meant nothing if he refused to work with the rest of the squad. Bai Yi truly believed he would spend the rest of his life stuck in this empty routine, but an unexpected event changed everything. In October 2110, the daily training at the 6th Division's arena was cut short when a young noble named Rak Jin arrived unannounced. With Ganix following silently behind him, Rak Jin walked into the training grounds and smugly remarked that the guild clearly hadn't held back on the budget for such a huge facility. Full of arrogance, he announced that he had finally awakened his powers that year and was eager to test out his new strength. Grabbing a massive sword, Rak Jin loudly challenged the guild members to a sparring match. He stepped onto the floor with total confidence, demanding that someone come forward to fight him. Qishan quietly reminded Bai Yi and the others that Dongyang was away that day. He warned his squad to be very careful and hold back, stressing that they absolutely couldn't harm a member of the God tribe. Before anyone could even volunteer, Rak Jin pointed his heavy blade directly at Bai Yi, singling him out. Qishan looked on in confusion as to why he was picked. With a cruel grin, Rak Jin taunted Bai Yi, boldly claiming he had chosen him simply because he looked incredibly weak. Stepping forward, Qishan volunteered to duel Rak Jin, catching the nobleman off guard. Rak Jin recovered fast, flashing a wide grin as he accepted the challenge and told Qishan to go all out. The two men charged at each other with their swords drawn. With a heavy swing, Rak Jin knocked Qishan's weapon out of his hands. Qishan faked shock as the noble's blade stopped right in front of him. Watching from the sidelines, Bai Yi noted how obvious Qishan's acting was. Sitting on the floor, Qishan surrendered, praising Rak Jin's strength. Rak Jin scoffed and called him trash. Wanting more, he turned to the rest of the squad and demanded the next challenger. Rak Jin then beat down the other members of the 6th Division, landing heavy punches while Bai Yi observed the one-sided beating. He kicked another guild member to the ground, clearing the room on his own. Standing over them, an annoyed Rak Jin complained that everyone was too weak. No one could last even 2 rounds against him. The defeated guild member accepted his loss from the floor, flattering the arrogant noble by calling him a genius warrior. Instead of accepting the compliment, Rak Jin stabbed the flattering guild member in the shoulder. He Hu and Qishan watched the unprovoked cruelty in shock. Pulling his blade free from the screaming man, Rak Jin mocked the group, questioning how a squad this weak could be the strongest guild division. He called them all trash and pointed his sword at Qishan, declaring that he needed to bring Debus here to see the garbage he was raising. Qishan held still, sweating under the threat. Bai Yi stepped in, using his sword to swat Rak Jin's blade away and shield his captain. He stepped forward with a hard glare and declared he would be Rak Jin's next opponent. This was the first time he felt real anger since leaving prison. Fueled by that rage, it took him less than a single round to overpower the arrogant nobleman. He disarmed his opponent, knocked him down, and drove Rak Jin's own sword into the floor right beside the fallen noble. Defeated and humiliated, Rak Jin stared up from the ground in silence as Bai Yi declared that the 6th Division was not just a bunch of trash. Qishan rushed to the wounded guild member, asking if he was all right. The battered young man expressed his relief, remarking in disbelief that the quiet Bai Yi had stepped up to fight for them. Unwilling to accept his defeat, Rak Jin stared up from the floor and mocked Bai Yi. In a sudden move, the nobleman grabbed the sharp blade of his opponent's sword and asked if Bai Yi really thought he was just trash. He sliced his own hand on the blade on purpose, then screamed that Bai Yi had dared to injure a member of the god tribe. By framing his opponent, he introduced Bai Yi to the cruel reality of how their world operated. Shocked by the stunt and the accusation, Bai Yi released his grip, letting the sword clatter against the stone floor. God tribe guards swarmed the area, surrounding Bai Yi with their spears drawn. Qishan and the wounded guild member watched the arrest in panic. Realizing the consequences of harming a noble, Qishan yelled for someone to notify their master, Dongyang. As a result of Rock Jin's setup, Bai Yi was locked behind the bars of the Sky Prison once again. He accepted his fate, believing that this time he would never be allowed to leave. To his surprise, the heavy cell door unlocked. A guard stood in the doorway and informed Bai Yi that he was free to go, without any explanation. Upon his return, the 6th Division hosted a welcome-back banquet in his honor. Bai Yi was greeted by his squad mates, including He Hu and Qi Shan, but he noticed that someone important was missing. Scanning the room, Bai Yi asked where their master had gone. Qi Shan smiled and reassured him, explaining that Dongyang had left on a mission and would be back in a month. The squad raised their glasses, toasting to Bai Yi's safe return. Despite the cheerful atmosphere, Bai Yi sensed that something was wrong. Looking around the room, he realized his squad mates were hiding something from him. After a few rounds of drinks, Bai Yi pressed them to tell him the truth. The festive mood broke. Qishan lowered his head and revealed that the god tribe still intended to punish Bai Yi for attacking a noble. Trembling, he explained that if Bai Yi faced another trial, he would be expelled from the 6th Division and his future would be over. Fighting back tears, Qishan confessed that their master had always wanted to see Bai Yi stand tall and succeed. Unable to hold back his sobs, Qishan revealed that just as Dongyang saw a glimmer of hope for Bai Yi's future, he chose to accept God's punishment to spare his student. The revelation left Bai Yi stunned. Gripping Bai Yi's shoulder, a weeping Qishan begged him not to go looking for their master, warning that the location was far too dangerous and that only Dongyang could survive it. Ignoring the warning, Bai Yi sprinted out into the stormy night. He realized that Dongyang had already used his one-time sacred edict to break him out of prison the first time they met. Understanding the weight of his master's sacrifice, Bai Yi concluded that Dongyang must have made a new deal with the gods to protect him from the consequences of attacking Rock Jin. Driven by urgency, Bai Yi raced forward, knowing that Dongyang was enduring the deadly god's punishment in his place. To reach his master, Bai Yi entered the Forest of Divine Punishment, where he was ambushed by a horde of monstrous beasts. Knowing that anyone undertaking this trial had to fight through the woods alone, Bai Yi cut down the monsters blocking his path. After clearing the forest, he began scaling the jagged peak of Divine Punishment barehanded. During the ascent, a loose rock crumbled under his grip. He slipped and nearly fell to his death, but caught himself with one hand and kept climbing. Half a month later, a battered and exhausted Bai Yi reached the summit. There, he found Dongyang bound by heavy chains beneath a massive pillar of descending lightning. His master screamed in agony, enduring a month-long sentence of continuous lightning strikes. Gasping for breath, Dongyang looked up and noticed his student. Despite his suffering, he offered Bai Yi a warm, proud smile, praising him for managing to fight his way to the peak. Standing battered in the rain, Bai Yi questioned why Dongyang would go to such lengths for him. He cried out in frustration, asking why his master would save him time and time again. Tears ran down his face as he agonized over Dongyang using the sacred edict to rescue him, now enduring physical punishment in his place. As he climbed the steep mountain, Bai Yi berated himself, feeling like a foolish, selfish brat who knew nothing. Overwhelmed with guilt, he felt worthless. Upon reaching the summit, he found Dongyang chained and bruised. Despite his suffering, Dongyang smiled and told the crying boy to stop talking nonsense. With a gentle look, Dongyang assured him that he had always been his precious disciple, leaving the boy shocked and in tears. The sight of his master bound by heavy chains was reflected in Bai Yi's eyes, filling him with urgency. He rushed forward through the rain. Throwing his arms around the chained man, Bai Yi hugged him and cried out for his master. Burying his face in Dongyang's shoulder, a weeping Bai Yi asked if the lightning strikes hurt. Rather than complain about the pain, Dongyang laughed and noted that this was the first time he had ever seen Bai Yi look so anxious. With a bloody smile, he told his student that he had finally come alive. Snapping back to the present, Bai Yi remembers that his master and the Sky Prison's warden were good friends who met often, which was why their first meeting in his previous life had happened inside the prison. He reflects that he originally wanted to stay locked up in the Sky Prison a bit longer, not daring to ask for the same deep bond they shared in the past. It was just a fantasy to catch a glimpse of his master from afar while serving his sentence, never expecting the timeline to shift so much. Startled, he realizes that their first encounter in this new life is happening right now. Standing just outside the courthouse doors, Dongyang, dressed in casual clothes, looks down and asks if he is Bai Yi. Pointing at him, Dongyang asks if he is the guy who beat the crap out of the god tribe noble. Bursting into laughter, he claps a hand on Bai Yi's shoulder, praising his bravery. With a welcoming smile, he extends his hand and invites Bai Yi to join the 6th Guild Division. Looking at the extended hand, Bai Yi is left speechless. He can't believe he is reunited with his master far sooner than he ever dreamed. The Divine Guild, built to rule the world, is the largest and most powerful organization. It is divided into 6 branches, each led by one of the strongest fighters. Dongyang, the leader of the 6th Guild, approaches young Bai Yi with an invitation to join his ranks. The surrounding crowd whispers, recognizing the famous leader from the news and marveling that he would personally recruit someone like Bai Yi. Bai Yi is stunned to meet the master from his past life so early. He did not expect Dongyang to offer him a place by his side again. Yet, Bai Yi remains conflicted, haunted by memories of his previous life. He remembers standing before a grave, mourning his master's death. The memory of losing Dongyang once before brings him to tears. Clenching his fists, Bai Yi knows the mission he must undertake in this life is too dangerous to involve others. He relaxes his hands, resolving not to let his master be endangered because of him again. Bai Yi declines the invitation, explaining that he intends to finish his studies at the Divine Weapon Academy first. Nearby, Zhang Jun praises Bai Yi's ambition to attend the academy, assuming he planned to stay in the Holy Nation all along. Understanding his reasoning, Dongyang commends Bai Yi for being such an ambitious young man. He hands Bai Yi a business card, introducing himself as the leader of the 6th Guild and expressing his pleasure at meeting him. Bai Yi stares at the card, reflecting on his connection to the guild. Dongyang waves goodbye, telling Bai Yi he is always welcome to visit their headquarters. An enthusiastic fan rushes up to Dongyang for an autograph, and a crowd of admirers swarms him. While Dongyang tries to organize the fans, Ling Yue watches Bai Yi step away, observing his shifting expression. Bai Yi looks at the guild's crest on the business card, wondering if his former comrades are doing well in this timeline. He stands alone while the crowd surrounds his former master. A hand on his shoulder snaps him out of his thoughts. Bai Yi turns to see Ling Yue, who asks if he is having another long-time-no-see moment. She notes that the look in his eyes as he watched Dongyang was the same expression he had when he first met her. Ling Yu thought about the chaotic events of Sky City for a long time. Looking into Bai Yi's eyes helped her understand her remaining questions. She says anything is possible in their world, hinting that Bai Yi might carry a secret past no one else has ever lived through. Her sudden insight catches Bai Yi off guard. She tells him a similar thing happened to her brother. One day he just changed, claiming he had lived a different life. She didn't understand his words back then. She watched him grow distant, quiet, and lonely before he disappeared from her life for good. Turning to Bai Yi, Ling Yue says she doesn't want him to end up the same way. With a warm smile, she tells him that whenever he feels ready to share his burdens, he can talk to her. She promises to keep his secrets, giving him a playful look. Bai Yi remains silent for a moment, then gives her a genuine smile and thanks her. Their training journey comes to an end on July 3rd, 2105. Teacher Huang and Ling Yue wave as they head back home. As the train pulls away, Bai Yi's own journey to the Holy Nation begins. He walks alone down a city street under the bright moonlight, backpack over his shoulder. The tall buildings feel familiar. He hasn't been here in years. The Holy Nation is the most advanced country in the world, but most of the wealth sits with the elite god tribe and a few big merchants. The cost of living for regular people is steep, with basic needs costing way more than in other cities. School doesn't start until September 1st, so he has almost 2 months to kill. He needs money, and a lot of it. To get around the god tribe's strict rules and work on his own terms, he will have to start his own guild. Walking down a quiet alley, Bai Yi knows his most urgent problem is cash. Just then, a neon trading sign flickers on. The night market is open. Shoppers pack the street, bargaining for gear in the world's largest free market for magic items and monsters. Bai Yi pushes through the crowd and stops in front of a shop called the Nano Exchange. This is where he and his trusted business partner first met in his past life. With a warm smile, Bai Yi looks at the shop, ready to meet his old friend again. The busy free trade market for monster resources is a massive hub for buying and selling monster items. Inside the shops, weapons and gear hang on the walls, helping fighters find equipment to get stronger. Many visitors browse these stores to buy good gear and improve their combat skills. Bai Yi walks into the Nano Exchange shop with his backpack, looking to raise funds to start his own guild. At the entrance, he politely says he wants to sell some materials and asks if the shop owner is free. The pink-haired receptionist, Yu Ao, rudely replies that her boss is too busy for casual sellers. She tells Bai Yi that a student like him cannot possibly have rare items and offers to check them herself. Looking at her, Bai Yi realizes she is just as rude as she was in his past life. Instead of arguing, he calmly holds out his hand to show his items. He uses his magic storage ring, and a bright golden light flashes from his palm as he opens his pocket dimension. The ring projects many rare items, showing an impressive pile of meteorites, steel bones, dragon bones, owl feathers, and magic diamonds. Yu Ao is shocked to see these valuable C-grade materials, quickly figuring out they are worth at least 1.8 million. She instantly becomes polite and welcoming, calling Bai Yi an honored guest. Since there are too many items for the counter, she spreads them out across a large table. With his items laid out, Bai Yi calmly asks if he can meet the owner now. Blushing with embarrassment, Yu Ao tries to act polite. She points toward the back of the shop, inviting him into the private room. Walking quickly to lead the way, Yu Ao yells to her father that they have a huge transaction. She brings Bai Yi into the quiet back room, where her father is working under a desk lamp. Her father, the shop owner Yu Qian, turns around with a curious look, surprised by his daughter's loud shouts. Wanting to see the valuable items, Yu Qian sits at the main table. Next to him, Yu Ao excitedly tells Bai Yi to show her father everything, making Bai Yi feel a bit awkward from her sudden friendliness. Staying calm, Bai Yi raises his hand again to use his magic ring. A second screen appears, showing even rarer B-grade materials like lark grass, dried bone flowers, mantis steel, and 20 intermediate magic crystals. Looking at the B-grade materials on the table, Yu Ao points them out to her father, happily asking for his expert opinion. Checking them closely, Yu Tian nods in approval, confirming the materials are in great condition. However, Bai Yi calmly says these items are just the start, and that the main item he wants to show them is something else entirely. As golden lightning begins to spark from his magic ring, both Yu Qian and Yu Ao stare in silent shock. Bai Yi draws a bright golden sword from his magic storage ring, placing it on the table. Seeing the weapon, Yu Qian freezes in shock. A confused Yu Ao asks her father what's wrong. Yu Qian stares at the blade, stunned by what he sees. Yu Ao asks her father what kind of weapon this is as Yu Qian struggles to speak. Excited, Yu Qian shouts that this is a one-of-a-kind treasure, ignoring his daughter's demands for an explanation. Holding the glowing hilt, Yu Qian lifts the weapon with a smile. He says it's the S-class golden blade named Lu. He explains that this legendary sword grows stronger along with its user. Watching the excited shop owner, Bai Yi thinks his old friend hasn't changed. He still loses his mind over a top-tier weapon. This brings back a memory from his past life when Yu Qian made his sword for the god's army. Yu Qian gave a sword to the young warrior. He explained that he used the finest materials he could find. Still, he felt the materials weren't high-grade enough and that the sharpened blade limited its potential. Bai Yi assured him it was the strongest weapon he'd seen, but the blacksmith insisted it wasn't enough, wishing for better materials. Back then, Yu Qian complained that a lack of top-tier materials and unsharpened weapons kept his creations from being perfect. Now, Yu Qian holds the clean, unsharpened S-class weapon with joy. Yu Ao stares in disbelief. Watching him, Bai Yi thinks about his friend's dream to make the ultimate blade. Yu Qian is shocked to realize the S-class sword is unsharpened. Bai Yi keeps his cool and asks the blacksmith if he can sharpen it. Surprised, Yu Qian stammers in disbelief. He asks Bai Yi to repeat what he said. Instead of answering, Bai Yi opens his ring again. He shows a hologram of rare S-class materials he collected. A servant's soul, a soldier's soul, and a poison thorn. He explains these are materials he managed to get. Seeing multiple S-class materials, both Yu Qian and Yu Ao yell in shock. They can't believe a student has such rare, top-tier items. Yu Qian inspects one of the materials. He marvels at its low drop rate from high-level dungeons. Yu Ao whispers that nothing Bai Yi does can shock her anymore. Bai Yi tells Yu Qian he can break down and combine these materials however he wants to improve the sword. He adds that he has only one request. Looking at the blacksmith, he asks him to sharpen the golden weapon and make it his own masterpiece. Moved by the request, Yu Qian looks at the sword in his hands. He looks up at the young man with serious eyes, asking for his name. With a smile, Bai Yi introduces himself and says it's nice to meet him. Yu Qian shakes his hand to seal the deal. With pride, Yu Qian introduces himself as the owner of the Nano Exchange. He thanks Bai Yi for his trust, promising to do his absolute best to make it the ultimate weapon. Meanwhile, the grand headquarters of the Divine Guild stands under the night sky. Inside, Division Chief Dongyang sits reading the newspaper. The front page has an article about Rock Jin's upcoming memorial service and a global 10-minute silence in his honor. Dongyang thinks the trouble in Sky City won't end so easily. Just then, the first squad captain, Qishan, walks in with a letter. He asks if he should reject the annual invitation for the Divine Weapon Academy's entrance test, as they do every year. To his surprise, Dongyang refuses. He announces that he plans to go this year. He places his hand over the newspaper, which shows an article about Bai Yi's surprising release. Dongyang explains that an interesting person will be at the academy this time. He invites Qishan to come along. The captain is confused, caught off guard by the unexpected change. Fresh out of the shower in his new apartment in the Holy Nation, Bai Yi is already planning his next moves. He may have eliminated the noble Rak Jin in Sky City, but he knows his quest for vengeance has only just begun. His real targets, the traitor Chris and the masterminds behind him, are still out there. To hunt them down, he needs power and influence, so his first step is to get into the prestigious Divine Weapon Academy. With a smirk, he checks his system to see his progress. His recent training has paid off, upgrading 2 of his professions to B-Class. He now has a B-Class level 31 Nuclear Warrior and a B-Class level 31 Cloud Mage. On top of that, he has a C-Class level 30 Plant Summoner, a level 21 Stellar Mage, and a level 1 Electric Mage. He has also awakened 2 more mage professions, including a rare gold tier class, making him incredibly powerful. With these stacked stats, he easily meets the Academy's registration requirements and now has his eyes set on the entrance test in 2 months. But first, he needs to take care of some real-world business. He checks his phone and sees that his rare materials sold for $2.1 million. Being a good son, he immediately sends $1.5 million to his mother for her house payment. The remaining $600,000 is more than enough to cover his own expenses. Just as he finishes his finances, his phone buzzes with a video call from his mother, bringing a smile to his face. When he answers, his loyal plant summon, Chi Wuren, hijacks the screen, crying about how much he misses his boss. Ye Wuren quickly shoves him aside to assure Bai Yi that everything at home is fine and that his mother is enjoying her time under their protection. Bai Yi tells the summons to help his mother with the housing loan paperwork over the next few days so they can finally have a secure home. However, his mother reveals she doesn't want to buy a house. While she's proud of him, she feels that tying up all that money in a house is a waste. After spending her whole life in a small town, she wants to use the money to travel and see the world instead. Hearing her excitement, Bai Yi feels a wave of guilt. He realizes that in both of his lifetimes, he never considered what she actually wanted. His mother had spent her youth working tirelessly to raise him, never getting a chance to travel. With a warm smile, he tells her he fully supports her decision and encourages her to take all the money and travel, promising to send more if she needs it. His mother proudly tells him that she and Ye Wuren have already planned their trip and booked their hotels. She jokingly says she won't go easy on his wallet because she knows how successful he has become. She then lovingly reminds him to take care of himself before the sweet family moment is cut short by his plant summons, who desperately want a turn to talk to their boss. In the end, Bai Yi's mother comes through, sending $1 million back to his account in the middle of the night. His bank account is looking much healthier, but he has bigger plans than just playing with pocket change. He figures he might as well keep the money, since starting a revolution from scratch won't fund itself. If he wants to find the other 5 demon kings hiding in the dungeons while staying hidden from the gods, he has to be smart. The only way to do that is to start his own independent guild. But reality is tough. Even with his mother's money, starting a full guild is very expensive, and his current cash isn't enough. Plus, there are still 2 months until the Divine Weapon Academy starts, and there are no hidden dungeons for him to use in St. He Country. Since clearing high-level dungeons alone is not an option, and his age stops him from getting a permanent spot in a major guild, he decides to compromise. He gets on his computer and sends out many internship applications, with the system confirming they were sent. Now, all he can do is wait and hope that at least one guild is desperate enough to reply to a normal high schooler. 5 days later, on July 9th, reality hits Bai Yi hard. He sent over 1,000 applications and his inbox is full of rejection notices, not a single positive response. It turns out finding a job is a nightmare even for a powerful person who has returned to the past. He is truly confused by how hard it is to get a simple internship. He starts thinking about how the system works. Sure, the official guilds of the gods are at the top. But besides those elite groups, there is a huge market of private guilds run by regular people. These guilds have to bid against each other to get the rights to clear dungeons. It's a very profitable business. Once a guild wins a bid and clears a dungeon, they get to keep all the valuable loot inside. However, to bid on the best dungeons, a guild needs famous Awakeners on their team. Naturally, recruiters only care about experienced veterans with proven records and a lot of public fame. But on paper, Bai Yi is just a normal student with no public combat experience or reputation. In the eyes of the corporate scouts, he's a nobody, so being ignored is normal. Sighing in defeat, he leans back in his chair. It looks like he'll have to forget the internship plan and find another way to start his guild. Just as he is about to give up for the night, a notification appears on his desktop. A new email has arrived. He opens it to find an acceptance letter from the Pingtian Guild. They are welcoming him and want him to report to Gexiang subway station tomorrow afternoon. The next day, July 10th at 3:00 p.m., Bai Yi arrives at the Gexiang subway station for his first day. Instead of a fancy office, his new workplace is a dark, abandoned subway tunnel with a pulsing blue rift glowing in the background. Standing on the tracks, the Pingtian Guild supervisor yells at the new recruits to gather around and get their team gear. As a nerdy rookie zips up his new jacket and a big muscular guild member hands over some money in exchange for the uniform, Bai Yi stares at them, wondering what kind of shady operation he just joined. Before he can figure out what's going on, the supervisor walks over, pointing him out as the new guy. Leaning in with a grin, he asks Bai Yi if he knows the local customs. As the group walks down the dark subway tracks, Bai Yi asks why they aren't going in to clear the dungeon. The supervisor laughs in his face, mocking the idea that a low-level guild like theirs could ever conquer a dungeon. He points out that none of them are strong enough to fight high-level monsters anyway. Confused, Bai Yi asks what they are supposed to be doing. Another team member grins and holds up a bucket, explaining they are on cleanup duty. After the elite big shots clear a dungeon, they leave a huge mess of monster carcasses behind, and someone has to clean it up. The supervisor sighs, realizing Bai Yi is a complete rookie who doesn't understand how the real world works. He shoves a uniform jacket into Bai Yi's hands and orders him to put it on and follow them through the glowing blue portal. The nerdy rookie with glasses admits he was the other clueless newbie the supervisor was talking about. Bai Yi has a genuine realization. In his past and present lives, he was always at the very top, so he had no idea that dungeon janitor was a real job. And just like that, he is inside a damp cave, scooping smelly purple monster slime into buckets. While Bai Yi calmly handles the disgusting slime, the nerd throws up from the horrible smell. Wiping his mouth, he complains about being stuck with the disgusting work. While the other members get the cooler job of mining ores and the supervisor does nothing, he nervously wonders if he'll still be doing this kind of work after graduating from the prestigious Divine Weapon Academy. Hearing this, Bai Yi is surprised and asks if he's also going to the academy. The kid enthusiastically introduces himself as Speed Jun, explaining that he's 17 and will be enrolling in September. Bai Yi is stunned that this nerdy kid managed to awaken a B-class profession. Their conversation is cut short when their supervisor yells at them for slacking off. Speed Jun mutters that the boss has some nerve lecturing them while just standing there with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, a massive gloved hand dives into the slime to help them. It's the giant muscular guild member from earlier. He offers to help and asks if they're still in school. The big guy warmly praises them, saying it's tough for kids their age to be out working hard to earn money. The guy leans in and whispers a harsh truth to Bai Yi and Speed Jun. They're stuck with the worst cleanup job because they didn't bribe the supervisor. It's a common power play. Since there's not much profit at the bottom, supervisors often exploit the new guys to get whatever they can. Hearing this, Speed Jun gets angry, saying he knew their supervisor was a jerk from the start. Bai Yi thanks the big guy, admitting that someone like him didn't have to help them with the heavy lifting. But the big guy brushes it off, explaining that's just how the world works. Only powerful awakeners get any respect. For a low-level E-class person like him, finding steady work to survive is a success, so helping each other is the only way to make it. He adds that he has a daughter their age who isn't an awakener and struggles in school, so he's just working hard to support his family. Hearing this honest, hard-working dad talk about his kid makes Bai Yi smile. But the nice moment is ruined when the supervisor yells at them to stop slacking off and clear out the last cave so they can leave. Speed Jun grumbles, wondering why the lazy boss doesn't order the other miners to do it instead of giving them all the hard work. Meanwhile, the supervisor smugly snaps his fingers, gloating that this is what happens when new guys don't learn the rules. He believes a little harsh treatment is what they need to understand the real world. Just as he's feeling proud of himself, a rumble shakes the cave walls. He barely has time to react before the whole tunnel shakes violently, catching him by surprise. He panics and screams, asking what the noise is, while Chen Ming yells that they're in an earthquake. But Bai Yi's sharp instincts kick in. Looking at the cracking stone, he realizes the horrifying truth. This dungeon wasn't cleared by the elite team. The raid failed, and the monster den is still active. Speed Jun panics, realizing they are dealing with something much worse than an earthquake. This isn't just an uncleared dungeon, it's a high-grade monster den. Suddenly the ground explodes and a giant, terrifying monster covered in a dark purple aura rises from the ground. The system quickly identifies it as a B-class level 38 astral warrior named Wraith. But instead of running, Chen Ming doesn't hesitate. He throws his arm out to protect Bai Yi and Speed Jun, screaming at them to run. Chen Ming is only an E-class nuclear warrior and stands no chance against the beast, but his fatherly instincts drive him to act as a shield anyway. Before the chaos, Chen Ming met with his boss to review the support team roster. Scrolling through his tablet, he noticed 2 high school rookies who had just joined the gig, the nervous Speed Jun and Bai Yi. Chen Ming's soft heart immediately ached for them, figuring they were working hard to support struggling families. His boss told him to look after the new kids and even handed Chen Ming a red envelope as a 5th anniversary bonus. Though Chen Ming tried to politely decline, his boss insisted, reminding him they were all just trying to get by and promising to buy him drinks after cleanup duty. That warm memory makes the current nightmare hit much harder. Facing the terrifying B-class monster, Chen Ming steps forward, channeling his green energy to buy the rookies time to escape. While everyone else panics, Bai Yi watches calmly, knowing a crisis reveals a person's true nature. This moment exposes everyone. Speed Jun is frozen in fear, the other rookies panic, and Chen Ming shows selfless bravery. But there is no hero without a coward. Instead of supporting his squad, their supervisor, Carlos, lets his survival instincts take over. Using his Flora Mage magic, Carlos conjures a massive thornvine wall, sealing himself off and He shamelessly demands his men act as human shields to buy him time, promising he will call for backup once he reaches safety. Ignoring his team's angry screams, the coward flees, leaving them to die. Left behind, Chen Ming curses the supervisor and prepares to face the looming wraith. But just as the beast swings, a silver flash cuts through the dark. Bai Yi executes a high-level instant flash technique, cleanly slicing the monster's arm off. As the enraged wraith counterattacks, Bai Yi calmly blocks and parries every strike, leaving Speed Jun dumbfounded. Seizing his opening, Bai Yi leaps high and splits the B-class monster in half with a single devastating vertical strike. He calmly spins his blade as the system confirms the kill, leaving his teammates staring in absolute awe at the rookie who has just soloed a dungeon boss in his janitor uniform. The system rewards Bai Yi with new loot, the Jealousy armor. He reflects on his progress, remembering when he was only C rank and had to team up with his summons to defeat a B rank Dead Soul general. But now, since reaching B rank, he can feel his power is on a completely different level. His status screen shows his Nuclear Warrior class at level 31, with a massive 400% multiplier that has sent his strength and speed stats soaring. As he absorbs the energy, Bai Yi feels confident that as long as he isn't facing an A rank monster, his current build is ready for anything. Meanwhile, the support crew peeks through the vine wall left by their runaway supervisor, completely amazed. They whisper in disbelief about how a single rookie just defeated a huge stone monster and wonder which top-tier guild he belongs to. Even Chen Ming steps forward in awe. He notes that they share the same Nuclear Warrior class, yet he is blown away that someone so young has trained his skills to such a high level. With a self-deprecating laugh, Chen Ming says the gap between a true genius and an average person like himself is as wide as the sky. Bai Yi humbly replies that the older warrior is giving him too much credit. Just then, Speed Jun rushes over, excited after nearly fainting from fear moments earlier. He praises Bai Yi's lightning-fast slashes and asks why someone with such amazing strength is working a low-paying cleanup job. Chen Ming is still trying to understand the fight, asking how Bai Yi managed to block the monster's attack and reflect it right back. Bai Yi explains the technique is called parry, which requires incredibly high reaction speeds. He even promises to write a training guide to help Chen Ming learn it. With the first boss defeated, the support team's relief turns to anger. They are ready to find Carlos, the supervisor who trapped them behind a vine wall to save himself. But just as they are about to break through, one of the rookies points a trembling finger toward the barrier. Suddenly, a terrifying figure appears. It is their supervisor, or what's left of him. Bloody and barely conscious, his body is held by a new creature. The monster drops the half-dead supervisor to the ground, and the horrified rookies realize they are facing a second, much more dangerous boss. This new nightmare is a gray-skinned humanoid demon with a pulsating purple aura. It notes that there are still quite a few humans left in the cave. Before anyone can run, the monster raises its hand and casts a pink targeting box. Commanding them to vanish, it unleashes a shockwave that shatters the vine wall and sends one of the guys flying. The force of the blast slams the team onto the cave floor. Groaning in pain, one of the rookies struggles to get up, his eyes wide with dread as the dust clears. Speed Jun clutches his head, screaming in panic about what kind of nightmare they have walked into. Looking at the monster, Bai Yi's combat instincts take over. He immediately recognizes it as an extremely elite A-class dual-class lord. Named Void, this level 42 creature is a hybrid stellar warrior and stellar mage. As Void steps over Carlos's broken body, its glowing eyes settle on Bai Yi. While Awakeners are rare enough, finding someone with a dual profession is like finding a needle in a cosmic haystack. In fact, because there are fewer than 10 dual-class Awakeners on the entire planet, revealing such power instantly turns you into a walking target for global attention. Consequently, our boy Bai Yi has carefully hidden this fact, only ever showing his extra classes to his inner circle. Fortunately, his allies have kept his secret tight to protect him from prying eyes. Although he limits himself to one class in public to dodge unnecessary trouble, some high-level monsters can unfortunately also awaken with dual classes. This brings us back to Void, the level 42 dual-class lord who suddenly teleports out of sight, catching Bai Yi completely off guard. The demon reappears instantly above him to unleash a devastating shockwave, forcing Bai Yi to parry to absorb the impact. Gritting his teeth against the massive power, Bai Yi realizes this dual-class beast is a complete anomaly and admits he wouldn't stand a chance if it were at full strength. However, noticing the beast is fighting with only one arm, Bai Yi deduces it was previously wounded by another party and immediately lunges with a swift stab, though the agile demon still manages to evade the blade. As the boss counters with a heavy kick, Bai Yi blocks the blow while questioning whether his Nuclear Warrior class alone has enough raw power to conquer this dual-class nightmare. Meanwhile, the monster teleports to continue its relentless assault, keeping Bai Yi on the defensive while Chen Ming scrambles to administer a recovery potion to his unconscious squad member. Even though Bai Yi blocks another brutal strike, he gets blown backward across the cave floor, realizing the beast completely outclasses him in speed, power, and stamina. Hoping to level the playing field, Bai Yi throws his weapon to strike the beast, but the hyperfast demon easily dodges the attack. Undeterred and determined to exploit any weak point, Bai Yi activates his instant flash to appear behind the demon and land a slash on its leg. But before he can recover, the demon lashes out with a powerful energy whip, slamming Bai Yi hard into the cave floor and leaving Speed Jun screaming in panic. Coughing up blood from the brutal impact, Bai Yi painfully forces himself back onto his feet. It is then that Bai Yi notices the green blood dripping from the demon's ankle and realizes that his earlier strike successfully severed its Achilles tendon, drastically reducing its speed. Seizing his chance while the beast is slowed down, Bai Yi quickly switches his sword to his other hand before thrusting his blade directly into the demon's remaining arm to completely neutralize its ability to attack, catching the creature entirely by surprise. Believing that disabling the arm is his only ticket to survival, Bai Yi focuses all his remaining strength into the thrust. However, the demon's sheer physical power instantly shatters his A-grade weapon, leaving Bai Yi staring in absolute shock at his broken blade. After being blown back by the monster's sheer force, Bai Yi struggles to recover his footing against the relentless A-class boss. Without wasting any time, Void immediately launches a massive purple shockwave that slams directly into the ground to crush him. Speed Jun and Chen Ming watch in horror, with the terrified nerd screaming as the demon's attack successfully blasts Bai Yi's leg. Coughing up blood, Bai Yi quickly activates his magic storage ring to pull out a crucial emergency recovery potion. As the healing magic begins to mend his wounds, he realizes his nuclear warrior class alone won't cut it, prompting him to switch classes to turn the tide. But then, the demon suddenly turns its glowing eyes onto Speed Jun, leaving him completely terrified. Suddenly, the monster teleports directly in front of him, preparing a devastating shockwave. Seeing the lethal attack charging up, Chen Ming and the others can only watch in terror while Bai Yi desperately screams for Speed Jun to watch out. But just in the nick of time, a sharp ice spike erupts from the ground and impales Void's leg, halting his lethal charge. Instantly, a massive field of frozen spikes explodes across the cave, forcing the dual-class demon to leap backward and slide away. Shocked by this sudden counterattack, Void desperately grabs the ice spike impaling his thigh to yank it out while the confused crew watches from a safe distance. As his body continues to heal, Bai Yi notes that Void's severed Achilles tendon had already heavily restricted its mobility. He realizes that this new ice strike has crippled the demon's lower body even further, creating their ultimate opening. Driven to the edge, the crippled boss grows completely furious and vows to murder Speed Jun at all costs, sending the nerd into another spiral of panic. Snapping the ice spike out of its leg, the furious demon immediately dashes forward to strike him down. Upon seeing this, Speed Jun screams in absolute terror and instinctively unleashes a powerful ice beam that pierces Void directly in the eye, blinding him. Still cowering in fear, he blindly fires a massive barrage of ice spears that repeatedly impale the thrashing demon. Watching the chaotic display, Bai Yi realizes there is something incredibly bizarre and highly coincidental about Speed Jun's clumsy counterattack, noting that despite the rookie's blind panic, every single ice spike perfectly struck the monster's critical weak points. Bai Yi recalls Speed Jun's plan to enroll in the Divine Weapon Academy, realizing the kid might possess a terrifying hidden talent. Meanwhile, trembling and crying, Speed Jun desperately apologizes to the monster and begs it to stay far away from him. Staring at the weeping rookie, a shocked Bai Yi is left wondering if these flawless, deadly strikes were actually just a fluke. Void quickly recovers from the barrage while a terrified Speed Jun crawls backward. The furious demon glares at Speed Jun, who desperately apologizes and protests that he did not mean to attack him. Ignoring his pleas, Void grabs Speed Jun by the throat and vows to crush him to pieces. Before the beast can finish him, Bai Yi activates Instant Flash and stabs the demon's arm to free the nerd. He then unleashes his three-way severance skill, completely chopping off Void's remaining arm. Capitalizing on the monster's weakened state from Speed Jun's lucky strikes, Bai Yi drives his blade straight into Void's leg to immobilize it. Grabbing the hilt of his weapon, Bai Yi cleanly chops off the demon's remaining leg to finish disabling its movement. Screaming in absolute agony, the crippled dual-class boss collapses to its knees. Looking at his glowing sword, Bai Yi notes that Void's eyes and legs are now destroyed, neutralizing its speed and offensive capabilities. Standing before the helpless beast, Bai Yi prepares his final strike, noting that Void's last attacking arm has already been severed. Realizing the boss is finally on its last legs, Bai Yi, his eyes glowing, unleashes a lightning-fast barrage of golden slashes that chops the monster to pieces. Soon after, the system confirms he has successfully defeated Boss Lord Void and obtained a rare item, the Seal of the Void. With the threat neutralized, Bai Yi collapses to the ground, catching his breath after the grueling battle. Meanwhile, an ambulance speeds down the city streets with its sirens blaring. Inside, Pingtian Guild boss Carlos calls his backup team, demanding to know when they will arrive at the Gexiang subway station. Hanging up, Carlos anxiously checks his watch, realizing they are running out of time to rescue the trapped squad. He silently prays they have not already been slaughtered by the active dungeon. However, upon arriving at the Gexiang subway station at 5:30 p.m., Carlos freezes in absolute shock as Bai Yi, Chen Ming, and Speed Jun walk out of the entrance completely unharmed. Seeing that they are all safe and sound, Carlos smiles with relief. Speed Jun immediately points to Bai Yi, explaining that they would have been goners if he hadn't stepped up to save them. Although Bai Yi tries to share the credit, the nerdy kid insists it was entirely his doing. Speed Jun then declares he is dedicating his life to following his new big brother from now on. Carlos warmly thanks them, praising the young heroes for achieving such a legendary feat at their age. Chenming apologizes to his boss for failing to protect the rookies and ending up as the one who needed saving. But Carlos comforts him, assuring him it's not his fault and placing the blame entirely on the top guild of the God Tribes Association. He swears to settle the score with the association for irresponsibly sending them to clean up a dungeon that wasn't even fully cleared. Meanwhile, paramedics load their cowardly supervisor onto a stretcher, reporting that while his heart is stable, his mangled right arm requires an immediate transfer to the ICU. Carlos remarks that the coward got exactly what he deserved for trapping his own team inside just to save himself. He admits he wouldn't have known how to face their families if the worst had happened to the rest of the crew. Bai Yi then presents the glowing A-class monster core, offering to hand it over to the guild. Carlos, however, waves it off and tells him to keep the valuable core because it will fetch a massive price on the market. He insists Bai Yi keep it to help with his financial troubles, leaving the boy completely surprised by his generosity despite the strict guild rules. Carlos explains that he cannot accept materials won through Bai Yi's own hard work, especially since his own bad judgment put everyone in danger. Chen Ming proudly chimes in, assuring Bai Yi that their boss is no greedy, exploitative taskmaster. Impressed by his combat power, Carlos invites Bai Yi to join the guild's elite dungeon clearing squad whenever he has free time. He promises that the clearing squad pays much better, prompting a grateful Bai Yi to shake on the offer. Carlos then happily announces he is renting out a venue to celebrate Chen Ming's 5th work anniversary with skewers and drinks. Speed Jun cheers wildly, praising the boss for being so generous. Although Chen Ming scolds him for offering alcohol to high school students, the boss laughs it off and promises they have soft drinks too. Bai Yi politely excuses himself to head home first, leaving the team surprised by his sudden departure. Suddenly, a deafening engine roar cuts through the air as a familiar voice calls out. Dongyang charges onto the scene on his massive motorcycle, shouting that it looks like the trouble has already been resolved. He drifts to a halt with Captain Qi Shan riding pillion, complaining that they rode all this way for nothing and leaving a stunned Bai Yi speechless. Dongyang chuckles at the crazy coincidence, greeting Bai Yi warmly now that they've crossed paths again so soon. Qi Shan takes notice of the young rookie, surprised to see him standing there in a janitor's uniform. Dongyang immediately suspects what went down, asking Bai Yi if he was the one who solved the entire dungeon crisis on his own. A deeply shocked Bai Yi struggles to understand why his master and senior brother have suddenly appeared at this specific subway station. He wonders what connection exists between this small private guild and the legendary Holy Nation Divine Guild. At a local barbecue spot, Qi Shan grills up some food, praising the young rookies after hearing rumors of how they defeated a high-level beast. Speed Jun immediately points to Bai Yi, happily giving him all the credit for the legendary victory, while Bai Yi simply accepts the praise with a quiet thank you. However, the peaceful dinner quickly gets rowdy as Bai Yi notices his master Dongyang and the Pingtian Guild boss, Carlos, aggressively clashing beer mugs and testing each other's resolve. Watching the two grown men chug their drinks, Qi Shan sighs and explains that these two bosses have always acted like toddlers whenever they are together. He adds that neither of them is willing to admit defeat or let the other get the upper hand. In fact, Qi Shan reveals that Dongyang and Carlos grew up together in St. He country, and their stubborn rivalry dates all the way back to their childhood days. As it turns out, they were middle school classmates who spent every waking moment trying to outdo one another. Their competitive streak only grew as they got older. Eventually, they entered the Divine Weapon Academy together as top-tier geniuses, both aiming to claim the title of the strongest awakened warrior. But their paths diverged during a dangerous expedition years ago, when Carlos chose to risk his life to save his comrades, resulting in a monster severing his arm. Despite the severe injury, Carlos refused to let any of his allies die. Although the loss of his arm stripped him of his awakened powers and forced him to leave the elite guild, he was determined not to let the setback ruin him. Instead of falling into despair, Carlos gathered other marginalized awakeners who had been cast aside by society and founded the Pingtian Guild to protect ordinary people from the corrupt ruling class. Qishan gently points out to Bai Yi that their world is full of people who face harsh lives but never stop fighting to survive. He reveals that after the tragic accident, Dongyang pushed himself to his limits to become the leader of the 6th Guild. Also, he could secretly fund and support Carlos's new guild from the shadows. Nearby, Carlos demands that his rival drink more, bragging that he has already cleared an entire crate of beer, while Dongyang begs him to let him eat some food first. Qishan explains that Dongyang always viewed Carlos as an insurmountable mountain, making them eternal rivals but also brothers for life. Hearing this, Bai Yi is struck by a sudden, jarring question. If Carlos and his master were truly this close, why did he never cross paths with Carlos even once during his entire past life? Looking around, he realizes this barbecue joint is actually familiar, remembering that he had visited this exact spot in his previous timeline. His mind flashes back to his past life, specifically to the moment right after he and his master returned from the peak of divine punishment. Back then, Dongyang brought the entire squad to this very restaurant, hosting a massive feast to celebrate Bai Yi surviving his trial. However, Qishan had mentioned that after his master's closest friend died, Dongyang swore never to set foot in this shop again. Qishan had also explained that while Dongyang saved Bai Yi, the boy's survival was the only thing that kept the grieving master from slipping into despair. Putting the pieces together, Bai Yi is hit with a shocking truth. In his previous life, his master's deceased best friend was indeed Carlos, meaning his actions in this timeline have already rewritten fate and saved a man's life. In his previous life, when Bai Yi asked Qishan how their master's legendary friend had met his end, Qishan explained that during a routine subway dungeon cleanup, Carlos's squad unexpectedly clashed with a deadly A-class monster, prompting the brave boss to rush in alone to protect his crew. Unfortunately, by the time Dongyang and Qishan arrived at the scene, the battle had already concluded, and the entire squad had perished inside the cavern. In that previous timeline, everyone at this celebratory table, including the hardworking Chen Ming, who had just shared the happy news of his wife's pregnancy, had lost their lives in that subterranean disaster. However, a major shift occurred when Bai Yi chose to intervene, steering fate down a different path. Thanks to this miraculous reunion, the grim tragedy was avoided, leaving Carlos alive and bickering with Dongyang over who could chug their beer faster. This is the true meaning behind Bai Yi's regression. He resolves to act as a variable in the grand scheme of things, silently rewriting history one saved life at a time. Dongyang slurs out a loud invitation, insisting that once Bai Yi graduates from the Divine Weapon Academy, he must join the 6th Guild Division. The master smiles warmly, admitting he sees a bright future in the young rookie. Before he can finish, Carlos smacks him over the head, furiously accusing Dongyang of trying to steal his best team member. Watching the two childish leaders bicker, Qishan facepalms in defeat, exhausted by their constant rivalry. Speed Jun chuckles at the chaotic scene, finding the lively group dynamic strangely heartwarming, while Bai Yi watches in silent amusement. Carlos ignores his headache and calls out to the barbecue shop owner for 10 more beers, prompting the busy cook to tell the rowdy customers to just grab the drinks from the back themselves. Meanwhile, the steady beep of an ICU monitor breaks the silence of a hospital room, where Qishan's cowardly supervisor lies crippled in bed as a shadowy figure slips inside. Looking up weakly, the supervisor mutters that he followed their instructions by trapping the cleanup crew inside the dungeon and triggering the locking mechanism, before begging to know if the shadow will finally fulfill their bargain. The dark silhouette slowly pulls on a pair of gloves, reassuring the dying man that his family will remain financially secure for the rest of their lives. He whispers, however, that the supervisor pried too far into the plan of the gods. Before the terrified man can react, a hand covers his mouth, sending his heart rate monitor spiking. The assassin notes that in the original design, the entire squad was supposed to perish inside that monster den, and within seconds, the monitor flatlines. He mutters that due to the sudden emergence of a single wild card, the divine plan has been forced to shift. Sudden emergence of a single wild card, the divine plan has been forced to shift. High above the city, the prestigious Divine Weapon Academy finalizes preparations for its upcoming opening ceremony, sending exclusive invitations to only the most influential figures. Seeing the guest list, Romulus Thebes, head of the powerful Thebes family, assumes the elite have once again ignored the Academy's invitations. However, Thoth, one of the family's god-blessed members, reveals that the chiefs of all 3 major guild divisions have actually accepted this time. The unexpected news catches Romulus by surprise, and he asks what has changed. Thoth explains that an extraordinary rising star will soon enroll in the academy, attracting the attention of the strongest players. Curious, Romulus wonders who can possibly deserve such interest from the guild leaders. Without another word, Thoth holds up a photograph and identifies the mysterious rookie as a young genius from the small nation of Shengi, known simply as Lang. Meanwhile, back in his apartment, Bai Yi takes a late-night shower to clear his mind after another exhausting day of training. With less than 2 months remaining before the Academy's entrance ceremony, every passing day feels more valuable than ever. After getting dressed, He checks his current status. Although possessing 2 B-class professions is already more than enough to pass the entrance exams, he knows that isn't nearly enough for the battles waiting ahead. His level 31 Cloud Element Mage and Nuclear Element Warrior are exceptionally powerful for someone his age, yet the enemies he intends to face stand on an entirely different level. Those old rivals and future threats far surpass B-class, meaning he is still far too weak to challenge them. If he wants any chance of changing his fate, he has to grow even faster and push beyond his previous limits. As he grabs a carton of milk from the fridge, Bai Yi reflects on how painfully slow progression becomes with every promotion. Advancing from E-class to D-class takes only a single day, D-class to C-class requires a week, and reaching B-class has already consumed an entire month, something considered the absolute limit of normal leveling speed. For most Awakened, C-class is the highest rank they will ever achieve, while B-class represents the lifelong peak even for elite guild members. Worse still, once someone reaches B-class, gaining a single level becomes as difficult as climbing all the way from C-class to B-class. He also knows that an Awakened can only continue gaining meaningful experience by defeating monsters equal to or stronger than their own rank. The problem is that most people never even encounter such powerful creatures. Looking back, if he hadn't participated in the Hunting Grand Assembly, he would never have fought enough C-class monsters to advance so quickly. That means his next priority is obvious. He needs a new way to find even stronger enemies before his progress comes to a halt. Just then, a system notification suddenly pops up. The hidden requirements for the Hero's Key have finally been fulfilled, unlocking access to the legendary Tower of Heroes. Bai Yi immediately remembers obtaining the mysterious key after clearing a dangerous demon cave in his previous timeline. At the time, however, the system had sealed its power until he successfully raised one of his classes to B-class. Now that both of his main classes have reached that milestone, the system asks if he wants to finally open the Tower of Heroes. Bai Yi can't stop wondering what the Tower of Heroes truly is. Deep down, he suspects that the SSS-class demon, Belphegor, is still hiding one final secret from him. Determined to uncover the truth, he immediately opens the Path of Heroes. The moment he confirms his decision, a brilliant light engulfs him and transports him into a dark, endless void. Before he can even understand where he is, a cheerful voice suddenly calls him handsome, completely catching him off guard. A figure slowly emerges from the darkness as Belphegor appears before him. The demon welcomes Bai Yi back and remarks that they have finally met again. Seeing Belphegor standing right in front of him leaves Bai Yi stunned, and he immediately demands to know how such a thing is possible. Belphegor calmly tells him not to worry. The figure before him is merely a memory construct left behind for this exact moment. Knowing Bai Yi has countless questions, the demon admits that choosing him for rebirth was nothing more than a last resort. However, Bai Yi's arrival proves that the gamble pays off. From the very beginning, only someone willing to risk his life, fight alone, and continuously surpass his limits can ever unlock it. Reaching this place means he has already passed the hidden trial protecting the Hero's Key. Satisfied with the result, Belphegor declares that the time has finally come for Bai Yi to inherit the overwhelming power prepared for him. The truth behind the tower is far greater than Bai Yi ever imagined. Every bit of Belphegor's former SSS-class strength and battle experience has been transformed into countless monster spirits sealed inside the Tower of Heroes. Once Bai Yi drives the glowing golden key into his heart, those spirits will be set free. Fortunately, he has already reached B-class, because anyone weaker would be instantly overwhelmed by their terrifying power. The tower is not a reward, it is another trial. To claim Belphegor's strength, Bai Yi must defeat every unleashed spirit and absorb its energy as experience, allowing him to grow at an unbelievable speed. Before letting him continue, Belphegor gives him one final warning. The monsters inside the tower are unimaginably fierce, and once the Tower of Heroes is activated, there is no turning back. Even worse, Belphegor deliberately increases the tower's difficulty so that every battle forces Bai Yi beyond his limits. Only through endless combat can he obtain truly pure power. As the memory construct slowly begins to fade away, Belphegor leaves Bai Yi with one final question. Does he truly have the courage to face such a brutal trial? Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Yi thanks the demon for leaving behind this incredible opportunity. Determined to become stronger as quickly as possible, he drives the golden key straight into his chest. The key pierces his heart, and at that very moment, the system announces that the legendary Tower of Heroes has officially been unlocked. Checking his status inside the newly unlocked Tower of Heroes, Bai Yi reviews all of his available classes. His strongest professions are the B-class Nuclear Element Warrior and the B-class Cloud Element Mage, while the rest are only C-class and E-class support roles. However, the tower immediately places a restriction on him. For this trial, only his 2 B-class professions can be selected. With his options already limited, Bai Yi decides to begin as his level 31 Nuclear Element Warrior. The moment he confirms his choice, a massive surge of green energy engulfs his body as the system completes the class change. Before he even has time to test his new abilities, the endless void around him transforms into a blazing volcanic wasteland. The bubbling magma suddenly erupts, warning him that something is approaching. Bai Yi instinctively raises his guard, and moments later a level 38 B-class Lava Lion King emerges from the molten rock with an entire pack following behind it. After quickly assessing the battlefield, Bai Yi realizes he has the perfect counter. Since Cloud Element naturally suppresses Nuclear Element, switching to his Cloud Element Mage should allow him to end the fight with ease. However, the system immediately rejects his request. No matter how many times he tries, the class change fails. Only then does the true purpose of the tower become clear. Once the trial begins, Bai Yi is locked into the class he selected at the start. Belphegor's promise of making every challenge even more difficult was never an empty threat. With no other choice, Bai Yi tightens his grip on his sword and prepares to face the monsters head-on. The lava beasts charge from every direction at once, forcing him to leap backward to avoid their coordinated assault. As he blocks a powerful swipe, he notices something deeply unsettling. Every one of these monsters possesses the exact same nuclear element warrior class as he does. The situation quickly becomes even worse. Not only do they share his class, but their raw attributes far surpass his own. They are faster, stronger, and every exchange pushes Bai Yi further onto the defensive. After being knocked backward by a crushing blow, he struggles to regain his balance while noticing that the beasts seem to predict every move before he makes it. There has to be a reason for their perfect coordination. As Bai Yi carefully observes the battlefield, a terrifying possibility crosses his mind. These monsters do not simply resemble him. They seem to have been born from his own power. Surrounded on every side, he cannot help but curse Belphegor for creating such a merciless trial by sealing away his ability to switch classes. Even so, Bai Yi refuses to back down. He clashes head-on with one of the lions, only to discover that they have inherited not just his class, but his exact fighting style as well. Then, the instant his attention slips, another lion appears behind him and tears across his back with a devastating claw strike, sending him crashing onto the rocky ground. Gritting his teeth in pain, he clutches his broken weapon and desperately tries to come up with a backup plan. He is completely outmatched and wonders how he can possibly win under these circumstances. Bai Yi recalls Belphegor's warning that once the Tower of Heroes opens, the endless waves of terrifying monsters will never stop. The only way to survive and grow stronger is to keep surpassing his own limits. As he looks at his glowing green blade, he realizes this is exactly how he fought in his previous life. With all his other classes sealed away, Bai Yi has no choice but to rely on his own strength. Without hesitation, he charges straight at the roaring Lava Lion King, trusting his battle instincts and pushing his body to the limit. Drawing on his master-level skills, he lands a perfectly timed parry that completely nullifies the beast's crushing attack and reflects the force back at it. In the same instant, he activates Instant Flash, slips through the monster's defenses, and drives his blade straight into its head. The beast collapses, and the system immediately rewards him with 20,000 experience points. However, the trial gives him no time to rest, as two more Lava Lion Kings charge at him with incredible speed. Outnumbered on every side, Bai Yi struggles to keep up until a savage claw tears across his chest, dealing a critical blow. Bleeding heavily, he refuses to retreat, tightening his grip on his weapon as he forces himself to endure the relentless assault. Gritting his teeth, he unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, ignoring the pain of a beast sinking its fangs into his arm while cutting down two more lords and earning another huge wave of experience. Exhausted and gasping for breath, he looks up, only to find even more lava beasts emerging from the molten sea. The tower leaves no room for hesitation. To overcome the shadow of his former self, Bai Yi must keep breaking past his limits. Gathering every ounce of strength, he unleashes his ultimate skill, Realm of Pure Land. A massive golden slash engulfs the charging beasts, melting them back into the lava and granting another flood of experience points. The technique also wipes away his exhaustion, fully restores his stamina, and raises his nuclear element warrior class to level 32. As the lava begins to bubble once more, signaling yet another wave, Bai Yi simply smiles and challenges the tower to send everything it has. Meanwhile, in the second capital of the Shenge Nation, a lavish banquet is underway within the Jin family's territory. Nick Jin learns that their prisoner has collapsed once again during interrogation while stubbornly insisting he was framed. His investigator, Bill, reports that the investigation into Rock Jin's murder has produced too little evidence, admitting the real killer may still be at large. He even suggests investigating the suspect the prisoner keeps naming, before asking whether they should finally execute the battered and shackled warrior, Yin Jixing. Rather than killing him, Nick calmly proposes a far more entertaining plan. Release the prisoner and let him hunt the true culprit himself. To someone who looks down on ordinary people, watching desperate weaklings destroy one another is far more amusing. If his younger brother's death can spark even greater chaos, then it will not have been entirely meaningless. With that thought, Nick eagerly waits for the next act of the unfolding tragedy. Just when Bai Yi thinks he has finally figured out the trial, the volcanic ground suddenly trembles as a level 45 A-class boss lord, Can, erupts from the sea of molten lava. The towering giant completely dominates the battlefield, and the moment Bai Yi sees its enormous body, a wave of panic washes over him. Before he can even react, more monsters begin emerging from the ground, leaving him no choice but to stay calm and quickly search for a way to break through the giant's nearly impenetrable armor. At first, Bai Yi convinces himself that such an enormous creature must be slow, planning to take advantage of its lack of mobility. However, the boss immediately shatters that assumption. Can swings its blazing sword with terrifying speed, forcing Bai Yi to barely evade the devastating slash. As he skids across the scorched ground, the truth becomes painfully clear. Despite its massive size, the monster's speed and overwhelming strength are far beyond anything he expected. The battle quickly turns hopeless. Ken unleashes a gigantic flaming slash that instantly cuts Bai Yi in half, ending the fight before he has any chance to recover. Yet, instead of dying, Bai Yi suddenly gasps for air as his eyes fly open on the sofa inside his apartment. Covered in cold sweat, he frantically grabs his chest, making sure his body is still intact. Only then does he realize the Tower of Heroes follows completely different rules. Although he was mercilessly killed inside the tower, his real body remains perfectly safe. As he calmly pieces everything together, he discovers that death simply sends him back to the moment before entering the tower while resetting his hero's key. The 20-hour cooldown confirms his theory. The Tower of Heroes is an independent training space where challengers can revive safely in the real world after every death. The surprises do not end there. Bai Yi soon discovers that time outside the tower remains completely frozen while he is inside. Curious about the results of his first attempt, he immediately opens his status screen. To his delight, the system confirms he has reached level 32, proving that every bit of experience and every level earned inside the tower permanently carries over into reality. At that moment, it becomes obvious that Belphegor has unknowingly handed him an incredible shortcut for becoming stronger. With nearly 2 months remaining before the academy entrance exams, Bai Yi decides to take full advantage of this opportunity. From that moment on, he resolves to spend every possible second inside the Tower of Heroes, pushing both of his B-class professions to their absolute limits. 6 days later, Bai Yi and Speed Jun arrive at a heavily ruined district while wearing the official uniforms of the Pingtian Guild. They soon regroup with the guild's elite conquest group, but their arrival immediately attracts the attention of the veteran members. To the experienced hunters, the decision makes little sense, and they silently wonder why the guild leader would allow 2 ordinary high school students to participate in such a dangerous elite operation. Bai Yi, Speed Jun, and the veteran members of the conquest group step through the portal to begin their dungeon expedition. However, before the team can even get into formation, a massive purple beast lets out a thunderous roar and charges straight toward them. The veteran squad leader immediately shouts for everyone to stay alert, warning that the monster could be a high-level boss. Yet before any of the experienced hunters can react, Bai Yi activates his speed enhancement and instantly casts Instant Flash, disappearing past the entire squad in the blink of an eye. A single precise slash is all it takes. The D-class Fallen Bull collapses with a deafening crash, killed instantly before it can even launch a second attack. The veteran hunters are left completely speechless, struggling to believe that a mere high school student has just one-shot the dungeon boss. Their shock only deepens as Bai Yi continues advancing without slowing down. He effortlessly blitzes through the dungeon, cutting down every monster that dares to stand in his way. By the time the last creature falls, the entire area has already been cleared. The team leader can only laugh in amazement as he pats Bai Yi on the shoulder, fully convinced by the young hunter's overwhelming strength. As the rewards are distributed, the leader hands Bai Yi a thick envelope filled with cash as his share of the loot. It perfectly complements Bai Yi's new lifestyle. During the day, he earns money by helping the Pingtian Guild clear dangerous dungeons, while every night he throws himself back into the merciless trials of the Tower of Heroes, relentlessly pushing both of his classes beyond their limits. Determined to strengthen his magical abilities, Bai Yi switches to his B-class Cloud Element Mage. He releases a powerful freezing wave that instantly engulfs a pack of charging beasts, turning them into solid blocks of ice. But the Tower of Heroes never allows its challengers to grow comfortable. Before long, the colossal lava giant, Can, charges onto the battlefield once again, forcing Bai Yi into another brutal confrontation. Surrounded by endless waves of roaring monsters, he grits his teeth and carves his way through the deadly horde, refusing to back down. Seizing an opening, Bai Yi switches back to his magic staff and slams it against the ground. In an instant, an overwhelming frost spreads across the volcanic battlefield, freezing everything in its path. His relentless training finally pays off as the system announces that his Cloud Element Mage has officially reached level 32. Thus, for the next 2 months, Bai Yi repeats the same unforgiving cycle without rest. He spends his days earning money inside real dungeons and his nights battling endlessly inside the Tower of Heroes, rapidly raising both of his professions until the long-awaited academy entrance exams finally arrive. On September 1st, at exactly 9 a.m., the opening ceremony of the prestigious Divine Weapon Academy officially begins in Shenhe Nation. Loudspeakers echo throughout the campus, instructing all incoming students to gather at the sports field in preparation for the qualification test. From a nearby balcony, the 2nd Guild Division Chief, Teddy, impatiently watches the crowd below, complaining that the ceremony is taking far too long to begin. Moments later, another imposing figure approaches from behind, casually teasing Teddy for being just as impatient as ever. Turning around, Teddy immediately asks whether his old rival has also come because of the mysterious rookie everyone has been talking about. The towering 3rd Guild Division Chief, Thor Dunn, confidently admits that he has. In fact, he reveals they are not the only ones interested, having heard that Dongyang is also on his way to witness today's examination. Hearing that name, Teddy's expression immediately changes. He realizes the news about the legendary newcomer has spread far faster than expected, and with growing frustration, he understands that every major division chief has gathered with the exact same goal, recruiting the same talented student. Unwilling to lose this opportunity, Teddy firmly warns Thor Dunn that the future recruit will undoubtedly join his division. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious VIP lounge overlooking the stadium, the head of the influential Thebes family, Romulus, quietly observes the gathering below. Even he cannot help but remark that this mysterious rookie has managed to attract nearly every top division chief to the academy. Curious, Romulus turns toward his distinguished guest and asks whether he also came solely to witness the newcomer, pointing out that it is exceptionally rare for someone of his status to appear publicly at a school event. A confident smile appears on Shindebis's face. He calmly replies that today's qualification test will be nothing short of spectacular, especially because his old friend, Bai Yi, is finally about to take the stage once again. In his past life, Bai Yi stood inside the Divine Guild headquarters and made his position clear. He worked best alone, and he did not need a team. Fighting in conquest battles next to other people was simply not his style, and he told Dongyang exactly that. Dongyang, however, cut the complaints short. He ordered Bai Yi to try it once, and he promised that every member of the squad had been chosen by hand. He also told him to make a few friends for a change. Everything would make sense once he reached the meeting point. Soon after, Bai Yi arrived at the ruins. He grumbled about being dragged into another group mission, but the whole place was empty. Then his danger sense went off. He moved fast and dodged an explosive projectile that flew straight at his head. The projectile hit the wall behind him and burst into fire. At the same time, an attacker dropped from the sky with a massive blade, ready to crush him. Bai Yi blocked the strike, and the stranger only laughed and called him by his name. Still on guard, Bai Yi demanded to know who the man was. That life, however, is already gone. It is now the morning of September 1st, and the opening ceremony begins at the famous Divine Weapon Academy in Shenhe Nation. The staff hand Bai Yi his official energy detection suit and send him to the locker rooms to get ready. Nearby, Speed Jun shows off his own gear and cheers because he has received his lucky number, 25. He also points out that hundreds of hopefuls registered this year, so the opening exam will cut down most of them. Only young prodigies who reached B class before the age of 18 can even register. Even so, the academy accepts just 100 recruits in the end. For that reason, it uses a hard qualification test to shrink the huge pool of applicants. Wearing suit number 150, Bai Yi keeps his goal simple. He only has to finish inside the top 100. As he walks toward the testing grounds, a shy voice in the crowd calls his name. It comes from Molly, a top B-class mage from the Eastern Border Supreme Academy, and she waves at him nervously. Speed Jun asks if the girl is a friend from his hometown, but Bai Yi brushes it off and says they have only met once. Then Speed Jun spots the equipment area across the yard and points the way. The academy hands out free standard equipment for the exam because many students come from poor families and cannot buy high-tier gear. In this way, everyone starts on equal ground. Speed Jun grabs a basic magic wand right away, turns it in his hand, and worries out loud that a D-class weapon will make the test almost impossible to pass. Just then, a loud fight breaks out nearby. An aggressive candidate steps up to another student and demands that he hand over the sword he has just picked. Molly recognizes the person in the middle of the fight, and Speed Jun is left wondering who exactly they are dealing with. Meanwhile, two arrogant candidates step forward to back up a tall warrior named John Chin. They demand the sword because their master has already claimed it. The blonde swordsman, however, is not impressed. He simply asks why he should care. At that, the lackeys burst out laughing and mock him as a clueless country boy who clearly has no idea who John Chin is. One of them proudly explains that John Chin is the eldest son of the powerful Chin family. The curly-haired lackey then adds that John's father is the richest man in the whole Shenhe nation, and even the mighty divine clan treats him with respect. Sure that his master can take anything he wants, the lackey reaches out for the weapon. In an instant, the blonde warrior smacks his hand away with the flat of the blade. A cold, fighting aura spreads around the blonde swordsman as he orders the goon to get out of his way. The lackey freezes in fear. He cannot believe that anyone would still stand against them after hearing the Qin name. John Qin watches his man get pushed around, and pure rage takes over. His crimson aura flares up, and he claims that he never really wanted the cheap sword in the first place. Then he summons a pair of heavy battle axes and charges in with his glowing weapons, ready to make an example out of the rebellious student. The blonde warrior feels the deadly strike coming from behind and lifts his blade to block. Even so, John Qin comes down with crushing power. The standard sword shatters at once, and the blonde candidate is left holding nothing but a broken hilt. John Qin stands over his rival with a cruel grin and boasts that nobody can stop him from taking whatever he wants. Then he raises his axe again to finish the job on the defenseless candidate. Before the blow can land, however, Bai Yi activates Instant Flash and catches the huge axe blade with his bare hand. The whole yard falls silent. Nobody can believe that someone just stopped such a brutal attack without a weapon. The moment pulls a memory out of Bai Yi's past life. Back then, this same blonde fighter ambushed him at the ruins, and he did it only to test his reflexes. Once the fight was over, the warrior offered a friendly hand and welcomed Bai Yi into the Divine Legion as Captain Lang. Back in the present, Bai Yi holds John Qin's heavy axe in place without any effort, while he quietly thinks about his old comrade. The recruit in front of him is Lang, and Lang was the very first teammate he ever had in the Divine Legion. Bai Yi holds John Qin's massive axe blade in his bare hand, and the weapon stays completely locked in place. He does not even break a sweat. Before the fight can go any further, however, Vice Director Pittsburgh of the Divine Weapon Academy steps in to stop the commotion. He tells the students that the qualification test is about to start, so they should save their energy for the exam itself. John Qin glares at Bai Yi with pure hate, but Bai Yi only stares back, calm as ever. Pittsburgh reminds them that if they pass and enter the academy, they will get endless chances to fight later. Then he moves closer to John Qin and quietly warns him that several important people came to watch the test today. Starting drama right now would be a huge mistake. John Qin is clearly frustrated, but he knows better than to push his luck. He puts his axes away and backs off. Speed Jun complains that the arrogant guy is walking away without any punishment at all. Molly, however, explains the reason. Nobody dares to make an enemy of the Qin family. John Qin calls everyone else trash and orders his crew to leave and save their strength for later. His lackeys follow right behind him and brag that their master will take first place with ease, while the other rookies will probably fail. John Qin throws one last dirty look over his shoulder, yet Bai Yi and Lang do not react at all. Up on the roof, 2nd Guild Division Chief Teddy watches the whole scene and complains that the brawl ended before a real fight could start. 3rd Guild Division Chief Thor Dunn laughs and teases his rival for always wanting drama. Teddy smirks and denies it. He only wanted to see how strong Lang really is. Thor Dunn tells him to be patient, because the test will show everyone's true strength soon enough. Then he looks up and wonders why dark clouds have suddenly gathered over the stadium. Right at that moment, a relaxed voice calls out from behind and teases the two chiefs for skipping work. It is Dong Yang, who arrives in a casual shirt together with Captain Chi Shan, and he greets the other division leaders like it is nothing. Teddy and Thor Dunn quickly point out that they are officially on vacation, so he is the only one really skipping work. Dong Yang just laughs and insists that he came here on official business. That answer annoys Teddy, and he warns Dong Yang not to steal Lang because the prodigy belongs to the 2nd Division. Dong Yang, however, has no idea who Lang even is. Teddy is left confused because now he cannot guess who the master actually came to see. Before the two of them can argue about it, Thor Dunn cuts in and points out that the qualification test has officially begun. The arena speakers call candidate number 2, Molly, to the testing platform. Every candidate wears a standard energy detection suit and must step into the ring in front of the evaluators. The test itself is simple. Each student has to hit a reinforced steel wall with their full awakened power. Molly powers up and fires a blast of green magic into the shock-absorbing barrier. The system measures her damage and shows a final score of 20, then calls the next candidate. Molly walks away with her head down, disappointed by the low number and sure that she is about to be eliminated. The qualification exam watches every recruit from the very first move of their strike, so it can give a full picture of their combat ability. The system measures everything in real time, including raw physical power, mental focus, elemental flow, and overall potential. Candidate number 3, Cartier, gathers his energy and charges his standard blade. Then he sends a heavy slash straight into the testing barrier, ready to prove that he belongs among the elite. The monitor, however, flashes a flat 0. Cartier stares at the screen in shock because his exam is already over. The harsh standards become clear very fast. Most applicants struggle just to reach a score of 40, and mistakes cost them dearly. Some candidates even drop into negative numbers, and their confidence breaks on the spot. In the end, more than 80% of the recruits fail to pass 60 points. For that reason, John Qin's lackey celebrates loudly over a plain passing score. The intercom then calls candidate number 25 to the stage, and Speed Jun panics at once. He grips his basic wooden wand, shakes from head to toe, and warns Bai Yi and Lang that this test is about to end his career for good. As he walks up to the ring, John Chin's lackey sneers and bets that the scared nerd will score in the negatives and get thrown out right away. Thunder rumbles above the arena while Bai Yi thinks the situation over. The Divine Weapon Academy runs most combat missions with 3-person squads, so he needs to find capable teammates early. That is why his attention goes straight to Speed Jun, who nervously takes his spot in the center of the ring. On paper, the rookie barely looks like professional Awaken material, and his clumsy performance in the Demon Cave said the same thing. Even so, the kid always lands critical hits and survives impossible odds at the exact moment it matters. Bai Yi wonders if this strange rookie can pull off another miracle today. At the mark, Speedjun puts his hands together and prays to the spirits of heaven and earth for luck. Thunder rolls across the dark sky and a sharp blue aura flares around him. He pours every drop of his frantic mana into the basic wand, screams in pure terror, and strikes. Panic does the rest. A massive lightning bolt falls from the sky and explodes against the testing barrier with deafening power. The blast shakes the whole arena, and John Chin, his smug lackey, and Lang all stare in shock. Smoke rises from the crackling wand. Then the evaluation screen shows an unbelievable score of 300 points. Even Bai Yi has nothing to say, because the goofy rookie's hidden power caught him completely off guard. Speed Jun stares at his own hands because he can barely believe that he survived his wild lightning strike without a single scratch. John Chin's lackey screams in disbelief and cannot understand how the clumsy rookie did not fry himself on the spot. The monitor, however, confirms the number, 300 points. That makes the lackeys argue about whether a strange accident should even count as an official score. One of them cuts in and explains that among the 6 main stats of an Awakened, there is a rare one called Fortune. Normally, Fortune only boosts simple things like dodge rate, critical hits, and skill success. Extreme cases exist, though. When a person's Fortune reaches a truly absurd level, it shapes every part of their life. It gives them insane luck that turns deadly danger into complete safety, no matter what nightmare they walk into. John Chin's lackey still refuses to accept it. He rants that passing as an elite Awakened on pure luck turns everyone else's hard work into a joke. John Chin cuts him off in anger and tells them all to stop panicking because a score of 300 means nothing anyway. He says it calmly, but rage burns under the surface and his crew waits nervously for his reaction. The lackey quickly tries to lift his mood and swears that John will break that lucky record the second he steps on stage. Right then, the arena speakers call John Chin's name. The powerhouse walks up as a fiery aura spreads around him. Instead of the school's basic equipment, he summons an A+ grade crystalline battle axe called Battle Whale. The other recruits stare and whisper, because gear like that costs tens of millions, and only the richest heir in the country could bring it out so casually. His lackey smugly reminds the crowd that strength is the only stat that really matters for the warrior class. With the huge buffs of a top-tier weapon behind him, the goon brags that John's raw power alone will crush everyone else. John Chin pours all his energy into the axe and unleashes his strongest strike to take first place. Dust rises off the testing barrier, then slowly clears. He catches his breath, completely sure of his own power. The monitor flickers for a moment before it locks in a score of 340 points. The crowd goes silent in shock. A physical strike just hit harder than real lightning, and that idea alone frightens them. John Chin laughs out loud. He brags that he got that score without even using his full power. Then he walks back to the waiting candidates so everyone can see his place at the top. As he reaches the group, he mocks Bai Yi and tells him that pure luck will never put anyone in first place. Lightning flashes above the stadium while he speaks. He insists that only real raw strength brings real results. Then he leans close to Bai Yi and Lang and warns them both that their luck has finally run out. Right after that, rain starts to pour over the stadium and the intercom calls candidate number 99, Lang, to the testing platform. John Chin smiles and reminds Lang that his turn has come. He laughs and jokes that it will be embarrassing if Lang gets a negative score, and he calls the whole squad trash. Lang says nothing. Instead, he walks calmly toward the ring, where the proctors tell him to begin his qualification test. He stops in front of the barrier and gets ready. When they see that he carries only a broken blade, John Chin's lackeys burst into laughter. They call him a poor outsider who cannot even buy basic gear. They keep mocking him and ask each other if he will blame John after he gets a negative score. Lang ignores every insult. He controls his breathing, and a burning red aura wakes up around his broken weapon. Then he locks onto the target and fires a fast slash of energy that cuts clean through the testing wall. The monitor glitches for a second under the force of the strike. After that, it shows a score of 105 points. John Chin's lackeys freeze. They understand that a score above 100, made with a broken sword, is more than enough for a place inside the top 100. John Chin frowns in irritation and says that such a score is still nothing to brag about. Meanwhile, the proctor calmly writes down the official result and calls the next candidate. But before anyone can move, Lang tells the evaluators to wait. He announces that his test is not over yet. John Chin asks what the blonde recruit could possibly mean. Bai Yi watches him closely because he already knows what comes next. Lang triggers his class switch. A roaring golden aura rises around him, and his true profession appears at last, the Astro Element Archer. Bai Yi recognizes him as the strongest archer of the future world. He watches in silence as Lang pulls a huge amount of stellar energy into his broken blade and prepares his real strike. In our boy's previous life, Teddy was completely stunned by a report about the Divine Weapon Academy. One applicant was a dual-class user. His subordinate confirmed the news and explained that both professions tested at B class. Even more surprising, one of them was the exact same Gold Archer class as Teddy's own. Teddy wanted to know the true background of this recruit, so he told his man to accept the Academy's invitation at once. Back in the present, the rain still pours over the stadium. Dongyang asks if this is the recruit that Teddy has been talking about so much. Teddy does not answer right away. He simply watches from above, eager to see what the young man can do. Down in the ring, Lang throws his broken blade. It flies forward at blinding speed and punches straight through the heavy steel barrier. But he is not done yet. He reaches out with a calm gesture and gives the final command for his strike. The blade inside the wall explodes at once, and the massive blast breaks the reinforced barrier into tiny pieces. Then the thick cloud of dust and debris slowly settles. The electronic scoreboard glitches under the extreme impact. A moment later, it shows a score of 815 points. The whole crowd of candidates is shocked. They cannot understand how he broke the testing wall and smashed the record with such an absurd number. Even the proctor stays silent for a while. Finally, he tells the remaining students to wait, because the academy has to bring in a replacement wall and repair the damage. Meanwhile, the staff members struggle to believe that the steel barrier is gone. They say that a single layer is normally more than enough for student testing. One evaluator points out that almost no archer has that kind of firepower, and he is amazed that the shot went clean through. Since standard defenses clearly will not hold, the staff decide to build the new testing wall with several extra layers. At that moment, Speed Jun rushes over in excitement. He praises Lang as a dual-class prodigy and claims that every major guild division will fight to recruit him. Lang stays calm. He only says that he is disappointed because his strike did not reach 1,000 points. Speed Jun almost panics at those words. He reminds Lang that only top A-class fighters can score that high, and he insists that 815 is already insane. Then Speed Jun points across the courtyard toward John Chin's crew. He grins and laughs at how furious the spoiled bullies look now that their pride is crushed. On the other side of the yard, John Chin's men panic in disbelief. They are horrified because the target they chose turned out to be a dual-class monster. John Chin lowers his head in anger. He tells himself again and again that the testing machine must be broken, and pure hatred burns inside him as he wonders how anyone could blow past his score by so much.